Chapter 1, Xiaqian the Supreme, Galaxy has become the Great Saint, seeking subscription, Xuanhuang Universe. Lin Yuan was planning to leave. This trip to the Xuanhuang Universe had basically come to an end. Just now, the Xuanhuang himself intervened personally, gathering all the treasures and rare items from various regions of the universe and then giving them to Lin Yuan. There was no need for Lin Yuan to search for them himself anymore. Everything of value in the entire Xuanhuang universe was basically in Lin Yuan's hands now. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed as the space-time in front of him distorted slightly. Next, a large number of treasures fell out from the depths of the distorted space-time, suspended before Lin Yuan. These treasures. Lin Yuan's pupils slightly contracted. The treasures that fell out were not many, only a dozen or so, but the aura they exuded was shocking to Lin Yuan. Life-divine stone? Lin Yuan looked at one of the crystal stones. This crystal stone was only the size of a fist, far smaller than the life-divine stone the size of 3 meters that Lin Yuan had obtained. Yet for some reason, the instant Lin Yuan saw this crystal stone, he vaguely felt it was far more precious than the life-divine stone. This is not a life-divine stone, this is a life-origin stone. Many thoughts floated in Lin Yuan's mind. Life-divine stone, life-origin stone. Although they differ by only a word, the two are entirely different things. If one speaks of mysterious places in the chaos void, the Sea of Life periodically drops life-divine stones. Then the life-origin stone is the foundation of the Sea of Life. The relationship between the life-divine stone and the life-origin stone is like that of the offspring and the parent body. As long as the parent body is there, theoretically, it can generate countless offspring. For this reason, the life-origin stone has almost never appeared in the chaos void. Lin Yuan recognized the identity of this crystal stone only after receiving the information delivered by the Moyu Tower Master. The life-origin star of this universe should be a small piece of life-origin stone, hence, borrowing the special rule environment around it, it can nurture a life-divine stone akin to a smaller Sea of Life. Lin Yuan thought to himself in silence. Such a rare item as the life stone, even the great saints who can set specific rules find it hard to directly nurture it. They must rely on external force. Otherwise, throughout the history of the Chaos Void, many great saints were born, and if they all started nurturing life-divine stones, such rare items would not be so precious and scarce, even the Chaos Great Saints would find them hard to come by. Up until now, Lin Yuan only confirmed that the Xuanhuang universe could nurture life-divine stones. And the external force required to nurture a life-divine stone is the life-origin stone. However, to create an environment conducive to nurturing life-divine stones, the life-origin stone must be fully integrated into the universe, forming the special rules of the Sea of Life. In such circumstances, the life-origin stone becomes one with the entire universe, inseparable. Even the Xuanhuang, the creator of the universe, can't revert that life-origin star into a life-origin stone. However, this fist-sized life-origin stone before his eyes, Lin Yuan looked at the life-origin stone as if he was seeing endless life-divine stones. Aside from the life-origin stone, the other treasures and rare items that fell simultaneously are equally mind-boggling. Primordial Mineral Crystal. 9 Heavens Thunder Core. Origin Soil of Myriad. Each treasure is not at all inferior to the life-origin stone, stemming from some mysterious places or even being the foundation of those places. The so-called mysterious places refer to places related to 13th order life forms. Throughout the long cosmic era in the Chaos Void, many invincible great saints were born, possessing the power to forcibly enter the mysterious places, yet they dare not do much, worried about attracting the attention of the 13th order time life behind the mysterious places. Even though the probability is minuscule, the invincible great saints dare not gamble on it. Compared to other great saints, they are more aware of the formidable power held by time life forms. But the Xuanhuang? The Xuanhuang forcibly broke free from the time loop, destined to vanish, naturally indifferent to whether the 13th order time life pays attention to him. That's why he dared to directly visit one mysterious place after another, demanding benefits. The spirits of those mysterious places understand this, although unwilling. As long as they worry the Xuanhuang might start a war heedless of everything, they can only swallow this loss. The spirits of those mysterious places are also reluctant to seek help from the 13th order time life behind them. Your Majesty. Lin Yuan looked at the treasures in front of him and naturally understood that they were given to him by the Xuanhuang. Originally, Lin Yuan was perplexed about what friends the Xuanhuang wished to meet, never expecting it would be those eternally existing mysterious places. With these treasures, my internal universe should become even more complete. Lin Yuan stored the dozen rare treasures, thinking silently to himself. These rare treasures, capable of forming those mysterious places in the Chaos Void, though not the same in scale, are fundamentally consistent. Lin Yuan instinctively feels this is beneficial to his internal universe, the ultimate goal of the 13th Order legacy. Infinite Void is to transform his internal universe into something comparable to the vast structure of the Chaos Void. The Chaos Void possesses those mysterious places, replicating them within the internal universe surely wouldn't go wrong. Especially the special rules formed by the mysterious places might play a crucial role for the internal universe, even if they don't work. The internal universe, by nurturing the special environment of the mysterious places, means Lin Yuan can periodically harvest a batch of rare treasures from the chaos void that are hard to come by. That's simply like a money tree. No, it's a grove of money trees. Chapter 176, One Xiaqian the Strongest. Galaxy became the Great Saint. Subscription request. CS Chapter 2nd S76. Chapter 1 Xiaqian the Strongest. Galaxy became the Great Saint. Subscription request. 2. Just as Lin Yuan's thoughts began to spread, Lin Yuan's heart trembled slightly, and he vaguely felt that the origin of a certain evolutionary path he mastered had completely disappeared. The Xuanhuang evolutionary path. Lin Yuan was silent. Though this evolutionary path was not his main evolutionary path, he'd once practiced it concurrently. When Lin Yuan first entered the Xuanhuang secret realm and conversed with the spirit of the secret realm, he once wondered why this evolutionary path had not yet birthed an ultimate existence. With the Xuanhuang secret realm's numerous inheritances, nurturing a 12th-layer life is not too difficult. Even if it doesn't succeed once, twice, 3 times, 5 times, 10 times, eventually, a 12th-layer expert on the Xuanhuang evolutionary path would emerge. But since the Xuanhuang attempted to ascend to the 13th layer, no 12th layer being had emerged from this evolutionary path. Later, Lin Yuan realized that perhaps the Xuanhuang had not fully died, so the ultimate on this evolutionary path still existed, preventing later generations from crossing into the 12th layer. The fact was just as Lin Yuan speculated. Attempting to reach the 13th layer and falling into a time loop, the Xuanhuang was indeed not truly dead. In fact, in history, every Chaos Realm expert who attempted the 13th layer never completely died. At most, they were immersed in a time loop. But just now, Lin Yuan felt the suppression of the Xuanhuang evolutionary path completely disappear. Henceforth, this evolutionary path could once again produce an ultimate existence. This feeling wasn't due to causality. In fact, with the Xuanhuang's level of power, he could have long shielded himself from causality, and even Lin Yuan could not sense it at all. In the future, if I can cross into the 13th layer and become a being of time, I will bring you back to life. Lin Yuan was silent for a while, thinking to himself, and I will resurrect your senior sister along with you. The resurrection methods of a 13th layer time life don't rely on external objects. As long as there existed life in the past timeline of the Chaos Void, it can be revived. Although the Xuanhuang perished by forcefully escaping the time loop, he once existed, so naturally he can be resurrected. With the might of a 13th layer time life, resurrecting past deceased lives is not difficult. The reason the Xuanhuang was ultimately unwilling to break through the time loop by forgetting his senior sister and cross into the 13th layer was because this forgetting was complete, erasing even emotions. Simply put, if the Xuanhuang crossed into the 13th layer in this way, even if he recovered his memory, his senior sister would mean nothing to him, and he wouldn't resurrect her. Swish. Lin Yuan took a step forward, arriving at the entrance of the Xuanhuang universe, and immediately stepped inside. Outside the Xuanhuang universe, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. The numerous Chaos Venerables saw Lin Yuan, and, though their expressions showed reverence, there wasn't much surprise. Before this, Chaos Venerables had already come out from the universe one by one. The numerous Chaos Venerables were concerned with the fate of the 2 peerless great saints, Hong Xiao and Jade Qilin. As for Lin Yuan, besides the Eye of Myriad Laws, no other life knew that Lin Yuan had obtained the legacy left by the Xuanhuang. There was no accurate estimation of Lin Yuan's gains inside the Xuanhuang universe. And for the Xuanhuang to have emerged, it's certain he would retrieve all the treasures and wonders from within the universe. Lin Yuan, the invincible figure among the Chaos Great Saints, very likely emerged empty-handed. As for why Lin Yuan didn't die, but Great Saint Hong Xiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint did, ordinary Chaos Venerables might have doubts, but the Chaos Great Saints and Peerless Great Saints knew very well that Great Saint Hong Xiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint facilitated the downfall of the profound Xuanhuang line. It's only natural the emerging Xuanhuang would act against these 2 Great Saints. As for Lin Yuan, he had not interfered with the profound Xuanhuang line, and entering the Xuanhuang universe this time was no different from those Chaos Venerables. Xuanhuang didn't take action against the Chaos Venerables. Galactic Great Saint. Lin Yuan glanced around and saw a Chaos Venerable nervously approaching. It was Divine Wind Venerable. Before the Xuanhuang universe had opened, this Chaos Venerable wanted to invite Lin Yuan to join forces in contesting with other Chaos Venerables. But Lin Yuan had directly refused, which left him somewhat unhappy at the time, thinking Lin Yuan lacked insight. However, when Lin Yuan showcased strength outside the Xuanhuang universe capable of matching Blacklight Great Saint, Dual Origin Great Saint, and other Chaos Great Saints, Divine Wind Venerable was terrified. Without hesitation, he chose to withdraw from the competition for the Xuanhuang universe and even distanced himself from the Xuanhuang universe immediately, fearing Lin Yuan would settle accounts with him later. Then later. Divine Wind Venerable heard of Lin Yuan's divine might inside the Xuanhuang universe, where he single-handedly suppressed 8 Chaos Great Saints. Even a mighty Great Saint like Dual Origin Great Saint promptly yielded and bowed, barely escaping disaster. Upon hearing this news, Divine Wind Venerable, who had already fled far beyond the Xuanhuang universe's range, dared not move. If Lin Yuan were just an ordinary Chaos Great Saint, perhaps keeping a fair distance might ensure his survival. But Lin Yuan's power approached the invincible level among Chaos Great Saints, making suppressing saints of the same tier effortless, let alone a Chaos Venerable like him. Even if he ran, could he truly secure his life? Realizing this, even with tremendous fear and unease, Divine Wind Venerable braced himself and returned to the outside of the Xuanhuang universe. I didn't know before the Great Saint, indeed daring to act in such a manner. The Divine Wind Great Saint looked at Lin Yuan, turning his hand to take out his years of treasured possessions. I am at fault. I just hope the Great Saint won't hold it against me. The Divine Wind Great Saint was prepared to lose this physical body, as long as he could somewhat quell Lin Yuan's anger. What did losing a main battle body matter? Understood, you may leave. Lin Yuan glanced at the Divine Wind Venerable. In truth, he never really paid much attention to this Chaos Venerable. Thank you, Great Saint. Upon hearing this, the Divine Wind Great Saint was overjoyed and immediately placed down the treasured possessions in his hands, then respectfully withdrew. Lin Yuan looked at the treasures before him. To a Chaos Venerable, these treasures seemed insufficient compared to Lin Yuan's current wealth, but even a small mosquito is still meat. Lin Yuan still collected them. The next moment, Lin Yuan's figure vanished from the spot. In a twisted space-time, Lin Yuan stood there. A giant eye was watching him. How is it? Was the harvest satisfactory this time? The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan, speaking casually. It knew that Lin Yuan had long obtained the Xuanhuang legacy, and this time entering the Xuanhuang universe, encountering the Xuanhuang breaking free from the time cycle ahead of schedule, might lead to some creation opportunities. Of course, the Eye of Myriad Laws had no interest in those opportunities. Even if one was an invincible Great Saint dominating an era, in the eyes of unique entities like them, it was just so. What the Eye of Myriad Laws didn't know was that the Xuanhuang had left Lin Yuan a 13th layer weapon. With the power of this weapon, Lin Yuan could even pose a threat to special existences like them. It was all right. Lin Yuan nodded. He didn't speak too specifically. That's good. The Eye of Myriad Laws nodded. Then I will send you back now. This void domain's distance from the ancient Ming Chaos continent was uncertain, even though Lin Yuan's power had made a significant breakthrough compared to before coming here. However, to rely on his own ability to return, it would basically be impossible without taking several decades or even 100 years. Thank you, Lin Yuan said. Ancient Ming Chaos Continent. The ancient Ming Venerable hesitated slightly, not knowing if he should pay homage to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's heroic feats in the Xuanhuang universe, suppressing Chaos Great Saints, were long known to him, which prompted his desire to visit Lin Yuan, yet he was concerned about disturbing him. There should be no problem. After contemplating, the ancient Ming Venerable concluded that he should indeed pay his respects. After all, with a Chaos Great Saint present on his Chaos continent, wouldn't ignoring him be disrespectful to the Great Saint? Although he had visited Lin Yuan several times before, with Lin Yuan now officially displaying the power of a Great Saint, this visit was vastly different from previous ones. Before long, the ancient Ming Venerable arrived outside the shard world of star tiers. Venerable. The Xuanyuan Supreme, Xiaqin Supreme came out to welcome him. Although the ancient Ming Venerable had a consistently humble attitude towards Lin Yuan, the Xuanyuan Supreme and other supreme beings of human civilization would not underestimate this Chaos Venerable. I wish to seek an audience with the Galaxy Great Saint. The ancient Ming Venerable immediately stated his purpose. Seek an audience with the Galaxy Great Saint? The Xuanyuan Supreme and Xiaqin Supreme were initially indifferent, as the ancient Ming Venerable frequently visited Lin Yuan, but then they noticed something amiss. What did the ancient Ming Venerable just call Lin Yuan? Galaxy? Great Saint? The Xuanyuan Supreme and Xiaqin Supreme were somewhat stunned. Chapter 1177, To Breakthrough. Subscription Request. Chapter 177, Chapter 2. Breakthrough. Subscription Request. Venerable, what do you call the Galaxy? Xiaqin Supreme suppressed the astonishment in his heart, even though he was sure he hadn't misheard. Even a Chaos Realm being like ancient Ming Venerable couldn't get it wrong, but he still wanted to confirm it again. Galaxy Great Saint? In the Chaos Void, among various void domains, the titles for powerful beings are numerous, but a Great Saint? Only those who have reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm and evolved their own chaotic theoretical path are qualified to be called a Great Saint. Without reaching this level, to presumptively regard oneself as a Great Saint would bring great calamity. Xuanyuan Supreme and several other Supremes also looked towards ancient Ming Venerable. They held their breath, not daring to make a sound. It seems you still don't know? Seeing this, ancient Ming Venerable suddenly understood. It seems that the Galaxy Great Saint had not revealed his true power to Xuanyuan Supreme and the others. Indeed, If they had known Galaxy Great Saint's strength, how could the human tribes of the star-tier fragment world be so low profile? As for what happened on the side of the Xuanhuang universe, it was at most circulated among the venerables. Below the venerable level, very few know about it, of course, as time goes by. The renown of the Galaxy Great Saint will spread across various void domains. Galaxy Great Saint, ancient Ming Venerable recounted what he knew. Even if he didn't say it now, in just a few months, the news would spread here. Since the Galaxy Great Saint displayed his power in front of many venerables, he probably didn't intend to keep it hidden anymore. Are you saying that outside that postnatal universe, Galaxy withstood Dual Origin Great Saint, Blacklight Great Saint, and many other Great Saints? Shachen Supreme was dumbfounded. Dual Origin Great Saint and Blacklight Great Saint were well-known formidable Great Saints. Originally, ancient Ming Venerable's title for Lin Yuan had him merely guessing that Lin Yuan might have reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm. But to withstand Dual Origin Great Saint and Blacklight Great Saint, that's not as simple as being merely in the perfection of the Chaos Realm. How could Dual Origin Great Saint and Blacklight Great Saint compare to Galaxy Great Saint? Within the postnatal universe, Galaxy Great Saint suppressed Blacklight Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, and 6 other Chaos Great Saints. Only Dual Origin Great Saint managed to escape, ancient Ming Venerable said. Upon hearing this, the minds of several supremes of human civilization were in a muddle, suppressing 8 Chaos Great Saints, including strong Great Saints like Blacklight Great Saint and Wild Barbarian Great Saint. To defeat and to suppress are completely different in difficulty, with the latter being much tougher. Venerable, how did you come to know about this? Could it be a misinformation? Like the same name? Xiaqin Supreme immediately said. It's not that he didn't believe in Lin Yuan's strength, it was just too unbelievable. How long has human civilization been in the Chaos Void? The strength of several human civilization supremes showed little change, yet Lin Yuan had become a Chaos Great Saint and an invincible one among Chaos Great Saints. It is not a misinformation, ancient Ming Venerable assured. How could there be such coincidences? And in the subsequent times, from the image frames ancient Ming Venerable received, it was almost confirmed that the Galaxy Great Saint was indeed Lin Yuan. Is the Great Saint available now? Asked ancient Ming Venerable, not forgetting his purpose of coming here, which was to seek an audience with Lin Yuan. I'll go ask now. Xuan Yuan Supreme barely collected himself and immediately inquired Lin Yuan. Moments later, he nodded towards ancient Ming Venerable and said, "Come in." All right. Ancient Ming Venerable was elated and immediately walked into the star-tier fragment world. After ancient Ming Venerable went to see Lin Yuan, Supremes like Xiaqin and the others of the human civilization tribes were still standing there, not yet fully recovering from the news about Galaxy Great Saint. Galaxy truly became a Great Saint? Xiaqin Supreme muttered to himself. It should be true. Feather Butterfly Supreme nodded. Although up until now, they hadn't heard from other channels about Lin Yuan becoming a Chaos Great Saint. But from ancient Ming Venerable's cautious and genuinely respectful demeanor just now, it seemed unlikely to be false. Ancient Ming Venerable is a seasoned venerable. Who else aside from a true Chaos Great Saint could command such respectful deference from him? Unexpectedly, our human civilization actually produced a Chaos Great Saint. The Void God Ultimate being exclaimed in astonishment. If they were still in their home universe, they might not consider a Chaos Great Saint all that impressive because they couldn't truly grasp what being a Chaos Great Saint meant. But after entering the Chaos Void, especially with ancient Ming's Chaos Continent being a base for years, the Supremes of human civilization realized the more they saw, the better they understood certain forbidden truths. Let alone a Great Saint, even just a Chaos Venerable would be an unattainable Supreme for them. And now, their human civilization actually birthed a Great Saint? Don't attribute it solely to the human civilization tribe. Galaxy becoming a Great Saint doesn't have much to do with human civilization. Xiaqin Supreme spoke with a slight sigh. With Galaxy's talent, no matter where he is, he would rise. We should be grateful that Galaxy appeared in our human civilization tribe. Indeed, several Supremes nodded. Aside from some assistance provided to Lin Yuan before his formation of the 12th layer, it was entirely reciprocation to human civilization afterward. Without Lin Yuan, with the great cosmic catastrophe arriving earlier, how many could human civilization survive? How many Supremes could survive? 1, 2, or 3? Even if they could endure the great cosmic catastrophe, how many could escape when facing looters waiting outside the universe? Entering the ancient Ming Chaos Continent, human civilization has always survived under Lin Yuan's protection. Without Lin Yuan, how could there be a new home like the star-tier fragment world with such favorable conditions? Greetings, Galaxy Great Saint. The ancient Ming Venerable saw the Lin Yuan Taiyin primordial spirit and respectfully saluted. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. With his current strength, there was completely no need to remain hidden. Is the Great Saint preparing to establish a new Chaos Continent? After some flattering words, the ancient Ming Venerable probingly asked, Previously, although the ancient Ming venerable speculated that Lin Yuan was the reincarnation of some great saint, his strength was still at the Chaos Realm venerable level at that time. So, while Lin Yuan resided on the ancient Ming Chaos continent, the ancient Ming venerable felt considerable pressure. It was still bearable. But now? Lin Yuan revealed a level of an invincible Chaos Great Saint, and the ancient Ming venerable immediately felt unprecedented pressure. Like an ant beside a giant dragon, fearing that a single breath from the dragon would blow the ant far away. Establish a Chaos continent? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. Normally, Chaos Realm experts would establish a Chaos continent. Firstly, as their own domain. Secondly, the process of establishing a Chaos continent is also a review of their understanding of rules. Many Chaos Venerables and even Chaos Great Saints often establish more than one Chaos continent. As for the Absolute Great Saints, they would attempt to establish a postnatal universe. In some time, I will establish one. Lin Yuan nodded. Establishing a Chaos continent now, and after stepping into the Absolute Great Saint, using the Chaos continent as a foundation to establish a postnatal universe, isn't considered a wasteful repetition. With the Great Saint's strength, once the Chaos Continent is established, it will likely attract several thousand or 10,000 Void Domain experts from the surroundings, the ancient Ming Venerable said. The stronger the expert who establishes a Chaos Continent, the more prosperous it will be. Of course, here the experts referred to are the orderly ones. As for those extreme Venerable Saints, few dare to go to the Chaos Continents they establish. Based on the ancient Ming Venerable's understanding of Lin Yuan, it was certain this Great Saint wasn't the capricious type. In such a case, the Chaos Continent established would definitely be very popular. The ancient Ming Venerable even considered moving next to the Chaos Continent Lin Yuan would establish, enjoying both safety and benefits. 10,000 Paths Pavilion in ancient Ming Chaos Continent. In the depths of space, time and space began to warp and rotate. Lin Yuan's figure emerged from it. I'm back. Lin Yuan glanced around, immediately confirming his return to the ancient Ming Chaos Continent through the Taiyin Primordial Spirit's resonance. I hope you will keep this secret from me. Lin Yuan said to the reformed Eye of Myriad Laws. His gains within the Xuanhuang universe were tremendous. Outsiders wouldn't suspect his connections with the profound Shuang lineage, but once known, it might attract the attention of some absolute great saints. Rest assured, I also do not wish for you to encounter any trouble. The Eye of Myriad Laws replied immediately. It could be said that the Chaos Void most hoped for Lin Yuan's smooth growth to the pinnacle, as it was a unique existence. Only in this way could the Eye of Myriad Laws retrieve its early investment. Before this, the Eye of Myriad Laws would even take the initiative to protect Lin Yuan and resolve troubles. Deep in the star-tier fragment world, Lin Yuan's true form appeared. The Taiyin primordial spirit rose and merged into Lin Yuan's body voluntarily. Finally back, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face, his mind at ease. This Xuanhuang universe journey brought him unprecedented gains as the entire accumulation of the invincible Great Saint Xuanhuang was bestowed upon Lin Yuan. This cauldron. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts, flipping his right hand, revealing a small cauldron shrouded in a hazy glow. The small cauldron was only palm-sized, without any aura leakage, but Lin Yuan knew this was due to the hazy glow sealing it. The essence of the hazy glow is the limitless power of time looping. Only such power, at the 13-tier strength, could barely seal this 13-tier weapon. Your Majesty mentioned this small cauldron can be comprehended. Lin Yuan cautiously extended a trace of his mind into the small cauldron. The hazy glow sealing the cauldron did not obstruct Lin Yuan's mind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the small cauldron, Lin Yuan felt incredibly vast rules. Immense like the sea, intricate and perfect, no less than the entirety of the Chaos Void rules circulating and flowing within the cauldron. Space-time? At the same time, Lin Yuan felt the two dominant pillar rules inside the cauldron, time and space. The boundless vast rules primarily revolved around these two rules. A substantial amount of insight burst forth in Lin Yuan's mind, transforming his previous accumulation of space-time understanding into qualitative change. In an instant, the space-time before Lin Yuan began to dramatically and fundamentally transform. Chapter 178, 3 Fusion of the Source Object Request Subscription. Chapter 1178, Chapter 3 Fusion of the Source Object Request Subscription. The myriad rules of the Great Dao, with time and space as their sovereign. As for the Chaos Rule, when the world was created, the Chaos Rule evolved into countless rules of the Great Dao, not among them. As a 13-tier weapon, the small cauldron had long surpassed its role as a mere weapon, containing within it a vast world where numerous rules of the Great Dao operate. The operations of these rules of the Great Dao are the interpretation of the rule of the Great Dao by the owner of this small cauldron, which is, that time life, distinct from the rules of the Great Dao of the Chaos Void. Especially the intertwining method of time and space within it to Lin Yuan, it was an unprecedented inspiration. So, that's how it is. The time and space in Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly became simple and orderly, as if the originally chaotic threads had been completely combed through. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Watching the operation of world rules sharply enhances your perception of the spatio-temporal fusion rule. A vast amount of insights into time and space gathered. Lin Yuan's eyes shone brightly, as if seeing through the essence of countless time-spaces in the chaos void. The ninth realm of time-space. This is the ninth realm of time-space. Lin Yuan was in high spirits. His understanding of time and space had originally reached the peak of the eighth realm. Now, through the touch of time and space operations within the vast world of the small cauldron, he naturally crossed into the ninth realm of time-space. In the chaos void, those chaos great saints, their understanding and insight into time and space typically remain at the eighth realm. As for the ninth realm, that is the exclusive domain of extraordinary great saints, a few of whom, or those who are simply invincible great saints dominating an era, will have their understanding of time and space reaching the peak of the ninth realm. No wonder His Majesty Xuan Huang during his final times seemed to have an insight into time and space that vaguely surpassed the ninth realm. Lin Yuan thought about the way Xuan Huang Mausoleum merged into time and space, a method so extraordinary in its use of time and space. At least, at that time, Lin Yuan couldn't perceive it at all. In hindsight, it should be the gains Xuan Huang reaped after contemplating this small cauldron. Lin Yuan was able to obtain great insights right at the beginning of his meditation, pushing his understanding of time and space to the ninth realm. Xuan Huang, being such an invincible great saint, even if his perception wasn't as good as Lin Yuan's, would have gained something with more meditation. And achieving the pinnacle of the ninth realm of time-space, every step forward was as hard as climbing to heaven, yet the mastery of time and space would also leap dramatically. Lin Yuan speculated that Xuan Huang's final insight into time and space had already halfway stepped out of the ninth realm. It's a pity that no matter how high the insight into time and space, it doesn't help with breaking through time loops, and even due to proficiency in time and space understanding, the trials faced within time loops are unrelated to time and space. Lin Yuan mused to himself, which was one of the reasons why Xuan Huang did not continue contemplating the small cauldron. If he could cross into the 13th tier, life's magnitude would dramatically enhance, and the insight into time and space would naturally rise above the ninth realm. However, I don't need to consider these now. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. One reason why Xuan hurriedly rushed to the 13th tier at that time was that the small cauldron was almost unbearable. But now, after being suppressed by Xuan Huang for over 3,000 cosmic eras, this small cauldron won't break free within the next 100 cosmic eras. And 100 cosmic eras? From Lin Yuan's birth till now, counting the time spent traversing, it was merely about 10,000 years if a cosmic era was an endless ocean. Then, the years Lin Yuan had experienced were merely a droplet within it, or even a billionth of a droplet. From the mastery realm to the perfect chaos realm, Xuan Huang's expectation for Lin Yuan was to achieve this within 100 cosmic eras, under the precondition of not knowing Lin Yuan's actual cultivation time. In a daze, Lin Yuan seemed to vaguely see a towering, blurry figure, a bald head. In front of him were more than 10 weapons hovering, among which was a small cauldron. The small cauldron floated, with endless waves of force spreading in all directions, wiping out everything within the range of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of void domains under its power. That must be the true owner of the small cauldron, the mark left by the 13th-tier temporal life. Lin Yuan understood, naturally did not dare to touch, for fear of drawing the attention of the 13th-tier temporal life. In fact, the reason why this 13th-tier temporal life had not taken back the small cauldron might not be due to forgetfulness, but because the time concept of a 13th-tier life is fundamentally different from that of a 12th-tier life. 30 million cosmic eras? 300 million cosmic eras? Possibly, in the eyes of a 13th-tier temporal life, it is just a blink of an eye. 13th-tier temporal lives can see through many future timelines. For them, the small cauldron would only be recalled when needed at some future time. As for what the small cauldron would experience during this period, whose hands it might fall into, that time life wouldn't care much. Skyvoid Tripod? During his deep insight into the small cauldron, Lin Yuan learned its name, Skyvoid Tripod. This was also a mark left inside the small cauldron, easily comprehended with a little insight. Is this the 13th-tier temporal life? Lin Yuan's mind was quite complicated. Merely the residual power naturally emitted from a 13th-tier weapon could easily wipe out millions of void domains. If that 13th-tier temporal life were to strike with full force, would it not be able to destroy half the chaos void? This was just in terms of sheer power. For 13th-tier life, the most crucial point was the mastery of future timelines. Chapter 1179, 3. The Fusion of the Root Source. Subscribe. 2. Chapter 1179, Chapter 3. The Fusion of the Root Source. Subscribe. Two 13-stage lifeforms can see through future timelines and choose a predetermined timeline to follow. However, during this, they might be affected by the interference of other 13-stage lifeforms. The dimensional gap that Xuan Huang experienced was the handiwork of two time beings, possibly acting at a pivotal time node to create the future they desired. For time beings, all existences below the 13th stage are mere pawns. Only time beings of the same level are adversaries. They are the players, internal universe. Apart from contemplating the Skyvoid tripod, Lin Yuan also sent a strand of his consciousness to descend into his internal universe. The origin objects of these mysterious lands, Lin Yuan looked at the life origin stone, the primal ore crystal, the 9 heavens thunder core, and so on, floating before him. Consult the senior, see if they can be integrated into the internal universe. With a slight shift of mind, Lin Yuan appeared beside the jade gourd and took out more than 10 origin objects. When obtaining these origin objects, Lin Yuan had already thought of integrating them into his internal universe, but in the end he decided to consult the opinion of the red-clad girl. After all, she was created by a 13-stage time being specifically to guide the infinite void, a 13-stage legacy. Through contemplating the Skyvoid tripod, Lin Yuan gained a clear understanding of the mighty power of 13-stage beings, realizing more of his insignificance. The red-clad girl, upon seeing more than 10 origin objects, immediately widened her eyes. Origin objects are the fundamentals of a mysterious land, and the spirits of those lands would never willingly throw them out. Even an invincible great saint spanning an era would find it challenging to obtain an origin object. The life origin stone obtained by Xuanhuang was not through normal means but stolen at some opportune moment. What exactly did you do for those guys to hand over so many origin objects? The red-clad girl was incredulous. Over long eras, previous cultivators of the infinite void have reached the level of the invincible great saint. Naturally, they visited many mysterious lands, but dared not overly pressure the spirits of those lands. After all, if they pushed too far, the spirits would surely seek help from time beings behind them, and no one at the 12th layer could bear such consequences, not even the invincible great saint who inherits the 13-stage legacy. To get them to hand over these origin objects willingly, unless there is a tremendous background that isn't afraid of the threats from 13-stage time beings. But if there were such a vast backing, those origin objects wouldn't even matter. Just a fluke, Lin Yuan said. Now, he roughly knew how Shuang managed to meet those old friends. If Xuanhuang was destined to perish, forcefully entering mysterious lands, naturally they wouldn't care about 13-stage time beings. After all, they were destined to die. Can they be integrated into the internal universe? Lin Yuan immediately inquired. This was also his most concerning question. Yes, of course they can. The red-clad girl immediately jumped up. For other Chaos Realm perfect beings, integrating these origin objects into their internal universe means little, at most forming environments similar to those mysterious lands. Because their internal universe's limit has been fixed, unable to bring out the potential of these origin objects. The red-clad girl looked at Lin Yuan. But you are different. Your internal universe is evolving towards the Chaos Void. Preemptively nurturing these origin objects to form mysterious lands naturally has great benefits, tremendous benefits. The red-clad girl clicked her tongue in wonder. Originally, I planned to wait until you reached the perfection of the Chaos Realm or possess the strength of the invincible Great Saint to attempt to obtain those origin objects from the mysterious lands. Reaching the perfection of the Chaos Realm, you should surpass the normal invincible Great Saint. By then, visiting those mysterious lands, combined with coercion and inducement, has a good chance of success. But now, the red-clad girl looked at the origin objects before her. She felt she had underestimated Lin Yuan, and there was no need to wait for the Chaos Realm's perfection. Since that's the case, I'll start integrating, Lin Yuan immediately said. Unlike the fusion of the fierce sun origin, the latter was Lin Yuan's divine skill, which could be halted and dissipated at any time. But these origin objects, after all, belong to external objects, so one must think more before integrating and devouring them. Go ahead. The red-clad girl nodded, looking at Lin Yuan. I'm now more and more curious about what level your internal universe will grow to, and whether it can reach the theoretical 7th layer, the 7th layer of infinite void, Lin Yuan contemplated. According to the creator of this legacy, the time being, the internal universe nurtured at the 7th layer of infinite void would rival the chaos void, perhaps standing on par with 13-stage time beings in terms of the internal universe. Of course, this parity is limited to the internal universe. The internal universe was vast and mighty. After achieving the 9th realm in space-time perception, Lin Yuan's internal universe ushered in another wave of rapid expansion. From a diameter of 1 trillion light-years, it directly surged to an 18 trillion light-year circumference. It's important to know, Lin Yuan's internal universe never prioritized size or area, but rather the level of quality. A universe spanning 1 trillion light-years is sufficient to shake those internal universes expanding billions and trillions of light-years. Now reaching 18 trillion light-years, the magnitude of foundational enhancement is self-evident. Integrate. Lin Yuan took out the Life Origin Stone. The Life Origin Stone, only the size of a fist, yet faintly brimming with the essence of life, as vast as an ocean. Whoosh! The Life Origin Stone was thrown by Lin Yuan, and then immediately engulfed and fused by the Cosmic Origin. Whoosh! After fusing and devouring the external life origin stone, Lin Yuan faintly sensed mastering a thread of the most fundamental force of life. Converge. Lin Yuan's thought moved. That thread of the most fundamental force of life began to spread, faintly forming a pond composed entirely of life essence. Lin Yuan overlooked that small pond. The mysterious land, sea of life, is vast and enormous, yet now I form a small pond with its origin object? Lin Yuan didn't find it surprising. The Sea of Life was left by a 13-stage time being, and Lin Yuan, not being a time being, nurturing a mysterious land with the life origin stone would naturally fall far short of the former. Of course, this falling short is only temporary. With Lin Yuan's strength enhancement and continuous evolution of the internal universe, the mysterious lands nurtured will constantly grow. Following this, Lin Yuan similarly integrated the primal ore crystal and 9 heavens thunder core into his internal universe. Various origin objects constantly evolved within Lin Yuan's internal universe, forming miniature mysterious lands one after another. Void golden leaf? Lin Yuan looked at the last origin object. This origin object came from a mysterious land named the Void-Defying tree, being its core leaf, giving Lin Yuan a feeling akin to observing the chaos void. It's said that the Void-Divine tree reaches the heavens and the earth. A single leaf is as big as a void domain, and this void golden leaf is a leaf from the tree's crown, never touched by any supreme great saint in history, nor has any related information or intelligence ever emerged. Lin Yuan pondered silently. The origin objects given by Xuan Huang, Lin Yuan eventually chose to integrate all into his internal universe, not only for the most direct and profound personal enhancement. Another reason was not knowing the utility of these origin objects. Trading? Even a supreme great saint would find it challenging to afford a cost sufficient to exchange for such origin objects. Moreover, if Lin Yuan rashly exposed that he possessed these origin objects, it would also attract numerous troubles. Directly integrate. Lin Yuan tossed the void golden leaf, and a vast amount of cosmic origin power swept forth. The void golden leaf was quickly fused and consumed, with strands of infinite spatial golden power immediately spreading throughout the whole universe. Chapter 184, Developing Chaos Continent, Seeking Subscription. Chapter 180 Tai, Chapter 4, Developing Chaos Continent, Seeking Subscription. Compared to the previous dozens of source objects, the Void Golden Leaf has the greatest impact on the universe within Lin Yuan's body. Just upon preliminary fusion and absorption, Lin Yuan felt his internal universe beginning to transform and evolve. Buzz. At the center of the universe. The power of the Void Golden Leaf formed a half-meter-tall small tree. The small tree appeared extremely fragile, and compared to the towering, massive chaos tree beside it, it was exceptionally inconspicuous. But it was precisely this small tree that made the chaos tree tremble with fear, and the scattered chaos chi did not dare to come near it. Void Divine Tree? Lin Yuan looked at the small tree, which bore a 6 to 70% resemblance to the Void Divine Tree in the mysterious realm. The biggest difference was their size. The actual Void Divine Tree had a single leaf as vast as an entire void domain, more than a dozen source objects integrated into the internal universe. Lin Yuan closed his eyes to feel the changes before and after. 300 trillion light-years in scale. Lin Yuan looked at the size of his internal universe, which was the most straightforward change. In addition, the depth and thickness of the internal universe's foundation had also improved significantly. This enhancement was foundational and could evolve alongside the future transformations of Lin Yuan's internal universe. With my current strength, even if I still can't defeat the great Saint Hongxiao, I can now safely retreat from an encirclement by 2 extraordinary great saints, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Inside the Xuan Huang universe, facing 2 extraordinary great saints, Lin Yuan felt immense pressure. Even with full effort, he couldn't escape even by detonating the external universe. But now, with the breakthrough into the 9th realm of spacetime and the transformation of the internal universe, Lin Yuan was not far from matching a true extraordinary great saint. The internal universe gave Lin Yuan such a tremendous advantage that he was able to significantly close the gap, despite being otherwise equal or even inferior to an extraordinary great saint. With my current foundation, once I break into the Chaos Realm, I might directly reach the level of an invincible great saint, Lin Yuan mused, realizing that before fusing with the numerous source objects, his estimate was that after breaking into the Chaos Realm, his combat power might approach that of an invincible great saint. However, the dozen-plus source objects indeed significantly elevated Lin Yuan's own foundation. With the current baseline strength, once Lin Yuan steps into the Chaos Realm and experiences another metamorphic leap, possessing the power of an invincible great saint is not an unlikely outcome. Take it slow. The Chaos Realm shouldn't be far off, Lin Yuan thought, realizing that stepping into the Chaos Realm posed no difficulty for him. He just needed to wait until his physical body and soul-body universe matured to their limits. Lin Yuan had already met most of the prerequisites for crossing the threshold into the Chaos Realm during the Path-Splitting Realm. Ancient Ming Chaos Continent. Lin Yuan's figure flashed, appearing in the void where Chaos Key drifted. Great Saint, where do you plan to establish the Chaos Continent? The ancient Ming Venerable also arrived, probing and asking. Here, I suppose. Lin Yuan glanced around and said, this location had no other Chaos Continents nearby, making it suitable for establishing his own Chaos Continent. All right. The ancient Ming Venerable nodded and then cautiously asked, during the establishment of the Chaos Continent, will you allow other Venerables to observe? The establishment of a Chaos Continent requires considerable time and will attract a lot of Chaos Chi gathering and space-time fluctuations, inevitably drawing the attention of nearby Venerables. Especially given Lin Yuan's insights into space-time, the establishment of his Chaos Continent would surely cause commotion far exceeding that of a normal Chaos Venerable. They're welcome to, Lin Yuan said. He didn't mind other Chaos Venerables observing the establishment of his Chaos Continent, as long as they didn't interfere with him. Good. The ancient Ming Venerable nodded. The establishment of a Chaos Continent entails many deep principles of space-time. For many newly advanced Venerables, observing a Chaos Venerable establish a Chaos Continent offers considerable benefit. Even for some seasoned Venerables, watching other Venerables set up a Chaos Continent offers some insights. This is generally true for normal Chaos Venerables, let alone for a Chaos Great Saint like Lin Yuan. The ancient Ming Venerable didn't even have to think about it. There would definitely be a horde of Venerables and even Great Saints coming to watch. Whoosh! Lin Yuan stepped forward, standing amidst endless Chaos Chi. Space-time, Lin Yuan gazed into the vast Chaos void, feeling a vague impulse rising within him. Establishing a Chaos Continent is a summary of one's insights into rules, and the created Chaos Continent can also serve as a base, Lin Yuan contemplated. Aside from newly advanced Venerables, nearly all Venerables establish a Chaos Continent because the space-time rule within it will be influenced by the Venerable themselves. For instance, the ancient Ming Venerable is much stronger on their own Chaos Continent compared to other Venerables of the same level, capable of instantly tapping into the entire continent's space-time. The Chaos Continent of the ancient Ming Venerable is dozens of times the size of an average natural universe, such a vast space. Time, even peak Venerables would hesitate to venture into it to battle the ancient Ming Venerable. Let's begin. Lin Yuan set about the creation. Rumble. Massive space-time fluctuations began sweeping in all directions. Developing the Chaos Continent requires a vast amount of resources, but given Lin Yuan's current assets, these were naturally no concern. As Lin Yuan continued to develop the Chaos Continent, the space-time fluctuations surged and spread like tides. In no time, dozens of nearby void domains, hundreds of void domains, thousands of void domains were all alerted by the Chaos Venerables. This wave of space-time fluctuation. Is someone developing a Chaos Continent? Why are the space-time fluctuations from building a Chaos Continent so immense? A wave of shock passed through the hearts of each Venerable. Even as Chaos Venerables themselves, they felt as insignificant as ants before these vast space-time fluctuations. A Great Saint. It must be at least a Chaos Great Saint who is developing the Chaos Continent. Some Chaos Venerables quickly realized that mobilizing such immense space-time power, even a peak Venerable could not achieve. It must be a Chaos Great Saint, and only a formidable Great Saint among the Chaos Great Saints could accomplish this. I have seen a formidable Great Saint developing a Chaos Continent before, and it never gave me such a feeling. One Venerable was somewhat puzzled. But no matter their thoughts, upon realizing this new development of the Chaos Continent, nearly all the Venerables set out towards the source of the space-time fluctuations. What a joke! To observe the creation of a Chaos Continent drawn by such power of space-time, these ordinary Venerables would be a rare opportunity for great fortune if they could watch closely. When else would be better to approach? The Great Saint's mastery over space-time must have reached the 9th realm, right? Being the first to closely observe, the ancient Ming Venerable felt the space-time fluctuations stirred by Lin Yuan's development of the Chaos Continent most profoundly. 9th realm of space-time? The heart of the ancient Ming Venerable trembled. This was a domain only supreme Great Saints could touch. Only by reaching significant heights and depths in their own chaotic evolutionary power path could one further enhance their understanding of space-time, reaching the 9th realm of space-time. As for a Chaos Great Saint attaining the 9th realm of space-time comprehension, it's not impossible, but it's extremely rare. At least, the ancient Ming Venerable had not heard of any Chaos Great Saint whose space-time comprehension had reached the 9th realm. The ancient Ming Venerable suddenly noticed, detecting several Chaos Venerables cautiously approaching. The ancient Ming Venerable paid no mind to them. Lin Yuan was not opposed to allowing other Venerables to observe during the creation of the Chaos Continent, and naturally, the ancient Ming Venerable wouldn't interfere either. The Great Saint is too benevolent. The ancient Ming Venerable marveled inwardly. Not minding others observing was virtually like giving away opportunities for fortune. We're here. This is where the Chaos Continent is being developed. My heavens, the space-time fluctuations are this vast? 9th realm of space-time. It's a Great Saint whose comprehension of space-time has reached the 9th realm, developing the Chaos Continent. The Chaos Venerables who had rushed over were shocked. They had thought it was just an ordinary Chaos Great Saint developing the continent. but were surprised to find that this great saint's understanding of space-time had reached the ninth realm. Could it be a supreme great saint developing the Chaos Continent? One venerable swallowed hard, finding it extremely rare. For one, the number of supreme great saints is too few. For another, with the power of a supreme great saint, even if they wanted to develop something, they would develop a postnatal universe, not a chaos continent. Unless there was some special purpose, a supreme great saint wouldn't specifically develop a chaos continent. It's the Galactic Sage. The Galactic Sage is developing the Chaos Continent. Some Chaos Venerables use special means to see from afar the majestic figure creating the Chaos Continent amidst the center of space-time fluctuations. Galactic Sage? The Galactic Sage outside the postnatal universe? No wonder this Galactic Sage could easily suppress 8 Chaos Great Saints, possessing a ninth realm understanding of spacetime, a chorus of sighs from the Chaos Venerables. Though the Galactic Sage is not a supreme Great Saint, for Chaos Great Saints he might as well be. Even a formidable Great Saint could easily be suppressed by him. The main battle bodies of Blacklight Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, and other Chaos Great Saints are still in the hands of the Galactic Sage. These Chaos Great Saints are currently borrowing Chaos Stones here and there, trying to redeem back their main battle bodies. The Galactic Sage is too strong, even watching from afar, the oppressive feeling it gives me. The voice of one Chaos Venerable trembled slightly. When they watched images of the Galactic Sage engaging in combat beyond the Xuanhuang universe, they didn't quite feel it, perhaps even offering a few pointers. But when facing the Galactic Sage for real, even watching from afar, they felt the pressure as if the void itself might collapse. Lin Yuan took several years to preliminarily develop the Chaos Continent, during which his understanding of spacetime continually improved. Creating the Chaos Continent was a unique application of rules like spacetime, a process more aligned with creation than slaughter, giving Lin Yuan profound insights. It's just about done. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied internally. He looked at the Chaos Continent he had created, and a smile spread across his face. Chapter 181-5 The 10,000 Domains Come to Pay Homage. Subscription requested. Chapter 181, Chapter 5 The 10,000 Domains Come to Pay Homage. Subscription requested. This is my Chaos Continent. Lin Yuan looked down. The location he chose to open the Chaos Continent wasn't within any void domain. Instead, it was in the desolate void between one void domain and another, where the Chaos Void mainly consisted of desolate void in 99% of the area. In a sense, the desolate void is the main body of the Chaos Void. As for the void domains, they're akin to small islands in a vast ocean. The reason why most cultivators reside in a particular void domain is because the chaos chi within the void domain is thick, making the living environment better. The spacetime rules have stabilized. The other myriad rules will naturally operate and evolve. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Given his strength, it took him several years to open it up, which shows he invested great effort in this Chaos Continent. Although the Chaos Continent is opened in the desolate void, the spacetime rules Lin Yuan has drawn in directly siphon large areas of nearby chaos chi. The notion that chaos chi is scarce in the desolate void is based on the premise that the vastness of the desolate void's area results in a low chaos chi total. Averaging out leads to the belief that chaos chi is thin. However, if the chaos chi from the surrounding large area is gathered in one small location, the chaos chi there certainly isn't thin. Of course, to achieve this, most Chaos Great Saints can't manage. The area involved is too expansive. Only Lin Yuan, with his spacetime rules reaching the ninth realm and his deep understanding of spacetime, dares to attempt this. Normally, when Chaos Great Saints want to open up a Chaos Continent, they would largely prefer to open it in existing void domains, then occupy everything within that void domain. In the distance, a large group of Chaos Venerables had already gathered to watch. In several years, the matter of the Galaxy Great Saint opening the Chaos Continent spread rapidly. Chaos Venerables from thousands upon 10,000 void domains in the vicinity were flocking here. Even though most hadn't arrived yet, there were still quite a few gathered. The number of Chaos Venerables here far exceeded those present when the Xuanhuang universe emerged. When the Xuanhuang universe emerged, many Chaos Venerables knew their limitations and didn't join the excitement. But as for the Galaxy Great Saint opening the Chaos Continent, almost all Venerables rushed over, if not in person, then their avatars, all to witness the Galaxy Great Saint's exhibited mastery of space-time during the opening. My heavens, the Chaos Continent opened by the Galaxy Great Saint is probably as vast as a tenth of a void domain. Drawing in the scarce chaos chi from the surrounding desolate void, making the chaos chi on the Chaos Continent exceedingly abundant, such methods, such space-time mastery, truly warranted the title of Galaxy Great Saint. The Galaxy Great Saint is indeed merciful, not opening the Chaos Continent within a void domain, which would squeeze the survival space of weaker races. The Chaos Venerables exclaimed in amazement, watching over the years as an unprecedentedly vast boundless land was opened from nothing, gaining in the process. The stronger one was, the more they revered the methods displayed by the Galaxy Great Saint, the newly ascended Chaos Venerables might only see a boundless land being opened. Slightly seasoned Chaos Venerables could see the weaving of space-time rules on this boundless land, with myriad paths operating. Some peak Venerables could further see the Chaos Continent's radiating influence on the endless desolate void around, like the rays of the fierce sun spreading brilliance. You all may come in to take a look. Lin Yuan looked at the gathered Chaos Venerables around and spoke with a smile. The Chaos Continent was not only a lair, but also could be developed into a trade hub for nearby void domains. Over time, this could lead to the accumulation of vast wealth, consistent with Lin Yuan's constant inclinations. Resources obtainable through normal trading were preferred over the risky exploration of secret realms, and allowing these Chaos Venerables to enter and observe had a significant impact on establishing this Chaos Continent. All right. Thank you, Galaxy Great Saint. Then we shall enter. The gathered Chaos Venerables felt a stirring within and immediately began to enter the Chaos Continent in an orderly fashion. Though the space-time within the Chaos Continent was entirely controlled by Lin Yuan, the Chaos Venerables felt no worry, nor did they suspect the Galaxy Great Saint to harbor lethal intentions. With the prowess Galaxy Great Saint exhibited, if he harbored ill intent, why invite them in? He could act outside directly. Congratulations to the Galaxy Great Saint for opening the Chaos Continent. This Chaos Continent is so vast, I wonder if it could accommodate. The Chaos Venerables handed their greetings to Lin Yuan upon entering and inquired about the allowance of trade organizations to settle in. With the renown of the Galaxy Great Saint and the scale of the Chaos Continent, over time it would surely attract many strong figures, making trade settlements inevitable. Didn't expect the greetings to accumulate billions of Chaos Stones. Lin Yuan sat in the center of the Chaos Continent, pondering silently. Billions of Chaos Stones, even for a Chaos Great Saint, is a considerable fortune. Now that the Chaos Continent is opened, migrate human civilization in. Lin Yuan looked at the ancient Ming Chaos Continent. While the star-tier Fragment World's environment was decent, it couldn't compare with the current Chaos Continent he constructed. Buzz. Lin Yuan's thought stirred slightly. The entire star-tier Fragment World was moved from the ancient Ming Chaos Continent to his forefront. Subsequently, under the management of 9 ultimate warriors and 3 goddesses, human civilization began a grand migration anew. Chapter 182, 5, The 10,000 Domains Come to Pay Homage, Subscription Requested. Sicket Tester 1182, Chapter 5, The 10,000 Domains Come to Pay Homage, Subscription Requested. 2, What's Going On? I thought our original homeland was quite good. Why are we migrating again? Many human civilization evolvers hadn't yet figured out the situation, but soon received a detailed explanation. Our human civilization's Galaxy Ultimate Being has already opened up a brand new Chaos Continent, and now we are to migrate there. The Galaxy Ultimate Being? Opening the Chaos Continent? A small portion of human civilization evolvers took a deep breath. They were strong enough and had enough information to naturally understand what opening the Chaos Continent meant. At least the strength of a Chaos Venerable is needed to achieve this feat. Has the Galaxy Ultimate Being crossed into the Chaos Realm? Not crossed into the Chaos Realm, but perfected the Chaos Realm. Now the Galaxy Ultimate Being is also respectfully called the Galaxy Great Saint. Within human civilizations groups, many pieces of information about Lin Yuan began to spread. This information was originally sealed by the 3 goddesses as it involved the pillar of human civilization, but now with Lin Yuan's strength, there's no need to seal it anymore. Junior Brother has become a Chaos Great Saint? Among the many humans migrating to the Chaos Continent, Chikun Star-Lord and many disciple Peak Masters gathered in one place, discussing this matter incredulously. How long has it even been? Chikun Star-Lord was also shocked in his heart. He had long known that Lin Yuan would inevitably lead human civilization to its peak, but he didn't expect this day to come so quickly and unexpectedly. Chaos Great Saint? Chikun Star-Lord, being Lin Yuan's teacher, had an understanding of the various levels of strong beings in the Chaos Void. A Chaos Great Saint is a perfect existence of the 12th layer. The reason the native universe prematurely collapsed into great destruction was due to the influence of a battle between 2 Chaos Great Saints. Chaos Great Saint, Wanyang Holy Sun, following the many evolvers of the Wanyang lineage, also started migrating to the Chaos Continent. Galaxy Great Saint, Wanyang Holy Sun, was dumbfounded. He had only just learned some information about the Chaos Great Saint, and before today he had no idea what a Chaos Great Saint meant. Even with a brief understanding, Wanyang Holy Sun realized how great an existence a Chaos Great Saint is. And now, the Galaxy Master who once competed with him on the arena stage has reached this level? Back in the arena match, it seems I even won against the Galaxy Great Saint once. Wanyang Holy Sun swallowed, thinking about his glorious achievement. At the time, he didn't think much of it, but now it appears that arena battle made him forever memorable in human civilization history. After all, that was the Galaxy Great Saint, whose defeats have been exceedingly rare since he came into being. I didn't expect the legacy I left behind would have such a significant impact. Yin was migrating to the Chaos Continent, feeling a myriad of emotions at the moment. Before he died, he hid his legacy in a corner of the battlefields of different races, originally intending to leave it to the descendants of human civilization evolvers, but it ended up in the hands of the Galaxy Great Saint. Galaxy Great Saint. Due to this connection with the Galaxy Great Saint, Yin received many privileges within the human civilization group. When scholars of human civilization history studied the past deeds of the Galaxy Ultimate Being, they gave high praise to the legacy he left behind. For 10th or 11th layer evolvers, those legacies weren't worth mentioning, but at the time, the Galaxy Great Saint's strength was still weak. It was considered his first pot of gold. Opening a Chaos Continent, Galaxy Great Saint, dozens of alien path-splitting realm beings looked at each other in dismay. Originally, they had submitted to the Galaxy Ultimate Being under the threat of the universe's great destruction, only to unexpectedly find that they had submitted to a Great Saint, the Galaxy Great Saint. Although our status is not as high as human civilization evolvers, we can still migrate to that Chaos Continent, which is better than many powerful groups. A Star Alliance path-splitting realm expert spoke. This remark also gained the approval of other alien path-splitting realm beings. If you beat the dog, you have to look at the owner, let alone the Galaxy Great Saint now. We should be fortunate to have been born in the same universe as the Galaxy Great Saint, otherwise we would have perished long ago. An alien path-splitting realm being said with emotion. It was said that when one person achieved the Dao, even the dogs and chickens ascended to heaven. The Galaxy Great Saint, with personal power, brought boundless benefits to the entire native universe. As long as they did not eventually oppose the Galaxy Great Saint, even if they were now slaves of the Galaxy Great Saint, the resources they enjoyed far exceeded those of the same level powerhouses. Many humans rapidly migrated, although they had left the native universe for those years. The entire human civilization was striving for reproduction, and the population size increased tens to hundreds of times compared to the beginning. But compared to the vast chaos continent opened by Lin Yuan, it was still far from enough, like a drop of water falling into the ocean, completely inconspicuous. Those? Are they all venerables? Xuanyuan Supreme looked beyond the Chaos Continent, where terrifying auras were entering one by one. Each aura imposed immense pressure on Xuanyuan Supreme, but before entering the Chaos Continent, these existences were exceedingly careful. In my entire life, I have never seen so many Chaos Venerables. Void God Ultimate. Being said that the gathering of such a number of venerables was indeed rare. It's all because of the galaxy, Shachin Ultimate Being couldn't help but say. Indeed, without the galaxy, these venerables? The other few ultimate beings nodded. Chaos Venerables were high above, and a void domain had only about 7 to 8 of them. If it weren't for the Galaxy Great Saint, which Venerable would have put in such effort to come here, in the void. Several figures appeared, looking distantly at the newly opened Chaos Continent. Blacklight, you're here. Wild Barbarian Great Saint glanced at one who had just arrived and said, "If I didn't come, what would happen to the main battle body?" Blacklight Great Saint slightly shook his head. Lin Yuan offered them 10 billion Chaos Stones in exchange for the main battle body. Although the cost was high, it was still more economical than cultivating a new main battle body. More importantly, cultivating a new main battle body requires not only a large investment in resources but also time. To gather 10 billion Chaos Stones, I owed quite a few favors. Wild Barbarian Great Saint was a bit helpless. So did I. Blacklight Great Saint said, "The property of a Great Saint is mostly invested in weapons and arms. As for Chaos Stones, they are not abundant, so if one wants to gather enough Chaos Stones quickly, either they sell their personal weapons or borrow. And borrowing Chaos Stones from other Great Saints requires repaying favors. This is the Chaos Continent opened by Galaxy Great Saint?" Blacklight Great Saint began to observe the distant Chaos Continent, his expression growing increasingly amazed. With his keen insight, even if he had just arrived and hadn't seen the process of the Chaos Continent opening, he sensed a suppression in space-time aspects. The Galaxy Great Saint's comprehension in space-time must have reached the 9th realm. Wild Barbarian Great Saint said beside him. He'd been here for quite some time, waiting for the other Great Saints to gather and meet the Galaxy Great Saint together, and observing the distant Chaos Continent. The more he observed, the more the shock grew in Wild Barbarian Great Saint's heart. The 9th realm comprehension of space-time? Blacklight Great Saint took a deep breath, knowing well the difficulty of raising space-time comprehension to the 9th realm. Only an absolute Great Saint could achieve it by following the path of chaos evolution. It's almost impossible for ordinary Chaos Great Saints. Back then, did Lin Yuan reach the 9th realm of space-time comprehension? Blacklight Great Saint said that if Lin Yuan had reached the 9th realm of space-time comprehension back then, suppressing them a few Chaos Great Saints wouldn't have taken long. It would have been even more impossible for Dual Origin Great Saint to escape. Dual Origin Great Saint's shattering power of space-time was indeed strong, but facing the 9th realm's suppression of space-time, unless he resisted Galaxy Great Saint head-on, he would have long perished. Hiding his strength? Wild Barbarian Great Saint speculated, which is the only explanation. Hiding his strength? Blacklight Great Saint remained silent. Beside them, Tianlu Great Saint and other Chaos Great Saints trembled at heart. To be able to sweep through other Chaos Great Saints yet still hide strength? Chapter 183, 6 Fierce Sun and Xuanyin Seeking Subscription. Chapter 183, Chapter 6, Fierce Sun and Xuanyin Seeking Subscription. Greetings, Great Saint of the Galaxy. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint, Blacklight Great Saint, and several other Chaos Great Saints quickly met with Lin Yuan. At this moment, Lin Yuan was facing away from them, busy adjusting the numerous rules of the Great Dao on the Chaos Continent. The Chaos Continent had been first opened, and although time and space had stabilized, many other rules of the Great Dao still needed adjustment. Only in this way could this Chaos Continent be more perfect and free from hidden dangers. Great Saint of the Galaxy, the Wild Barbarian Great Saint, Blacklight Great Saint, and other Chaos Great Saints saw that Lin Yuan did not respond. They dared not continue inquiring, so they stood obediently in place. The occasional grand fluctuations of rules emanating from the Chaos Continent below left several Chaos Great Saints in awe. The Great Saint of the Galaxy's understanding of the rules is terrifying, several Chaos Great Saints thought to themselves, feeling the impact of Lin Yuan on the Chaos Continent below at such a close distance. Even if our true bodies were here and we used all our trump cards, we wouldn't last long against the Great Saint of the Galaxy. Blacklight Great Saint thought to himself, clearly aware of the power gap between the current Great Saint of the Galaxy and the one in the Xuanhuang universe. You have arrived. Lin Yuan glanced at Blacklight Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, and casually said, "Have you brought the Chaos Stones?" "We have brought them," Blacklight Great Saint replied with a slight respect, treating Lin Yuan as a peerless Great Saint, and then brought out a world bracelet. "We have also brought them." The Wild Barbarian Great Saint, Tianlu Great Saint, and other Chaos Great Saints, seeing this, quickly brought out the Chaos Stones they had prepared. In that case, Lin Yuan counted and then released the main combat bodies of the several Chaos Great Saints. Of course, the weapons and numerous treasures on these main combat bodies were all taken by Lin Yuan. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint, Blacklight Great Saint, and other Great Saints had expected this. They only redeemed their main combat bodies, with no thoughts of reclaiming their weapons and treasures. "Then, Great Saint of the Galaxy, we will take our leave," Blacklight Great Saint cautiously said. Having retrieved his main combat body, Blacklight Great Saint felt relieved. Although he knew someone as mighty as Lin Yuan would disdain breaking a promise, it still eased his mind. Lin Yuan nodded and suddenly spoke to the several Chaos Great Saints. "I have established this Chaos Continent. Are you interested in having your forces settle here?" Both Blacklight Great Saint and the Wild Barbarian Great Saint, as well as Tianlu Great Saint and the other two newly appointed Great Saints, likely had a force behind them. Unlike Lin Yuan's sudden rise, other Chaos Great Saints had their paths of growth. Over long years, even if they didn't intend to build forces, a faction would naturally form as their strength grew. "Great Saint of the Galaxy, doesn't mind our previous actions?" Blacklight Great Saint asked cautiously, delighted at heart. Being able to settle on the Chaos Continent, near enough to rival a peerless Great Saint like Lin Yuan, was naturally an immense opportunity. However, they thought there was resentment between them and Lin Yuan and dared not directly request this. "Now that you've brought the Chaos Stones, there is no issue," Lin Yuan said. The grievances between him and the Blacklight Great Saint and other Chaos Great Saints were not irreconcilable. Since the Chaos Stones had been delivered, Lin Yuan chose not to pursue it further. The newly established Chaos Continent needed various forces to settle to develop swiftly. "Very well. I will go back and prepare." The Blacklight Great Saint and other Chaos Great Saints felt reassured and retreated at once. D2,300,000,000 Chaos Stones. After the few Chaos Great Saints left, Lin Yuan glanced again at his gains. "Next, I shall continue cultivating, aiming to quickly enter the Chaos Realm." Lin Yuan thought to himself and began his seclusion again. As for the myriad affairs on the Chaos Continent, Lin Yuan only needed to divert a fraction of his mind to maintain the overall situation, leaving miscellaneous matters to three goddesses: Source World, Fierce Sun, Ancient Country, Heiyu Nest. The Lin Yuan Taiyin primordial spirit sat cross-legged, using the exotic Heiyu to refine his own mental will. As a first-class treasure land of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, the Heiyu produced by the Heiyu Nest was highly beneficial to enhancing one's mental will. My current mental will index is probably close to 90 million points. Lin Yuan felt joyful as the guardian of the Heiyu Nest. If he wished, he could easily engage in personal gain. Lin Yuan wouldn't go that far, but he certainly wouldn't lack Heiyu. In 8,000 years, the Heiyu produced by the Heiyu Nest will enter its maturity. Before then, I must be wary of the Xuanyin Ancient Country. Lin Yuan gazed distantly towards the Xuanyin Ancient Country. The Heiyu Nest was situated on the border between the Fierce Sun Ancient Country and the Xuanyin Ancient Country. Though currently controlled by the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, each maturity period attracted strong figures from the Xuanyin Ancient Country. The strong figures from the Xuanyin Ancient Country didn't aim to completely seize the Heiyu Nest. But as long as they attacked the Heiyu Nest during the maturity period and plundered some of its Heiyu, they would profit greatly. The information given to me by Qiyang Heavenly Venerate mentioned that the Xuanyin ancient country is always restless around the maturity period. Lin Yuan thought quietly, refining and enhancing mental will with exotic treasures. Not only did the strong figures of Fierce Sun ancient country have a need, but those from Xuanyin ancient country also craved them intensely. The 6 ancient countries rule over vast territories, and among the many mystical treasures that affect the spirit and will, Haiyu is definitely among the best. This is also quite normal. Without the threat from the Xuanyin ancient country, why would there be a need for strong figures to guard the Haiyu nest? Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. The Fierce Sun ancient country treated every strong figure guarding important treasures well. Not only were they bestowed with merits from the ancient country, but they were also able to take 1/10 of the resources produced from the treasure land. I must be cautious too. Otherwise, if the strong figures of the Xuanyin ancient country break in and seize part of the Haiyu, I will surely face punishment, and even the emperor won't be able to protect me. Lin Yuan divided part of his focus to keep a watchful eye on the changes in the Haiyu nest and its surrounding areas. Outside the Haiyu nest, the time and space in a certain area slightly distorted. 2 figures stood silently there, looking at the Haiyu nest in the distance. By calculating the time, Haiyu is about to mature. The figure on the far left said softly, "It is about to mature," said the figure on the right. "What is it?" "Jihan, do you have designs on Haiyu? For such a rare treasure as Haiyu, don't you have any thoughts?" Jihan Venerate glanced at the figure on the right. "I remember that your spirit and will, Beiyin, have always been a shortcoming at the heavenly venerable level. If you obtain enough Haiyu, you can completely compensate for it. The impact of spirit and will on strength is far less direct than that of the physical body and soul, but if there's a gap in spirit and will, it's a troublesome matter. I do have thoughts." Beiyin Venerable Sage shook his head and said, "But what good are thoughts? We can only watch. Occasionally, the Fierce Sun country over there manages to sell some Haiyu to us, but it's hardly possible to snatch any. Trade does exist between ancient countries, but when it involves resources and treasures of Haiyu's level, they are immediately seized by the royal family and powerful heavenly venerates of the Xuanyin ancient country as soon as they appear. Some time ago, the Haiyu nest changed its guardian. Qi Yang was transferred. Beiyin Venerable Sage spoke up. "I know about this too," Jihan Venerate nodded. "The new guardian of the Haiyu nest is called Galaxy, and he is a core royal member." Tiesk, the core royals are indeed different. Galaxy, it is said that he has made significant strides on the path to breaking through the bottleneck of the Heavenly Venerate, but no matter what, he has not stepped into the Heavenly Venerable realm. Beiyin Venerable Sage said. "What do you mean?" Jihan Venerate asked, his expression thoughtful. "If Qi Yang were here, I would have no designs on Haiyu Nest. Qi Yang's strength is formidable, and he controls many formations in the Haiyu Nest without any opportunity for us. But this Galaxy," Beiyin Venerable Sage stopped speaking. The implication was clear. "This core royal member, having grown to his limit, finds it difficult to achieve the comprehensive control that Qiyang Heavenly Venerate had while guarding the Haiyu nest. And this is precisely an opportunity for the 2 Heavenly Venerates." "What do you plan to do?" Jihan Venerate immediately asked. He also realized this was an opportunity. If they succeed, they would not lack Haiyu for a long time to come. As for failure, there would be no real loss. "Over the years, during Qi Yang's tenure as guard of the Haiyu nest, I conducted many probes and gained some understanding of the defensive formations within. Even if Galaxy has gained control over all formations since first taking charge of the Haiyu nest, he probably won't be able to operate them seamlessly in the short term. We just need to sneak in during the gap between the formations." "Operations," Beiyin Venerable Sage quickly said, having been planning this since Qi Yang was transferred and Galaxy Great Lord took over the Haiyu nest. "Sneak in," Jihan Venerate hesitated a bit. "If that Galaxy Great Lord reacts, seals them in, and corners them, wouldn't the 2 Heavenly Venerates be in trouble?" "Don't worry, that Galaxy is not Qi Yang. Even if we are discovered, we can simply withdraw." Beiyin Venerable Sage immediately reassured. Indeed, Jihan Venerate thought for a moment and nodded. "Those core royals do not grasp the laws of heaven and earth as comprehensively as the Celestial Clan, and the same goes for their control of formations. But we must be careful not to expose our true identities." Beiyin Venerable Sage reminded. Among the ancient countries, unless it was in a large-scale, full-fledged battlefield, Heavenly Venerates would avoid clashing with one another whenever possible. Since Beiyin Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate decided to act, they would certainly hide their true identities, so that even if the Fierce Sun ancient country pursued the matter afterwards, they could argue that it was the action of Heavenly Venerates from other ancient countries. As long as their identities were not exposed, the Xuanyin ancient country would protect them. Understood. Jihan Venerate nodded. This kind of thing was done behind the Xuanyin ancient country's back, and it had to be kept secret. They could not confess afterwards either, outside the Haiyu nest. Beiyin Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate, these 2 Heavenly Venerate from the Xuanyin ancient country, carefully observed the operation of the large formation at the Haiyu nest in the distance. Now, Bayin Venerable Sage's eyes shimmered, and following the gap in the formation's operation, he merged into the Heiyu nest, as did Jihan Venerate, both slipping inside one after the other. Chapter 184, 7 Galaxy Venerate Request Subscription. Chapter 1184, Chapter 7 Galaxy Venerate Request Subscription. The Bayin Venerate and Jihan Venerate were two ancient heavenly Venerates of the Xuanyin ancient country. Their mental awareness compared to other heavenly Venerates was slightly lacking. Thus, they were deeply eager for the rare Heiyu produced by the Heiyu nest. With the rotation of the Heiyu nest's guardians this time, they planned to take the risky move of infiltrating. In truth, it wasn't quite a risk, as Bayin Venerate had fully prepared for this action. The new Guardian Galaxy Great Lord, though far superior to other extreme core royalty, had ultimately not crossed into the Heavenly Venerate realm. Naturally, he was not as difficult to deal with as the previous Guardian Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate. Moreover, Bayin Venerate had watched the battle footage of this Galaxy Great Lord many times. He considered himself to be very familiar with this newly emerged royalty from the Fierce Sun ancient country. Even if they encountered an extreme situation and were discovered upon entry, they could easily withdraw without exposing identity-related information. Thus, even if the Fierce Sun ancient country pursued investigations afterward, as long as there was no substantial evidence, it would eventually come to nothing. 10 breaths. No more than 10 breaths, regardless of how much Heiyu is obtained, it must be immediately retreated. Bayin Venerate smoothly infiltrated the Heiyu nest and advised Jihan Venerate. 10 breaths was precisely the time it took for the Fierce Sun capital to transmit reinforcements to the Heiyu nest. In simple terms, from the moment they infiltrated, reinforcements from Fierce Sun capital would arrive in the fastest 10 breaths. The two heavenly venerates were not concerned about the Galaxy Great Lord, but the reinforcements from Fierce Sun capital? They were somewhat apprehensive. Understood. Jihan Venerate nodded. Daring to infiltrate such a prime treasure ground, everything was certainly planned for the worst-case scenario. With their heavenly Venerate power, it was unlikely they would be spotted immediately upon entry. But since it was a possibility, plans had to be made under that premise. Swoosh. In merely a tenth of a breath's time, the two heavenly Venerates completely infiltrated the Heiyu nest. Swiftly approaching the area where Heiyu was being nurtured, deep within the Heiyu nest, Lin Yuan was refining Heiyu, with threads of Haiyu's power slowly and steadily tempering his mental consciousness. Lin Yuan suddenly felt a stir within, looking toward a certain direction. 2 presences have infiltrated? Lin Yuan thought privately. His discovery of these 2 infiltrating presences was not based on the Heiyu nest's grand array, but purely relying on Lin Yuan's own perception and the half-operating state of Divine Ability World. Since the Heiyu nest was about to enter its mature period, Lin Yuan had grown cautious, constantly half-operating Divine Ability World. Such powerful heavenly venerates like Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate sought the chance to guard the Heiyu nest at the risk of offending 4 or 5 other heavenly venerates, let alone other heavenly venerates from ancient countries. The stronger one's strength, the greater the emphasis on mental consciousness. This was also the reason Heiyu nest was considered a prime treasure ground. A rare treasure that directly enhances mental consciousness, which was exceptionally scarce even among the 6 great ancient countries, enough to provoke contention among heavenly venerates. It should be 2 heavenly venerates, Xuanyin ancient countries' heavenly venerates? Lin Yuan, gazing far ahead at the 2 rapidly approaching presences. Jihan Venerate and Bayin Venerate, fully prepared, believed they could deceive others and evade the detection of Heiyu nest's grand array. Indeed, this was true. The grand array of Heiyu nest had not detected the presences of these 2 heavenly venerates. Of course, this was also because neither Jihan Venerate nor Bayin Venerate had made any moves. Though the defensive array could not detect them, under the shroud of Lin Yuan's Divine Ability World, everything was visible. Arrived, just ahead, is the area where Heiyu is nurtured. Jihan Venerate and Bayin Venerate felt a slight thrill, especially Bayin Venerate, for since their entry, the Heiyu nest's grand array hadn't shown any abnormal fluctuations. Estimate that the Galaxy Great Lord hadn't noticed us at all. 2 breaths have passed, 3 breaths for retreat, leaving us 5 breaths to collect Heiyu. Bayin Venerate glanced at Jihan Venerate. Jihan Venerate immediately nodded. Having cultivated to the heavenly Venerate realm, naturally, one would not lose reason in front of treasures. Everything would proceed according to the plan. The next moment, the 2 heavenly venerates entered the area where Heiyu was nurtured. A vast expanse of deep black jade appeared before them, and both Jihan Venerate and Bayin Venerate suppressed their delight. Take them all, even the immature Heiyu, Bayin Venerate quickly said. The rare Heiyu nurtured by the Heiyu nest would only be taken out when fully mature and thereby circulated. But it was not to say immature Heiyu would be completely ineffective. It only lacked the profound tempering effect on mental consciousness compared to mature Heiyu. And now, as raiders, Jihan Venerate and Bayin Venerate naturally disregarded whether the Heiyu was mature or not, taking everything in sight. However, when their power enveloped the Heiyu, they found multiple layers of time-space barriers faintly coalesced around all Heiyu. What's going on? Beyin Venerate frowned, sensing the time-space barriers not deriving from the Heyu Nest's defensive grand array. Beyin, what now? I can't take it. Jihan Venerate quickly inquired, covering large patches of Heyu with the time-space barriers giving him a feeling of helplessness, unable to breach them. What now? Beyin Venerate thought privately. Suddenly his expression changed, looking upward, only to see a man step out from the void, quietly observing them from above. Chapter 1185, 7 Galaxy Venerate. Request subscription. 2 Chapter 185, Chapter 7 Galaxy Venerate. Request subscription. 2. The ancient and venerable heavenly venerates, under the gaze of this young man, seemed like two ants. Galaxy Great Lord? Beyin Venerable Sage immediately recognized the identity of the young man, none other than Galaxy Great Lord guarding this Heyu nest. Have we been discovered? Jihan Venerate's expression turned stern, as the personal arrival of Galaxy Great Lord combined with the protection over all the Heyu around made it easy to deduce this conclusion. This Galaxy Venerate was already prepared for us? Jihan Venerate thought to himself, meanwhile looking towards Beyin Venerable Sage, wanting to know the next course of action. Leave. Though Beyin Venerable Sage felt a bit unwilling, he knew that given the current situation, immediate retreat was the best option. Without retreating, they couldn't take away the Heyu in a short time, making staying pointless. Buzz. Beyin Venerable Sage moved his thoughts. Since they had already been discovered, there was no need to completely conceal their presence. As long as they didn't expose their signature killing moves, they didn't have to worry. Whoosh! Time and space began to boil as Beyin Venerable Sage attempted to forcibly penetrate the space-time passage from this place to the outside world, intending to make an exit. However, the power of the Great Array surged, immediately suppressing Beyin Venerable Sage's attempt to pierce through time and space. Galaxy Great Lord? Beyin Venerable Sage looked at Lin Yuan. You still want to keep us here? Beyin Venerable Sage frowned, paid no more attention, and then unhesitatingly flew towards the outside. Since blasting through the space-time passage for a rapid retreat was not possible, then they would just fly out directly. The defensive array of Heyu Nest was primarily designed to defend against external attacks, and as for internal security, it could at least not stop a strong figure like Beyin Venerable Sage. Suppress. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan fully unleashed the divine ability world. Whoosh! The vast outer universe spread out like an ocean, instantly filling every inch of space inside Heyu Nest. What is this? Jihan Venerate's expression changed dramatically as he clearly felt completely suppressed. Even flying became extremely difficult. Under such suppression, not to mention exiting Heyu Nest in 3 breaths, even 30 breaths or 300 breaths would be impossible. Not good. Beyin Venerable Sage's face turned grim, realizing through the omnipresent domain suppression that Galaxy Great Lord's strength far exceeded his predictions, even having stepped into the Heavenly Venerable Realm, no more holding back. Beyin Venerable Sage unhesitatingly began employing all his means to escape. The formless, terrifying yin aura spread all around, attempting to counter the outer universe's suppression, and in this moment Beyin Venerable Sage held nothing back, even risking exposing his true identity. As a heavenly venerate of the Xuanyin ancient country, taking unauthorized action against the supreme treasure land of the fierce sun ancient country, broke the unwritten rules between the two ancient nations. If word got out, he would surely face punishment from the Xuanyin ancient country, but no matter how severe the punishment, it would be lighter than losing this physical form. And right now, Beyin Venerable Sage had a feeling that if he didn't fight with all his might, he wouldn't be able to break free from the outer universe's suppression. As time dragged on, waiting for reinforcements from the fierce sun ancient country could lead to his live capture and suppression. As a heavenly venerable, breaking unwritten rules in secret, the Xuanyin ancient country would, for its dignity, definitely punish him, but not too severely since he was one of their own. But if he were captured alive, the Xuanyin ancient country would lose face immensely, and the punishment against him would have no limits. Rumble. Beyin Venerable Sage began burning the origin source of his flesh, trying to break the surrounding space-time suppression, but found it had little effect as the rolling suppressive power came crashing down like a grindstone. Unmatchable, unstoppable. Beyin Venerable Sage was shocked within. Galaxy Great Lord, Beyin Venerable Sage, turned his gaze to Lin Yuan, who was overlooking him, suddenly speaking, "Perhaps I should call you Galaxy Venerate?" Given the scale of the fierce sun ancient country, the emergence of a heavenly venerate was exceedingly rare but not inconceivable. After all, the fierce sun ancient country had a large number of peak great lords just a step away from the heavenly venerable realm, ready to break through at any moment. But Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan was recognized as core royalty of the fierce sun ancient country. For a core royal to become a heavenly venerat, the significance was entirely different from other newly emerged heavenly venerats. Galaxy Venerate? Not far away, Jihan Venerate as well stared at Lin Yuan, his mind churning with turmoil. Had Lin Yuan broken the legend that core royalties of various ancient countries could not surpass the heavenly venerate shackle? Lin Yuan gazed down at Beiyin Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate without speaking. Displaying Heavenly Venerate level power was something Lin Yuan had long planned. Having already surpassed the typical limits of core royals, Lin Yuan's entry into the Heavenly Venerable realm wasn't entirely unbelievable. Both the Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country and King Chibao were very eager for Lin Yuan to break the royal's Heavenly Venerate shackle. This time, I've truly lost. Beiyin Venerable Sage gave Lin Yuan a deep glance, then his body and soul began to dissipate. With Beiyin Venerable Sage's strength, he could definitely sustain himself under Lin Yuan's outer universe suppression for some time. After all, at this moment, Lin Yuan's true form wasn't present, but only the Taiyin primordial spirit, so the power wasn't overwhelming enough to easily crush a Heavenly Venerate. However, every moment of delay could mean reinforcements from the Fierce Sun Ancient Country at any time. Should the reinforcement come from one of those few peak venerables of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, Beiyin might not even be able to self-dissipate. In this situation, for safety's sake, Beiyin Venerable Sage chose to abandon this main battle body. Beiyin. Jihan Venerate, witnessing this scene, felt a tremor in his heart. He clearly understood why Beiyin Venerable Sage chose to self-dissipate his body. Try again. In Jihan Venerate's eyes, a faint blood-red hue appeared, and his surroundings were engulfed in freezing cold that pierced through time and space. But facing the power of Lin Yuan's outer universe, all of this quickly dissipated. Forget it. After almost 10 breaths, Jihan Venerate too found the struggle hopeless, realizing escape was impossible in the short term. He also began to dissipate his body and soul. Soon, the bodies and souls of the two ancient Heavenly Venerates disappeared completely. Lin Yuan watched silently without interruption. In fact, he couldn't stop them, not when he himself was only the Taiyin primordial spirit. Even his true self would have difficulty preventing a Heavenly Venerate from willingly dissolving their body. In the Chaos Void, Lin Yuan had suppressed Blacklight Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, and a multitude of Chaos Great Saints, but that was because they were just outmaneuvered. Given a chance to reclaim their bodies, they naturally would. However, in the Fengyuan world, most Heavenly Venerates had already sworn loyalty to the 6 ancient countries. Facing capture by an enemy, ancient country would have appalling consequences. The higher their status, the more severe the consequences of being captured by an enemy country would be. The greater their position, the more severe the punishment would be, especially if they got captured alive and suppressed. Those like the Spirit Might King and King Lingshen would rather extinguish their primary battle bodies than be captured, due to the dire consequences. That's acceptable. Lin Yuan felt rather satisfied. Forcing a Heavenly Venerate to annihilate his own body and soul was no easy feat. On a battlefield, it's hard to achieve such a level of pressure where a Heavenly Venerate wouldn't resist for some time, but it was accomplished here in the Heiyu Nest under unique circumstances. In addition to Beiyin Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate's unpublicized identities, the timely threat of reinforcements from the Fierce Sun Ancient Country pressured them towards self-destruction rather than risking capture by Lin Yuan. It's quite satisfactory. If it had been in the battlefield, compelling a Heavenly Venerate to voluntarily annihilate their body and soul would be incredibly difficult. Unless one could single-handedly sweep through all enemies, but that's very difficult, as each ancient country would resort to its deep-seated hands to counter. It was only here at the Heiyu Nest that Beiyin Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate's identities remained in the shadows, compounded by the imminent arrival of Fierce Sun Ancient Country reinforcements that left them choosing to relinquish their main battle bodies. Lin Yuan set his eyes on the spots where the two Heavenly Venerates had dissipated. Several weapons and world-secret treasures had fallen. What a chance to finally witness the secret techniques of Zhuanyin Ancient Country. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled. His path was the Taiji Dao, and the legacy from the Fierce Sun Ancient Country has greatly aided his Taiyang Dao. He thus eagerly anticipated the many Zhuanyin inheritances from the Zhuanyin Ancient Country. Chapter 186, 8, The Astonished Emperor, Request for Subscription. Chapter 186, Chapter 8, The Astonished Emperor, Request for Subscription. Over the years since arriving in this Fengyuan world, Lin Yuan has collected quite a number of secret techniques from the Zhuanyin Ancient Country. There is much camaraderie among the great lords of each ancient country, often exchanging favors and trading with each other. Many secret techniques are naturally included in these trades. However, the secret techniques that can be traded at the level of great lords are still too shallow for Lin Yuan. Now, these two Heavenly Venerates from Zhuanyin Ancient Country give Lin Yuan hope of accessing the profound secret techniques passed down from Zhuanyin Ancient Country. Of course, Lin Yuan does not expect to obtain the truly exclusive secret techniques of Zhuanyin Ancient Country. Such levels of inheritances, even if Beiyin Venerable and Jihan Venerate have practiced them, would not be recorded. But there's a high probability that ordinary secret techniques at the Heavenly Venerate level would be kept as backups. For instance, the Sky-Burning Court founded by Lord Qingfen contains many secret techniques. Lin Yuan immediately began investigating the world treasures left by the two Heavenly Venerates, which stored Beiyin Venerable and Jihan Venerate's many years of collections. These two heavenly Venerats had no idea they would be completely trapped in the Heiyu nest this time. Therefore, the main battle bodies that infiltrated carried quite a few treasures and rare items. Lin Yuan glanced over these treasures and rare items and directly looked into the region of secret techniques. Xuanyin 13 Kutses, established by a peak venerable from Xuanyin ancient country, based on the supreme inheritance Xuanyin secret scripture, using the extreme Xuanyin Qi to form a devastating cut, Lin Yuan carefully watched and comprehended. The so-called peak venerable corresponds to the Chaos Void's Chaos Great Saint. Compared to the Chaos Great Saint, peak venerables do not rely on internal universes, but they lead in the road of chaos power evolution. Every peak venerable among the 6 ancient countries has created their own attack methods on the road of chaos theory. For example, Xuanyin 13 Kutses was created by a peak venerable from Xuanyin ancient country, where each cut can severely wound ordinary heavenly venerates, with the final cuts having the capability to kill normal heavenly venerates. Impressive. Lin Yuan was amazed while comprehending. If the evolution of chaos power were divided into 3 levels, then Chaos Great Saints from Chaos Void would be at the first level. The Chaos Great Saints are at the second level, and the peak venerables of the 6 ancient countries in this Fengyuan world stand at the 3rd level. The 3rd level of chaos power evolution has already considered the condensation of one's own Dao fruit, not just a simple road. What a pity that the true profound inheritance of Xuanyin ancient country cannot be spread out. This ex-Xuanyin 13 Kutses was only common among heavenly venerates in Xuanyin ancient country, and hence Lin Yuan could find a copy in the world treasures of the 2 heavenly venerates. However, this harvest is already substantial. Lin Yuan looked at the numerous secret techniques in the world treasures. In addition to Xuanyin 13 Kutses, there are 4 other techniques at the same level. And as for the weaker ordinary heavenly venerate inheritance, there are dozens. Beiyin Venerable and Jihan Venerate naturally absorb the strengths of many factions. To reach the heavenly venerable realm, it is practically impossible to achieve without external influence, having comprehended countless secret techniques before finally finding their path. By comprehending these secret techniques, I can distinctly feel my Taiyin Dao has become much fuller. Lin Yuan thought to himself, this fullness is not in terms of strength, but rather a fundamental fullness. All along, Lin Yuan felt Taiyang surpass Taiyin. Even with the mutual conversion of Taiyang and Taiyin, overall Taiyin has always been the weak link. One wonders what kind of Dao the ex-Xuanyin secret scripture of the Xuanyin ancient country might record. Lin Yuan pondered expectantly. Xuanyin secret scripture is the supreme secret text of Xuanyin ancient country, derived from the Xuanyin ancestor, matching the supreme inheritance of fierce sun ancient country, Xuanyin ancient country, the capital. In the Beiyin and Jihan royal mansion, the true bodies of the 2 mighty figures open their eyes. As venerates, if willing to serve the ancient country, they are usually bestowed the title of king and own a royal mansion in the capital. That galaxy actually became a venerate? Jihan Venerate still finds it hard to believe. Within the long years of the 6 ancient countries, the unbreakable shackles of the core royal family were shattered by galaxy. Beiyin, Jihan Venerate, immediately dispatched an avatar to Beiyin Royal Mansion to discuss subsequent matters with Beiyin Venerable. Inside Beiyin Royal Mansion, in a pavilion, Beiyin Venerable sat there, while Jihan Venerate sat opposite. Beiyin, what do you think we should do now? Jihan Venerate asked immediately. Their covert actions yielded nothing, and their main battle bodies were even left behind. What should we do? Beiyin Venerable sighed inwardly. Had he known earlier that the Galaxy Venerate was so monstrous, he would never have entertained the idea of getting involved with Heiyu Nest. He initially thought the entry of Galaxy Great Lord into Heiyu Nest would weaken this prime treasure site. Unexpectedly, it not only did not weaken, but became even stronger than when Qiyang Heavenly Venerate was in charge. Qiyang Heavenly Venerate's strength is close to a peak venerable, but his means tend toward direct attacks. He could at best critically wound them. As for restraining them, he couldn't. But Lin Yuan's external cosmos suppression deadlocked the 2 venerates. In a place like Heiyu Nest, restraining ability is far more important than direct attacks. No choice, we can only be honest with the Emperor. Beiyin Venerable thought for a while and spoke. Honest with the Emperor? Jihan Venerate fell into silence. This means they will definitely receive punishment from the Emperor, having acted against a prime treasure site, breaking the tacit rules of the 2 ancient countries. Xuanyin ancient country won't easily let them off, even if it's just for appearances. If not, shall we wait for fierce sun ancient country to pursue us with our personal weapons? Beiyin Venerable glanced at Jihan Venerate. Although they both destroyed their main battle bodies, personal weapons still remain. And in the 6 ancient countries, the personal weapons of heavenly venerates are highly recognizable. By relying on their personal weapons, it's certain they infiltrated Heiyu Nest. Not to mention Beiyin Venerable and Jihan Venerate exhibited their strength within Heiyu Nest, merely requiring a heavenly venerate proficient in the Dao of Time to go back and review scenes, they can be identified. Could we negotiate with that Galaxy Venerate, asking him not to spread this matter? Jihan Venerate pondered for a moment before speaking. Negotiation. Beiyin Venerable Sage thought for a moment, then let's give it a try. So far, only the three of them knew about this, and as long as Galaxy Venerate kept silent, outsiders wouldn't know. Haiyu Nest. Lin Yuan was contemplating the spoils he had obtained. Suddenly, he looked up toward the distance. Buzz. At the border between two ancient countries, a manifestation of Lin Yuan descended. In the distance, Beiyin Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate's manifestations stood there as well. What do you need from me? Lin Yuan glanced at the two venerables of the Xuanyan ancient country and said casually. Galaxy Venerate. Beiyin Venerable Sage looked at Lin Yuan. Could today's incident be kept secret? Kept secret? Lin Yuan understood why Beiyin Venerable Sage wanted him to keep it secret. What can you give me? As long as Galaxy Venerate keeps today's matter secret, both I and Jihan will owe you a favor. Beiyin Venerable Sage said, Yes, owe you a favor. Jihan Venerate also said from the side. Just a favor? Lin Yuan looked at the two venerables. Stopping the invasion of Haiyu Nest by the two venerables and eventually leaving behind their main battle bodies would grant him considerable merit in the Fierce Sun ancient country. With such merit, Lin Yuan could exchange it in the Fierce Sun treasury for more Fierce Sun inheritance secret methods. Then what do you want, Galaxy Venerate? Beiyin Venerable Sage inquired. Xuanyan's secret scripture, Lin Yuan said directly. Impossible. Beiyin Venerable Sage immediately shook his head. I have already sworn to the ancestor. It is impossible to transmit this inheritance. Since that's the case, you have no negotiating value with me. Lin Yuan's figure directly vanished. Negotiating with venerable sages from enemy countries inherently carries risk. Afterward, they could use it as leverage or threat. If there were a supreme inheritance like the Xuanyan secret scripture, Lin Yuan might take a risk. But clearly, Beiyin Venerable Sage and Xuanyan Venerable could not offer such tempting items, so Lin Yuan didn't bother to continue negotiations. Capital of the Fierce Sun ancient country. Lin Yuan walked out from the royal mansion. Killing the main battle bodies of two enemy venerables, according to the merit exchange standard set by the ancient country, each venerable's main battle body is worth 500,000 merit. The main battle bodies of two venerables are equal to 1 million merit, Lin Yuan estimated in his mind. It must be known that previously, on the battlefields of the Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain, Lin Yuan single-handedly turned the tide and ultimately obtained only over 100,000 merit. Let's go. Lin Yuan would certainly not leave the merit behind. He directly headed to the palace to meet the emperor of the ancient country. Inside the grand hall, the emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country smiled at Lin Yuan and said, Galaxy, what brings you to me? The Haiyu Nest I was stationed at was intruded upon by two Xuanyan ancient country venerables. Lin Yuan reported truthfully. Two venerables intruded? The emperor's expression slightly changed. The Haiyu in the Haiyu Nest has a great refining effect on the mental will of those at the venerable level. Attracting venerable level powerhouses wasn't surprising. Previously, Haiyu Nest was guarded by Qi-Young Heavenly Venerate, an experienced Venerate, leaving the enemy venerables little chance to infiltrate, so there was not much activity. Who were the two venerables? The emperor inquired. Beiyin and Jihan, Lin Yuan said. There were only a few venerables in the Xuanyan ancient country, making them easy to identify. It's them, the emperor nodded slightly. No matter, this time consider it a lesson. I will give you a small punishment openly, and still let you guard the Haiyu Nest. The emperor looked at Lin Yuan and said, The Haiyu Nest nurtures rare treasures known as Haiyu. Being plundered once is not a major issue. The emperor also wanted to use this incident to hone Lin Yuan. As for the lost Haiyu, over the long term, it's not a significant loss, as the Haiyu Nest will continue to nurture rare Haiyu. Punishment? Lin Yuan was slightly puzzled, immediately realizing that the emperor must have misunderstood, thinking he hadn't defended the Haiyu Nest. The Haiyu wasn't taken by those two venerables, Lin Yuan immediately said. Wasn't taken? The emperor looked at Lin Yuan, frowning. I left Beiyin and Jihan behind. The main battle bodies of two venerables should be worth 1 million merit. Lin Yuan looked at the emperor and said, When it comes to distributing merit at the venerable level, the emperor's approval is needed. What did you say? The emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country looked at Lin Yuan in astonishment. Chapter 187, 9 Preaching, Seeking Subscriptions. Chapter 187, Chapter 9, Preaching, Seeking Subscriptions, Inside the Grand Hall. The emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country looked at Lin Yuan in astonishment. What did he just hear? The Jihan Venerate and Beiyin Venerable Sage, these two ancient heavenly Venerats, were completely left in the Haiyu Nest by Lin Yuan. And Lin Yuan was still asking whether leaving behind the heavenly venerable primary battle bodies was worth 1 million merits? I was fortunate. The Jihan Venerate and Beiyin Venerable Sage did not know my strength, so they dared to delve deep, Lin Yuan said. If the Qi-Young Heavenly Venerate were still stationed at the Haiyu Nest, The Jihan Venerate and Beiyin Venerable Sage, even if they had intentions towards the Heiyu nest, could not have infiltrated so easily, let alone delve deeply into the Heiyu nest. The reason Lin Yuan was able to keep the two heavenly Venerates was due to his own strength restraint. Secondly, it was because the opponents were careless. Additionally, the two heavenly venerates were also hesitant to delay any further. Fearing supporting forces would arrive, they decisively obliterated their physical bodies and souls. That's not what I'm asking. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country stared at Lin Yuan with a surprised gaze. You were able to restrain Jihan and Xuanyin by relying on yourself? After speaking, the Emperor tentatively asked, have you stepped into the Heavenly Venerable Realm? He understood that the defense formation of the Heiyu nest hardly allowed the retention of a Heavenly Venerate level. Powerhouse, let alone two Heavenly Venerates infiltrating together? Pretty much. Lin Yuan nodded. Since he came to talk about this matter, he was definitely prepared to reveal some of his strength. The Heavenly Venerable Realm of the Imperial Clan is different from a normal Heavenly Venerat, because the path taken by the Imperial Clan essentially differs from that of normal cultivators. The Imperial Clan is primarily focused on excavating their ancestor bloodline, whereas cultivators perceive the rules of the heavens and earth. What is referred to as the Imperial Clan's Heavenly Venerate Shackle is that the upper limit of the ancestor bloodlines of the 6 ancient countries is all locked at the peak of the Great Lord, making it impossible to ascend to the Heavenly Venerate by continuing to excavate the bloodline power. Although the Imperial Clan's Great Lords can step into the Heavenly Venerable Realm by comprehending the rules of the heavens and earth, such Heavenly Venerates are no different from other Heavenly Venerates and are not unique to the Imperial Clan. In simple terms, the core Imperial Clans of the 6 ancient countries all yearn to excavate their ancestor bloodlines to the Heavenly Venerate level. Pretty much? An immense wave surged in the heart of the Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. What Lin Yuan referred to as pretty much was the lifelong goal pursued by many core members of the Imperial Clan of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. Many core members of the Imperial Clan have paid an unknown price to break the bloodline shackle. I had some gains not long ago. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and slightly activated the divine skill, Li Yang Kaitian. This divine skill stemmed from deep within the bloodline, refined through the martial arts evolution road, likely originating from a certain talent of the ancestor of Fierce Sun. With this divine skill, Lin Yuan could fully explain his exploitation of the bloodline. In fact, this was indeed the case. Leveraging the advantages of the martial arts evolution road, Lin Yuan's development of the Fierce Sun ancestors' bloodline is far ahead of the Fierce Sun Imperial clansmen. Indeed, the aura of the ancestor, the Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, looked at the source of Fierce Sun condensed by Lin Yuan with a complex expression. He could clearly sense the source of Fierce Sun brimming with a rich aura of the ancestor. Galaxy, thank you. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country looked at Lin Yuan and said earnestly, you have given us a glimpse of hope for an alternate path. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country saw from Lin Yuan the potential to break the bloodline shackle of the Imperial Clan, at least not a desperate situation. Actually, I can announce my method of excavating the ancestor bloodline to the public. Lin Yuan pondered and voiced his ultimate purpose. He had awakened the divine skill Li Yang Kaitian through the martial arts evolution road. Therefore, the method of excavating the ancestor bloodline is naturally the martial arts evolution road. In the Chaos Void, spreading one's evolutionary path helps form a stable anchor point and path marker, beneficial for breaking through time loops. Hence, whenever Lin Yuan descended into a traversed world in the past, he would disseminate his evolutionary path in the latter stages. In this origin world, Lin Yuan also plans to attempt the dissemination of his evolutionary path, with the focal point being the excavation of his ancestor bloodline. The martial arts evolution road indeed possesses such a capability. In the Chaos Void, the dissemination of various branches of the martial arts evolution is entrusted to the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. As for this Fengyuan world, Lin Yuan does not intend to give up either. The level of the origin world is not at all weaker than the Chaos Void. A domain of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country may not match the size of the Void domain in the Chaos Void, but the number of living beings contained within is not inferior to the latter. In such a life-rich world, once the branches of the martial arts evolution road are disseminated, it would aid Lin Yuan no less than spreading in the Chaos Void. Method of excavating the bloodline? The pupils of the Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country slightly contracted. Normal cultivators perceiving the rules of the heavens and earth have traces to follow and laws to rely on, but excavating one's ancestor bloodline? It emphasizes more on innate talent. Is there really a method to excavate the bloodline on a deep level? The tone of the Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country was rather urgent. If Lin Yuan breaking the Heavenly Venerate shackle only showed these imperial clans that excavating the bloodline is not a desperate path, still holding potential to reach the Heavenly Venerate level. Now, if what Lin Yuan said is true, it would have an unprecedented impact on the entire imperial clan of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. I can try to summarize it. Lin Yuan looked at the Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country and suddenly said, "But I have a request." "What is the request?" The Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country immediately said, "As long as it doesn't contradict the ancestors' will, I can agree. I hope that the method I finally summarized to excavate the ancestor bloodline can be disseminated throughout the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, and not confined solely to the Imperial clan." Chapter 188, 9 Preaching. Request for subscription. 2. Chapter 1188, Chapter 9. Preaching. Request for subscription. 2. Lin Yuan spoke up. The more beings that cultivate the martial arts evolution road, the more stable Lin Yuan's anchor point and guidepost become, so naturally he doesn't want the spread of martial Tao to be limited to a certain area. No problem. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country agreed without a second thought. This matter bears no loss, and as for non-royal beings benefiting from it, if their bloodline reaches the royal level, then they become part of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country's royalty. Galaxy, if your method indeed proves effective, your credit will surely be substantial. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country stated solemnly. Lin Yuan nodded. Disseminating his own martial arts evolution road branch inherently aids his breakthrough in the cycle of time, so he would proceed even without credit. Of course, having credit is preferable. I estimate a period needed to prepare, Lin Yuan said. The rules and avenues of this source world operate entirely differently from the Chaos Void, so the martial arts evolution road branch needs significant adjustments to fully adapt to this world. Especially since Lin Yuan plans to do as the Romans do, enhancing the excavation of potential within bloodlines in his martial arts evolution road branch to better fit this world. All right? The Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country seemed to recall something regarding Jihan Heavenly Venerate and Beiyin Venerable Sage. These are their personal weapons and arms. Lin Yuan immediately took out several weapons and arms to prove he had thoroughly left the main combat bodies of these two Heavenly Venerates. All right? The Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country glanced over. 1,000,000 credits have been awarded to you. Thank you, Lin Yuan said. In his mind, he pondered over which treasures and rare inheritances he should exchange from the treasury. Last time, he spent a long time in the treasury, but only had over 10,000 credits, in the end only able to exchange for 3 Chaos Mystic pattern diagrams. About the 2 Heavenly Venerates infiltrating Heiyu Nest, I will demand an explanation from Xuanyin Ancient Country. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country said to Lin Yuan with a smile, if there are any benefits at that time, they can also count as your credit. Lin Yuan smiled upon hearing this. Sneaking in against unwritten rules and taking action without permission, the Fierce Sun Ancient Country holds them accountable. Xuanyin Ancient Country is sure to appease and make concessions. How to appease and make concessions? Naturally through benefits and concessions. This means the benefits obtained by the Fierce Sun Ancient Country are partly due to Lin Yuan, who can naturally claim corresponding credit after leaving the palace. Lin Yuan immediately headed to the treasury. With 1,000,000 credits in hand, it is only natural to quickly convert it into his own strength. While browsing the treasury last time, Lin Yuan had his eye on several treasures, rare inheritances, but ultimately was limited by insufficient credits, and at that time, understanding Chaos Rule was most urgent, so he finally chose 3 Chaos Mystic pattern diagrams. Now, with 1,000,000 credits, his choices are naturally much broader. Xuanyin Ancient Country, the capital, within a vast and grand hall, the emperor sat on the throne, while below him, figures stood or sat. Those present in this hall were at least various major kings, or the ultimate core royalty, or were heavenly venerates. In various ancient countries, although emperors wielded all power, they still showed sufficient respect in the presence of heavenly venerate-level experts. Jihan, Beiyin. The emperor of Xuanyin Ancient Country spoke, his eyes vaguely reflecting the full moon, gazing down at the 2 figures standing below. Explain to us what happened with the Heiyu Nest. The tone of the Emperor of Xuanyin Ancient Country was steady, but below, the expressions of the various heavenly venerates slightly changed. The Emperor clearly held dissatisfaction towards the actions of Jihan Heavenly Venerate and Beiyin Venerable Sage, and revealing such an attitude in the presence of so many Heavenly Venerates meant that these 2 had committed a major offense. We, Jihan Heavenly Venerate and Beiyin Venerable Sage, exchanged a look. After things fell through with Lin Yuan, they had reported everything to the Emperor. The Emperor of Xuanyin Ancient Country told them to wait and see how the Fierce Sun Ancient Country would proceed. It now seems the Fierce Sun Ancient Country must be putting substantial pressure on the Emperor. I and Jihan sneaked into Heiyu Nest without permission, resulting in our main combat bodies being left behind by the Guardian. Beiyin Venerable Sage sighed inwardly, knowing there was no escaping punishment. Infiltrate Heiyu Nest, left behind the main combat body? The Heavenly Venerates and the ultimate core royal family present twitched their facial muscles. With Heavenly Venerate level combat power, to act on a top treasure ground without permission and being caught on the spot, it's no wonder the Emperor has such a poor attitude towards the 2 Heavenly Venerates. Jihan, Beiyin, you acted impulsively. Heiyu Nest is a top treasure ground, and you dared to infiltrate it at will? A burly Heavenly Venerate spoke up. He didn't even ask why Jihan and Beiyin infiltrated Heiyu Nest. If he had the opportunity, he too would like to sneak in. Given that the rare Heiyu is a great treasure, even if he couldn't use it himself, he could exchange it with other heavenly venerates for needed rare treasures. I recall that the guardian of Heiyu Nest changed not long ago. Qi Heavenly Venerate was reassigned, and Galaxy Great Lord took over? A man with a dark, gentle expression suddenly spoke, looking at Jihan Heavenly Venerate and Beiyin Venerable Sage. Galaxy Great Lord is not a Heavenly Venerate. What means did he use to leave your main combat bodies behind? Jihan Heavenly Venerate and Beiyin. Venerable Sage remained silent. Sitting high on the throne, the Emperor of Xuanyin Ancient Country spoke. This is the second matter today, that Galaxy Great Lord may have already excavated his ancestral bloodline to the Heavenly Venerate level. With these words, the hall fell silent. The Heavenly Venerate's expressions slightly shifted, and even more so the core royal family members. Excavating a bloodline to the Heavenly Venerate level is unprecedented in the 6 ancient countries' history. Jihan, Beiyin, are you sure that Galaxy can leave your main combat bodies? Definitely indicates combat power at the Heavenly Venerate level, but whether this power arises from ancestral bloodline or another aspect, another ancient Heavenly Venerate asked. The royal families of the various ancient countries do indeed have Heavenly Venerate level combat power. But the Heavenly Venerate here refers to those who have realized the second level of the Chaos Evolutionary Force Road. This is different from other Heavenly Venerates who have excavated ancestral bloodlines to the Heavenly Venerate level. There is a fundamental difference between the two. The methods and abilities that Galaxy utilized had no traces of Chaos Evolutionary Force. Beiyin Venerable Sage spoke up. As a Heavenly Venerate, he could distinguish this. Did he not use any external objects, perhaps a secret treasure weapon left by the Fierce Sun Ancient Country's ancestors? Another Heavenly Venerate asked. No. Jihan Heavenly Venerate shook his head. Heiyu Nest is located at the border. How could the Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country possibly place such a critical treasure here? Any external object allowing a Great Lord to exert Heavenly Venerate combat power would undoubtedly be considered a foundational secret treasure weapon. Even if granted to Galaxy Great Lord, it's meant for life-saving for the main body, not a border-positioned avatar? It would be too risky. After extensive inquiry and discussion, most Heavenly Venerates at the scene confirmed that Galaxy Great Lord had indeed excavated his bloodline to the Heavenly Venerate level. Jihan Heavenly Venerate and Beiyin. Venerable Sage felt bitter, facing inquiries from numerous Heavenly Venerates they could only answer truthfully, not daring to show the slightest dissatisfaction. This matter was indeed their initial wrongdoing, acting secretly on a Heavenly Venerate level, in general remaining undiscovered leads to no repercussions. However, as their main combat bodies were left behind and their personal weapons could serve as evidence, they found it hard to avoid punishment. Sneaking into Heiyu Nest, getting their main combat body left behind, mouths twitched among the Heavenly Venerate and ultimate core royalty present. Jihan and Beiyin, you were too impulsive. Heiyu Nest is a top treasure ground, yet you dared to sneak in there? A massive built Heavenly Venerate spoke. He did not question why Jihan and Beiyin trespassed into Heiyu Nest. If he had such qualifications, he would also wish to sneak in. After all, the special treasure Heiyu is a great treasure. Even if he doesn't need it, it can still be exchanged with other Heavenly Venerates for desirable treasures. I remember that Heiyu Nest recently changed its guardian, Qi Heavenly Venerate was transferred, and Galaxy Great Lord took over. A man with a gentle expression suddenly spoke, looking at Jihan Heavenly Venerate and Beiyin Venerable Sage. Galaxy Great Lord is not a Heavenly Venerate? How did he manage to leave your main combat bodies behind? Jihan Heavenly Venerate and Beiyin Venerable Sage did not answer. Sitting up high on his throne, the Emperor of Xuanyin Ancient Country said, This is the second matter of today, that Galaxy Great Lord, it seems, has already excavated his ancestral bloodline to the Heavenly Venerate level. As these words were spoken, the hall immediately fell silent. The facial expressions of the many Heavenly Venerates changed slightly, and even more so the core royal family members. Excavating the bloodline to the Heavenly Venerate level is supposed to be just above peak venerable at best. It's not an unmanageable existence. Despite the endless years of conflict between the two ancient countries, having a few more peak venerables does not determine the overall outcome of the battle. A single Galaxy Venerate cannot sway the balance of the two great ancient countries. Chapter 189, 10 Fierce Sun, Xuanyin, Chaos Seeking Subscription. Chapter 189, Chapter 10 Fierce Sun, Xuanyin, Chaos Seeking Subscription, The Fierce Seeking Subscription, The Fierce Sun. Ancient country, on the grounds that Jihan and Beiyin acted without authorization, seeks either a billion-year stewardship of the Infinite Eye or 100 Jin of Infinite Crystal. The Infinite Eye is a top-level treasure land of the Xuanyin Ancient Country, producing around 10 Jin of the rare treasure Infinite Crystal every million years. The Fierce Sun Ancient Country's direct proposal to obtain a billion-year stewardship of the top-level treasure land Infinite Eye is essentially the same as acquiring 100 Jin of Infinite Crystal. The fierce sun ancient country is going too far. The Infinite Eye is a first-class treasure land, and Jihan and Beiyin merely infiltrated the Heiyu nest once. Not to mention they failed. Even if they had succeeded, they could at most obtain a single yield from the Heiyu nest, yet now they want the extraordinary treasures from 10 yields of the Infinite Eye. A heavenly venerate in luxurious robes spoke. It is excessive. The emperor of the Xuanyin ancient country nodded. But in this matter, we are at fault first. Most heavenly venerates present remained silent upon hearing this. The billion-year stewardship of the Infinite Eye may sound like a huge price, but in truth, for entities at the level of a heavenly venerate, a billion years is not significant. It is not as if the top-level treasure land Infinite Eye is being completely handed over to the fierce sun ancient country. Since none of you have any objections, I will agree to it. The emperor of Xuanyin ancient country glanced around and spoke. The many heavenly venerates were quiet, with no objections. As for the two of you, the emperor of Xuanyin ancient country looked at Jihan Venerate and Beiyin Venerable Sage. Your punishment is to guard the gloomy prison for a billion years. The gloomy prison is connected to a shadowy world inhabited by countless dark creatures. Guarding such a place is not a pleasant task. The dark creatures are not particularly strong, but they are troublesome and limitless in number, requiring a heavenly venerate-level strongman to constantly be on alert to suppress them. Generally, the Xuanyin ancient country rewards the heavenly venerates who guard the gloomy prison with more merits, but Jihan Venerate and Beiyin Venerable Sage are punished for their own mistakes and naturally receive no rewards for merits. Yes, although Jihan Venerate and Beiyin Venerable Sage were unwilling at heart, they still immediately responded. And that Galaxy Venerate didn't even consider it. Jihan Venerate was angry inside. He and Beiyin had tried negotiating with the Galaxy Venerate, but their demands were outrageously high, requiring the Xuanyin secret scripture. Jihan Venerate refused, and as a result, the Galaxy Venerate simply ceased negotiations without even considering the terms they proposed. If the Galaxy Venerate could have struck a deal with them, the two Venerates wouldn't be subjected to such punishment. Qingfen City. Lord Qingfen was in secluded cultivation when he suddenly opened his eyes, his expression slightly changing. Within the Heiyu nest, a top-level treasure land at the border of the fierce sun ancient country and Xuanyin ancient country, Jihan Venerate and Beiyin Venerable Sage infiltrated and were left behind by the Galaxy Guardian. Lord Qingfen looked at the intelligence information he just received. The existence of great lords usually keeps in contact, sharing intelligence with each other. Galaxy Guardian? Galaxy? Lord Qingfen was somewhat puzzled and continued to read on below. Galaxy Guardian, a core royal of the fierce sun ancient country, recently appeared in Qingfen City, then proceeded to the capital of the fierce sun ancient country, breaking the ancestral bloodline constraints, achieving the level of a heavenly venerate in bloodline. The more Lord Qingfen read, the more astonished he became. He had long anticipated that after Lin Yuan went to the capital he would certainly shine, but did not expect it to be this soon? How long has it been? Leaving behind two ancient venerates of the Xuanyin ancient country, breaking ancestral bloodline constraints? Galaxy, this intelligence? Lord Qingfen immediately proceeded to the sky-burning court. There remained an avatar of Lin Yuan. Ha ha ha, this was spread by the emperor. Lin Yuan glanced over and casually said, breaking the constraints of the ancestral bloodline himself has two main impacts on the fierce sun ancient country. First, given time, the fierce sun ancient country here will give rise to a strong existence surpassing the peak venerable. Second, the first to break the ancestral bloodline is from the royal family of the fierce sun ancient country, which will have significant repercussions on the other 5 ancient countries. The significance of the latter even surpasses the former. Thus, the emperor of the fierce sun ancient country would naturally publicize it. Of course, the announcement was made with Lin Yuan's consent. In fact, even without spreading the news, it would have been meaningless since the Xuanyin ancient country already knew. Rather than letting them secretly inherit and distort certain aspects, it was better to openly spread the information. Galaxy Great Lord should now be Galaxy Venerate. Great Venerate Hongye and many other Great Venerates also successively received this intelligence, expressing deep emotion. Many Great Venerates had once fought alongside Lin Yuan on the battlefield between the two domains. In the blink of an eye, the Galaxy Great Lord had already become the Galaxy Venerate. Still, a heavenly venerate achieved by the unprecedented ancestral bloodline, Daling ancient country. King Spirit Might sat cross-legged in a bamboo grove. The war between the Purple Dream Domain and Qingfen Domain ended in defeat on his side. As the initiator of the war, King Spirit Might naturally received punishment, being trapped in the bamboo grove for a billion years, unable to leave. Galaxy Venerate? King Spirit Might looked at the intelligence before him, somewhat lost in thought. In that war, he had been confident of victory, but Lin Yuan continually thwarted his plans time and again. First, he hindered the Dominator-level expert sent to infiltrate the Qingfen Domain, shattering the scheme to capture Qingfen Domain with minimal cost by recreating the formation of Qingfen City using the Myriad Formation Crystal. Later, he single-handedly turned the tide completely on the front battlefield. Fate is not with me, Spirit Might King sighed inwardly. Initially, he thought it was a matter of his strategy, that perhaps inviting one more peak core royal member might have restrained Lin Yuan. But now, it seems that galaxy managed to break through the shackles of the Heavenly Venerate bloodline in such a short time, possibly hiding strength at the battlefield then. Even if Spirit Might King prepared as much as possible, he ultimately failed. Heavenly Venerate level ancestor bloodline? Compared to Spirit Might King, the peak core royal King Lingshan's eyes lit up. Could it be that our royal bloodline can truly be tapped into the Heavenly Venerate level? The more one grows to the limit, the more one feels the intangible shackles of the ancestor bloodline. Breaking through these shackles is as hard as climbing to heaven. Many core royals cannot see hope. Thus they turn to comprehend the Dao rules, eventually realizing the second layer of chaos evolution power, achieving Heavenly Venerate status through this path. Among the 6 ancient countries, no royal clansmen have birthed Heavenly Venerate level experts, referring to the Heavenly Venerate level of ancestor bloodline. Losing to a Heavenly Venerate level ancestor bloodline, no shame in that. King Lingshan beamed. In terms of path, Lin Yuan's exploration into the ancestor bloodline is ahead of his. In this regard, King Lingshan is sincerely convinced. Since that galaxy can tap into the ancestor bloodline up to the Heavenly Venerate level, then I can too. King Lingshan took a deep breath and began once again the cultivation of bloodline enlightenment. Fierce Sun Ancient Country, National Treasury. Lin Yuan was carefully observing the information about numerous treasures and inheritances collected in the treasury. With 1,000,000 merit points in hand, Lin Yuan's standards were a bit higher. He seldom paid attention to inherited treasures worth less than 10,000 merit points. Fierce Sun Diagram? Lin Yuan looked at one of the inheritances. Named Fierce Sun Diagram. This diagram was drawn by a peak venerable of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country while possessed by the ancestor of Fierce Sun from the ancestor's perspective. It contains various insights and gains of this peak venerable after leveraging the ancestor's perspective. Of no use to me. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. For other heavenly venerates and even peak venerables, this Fierce Sun diagram holds significant reference value. After all, it is the insight from being possessed by an ancestor from the same level. Even though he had been possessed himself, it is still necessary to reference it. Moreover, since the ancestor level is so high, understanding these Fierce Sun diagrams before being possessed can serve as a precaution. But for Lin Yuan, with Lin Yuan's Against Heaven's understanding, it's not necessary. Even if a 12th layer life is possessed by a 13th layer time life, what it sees, feels, and knows may not be correct. Watching this kind of Fierce Sun diagram holds little significance for Lin Yuan. Spending energy on it is less direct than being possessed by an ancestor. At least it avoids distractions, misguidance. Also, this Fierce Sun diagram is too expensive. Any random one costs several millions of merit points, something Lin Yuan cannot currently afford. Fierce Sun, Xuanyin, Chaos. Lin Yuan focused on another inheritance, founded by an ancient peak venerable of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country who had reached the 3rd layer on the path of chaos evolution, walking the Chaos Intense Sun Path. After reaching the 3rd layer of the Chaos Intense Sun Path, this peak venerable began trying to incorporate the Xuanyin path, aiming to traverse the Chaos Xuanyin path, thereby combining the two. This inheritance somewhat resembles my path. Lin Yuan felt moved in his heart. The path he traverses, Chaos Yin Yang Taiji, corresponds to Chaos Intense Sun Xuanyin. Though different, they broadly belong to the same type. Comprehending this inheritance not only benefits his evolution of Chaos Yin Yang Taiji, but also provides high guidance value for future cultivation. The path of chaos evolution power is divided into 3 layers, becoming harder as it progresses. With previous roads for reference, Lin Yuan's cultivation would be easier, and the most crucial point, prevent wandering. After all, predecessors have tried it. 1,800,000 merit points? Lin Yuan glanced at the merit required for this inheritance, his brows slightly furrowed. Currently, his merit points are a little over 1 million, the excess part accumulated over recent times. It seems I still need to gather 800,000 merit points. Lin Yuan sighed. Although eager to comprehend this inheritance, without enough merit, there's no choice. Galaxy. Just then, the voice of the Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country suddenly emerged. As Emperor, he could contact Lin Yuan even in the treasury space. The side of Xuanyin Ancient Country agreed to relinquish the first-class sacred land, Infinite Eye, for 10 billion years. Our Fierce Sun Ancient Country is expected to obtain about 100 Jin of Infinite Crystal, equivalent to another 1,000,000 merit points for you. 1,000,000 merit points? Lin Yuan immediately noticed his merit count changing from over 1 million to over 2 million. Just in time. Lin Yuan eyed the inheritance, Fierce Sun, Xuanyin, Chaos, now having enough merit points to exchange for this inheritance. Exchange. Lin Yuan instantly activated his thought. Buzz. Soon, a vast amount of information flooded into Lin Yuan's mind. Chapter 190, 11 Chaos Taiji, Seeking Subscription. Chapter 1190, Chapter 11, Chaos Taiji, Seeking Subscription. Wonderful. Lin Yuan rapidly absorbed the inheritance content. Many previously confusing aspects began to melt away at this moment. The creator of this inheritance was a peak venerable from the Fierce Sun ancient country, countless ages ago. This peak venerable's father was of the Fierce Sun ancient country's royal family, and the mother was a cultivator from the Xuanyin ancient country. The Fierce Sun ancient country and the Xuanyin ancient country stem from two supreme ancestors, representing entirely opposite paths. Yet bloodline inheritance is wondrous, capable of integrating all. After the union of the Fierce Sun ancient country's royal and the cultivator from Xuanyin ancient country, the creator of the inheritance was born with both Fierce Sun and Xuanyin bloodlines. Initially, the inheritance creator grew up in the Fierce Sun ancient country, so naturally the early influences were all related to Fierce Sun, with a primary focus on the Fierce Sun path. As for the Xuanyin essence deep within the bloodline, it wasn't given much attention. But as the strength increased and the realm advanced, the path of Chaos Intense Sun was realized, cultivating to the third level. The inheritance creator vaguely sensed that perhaps Fierce Sun and Xuanyin were not oppositional. Since all originates from chaos, where is the opposition? Fierce Sun? Xuanyin? If one could thoroughly merge them, it feels like it would be a brand new path that surpasses all known paths. Alas, my comprehension is insufficient. I cannot achieve perfect fusion. Within the inheritance content, Lin Yuan absorbed, images emerged, including the last recorded message from this inheritance creator. If I could reach the ancestors' realm with such a magnificent life's perspective, I should be able to merge Fierce Sun and Xuanyin. So next, I will attempt to break through to the final step. Lin Yuan roughly browsed the entire inheritance. This inheritance concluded with the creator preparing to attempt the 13th level breakthrough. Probably didn't succeed. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. In this source world, the Xuanyin ancient country was the last to emerge, and to this day, there has been no mention of a 7th ancient country. If a new 13th level ancestor had emerged, a 7th ancient country would certainly have been established. The absence of a 7th ancient country indicates that the creator did not enter the 13th level. 13th level, Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. Whether it is the Chaos Void or this source world, the ultimate goal of all cultivators is to enter the 13th level, becoming a time life. Only those at the 13th level, capable of perceiving numerous timelines of past and future, can attain freedom in a broad sense. As for beings below the 13th level, their vision is confined to space, unable to see the distant future, unclear of what will happen next, like a lone boat on the vast sea, unaware of when it might capsize. From the perspective of time, all beings below the 13th level are blind, groping in the dark, while 13th level beings possess vision, allowing them to see their surroundings, be it danger or opportunity. This inheritance has greatly helped me. It was worth it. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts, having to admit, the cultivators of this source world surpassed the Chaos Void by a significant margin in comprehending the path of rules. The absolute great saints of the Chaos Void are only at the 2nd level of evolving the Chaos Power path. Their ability to rival the peak venerables of this Feng Yuan world's 3rd level path is entirely due to the advantage of their internal cosmos. In fact, many cultivators of the 6 ancient countries have attempted to develop internal worlds, internal universes. Once their mastery of the rules reaches a certain level, creating a world or universe is not difficult. But without the infusion of Chaos Void origin, even if they successfully create internal worlds or universes, they can't develop them to a level that provides significant support. It was not until now that Lin Yuan realized just how crucial the Chaos Void's exclusive cosmic origin infusion is, directly making the foundation of all Chaos Void cultivators much stronger. Of course, this source world also has advantages over the Chaos Void, notably the ease of comprehending rules. Why could peak venerables of the 6 ancient countries cultivate the chaotic evolution path to the 3rd level, surpassing the Chaos Void's absolute great saints? Naturally, it is due to the exaggerated degree of rule comprehension in the source world. Still over 200,000 merits, Lin Yuan glanced at his merit balance, having spent 1,800,000 merits to exchange for this inheritance. Exchange the remaining merits for Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams. Lin Yuan surveyed the various precious inheritances he valued and found that 200,000 merits were not enough, so he planned to exchange for more Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams. The Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams were created with a lofty view by the ancestor of Fierce Sun, using the viewpoint of a 13th level time life to revert and regroup the Chaos rules that evolve all things. Among them, the Mystic Pattern Diagrams representing the Chaos Third Realm contain a total of 54 diagrams, each costing 100,000 merits. Lin Yuan had previously exchanged for one, and now with 200,000 merits left, he planned to exchange for two more to study. Exchanging for chaos mystic pattern diagrams is never a loss. These diagrams, symbolizing the fundamental chaos rules, will make it infinitely easier for Lin Yuan to comprehend rules. On the way back to his residence, Lin Yuan remembered the information the emperor had disclosed. The fierce Sun ancient country had acquired a billion-year guardian right over a first-grade treasured land, the Infinite Eye, from the Xuanyin ancient country. Infinite Eye, information about this treasured land flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. This treasure, seen from the outside, resembles a gigantic eye, and its peculiar produced treasures are infinite crystals. Chapter 191, 11 Chaos Taiji Seeking Subscription, 2, Chapter 1191, Chapter 11, Chaos Taiji Seeking Subscription, 2, therefore, it was finally named Infinite Eye. And the infinite crystal, by refining a certain number of infinite crystals, can transform one's physique towards the infinite divine body. The infinite divine body, as one of the top divine bodies of the six ancient countries, though not as skilled in attack and destruction as the fierce sun divine body, can nonetheless encompass other divine bodies. Simply put, you can simultaneously possess the infinite divine body and other divine bodies. Thus, the infinite crystal is very popular among the powerful figures of the six ancient countries, and no one would refuse an additional top-tier divine body, as it means a substantial increase in combat power. The precious lands nurtured by this source world are greatly beneficial for cultivation and the evolution of life, especially the top-tier precious lands. The wars between the six ancient countries, with continuous expansion and contraction, are largely due to the contest for these precious lands. Lin Yuan thought to himself. After all, precious lands cannot be moved. As long as a particular ancient country rules over this region, it naturally gains ownership of the precious land. For instance, if one day a battlefield arises between Xuanyin Ancient Country and Fierce Sun Ancient Country, and Fierce Sun Ancient Country is defeated, Xuanyin Ancient Country will capture the region where the Heiyu Nest is located. Then the Heiyu Nest would belong to Xuanyin Ancient Country, and Lin Yuan, the Guardian, would have to withdraw. Furthermore, before withdrawing, they can take all the Heiyu at most, but as for the Heiyu Nest, this precious land, it must not be destroyed, which is also the iron law between the six ancient countries. No matter what level of precious land it is, destruction is not allowed, otherwise one would be hunted by all the strong figures of the six ancient countries, returning to the residence. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, beginning to delve deeply into understanding the inheritance of Fierce Sun, Xuanyin, Chaos. Only 1,800,000 merits, and I am able to exchange for such a level of inheritance. My luck is truly not bad. The more Lin Yuan contemplated, the more significant his gains felt. The creator of the inheritance considered the Fierce Sun Xuanyin bloodline, and coupled with the Chaos Power's rule of evolution path, it became Fierce Sun. By understanding Xuanyin, comprehensive studies of the combination and complement of the two paths were conducted. Although Fierce Sun, Xuanyin are different from Taiyin, they have many similarities, and the creator of the inheritance has comprehended both Chaos in 10th Sun and Chaos Xuanyin to the 3rd level, already involving the perfect fusion of the two. Xuanyin, Lin Yuan stretched out his right hand, and strands of extremely yin power began to entangle, clashing with the surrounding environment filled with Fierce Sun's origin source. By killing Beiyin Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate, many Xuanyin inheritances were obtained, plus the expenditure of 1,800,000 merits exchanged for the Fierce Sun, Xuanyin, Chaos inheritance. This caused Lin Yuan's understanding on the path of Xuanyin to progress rapidly. I can feel it. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, consciousness descending into his inner universe. The inner universe of the true body of the source world is vast, not as expansive as the chaos void, but still measured in billions of light years. And at the highest point of the inner universe, many Dao rules converge here, forming an egg-like shape, surrounded by swirling chaos ki, faintly nurturing and evolving something. After Lin Yuan's insight into the chaos rule reached the pinnacle of the second realm, he began to attempt the evolution of the chaotic Taiji Dao, ultimately forming the scene before his eyes. The egg enveloped by Chaos Qi is the final Dao fruit of Lin Yuan's insight into the Chaos Rule, while that which is being nurtured and evolved inside is the Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji power. Understanding the path of Xuanyin has caused a qualitative change in my perception of the Chaos Taiyin Taiyang Taiji. The path of such chaos power can evolve within at most 10,000 years. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. Prior to this, even with perception of the Chaos Rule at the second realm, Lin Yuan could only feel it was evolving. As to when it could evolve, that remained unclear. But now, Lin Yuan felt the specific evolution timeline. 10,000 years. At most, 10,000 years to evolve the Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji. It seems understanding Xuanyin and compensating on the Taiyin path was correct. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the Taiji Dao formed by Taiyang and Taiyin can complement each other perfectly. Taiyang transforming into Taiyin if lacking, and Taiyin transforming into Taiyang if lacking. But the tie-in tie-yang after mutual transformations ultimately is not as good as what I truly comprehend. Lin Yuan's perception in tie-in is not up to par with tai-yang. Next, continuing to understand Xuanyin will accelerate the evolution of chaos taiji. Lin Yuan thought, the chaotic taiji Dao is my exclusive path, and in the chaos void, this is the distinction between an ordinary lord and a great saint. Only understanding Xuanyin? Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Based solely on this inheritance, understanding the true Xuanyin Dao is still too slow. In the Fierce Sun Xuanyin Chaos Inheritance, the exposition on the Xuanyin path is merely the creator's own understanding, which indeed provided significant guidance to Lin Yuan. However, utilizing this to comprehend the true Xuanyin Dao is still somewhat lacking. The creator of this legacy walked the path of understanding the Xuanyin Dao by delving into the depths of their own bloodline's Xuanyin roots. I can do the same. Although he didn't possess the Xuanyin bloodline, within the countless beings of the ancient Xuanyin country, the Xuanyin bloodline flowed through them all. Lin Yuan couldn't comprehend his own, but couldn't he comprehend others? Ancient Xuanyin country, Dragon Frost Domain. The Dragon Frost Domain is the fiefdom of Long Shuang, a peak great lord of the ancient Xuanyin country with a notable reputation, who once dominated the southwestern region of the ancient Xuanyin country. How should I progress further and step into the rank of the heavenly venerate? Long Shuang was in seclusion, contemplating his future path. For beings outside the royal family, truly becoming part of the upper echelon of the ancient country and competing with the royals and core royals for power only happens upon reaching the heavenly venerate level. For instance, in the treasuries of various ancient countries, the exchangeable rare legacies require a vast amount of merit, which the typical great lord cannot hope to accumulate. Heavenly venerates can gather merit because they usually preside over treasure grounds, receiving merit from doing so, and over a long, enduring period, they can amass a sizable amount of merit. Then, suddenly, Long Shuang's expression changed dramatically. He suddenly sensed the time and space around him slightly distorted, like a lens being cut away, severing all contact with the outside world. Whoosh! A figure stepped out from the void, quietly overlooking Long Shuang below. "Greetings, my lord." Long Shuang was startled and immediately rose to bow. Being able to easily sever his time and space from the outside signifies that his life and death were now entirely in the hands of the other party, with no thought of resistance in Long Shuang's mind. "Give me 5 drops of vital blood, vital blood." Lin Yuan gazed down at Long Shuang, speaking. Long Shuang, as a peak great lord, should have a high concentration of Xuanyin blood within him. Lin Yuan could fully comprehend and thereby understand the true Xuanyin Dao. Whether it's the Xuanyin bloodline or the Fierce Sun bloodline or the Daling bloodline, all are passed down from their 13th rank ancestors, containing fragments of the true 13th rank Dao. Yes. Long Shuang was very compliant, offering no resistance and directly extracting 5 drops of vital blood. What is termed vital blood is the most important blood of a being, and even a great lord doesn't have much of it within their body. Remember, do not extinguish these 5 drops of vital blood. Lin Yuan took the vital blood, glanced at Long Shuang, and said casually, "At the 12th level of life, there is absolute control over every part of the body, allowing one to extinguish it with a thought." The 5 drops of vital blood that Long Shuang handed over, even if they fell into Lin Yuan's hands, could still be extinguished with a thought from Long Shuang afterward. Just like extinguishing one's flesh and soul, Lin Yuan couldn't stop it, unless he completely destroyed the other party's mind and will, rendering the physical body into an ownerless object. All right. Long Shuang trembled inside, immediately nodding. The next moment, Long Shuang sensed the restoration of time and space, once again feeling everything external to him. Just now, Long Shuang steadied himself. Had he not lost 5 drops of vital blood, he might have thought his recent experience was a hallucination. That powerful being? Long Shuang thought of the powerful being who had appeared just before, in whose presence he had completely lost control over time and space, as if a mere ant before a giant. Heavenly Venerate, definitely of the Heavenly Venerate level. Long Shuang swallowed hard. At this moment he faintly sensed that his 5 drops of vital blood had already been taken far away, yet could not pinpoint their exact location. Why does such a powerful being need my vital blood? Long Shuang wondered within, but dared not attempt to actively extinguish those 5 drops of vital blood. Indeed, he had the ability to extinguish his own vital blood even once it had left his body. But then what? If he provoked that mysterious heavenly venerate, it would be no harder for the other to return and crush him than to crush an ant. Chapter 1192-12, The New Treasure Land. Please subscribe. Chapter 192, Chapter 12, The New Treasure Land. Please subscribe. Long Shuang Ho exhaled gently. Facing the threat of a heavenly venerate, he did not plan to resist. Although he had many life-saving methods, even a heavenly venerate couldn't completely kill him. But offending a heavenly venerate would have too many consequences. Is this a heavenly cold fruit? Long Shuang Ho's pupils contracted upon seeing a fruit exuding a cold aura appear beside him. The heavenly cold fruit was a rare treasure at the venerable level, even of great use to a peak venerable. This heavenly cold fruit, was it left by that mysterious heavenly venerate to exchange for my 5 drops of vital blood? Long Shuangho put away the heavenly cold fruit, carefully examining it, feeling a strange sense of curiosity in his heart. That mysterious heavenly venerate, surprisingly merciful. Logically, with the strength of a heavenly venerate, personally arriving and asking for 5 drops of vital blood required no compensation. For a venerable, vital blood is certainly precious, but losing 5 drops would have no real impact on oneself. There was absolutely no need for a transaction. The only hidden risk of vital blood outside was it could become a medium for cause and effect, allowing other powerful beings to use it to attack through causal means. But this hidden risk has nothing to do with a heavenly venerate. If a heavenly venerate wanted to kill him, they could have done so just now, without needing causal means, and causal assassination would have its power diminished. Even a strong heavenly venerate could only severely injure him, and only this particular physical form. That's why Long Shuangho felt a bit unsettled, perceiving the earlier mysterious heavenly venerate as merciful. As for the rule among the 6 ancient countries that venerate-level fighters are not allowed to intervene, as long as no one knows which heavenly venerate made a move, the 6 ancient countries have no grounds for investigation. Earlier, when Beiyan Venerable Sage and Jihan Venerate infiltrated the Heiyu nest, the same principle applied. 12 venerable-level strongmen's vital blood has already been collected. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, although at the moment he was just an avatar, dealing with venerable-level fighters was still effortless. Even so, when Lin Yuan obtained the vital blood of a venerable from the Xuanyin ancient country, he left behind some rare treasures as an exchange for their vital blood. It wasn't out of Lin Yuan's kindness, but such actions would minimize potential dangers. Indeed, most venerables facing the threat of a heavenly venerate would obediently hand over their vital blood, not daring to speak up afterward. But in case a minority of reckless venerables felt indignant and magnified the issue to the Xuanyin ancient country's royal family, this would become troublesome for Lin Yuan as well. Perhaps it could even lead to an investigation by the heavenly venerate of the Xuanyin ancient country. Engaging in these quasi-transactions for the vital blood from Xuanyin venerables was viewed by Lin Yuan as the most stable approach. Most importantly, a mere venerable-level rare treasure didn't hold Lin Yuan's attention, especially after the wealth increase from the ancient heavenly venerates Jihan and Beiyin. It's a pity. If I could obtain the vital blood of the Xuanyin royal family, it would be even better. Lin Yuan thought to himself, but he was already quite satisfied with acquiring the vital blood from over 10 venerables. Life forms that have cultivated to the venerable level certainly have no diluted ancestral bloodline. Even if not as pure as the royal family, it should be close enough, providing Lin Yuan ample time for future insights. Continue collecting more venerable level vital blood. Lin Yuan placed the collected vital blood with another avatar for direct insights, while this avatar continued to other domains to seek more Xuanyin venerables. The task of gathering Xuanyin venerables' vital blood came with some risks, so naturally, Lin Yuan wouldn't bring the vital blood back to the Fierce Sun ancient country, but rather ponder it in the Xuanyin ancient country. Even if any issue arose afterward, he could eliminate the avatar in an instant, leaving no trace for anyone to follow. In the capital of Fierce Sun, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in his mansion, where the avatar pondered on the vital blood of Xuanyin venerables, while the true self also synchronized in contemplation. Your insight is extraordinary. The unknown vital blood comprehension raises your understanding of the Xuanyin Dao. Lin Yuan was immersed in his enlightenment, finding the Dao within the Xuanyin bloodline as vast and grand as, if not surpassing, the chaos. Xuanyin, Taiyin, countless insights and enlightenments surged in Lin Yuan's mind. Your insight is extraordinary. Understanding the Xuanyin Dao enhances your recognition of the Taiyin Dao. In a haze, Lin Yuan visualized a Tai Chi diagram, within which the Taiyin side stirred ripples, continuously transforming with the Taiyang side. While comprehending the Xuanyin Venerable's vital blood, Lin Yuan did not neglect the Chaos Mystic Pattern diagram. Until now, he recognized 2 ways to hasten the evolution of the chaotic Taiji Dao. One was to comprehend the Xuanyin Dao to complement the Taiyin Dao, thus advancing the Taiji Dao. The other was to deepen his understanding of the Chaos Rule. Achieving third realm within the Chaos Rule could also advance the Taiji Dao. The 2 approaches, one internal and one external. Both were significantly beneficial to Lin Yuan, and even without the evolution of the chaotic Taiyi Dao, continued enlightenment would still yield great personal improvement. In the vast origin world, the 6 ancient countries occupied the most central and prosperous regions. Beyond the 6 ancient countries, there were also large areas, though slightly more barren compared to the 6 ancient countries, still fostering treasure lands and secret realms that many venerables explore and travel through. After all, the treasure lands contained within the 6 ancient countries have basically all been occupied, and ordinary great lords can't even get close. Rumble. In a stretch of winding mountains, a violent fluctuation of time and space suddenly erupted, and a mysterious aura began to spread in all directions. This kind of aura immediately caught the attention of the nearby passing great lords, who all looked towards the source of the time-space fluctuation, their eyes wide open. A treasure land? This is an anomaly that a treasure land has bred. Has a new treasure land been born? At least a first-class treasure land has emerged to emit such an aura. A first-class treasure land? All the great lords who witnessed this scene gulped. A first-class treasure land? Even the lofty 6 ancient countries would strive with all their might to compete for it, and now they had stumbled upon it? Currently, the number of first-class treasure lands occupied by the 6 ancient countries is extremely few and incredibly rare. Let's go and take a look. A great lord, with a surged heart, immediately moved closer to the winding mountains where the treasure land was being bred. Daling Ancient Country. Among the 6 ancient countries, Daling Ancient Country was the third to be established. It is said that the founder of Daling Ancient Country was the disciple of the initial primordial spirit ancestor. At this moment, the Emperor of Daling Ancient Country and many heavenly venerates were gathered in the main hall. A new treasure land has appeared here. It should be a first-class treasure land. Though the effects of its peculiar treasures are unknown, they should be related to time. Currently, any great lord approaching a certain distance from the treasure land will be forcibly pushed back to their original position by the power of time. A treasure land breeding peculiar treasures related to time, and it's a first-class treasure land. This treasure land must be seized. Indeed, it might help us take the last step to break through the cycle of time. Any peculiar treasure related to time must not be overlooked. One heavenly venerate after another from Daling Ancient Country swiftly made their decision. The peculiar treasures bred by a first-class treasure land are immensely useful to heavenly venerates and even to peak venerables, and the peculiar treasures related to time make all heavenly venerate level experts envious. So far, among the many first-class treasure lands controlled by the 6 ancient countries, only 5 are related to time. On average, there's not even 1 per ancient country. You want to seize this treasure land, and other ancient countries want to seize this treasure land as well. Sitting high on his throne, the Emperor of Daling looked down and said, "Currently, this treasure land has been controlled, but its ownership will still be contested by the heavenly venerates of the ancient countries according to the old rules. If a newly born treasure land is located within the territory of a particular ancient country, then, without a doubt, this treasure land belongs to that ancient country. But now the location of this treasure land is outside the 6 ancient countries, so its ownership needs to be contested by the 6 ancient countries. Galaxy Royal Mansion. Lin Yuan was in seclusion. At that moment, he received a message from the Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country. "Galaxy, come to see me immediately." The Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country's tone was quite urgent, and Lin Yuan immediately realized something significant had happened. Before long, Lin Yuan arrived at the palace. Lin Yuan saw many heavenly venerates waiting outside. These heavenly venerates glanced at Lin Yuan but said nothing more. Feeling puzzled, Lin Yuan still proceeded directly into the palace. Galaxy. The Fierce Sun Emperor looked at Lin Yuan and said with a smile, "All those heavenly venerates outside want to see me, but I chose to see you first." "Why is that?" Lin Yuan immediately inquired. "A new first-class treasure land has appeared, and it's outside the territories of the 6 ancient countries," the Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country said succinctly. "A new first-class treasure land?" Lin Yuan was a little surprised. Given his current status, he naturally understood the importance of a first-class treasure land. The peculiar treasures bred were of immense help to heavenly venerates. Lin Yuan himself sat at 2 first-class treasure lands, so he was very clear about this. These are treasure lands that have already existed for countless ages, with the peculiar treasures bred mostly already distributed once over. But a newly emerged treasure land, and the peculiar treasures it breeds, have never appeared among the 6 ancient countries, and are most able to incite the scramble among the heavenly venerates of the 6 ancient countries. Our 6 ancient countries have long established rules that if a treasure land's ownership is unclear, then it is to be decided according to the established rules as to which ancient country it belongs to. The Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country looked at Lin Yuan and said, "The rule here is that each major ancient country selects 12 heavenly venerates to compete outside the treasure land. Those heavenly venerates outside all want me to choose them as part of the 12 heavenly venerates sent by my Fierce Sun Ancient Country to compete." The Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country paused his speech for a while and then continued, "According to the rules, even if those heavenly venerates involved in the competition fail in the end, the benefits they gain in the treasure land are still allowed to be taken out. So that's how it is." Lin Yuan suddenly understood that regardless of whether they can seize this treasure land in the end, the heavenly venerates involved in the competition are guaranteed to gain benefits. Of course, I have the final say on which heavenly venerates can go to compete. The Emperor of Fierce Sun Ancient Country looked at Lin Yuan and smiled. "Galaxy, are you interested?" Chapter 1193, 13, // Seeking subscription. Chapter 1193, Chapter 13, // Seeking subscription. I'm definitely interested. Lin Yuan said. Exploring a newly born treasure land, especially a top-tier one, is a rare opportunity for a heavenly venerati. Currently, the 6 ancient countries together only possess a few hundred top-tier treasure lands, and these few hundred top-tier treasure lands are the result of long years of accumulation. An ordinary heavenly venerate might never experience the birth of a top-tier treasure land from birth to reaching the 13th realm. Ha ha ha! The fierce sun. Ancient country's emperor smiled. As an emperor, one must balance various forces. But when encountering genuine benefits, family comes first. That's why he met with Lin Yuan first, overpowering the heavenly venerates waiting outside. However, although I have the right to decide who can represent the ancient country in the competition, you will still need to demonstrate some strength later. The fierce sun ancient country's emperor looked at Lin Yuan, otherwise other heavenly venerates might be dissatisfied. Naturally, Lin Yuan nodded. Indeed, competing for a newly born treasure land, any participating heavenly venerate can gain rewards, but undoubtedly, the ones who capture the treasure land gain the most. If forcing in a vacancy results in failing to capture the treasure land and losing to other ancient countries, even the emperor might not be able to suppress that outcome. Factional struggles must be placed behind the ancient country's interests. This is the rule of the fierce sun ancient country. The fierce sun ancient country's emperor looked at Lin Yuan, a bit surprised. He could sense Lin Yuan's confidence. Generally speaking, the strength of a heavenly venerate participating in the competition for a treasure land should at least meet the peak venerable threshold. Are you confident? The fierce sun ancient country's emperor's tone was slightly solemn. Lin Yuan had excavated his ancestral bloodline to an unprecedented heavenly venerate level, and according to the potential of the ancestral bloodline, reaching the limit would make him stronger than the peak venerable, but that is contingent upon reaching the limit. For instance, a core royal family member at the rank of Great Lord, if not reaching their limit, cannot be considered invincible among Great Lords. I'll do my best, Lin Yuan said. The peak venerates of the 6 ancient countries are equivalent to the great saints of the Chaos Void, and Lin Yuan, even before breaking through the space-time rule to the 9th realm, could slightly contend with great saints. Later, as his comprehension of space-time reached the 9th realm, continuing to study the 13th realm Sky Void Tripod and his insights into Fierce Sun and Xuan Yin in the Source World, Lin Yuan's true strength was a significant leap from when he previously confronted Great Saint Hunxiao. Just do your best. The Fierce Sun ancient country's emperor nodded. Later, I will let those heavenly venerates come in and announce externally that you are included in the competition for a treasure land. If the other heavenly venerates have significant objections, select a peak venerable to duel with you. You only need to hold out for a while to prove that you have the strength of a peak venerable, and there should be no problems. The Fierce Sun ancient country's emperor looked at Lin Yuan. Understood. Lin Yuan understood. In the Fierce Sun ancient country, the royal family can certainly receive resource preference, but the premise is they cannot be too weak, otherwise it's a waste of resources. Then I'll let them in. The Fierce Sun ancient country's emperor glanced outside the palace. Before long, one powerful presence after another entered, all the heavenly venerates of the Fierce Sun ancient country, many of whom had been in retreat for many years but came out due to the newly born top-tier treasure land. Emperor. All the heavenly venerates slightly bowed, showing respect, their gazes intentionally or unintentionally falling on Lin Yuan. Galaxy? Is he the royal family member who excavated his bloodline to the heavenly venerate level? The emperor met him first, so it's likely one of the 12 spots is predetermined for him. The numerous heavenly venerates stared at Lin Yuan, their thoughts fluctuating, considering there are only 12 spots available for the competition. Lin Yuan taking one means one less for them. Let me introduce. The Fierce Sun Emperor smiled and said, "This is Galaxy, the first core royal family member at the heavenly venerate level of my Fierce Sun ancient country." After introducing Lin Yuan, the Fierce Sun ancient country began introducing the various heavenly venerates. In fact, there's no real need for an introduction. With the reputation of a heavenly venerate, Lin Yuan just needs to slightly sense their aura to know which heavenly venerate they are. Currently, 30-some heavenly venerates stood in the palace. Among them, 20 had the strength of peak venerables, and the remaining 10 or so were close to the strength of peak venerables. Of course, this doesn't mean the number of peak venerables is greater than ordinary heavenly venerates in the Fierce Sun ancient country, but that the heavenly venerates present here are just a portion, though the most elite part. Lin Yuan looked at each heavenly venerate, nodding one by one. Among the heavenly veneratus, 3 were recognized as the strongest, namely Red Flame Venerable, Venerable Hengyang, and Venerable Guangli. These 3 are all peak venerables, and the paths of chaos power they have evolved are incredibly powerful, shaking the 6 ancient countries. Alright, I won't waste words. The Fierce Sun ancient country's emperor looked at the many heavenly venerates. This time, with the appearance of a top-tier treasure land, my Fierce Sun ancient country will have 12 spots for participation in the competition. I won't interfere with the other 11 spots, but Galaxy must take one. Does anyone have any objections? The Fierce Sun ancient country's emperor said directly. With those words, the palace fell silent. The many heavenly venerates glanced at each other, unable to help but look towards Red Flame Venerable, Venerable Hengyang, and Venerable Guangli. The Emperor's request isn't excessive, only asking for one of the 12 spots, and they initially thought there would be more royal family members arranged. Among the royal family, there are also strong figures at the Heavenly Venerate level, but here, the Heavenly Venerates refer to those who have realized the paths of chaos power evolution. Not appropriate. At this time, Red Flame Venerable suddenly spoke. With the potential of Galaxy Venerate, he is indeed worth cultivating. Red Flame Venerable glanced at Lin Yuan, but competing for a top-tier treasure land relies on strength, and every Heavenly Venerate participating must not be a burden. Chapter 1194, 13, / request subscription. 2. Chapter 194, Chapter 13, / request subscription. 2. I can promise that if we seize this first-class treasure land, I can allocate more of the treasure land and the rare wonders it produces to the Galaxy Venerate, but the matter of contesting the treasure land still requires sufficient strength to prove oneself. The Red Flame Venerable finally looked at the fierce Sun Ancient Country Emperor. I hope the Emperor prioritizes the interests of the ancient country. The fierce Sun Ancient Country Emperor nodded and then looked at Lin Yuan. Galaxy, what do you think? If Lin Yuan hadn't been confident about his strength just now, the fierce Sun Ancient Country Emperor would definitely have rejected the Red Flame Venerable with various excuses. Then let's follow the Red Flame Venerable's suggestion, Lin Yuan said. As soon as these words were spoken, the Venerables in the hall couldn't help but be surprised. He agreed so easily? The Red Flame Venerable also gave Lin Yuan an extra glance. He initially thought the Emperor would casually find an excuse to dismiss him. Unexpectedly, the Galaxy Venerate was so confident. Although the Galaxy Venerate had prior achievements against the Jihan Venerate and the Beiyin Venerable Sage, but that was in the Heiyu Nest, with the space-time teleportation formation to the capital nearby. The Galaxy Venerate's ability to keep those two Venerables was not just due to strength, but also the deterrence of the fierce Sun Ancient Country's Venerables. If the two Venerables had no fears, in a desperate fight, they might not defeat Lin Yuan, but could at least retreat safely. I don't ask for much, just that the Galaxy Venerate can withstand 100 breaths under the Red Lotus. The Red Flame Venerable said, Red Lotus Venerable, a seasoned peak Venerable, withstanding 100 breaths under Red Lotus Venerable requires at least peak Venerable strength. All right? Lin Yuan nodded. He also wanted to witness the strength of the fierce Sun Ancient Country's peak Venerables. Different from the unmatched great saints of the Chaos Void, the peak Venerables' paths of Chaos Evolution Force have all reached the 3rd level. Then the spar between Galaxy and Red Lotus will be set in the capital's Venerate level time-space. The fierce Sun Ancient Country Emperor said. The so-called capital's Venerate level time-space is a stable time-space developed using the power of the fierce Sun capital, capable of withstanding Venerate level battles. The spar between peak Venerables, if unrestricted, can ravage an entire great domain, so to minimize the impact, it must take place in the corresponding time-space, in an exceptionally stable ruled time-space. Suddenly, figures appeared, precisely the fierce Sun Ancient Country Emperor and the Venerable Ancient Sages. Lin Yuan and the Red Lotus Venerable stood at the center of time-space, confronting each other from afar. Red Lotus Venerable's Chaos Evolution Force Path is the Red Lotus Karma Fire, a terrifying flame almost disregarding most defenses, directly burning on the soul and body. Information about the Red Lotus Venerable flashed in Lin Yuan's mind. Once on an ancient country battlefield, Red Lotus Venerable single-handedly burned 6 Venerables of the enemy ancient country to nothingness, thus establishing his reputation as a peak Venerable in one stroke. Galaxy Venerate. Red Lotus Venerable looked at Lin Yuan from afar. When it comes to the contest for a first-class treasure land, I won't hold back. If it were just a regular spar, Red Lotus Venerable would surely consider the royal face, but now the spar is related to the Venerate quota for the upcoming contest for a first-class treasure land. Red Lotus Venerable does not want to be dragged down by Lin Yuan in the future contest for a first-class treasure land. I won't hold back either. Lin Yuan also looked serious. Good. Red Lotus Venerable nodded, a thought in his mind. Ignite. Whoosh. Red flames resembling lotuses began to burn on Lin Yuan's physical body. These flames were formless and intangible, utterly unstoppable. Red Lotus Venerable watched Lin Yuan silently. With the might of Red Lotus Karma Fire, ordinary Venerables wouldn't last long. As long as the Galaxy Venerate concedes, I will immediately withdraw the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Red Lotus Venerable thought silently. Lin Yuan was not an enemy. He naturally did not intend to seriously injure him. Is this the Red Lotus Karma Fire? Lin Yuan felt his body, soul, and even the internal universe burning under the Red Lotus flames. Lin Yuan hadn't even realized when these flames appeared. The time-space around him hadn't detected the burning. It just ignited directly on his physical and soul-body universe. Yet, just like being tickled, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Though the Red Lotus Karma Fire was indeed strange, to burn Lin Yuan's physical soul-body universe to a degree threatening his origin source, it would probably take burning for millions of years endlessly. Lin Yuan's foundation was incredibly robust, his internal universe measured in trillions of light years, even allowing the Red Lotus Karma fire to burn held no threat to his being. It even burned away the origin source slower than it recovered. Red Lotus Venerable's methods are indeed extraordinary, Lin Yuan remarked with slight admiration. Although its power wasn't great, this peculiar ability to manifest from nothing surprised Lin Yuan. If it weren't the Red Lotus Karma fire, but a means that could threaten him, things would truly be troublesome. What? Red Lotus Venerable was startled to see Lin Yuan appearing completely unaffected by the Red Lotus Karma fire, instead engaging with him calmly. Usually, other Venerables facing the silently emerging Red Lotus Karma fire would either drive it away with all their might or begin to retreat, but Lin Yuan just let it burn? Galaxy Venerate, unfazed by Red Lotus Karma fire? The Venerables watching from afar all displayed changed expressions. Even the strongest Red Flame Venerable, Venerable Heng Yang, and Venerable Guangli, found dealing with the peculiar Red Lotus Karma fire quite troublesome, consuming considerable effort to expel. But Lin Yuan? He didn't care about the Red Lotus Karma fire's burning at all. How deep is this Galaxy Venerate's foundation to disregard the Red Lotus Karma fire? The Red Flame Venerable pondered. Originally, he had underestimated Lin Yuan, thinking, how could a royal figure at the Venerate level grow without reaching the limit? They still had to be overshadowed by the peak Venerables like themselves. Red Lotus Venerable, it's my turn. Lin Yuan smiled slightly, raising his right hand, using time-space as a blade, the power of his internal universe as the source, slashing toward the Red Lotus Venerable. Lin Yuan's time-space comprehension had reached the 9th realm. Among peak Venerables, such comprehension wasn't exceptionally outstanding, but the power of his internal universe indeed exponentially increased the power of Lin Yuan's strikes by an unknown magnitude. It's like having the same sword, identical in material, sharpness. One wielded with a force of 100 pounds, the other with a force of 100 tons. The difference in power is naturally worlds apart. Lin Yuan was like that. His profound foundation allowed every strike to have the effect of overpowering skill with sheer strength. This, Red Lotus Venerable's pupils contracted. Lin Yuan's strike cut through layers of time-space, slashing at him. Swish! Red Lotus Venerable couldn't dodge in time, and his right hand was struck by this time-space blade. Whoosh! Red Lotus Venerable transformed entirely into blossoming Red Lotus Karma fires, eventually reforming his figure. This strike is not a path of chaos evolution force, yet why is its power so immense? Red Lotus Venerable couldn't believe it. It was just a conventional use of the spatio-temporal fusion rule, yet possessed such astonishing power. Is it the heavenly Venerate level ancestor's bloodline? Red Lotus Venerable pondered in disbelief, thinking that the bafflingly great power must come from the Galaxy Venerate's level ancestor's bloodline. It's deflected? Lin Yuan looked at the Red Lotus Venerable under the cut. Surely it won't be that easy to deal with. Fierce Sun. In the depths of Lin Yuan's eyes, a hint of Fierce Sun emerged. Slash again. Lin Yuan activated the Divine Ability World and in an instant slashed 333 blades. Whoosh! A total of 333 time-space blades, entirely composed of the power of space, time, but imbued with majestic power, slashed towards the Red Lotus Venerable. Chapter 195, 14 Fierce Sun's Grand Cycle, subscription requested. Chapter 195, Chapter 14, Fierce Sun's Grand Cycle, subscription requested. This strike? Red Flame Venerable's expression was solemn. As an observer, though he did not directly face the power of Lin Yuan's time-space blade, he could feel a thing or two. Just a single strike from the time-space blade caused some injury to Red Lotus Venerable. Now, with 333 blades attacking simultaneously, for Red Lotus Venerable to block them, he would probably need to reveal his true methods. The Galaxy Venerate is not weak in rule comprehension either. Venerable Heng Yang came to some conclusions. Comprehension of the 9th realm of time-space is considered normal among the peak Venerables, but among the royal bloodline that only knows to excavate bloodlines, it's already extremely exaggerated. Basically at the highest level under the rule of chaos evolution power. Ha 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 ha, good, good, good. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country saw this scene, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Originally, he was worried about how Lin Yuan could last 100 breaths against Red Lotus Venerable. After all, Red Lotus Venerable's methods primarily focus on quick battles. The Red Lotus Karma fire ignores defense, and ordinary Venerables find it difficult to last 100 breaths under such flames. But now? Looking at this situation, it's no longer a question of whether Lin Yuan can last 100 breaths, but rather which of these two Venerables will win in the end. Endless Red Lotus. Facing 333 time-space blades, Red Lotus Venerable was like facing a great enemy, his physical form once again dispersing and transforming into countless Red Lotus Karma fire, floating amidst time and space. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Whiz, the 333 time-space blades slashed forth, and the vast spaces began to shatter. The floating Red Lotus Karma fire amidst time and space also felt the impact. Yet, relying on its own void attribute, it managed to barely withstand the 333 time-space blades. After the 330 blades, Red Lotus Venerable's figure once again coalesced. Seeing this, Lin Yuan immediately prepared to strike again. Galaxy Venerate, there's no need to keep fighting. Red Lotus Venerable immediately said. With the current strength Lin Yuan exhibited, it was only natural for someone to last 100 breaths in his hands. Furthermore, given the current degree of their fight, if they were to continue, Red Lotus Venerable would have to use those real deadly methods. But such methods are meant for enemies, and Red Lotus Venerable naturally didn't want to use them on a fellow Venerable. Qi Yan, what do you think? Red Lotus Venerable looked toward the distant Red Flame Venerable. It was initially Red Flame Venerable's idea to have him test the Galaxy Venerate's strength. Indeed, there's no need to keep fighting. Red Flame Venerable nodded. The reason he had Red Lotus Venerable make a move was to increase the chances of vying for that top-class territory. As long as Lin Yuan's strength reached the threshold of peak Venerate, and he didn't hold back in the contest, Red Flame Venerable would turn a blind eye. And now, the strength Lin Yuan revealed not only didn't hold them back, but was a pleasant surprise. Although Red Flame Venerable also coveted that top-class territory, he even more so hoped that the territory would be occupied by the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, and everything he did was based on the interests of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. All right? Lin Yuan nodded, retracting the Divine Ability World. This divine skill, which merged and devoured the source of the Fierce Sun, emitted a strong Fierce Sun aura. Even if he said he hadn't excavated the ancestor's bloodline to the Venerate level, no one would believe it. The strength of the Galaxy Venerate? Terrifying, feels no weaker than Red Lotus Venerable? Is this the Venerate-level ancestor bloodline? Unprecedented? Even a Venerate-level ancestor bloodline requires a lot of time to excavate. How long has it been since the Galaxy Venerate transformed his bloodline to the Venerate level? Freakish. Absolutely freakish. The other ancient Venerables present were full of shock, and they too felt the terror of Lin Yuan. Initially, the Venerables were quite dissatisfied with the Emperor's decision, believing that forcibly inserting the Galaxy Venerate into the Venerate quota was entirely the Emperor pulling strings. But now? Even if Lin Yuan wasn't a core member of the royal family, solely relying on his strength to compete for one of the 12 Venerate seats, he would still fully be able to compete for it. The Emperor's involvement in getting Lin Yuan into the Venerate list was truly icing on the cake. Galaxy Venerate, among the many Venerables, Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate, looked at Lin Yuan in astonishment. He had previous interactions with Lin Yuan and was the previous guardian of the Heiyu nest. At that time, Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate did not make things difficult for Lin Yuan to take over the Heiyu nest, but instead was quick to yield it, as he did not want to offend this core royal family member. In Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate's view, Lin Yuan's future potential was immense. He found it entirely unnecessary to offend fate over a bit of Heiyu, looking at it now. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate was immensely grateful for his past decision. How long has it been? The Galaxy Venerate already possesses such strength. At this moment, Lin Yuan and the Red Lotus Venerate flew toward the numerous Venerates. Galaxy Venerate. The Red Lotus Venerate looked at Lin Yuan, genuinely admiring him. I always believed that the rules of the Dao were fundamental. Now it seems that the extremity of bloodline power is by no means inferior to the power of the Dao rules. When he sparred with Lin Yuan from start to finish, the latter never utilized deeply profound Dao rule insights. On the contrary, the Red Lotus Venerate used the path of power evolution through chaos. The Red Lotus Karma, fire burned Lin Yuan's body, flesh, and soul. To reach the level of an ancestor, one still must rely on Dao rules, Lin Yuan said. Although the Fierce Sun bloodline is a 13th level bloodline, wanting to reach the 13th level by following this bloodline is utterly impossible. To step into the 13th level, one must forcibly forge their own path of chaos power evolution, breaking through the limitations of time loops. How easy is it to reach the level of an ancestor? The Red Lotus Venerate shook his head. Throughout the long ages of the origin world, only 6 entities truly became ancestors and established an ancient country. All right, Galaxy Venerate, you needn't be modest, the Qi Yan Venerate said from the side. With your strength, it's only a matter of time before you surpass us. Not to mention the potential excavation of the ancestral bloodline's future, merely relying on Lin Yuan's current strength. If he could comprehend a path of chaos evolution rules, even if only the first level, his strength would be about the same as his, the Qi Yan Venerate. And with Lin Yuan's insight into time and space, comprehending a path of chaos power evolution isn't something unimaginable. Lin Yuan listened quietly. His current strength is roughly on par with the Red Lotus Venerate. If he really fought with all his might, Lin Yuan wasn't confident he could win. As for comparing with the Qi Yan Venerate, he was obviously not as good. The strength of the Qi Yan Venerate, even placed in the Chaos Void, is close to the level of an invincible great saint, stronger than both the Hongxiao Heavenly Venerate and the Jade Qilin Venerable. But the fight for the first-rate treasured land is right before us. When battling with Venerats from other ancient countries, it won't be as easy as it is now, the Qi Yan Venerate hinted. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. He understood what the Qi Yen Venerate meant. The sparring between Lin Yuan and the Red Lotus Venerate ended quickly, and neither side was almost injured because neither had used their true offensive means. When it really comes to battling with enemy Venerats in order to seize a first-rate treasured land, those peak Venerats might even risk their primary battle bodies. The intensity of such battles would be nothing like simple sparring as before. All right, Galaxy, you go ahead and rest. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country spoke. Head to that treasured land in 10 years. Lin Yuan nodded. He disappeared from where he stood. The future of our Fierce Sun Ancient Country. The Qi Yan Venerate looked at the place where Lin Yuan had disappeared, feeling a slight hint of anticipation in his heart. Compared to the ownership of that first-rate treasured land, he was more eager about what height Lin Yuan's future could reach. Galaxy Royal Mansion. After returning, Lin Yuan continued his cultivation insights. The sparring with the Red Lotus Venerate made him clearly understand the general level of his strength, belonging to the level of a seasoned peak Venerate, yet not as good as the top peak Venerate. First-rate treasured land. Lin Yuan was quite eager in his heart. The battle for the first-rate treasured land wasn't just for the benefits inside, but also intended to give back to the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. After all, having descended to the Fierce Sun Ancient Country for so many years, Lin Yuan had basically benefited greatly from this ancient country, so naturally he wanted to repay it in some way. My current strength is only enough not to hold back in the battle for the treasured land. It's still too weak. Lin Yuan thought silently, simultaneously focusing part of his mind on comprehending his inheritance of the Fierce Sun, Xuanyin chaoses. Traveling between various great domains of the Xuanyin ancient country, his avatars comprehended the blood essence of many Xuanyin venerables, experiencing the Xuanyin Dao contained within. As for Lin Yuan's true form in the royal mansion, he began to comprehend the Fierce Sun chapters in the inheritance. Lin Yuan already had the Fierce Sun bloodline flowing within him, and being situated around the great Yang vein of the Fierce Sun ancient country, the Fierce Sun Dao lay sprawling, making comprehension effortlessly. Your enlightenment is extraordinary, enhancing your understanding of the Fierce Sun Dao. In a trance, Lin Yuan's mind and consciousness began to ascend infinitely, suddenly arriving at a world of flames filled with endless fierce suns. Is this the place? Lin Yuan glanced around, feeling very familiar with this place. Once he gathered enough seeds of the fierce sun, he could freely enter this mysterious fierce sun world. Lin Yuan detected something amiss with just a glance around. Compared to when he previously entered this world of flames, his position this time was different. It's much higher. Lin Yuan carefully observed the surroundings and reached a conclusion. Ancestor of Fierce Sun. Lin Yuan raised his head, looking at the imposing figure standing with hands behind on the highest point of the world. Due to the elevation, the figure Lin Yuan saw was much clearer, allowing to detect all sorts of subtle auras. After observing for a while, Lin Yuan benefited greatly and quickly withdrew, as it was impossible to stay long in that world of flames, lest there be a risk of being assimilated. As his mind consciousness returned to his physical body, Lin Yuan's expression changed. Inside his body, vast and expansive, countless seeds of the fierce sun floated like miniature fierce suns, numbering 33,332 in total. At this moment, the 33,333rd fierce sun seed quickly took shape, condensed in an instant. The moment this seed of the fierce sun appeared, it formed an entire entity with the preceding 33,332 seeds, akin to a complete great fierce sun cycle. Boom. Chapter 1196, 15 10 years request subscription. Chapter 1196, Chapter 15, 10 years request subscription. The 33,333rd fiery sunseed was like the final touch that completed the dragon. The moment it formed, it resonated with the many fiery sunseeds that had been gathered before, forming a perfect whole, finally gathered. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. As early as during the war between the Qingfen domain and the Purple Dream domain, he was stuck on gathering the last fiery sunseed. Until now, he finally broke through the bottleneck. It's not that Lin Yuan lacked comprehension, but gathering the last fiery sunseed required absorbing enough fiery sun energy between heaven and earth. Without sufficient fiery sun energy, it couldn't be gathered. According to Lin Yuan's research on the various royal family members of the Fiery Sun Ancient Kingdom and their information on gathering fiery sun seeds, even those core royals who gathered fiery sun seeds like eating and drinking generally reached their limit at over 20,000 fiery sun seeds. In the history of the Fiery Sun Ancient Kingdom, only 18 royals have gathered 33,333 fiery sun seeds. If it wasn't for this mansion, the time I needed to gather the last fiery sun seed would have been delayed by hundreds or thousands of years. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the Emperor had prepared this residence for him, which was close to the largest solar vein of the ancient kingdom, with abundant fiery sun energy. In other places, the efficiency of absorbing fiery sun energy would be much worse. 33,333 fiery sun seeds will form a perfect fiery sun great cycle, greatly enhancing various aspects of myself, strength, the scope of rule comprehension. All are significant. Lin Yuan thought to himself. In the history of the Fiery Sun Ancient Kingdom, those 18 royals with the Fiery Sun Great Cycle, even if they hadn't yet elevated their bloodline to the heavenly venerate level, had successfully realized the principles of chaos evolution power, and crossed into the realm of heavenly venerate through their comprehension of the Great Dao rules. Fluctuations in the Great Dao rules? Lin Yuan carefully sensed, nodding slightly. Compared to before gathering the last Fiery Sun seed, his comprehension of rules at this moment did indeed surge considerably. The creatures of this Feng Yuan world are truly blessed by nature. Lin Yuan felt quite emotional. Even gathering just a few Fiery Sun seeds increased their scope of rule comprehension beyond that of Chaos Void experts. The comprehension of the Great Dao rules by the creatures of the 6 ancient kingdoms was far easier than that of Chaos Void creatures. The unparalleled great saints of Chaos Void and the peak venerables of the 6 ancient kingdoms were roughly at the same level, but the latter's comprehension of the path of chaos evolution power surpassed the former, effortlessly bridging the gap in the inherent foundation of their body universe. Lin Yuan continued to sense the impact of the great cycle formed by the many Fiery Sun seeds within him. The Fiery Sun divine body has improved considerably. Divine ability world. Lin Yuan suddenly unfolded his divine skill world, transforming himself into a blazing fiery sun, under which the time and space around him began to twist, all becoming his domain. Since the space-time within the palace was independent, Lin Yuan could activate the divine skill world here without affecting the outside world, as long as he was cautious. Fiery Sun. Lin Yuan sat at the center of the world, vaguely sensing the Fiery Sun seeds within him lighting up one by one. Each time a Fiery Sun seed lit up, within the scope of the divine skill world, an additional Fiery Sun appeared. In no time, 33,333 Fiery Suns spanned the heavenly dome of the world, combined with the Fiery Sun Lin Yuan's body had transformed into, totaling 33,334 Fiery Suns. In an instant, Lin Yuan felt the power of the divine skill world surge, and if he wished, he could easily break through the palace's suppression, enveloping the entire capital within the world. Of course, if Lin Yuan dared to do so, he would be suppressed by the foundation of the capital in the next moment. The Fiery Sun Great Cycle can actually have such an impact on the divine skill world. Lin Yuan was shocked, as this had never occurred among the 18 royals who had the Fiery Sun Great Cycle in the past. Is it because of Fiery Sun opening the heavens? Lin Yuan examined the news divine skill world around him, speculating in his heart. His divine skill world had fused and devoured the source of the Fiery Sun, so the Fiery Sun Great Cycle having an effect was understandable. As for why those 18 royals in the past never experienced this change, they didn't have the foundation of an inherent universe, no divine skill world, no divine skill, Fiery Sun opening the heavens, nor did they cultivate the infinite void inheritance. Lin Yuan had reached this point with too many irreplicable traits. However, my current divine skill world is much stronger than before. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts, sensing his incredible control over the 4-dimensional space and time. The core of the divine skill world that had fused and devoured the source of the Fiery Sun was the Fiery Sun itself, and once the world was unfolded, Lin Yuan himself would transform into a Fiery Sun. And now, the total number of such Fiery Suns amounted to 33,334. The extent of the power surge was imaginable. Even though the Fiery Suns formed by the Fiery Sun seeds weren't as potent as the Fiery Sun formed by Lin Yuan's body, the sheer number, 33,333 combined, had at least increased the power of the divine skill world dozens or even hundreds of times. The consumption is also much greater, but it can be sustained. Lin Yuan perceived the current divine skill world, his external universe extending. Wherever its power reached, the great Dao rules of this Feng Yuan world quickly retreated. Whoosh! A moment later, Lin Yuan retracted the divine skill world and began to delve into research. With my current strength, if I fully activate the divine skill world, a powerhouse like the Red Lotus Venerable should be easily suppressed, but as for a top-tier peak Venerable like the Red Flame Venerable, Lin Yuan estimated in his heart, unable to make an accurate comparison. Chapter 197, 15 10 years request for subscription. 2. Chapter 197, Chapter 15 10 years request for subscription. 2. In this Feng Yuan world, an ordinary heavenly venerate is equivalent to a Chaos Great Saint of the Chaos Void, while a peak Venerable matches an unparalleled Great Saint. The power of Red Flame Venerable has essentially reached the level of an invincible Great Saint from the Chaos Void. In fact, among the peak venerables of the 6 ancient countries, there surely exists a heavenly venerate comparable to an invincible Great Saint. An invincible Great Saint from the Chaos Void rarely appears throughout a long cosmic era, but in this Feng Yuan world, the 13th tier ancestral bloodline rebirth for descendants is exceptionally high. In the Chaos Void, as long as an unparalleled Great Saint masters a 13th tier inheritance, they would likely possess the strength of an invincible Great Saint. Take, for instance, the Magic Jade Tower Master. The reason for becoming an invincible great saint was the comprehension of the essential nature after slaying that wondrous creature with a concentrated bloodline of time, reaching the threshold to cultivate a certain 13th tier inheritance, eventually becoming invincible in that era. But in this Fang Yuan world, which heavenly venerate from the various ancient countries hasn't been exposed to 13th tier inheritances? Although difficult to master, the likelihood of producing a heavenly venerate at the invincible great saint level is certainly far higher than in the Chaos Void. The spread of 13th tier inheritances among time creatures in the Chaos Void is entirely random, often forbidden, and acquiring them relies entirely on luck. Next, let's continue to solidify the seed of the fierce sun. Lin Yuan split some of his mental focus, attempting to solidify more seeds of the fierce sun. This technique greatly augments his combat power, surpassing many historical royal members who have consolidated numerous seeds of the fierce sun, so Lin Yuan naturally values it highly, with the passage of time. The birth of a new first-class treasure land rapidly spread throughout the fierce sun ancient country. Many great lords-level powerhouses were thrilled, although the exotic treasures produced by the first-class treasure land are surely prioritized for the heavenly venerable layer of the ancient country's powerhouses. Yet as long as the fierce sun ancient country can seize this first-class treasure land, the heavenly venerates can feast while the great lords can at least drink some soup, soon. Representing the fierce sun ancient country, the list of 12 heavenly venerates heading to the new treasure land for contention was made public. Among them, 11 heavenly venerates didn't stir much commotion, being veteran peak venerables like the established Red Lotus Venerable, but the last one is the recently prominent Galaxy Venerate. Isn't he just entering the heavenly venerable realm? Though Galaxy Venerate is the first to achieve Heavenly Venerate as a royal descendant through ancestral bloodline, allowing him to take part in the contention for a first-class treasure land. You don't understand. Before the list was confirmed, Galaxy Venerate had sparred with Red Lotus Venerate, and although it resulted in a draw, Red Lotus Venerate publicly stated that Galaxy Venerate's strength is comparable to his. My heavens! How long has Galaxy Venerate been in the Heavenly Venerable realm? Can he already par up with such a peak venerable as Red Lotus Venerate? Perhaps this is the prowess of the ancestral bloodline, the many great lords. Level powerhouses discussed endlessly, though many questioned Galaxy Venerate's inclusion in the list. Upon learning the sparring result with Red Lotus Venerate, they were amazed. Galaxy Royal Mansion. Lin Yuan was sitting face-to-face with King Chibao. Congratulations, Galaxy Venerate. King Chibao's expression was somewhat respectful. Initially, upon first meeting the Venerate, I even fought with you, King Chibao sighed. Just call me Galaxy. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head. Upon just entering the capital, had it not been for King Chibao's continual care, he might have encountered many detours. That's not possible. You're now a heavenly venerat. How could I call you Galaxy with the other heavenly venerats watching? King Chibao immediately replied. Although he belongs to a core royal lineage and can spar a few moves with a heavenly venerat, that refers to ordinary heavenly venerats. As for a peak venerable, naturally not a match. Lin Yuan being on par with Red Lotus Venerable among the peak venerables, his strength far surpasses King Chibao's. I didn't expect that, initially sent to aid Qingfen domain, but ended up bringing back for the ancient country, King Chibao expressed wistful. Ever since Lin Yuan entered the fierce sun capital, taking over the Galaxy Royal Mansion, many royals have come to visit. A considerable portion intended to rely on Lin Yuan. Do you aim for me to establish the 18th royal branch? Lin Yuan smiled as he looked at a middle-aged man in white before him. The middle-aged man had a robust aura at the peak of Great Lord Realm, showing utmost respect when facing Lin Yuan. Heavenly Venerate, with your strength, if willing, the 18th branch you establish will dwarf the other 17 branches, creating a substantial impact within the ancient country. The middle-aged man said softly. The fierce sun ancient country currently comprises 17 royal branches, each branch having supreme core royals stationed. Outside the 17 royal branches, numerous scattered royals exist. Straying from the core of the ancient country, upon seeing Lin Yuan, a core royal descendant from above, and having transformed his ancestral bloodline to a heavenly venerate level, desired to cling tightly. I'm not interested in founding a new royal branch. Lin Yuan directly stated, currently intending to focus all efforts on cultivation to better advance to the 13th tier. Regarding founding a new royal branch, if Lin Yuan achieves the 13th tier, it would not be merely founding a branch but establishing the 7th ancient country of this source world. If unable to cross into the 13th tier, at Lin Yuan's rate of cultivation, any established force would lag far behind his growth. Lin Yuan would also make many arrangements before attempting the 13th tier to ensure the continuity of human civilization within the Chaos Void. But the middle-aged man in white intended to say more. Dismissed. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and the man in white was directly moved out. Numerous royal members visited Lin Yuan. Beyond attachment, more sought guidance and counsel. Heavenly Venerate, for us to delve deeper into our ancestral bloodline and break the limits, asked a royal who had comprehended the path of chaos evolution power. This royal, titled Red Cloud King, was also a core royal member. Facing limits in growth, opted to understand the principles of the Grand Path, ultimately comprehending chaos evolution power crossing into heavenly venerable realm. Continue nurturing the fundamental power within bloodline depths, Lin Yuan generously shared. The martial arts evolution road's refinement of the bloodline stemmed from the body cultivation lineage, and the body cultivation lineage highly emphasizes nurturing the bloodline. Fundamental power? Red Cloud King fell into contemplation. I will elaborate further on nurturing methods when this treasureland contention is over. Lin Yuan looked at Red Cloud King. He intended to establish the dissemination time of the martial arts evolution road branch after the contention for the first-class treasureland. Heavenly venerates integrity. Red Cloud King expressed admiration. He could discern that Lin Yuan truly intended to elaborate on nurturing the bloodline. Logically, such secret other heavenly venerates would likely conceal and hold tightly. Yet Galaxy Venerate openly shared, making Red Cloud King ashamed. After Red Cloud King departed, Lin Yuan began reassessing the martial arts evolution road branch. Through Lin Yuan's modifications, the branch suitable for dissemination in this Feng Yuan world essentially abandoned the internal cosmos method. No choice, many strong figures of the chaos void could accept origin infusion, internal world, internal cosmos growth was almost inevitable. However, in this Feng Yuan world, within the 6 ancient countries, internal world, internal cosmos is far from easily attainable, certainly far from common. Lin Yuan could still cultivate internal cosmos in this world because he had undergone it numerous times, comprehending the opening fully, backed by strength and ample resources. Even so, lacking several origin infusions from the Chaos Void, Lin Yuan's internal cosmos remains weaker than his true self in the Chaos Void, if not for the Fierce Sun Divine Body and Fierce Sun Seeds providing boosts. The true self in this source world simply cannot match the true self in the Chaos Void in combat strength. Whether internal cosmos or rule comprehension, as long as the core remains unchanged, it's the martial arts evolution road. The more beings cultivate it, the more anchor points and path markers they provide me. Lin Yuan pondered, closing his eyes, re-entering cultivation and insight. Time gradually passed. A decade blinked by. Chapter 198, 16, Arrival Subscription Request. Chapter 198, Chapter 16, Arrival Subscription Request. Mysterious World of Flames. Lin Yuan looked up to observe the towering figure standing with hands behind his back at the highest point of the world. Ever since the seed of the fierce sun formed a great cycle within him, Lin Yuan's position in this world of flames had elevated significantly. He could observe the towering figure more closely. Incredible, truly incredible. The more he observed, the more Lin Yuan felt his own insignificance. The towering figure stood there silently, doing nothing. The aura that naturally emanated from it profoundly moved him. No wonder those supreme saints of the Chaos Void spend their entire lives pursuing the traces of time life. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Not just any casual guidance from time life could benefit the supreme saints greatly. Also, the mere existence of time life allowed the supreme saints to glimpse higher vistas. What a pity that I cannot stay here for long. Lin Yuan observed for a while and noticed his own mental will gradually twisting as if melding with the surrounding flames, so he quickly retreated. While in the mysterious world of flames, one could observe some mysteries of the 13 tiers level, but could not reside permanently, lest one becomes assimilated. Once assimilated, Lin Yuan would completely merge into that world of flames, unable to return to his physical body. If I could get closer to the ancestor, I would see more of the 13-tier mysteries. This was far superior to the drop of time blood left by the Moyu Tower Master. The time blood originated from a wondrous life form, but wondrous life forms are merely born from the Chaos Void and are not 13-tier life forms. Their bloodline possesses only a trivial amount of time power talent at best, nowhere near the level of true time life. In 10 years, I've condensed over 100 more seeds of the fierce sun, but my position in this world of flames has not changed. Do I have to wait for the next larger cycle to form? Lin Yuan pondered to himself. After condensing the 33,333rd seed of the fierce sun, the difficulty of condensing subsequent seeds greatly diminished. In just 10 years, he condensed over 100 more, on average condensing one every month or two. Beyond 33,333 seeds of the fierce sun, Lin Yuan had little historical experience to draw from. Only 18 royalty in the history of the fierce sun ancient country had possessed such a number of seeds of the fierce sun. And these 18 royals, after condensing 33,333 seeds of the fierce sun, spent countless years without the energy to continue condensing more. I'm not in a hurry anyway, I can take my time. Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself. Even planning to step into the Chaos Realm in the future, he didn't intend to give up condensing the seeds of the fierce sun. Xuanyin. In the ancient Xuanyin country, in a secluded corner, an avatar of Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In front of him floated droplets of Great Lord's essence blood, containing fundamental fragments of the Xuanyin Dao. Lin Yuan contemplated while comparing it with the fierce sun Dao, using the inheritance of fierce sun Xuanyin chaos to attempt integration and fusion. Indeed, Comprehending the Xuanyin Dao, supplementing Taiyin, promotes the gestation of chaotic Taiyin Taiyang Taiji. Looking at the droplets of Great Lord's essence blood, Lin Yuan thought to himself. He constantly observed his internal universe, the giant egg formed by insights into the rules of the second realm of chaos, containing the chaotic Taiji Dao. 10 years ago, when he first began to comprehend the Xuanyin Dao, he estimated that it would take 10,000 years for the chaotic Taiji Dao to evolve. Now, accompanying continued comprehension of the Xuanyin Dao and fusion with the fierce sun, Lin Yuan clearly felt that in at most 5,000 years, the chaotic Taiji Dao could evolve successfully. 10 years of comprehending Xuanyin saved him 4,990 years. Lin Yuan considered this a gain. Moreover, comprehending the Xuanyin Dao sped up the evolution of the chaotic Taiji Dao, enriching Lin Yuan's own rule comprehension as well. Whether the Xuanyin Dao or the fierce Sun Dao, both had birthed 13-tier time lives worthy of Lin Yuan's dedication to comprehension. Over the years, I've acquired essence blood from over 200 great lords, without causing any substantial disruption. Lin Yuan glanced around with satisfaction. The result was largely due to his non-forceful approach. Even when taking essence blood, he left behind curiosities of equivalent value. This was enough to silence most great lords. Additionally, Lin Yuan's skillful methods ensured that even if the venerate of the Xuanyin ancient country's capital had learned of this, they hadn't detected Lin Yuan's position, as he'd only taken essence blood without any radical actions, so they continued to observe in secret. If Xuanyin and the fierce sun perfectly fuse, it would be a brand new 13-tier Dao. As with Taiyin and Taiyang's fusion into Taiji, Lin Yuan observed the droplets of Great Lord's essence blood, cross-verifying with the fierce Sun Dao, while integrating Taiyin and Taiyang. In the capital of the fierce Sun ancient country, Lin Yuan's true self was also in contemplation. At a certain moment, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. The Emperor seeks me? Lin Yuan looked towards the imperial palace, immediately understanding, seems like the time has come to set out for the new treasure land. This newly emerged top-tier treasure land is outside the domains of any of the 6 ancient countries, so to gain control of it, the 6 ancient countries must compete. Being a contest within the rules, it isn't particularly urgent after all. All the ancient countries need to gather their heavenly venerate level experts. However, many of these venerates are in closed-door practice and might not come out in a short period, hence the 10-year time limit. Regardless of who ultimately gets the prime territory, it will surely be one of the 6 ancient countries. Before long, Lin Yuan arrived at the palace. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country was seated on the throne, and peak venerables like Red Flame Venerable and Venerable Guangli had been waiting for quite some time. Galaxy, you're here? The Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. Red Flame Venerable and Venerable Guangli also nodded at Lin Yuan. Very soon, the 12 heavenly venerates participating in the battle for the treasure land had all arrived. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country spoke. I assume you all know how to vie for the treasure land. Lin Yuan quietly listened below. Each treasure land forms its own space, containing a certain number of cores within. The more cores of a treasure land that are refined, the greater the control over that land. Of course, this mastery is relative. Even if all the cores of a treasure land are refined, it doesn't necessarily prevent other powerhouses from invading. For example, when Lin Yuan once guarded the Haiyu Nest, didn't Jihan Venerate and Beiyin Venerable Sage still infiltrate? Yet, the battle over treasure lands among the 6 ancient countries is maintained under a certain intensity. Hence, the competition is based on refining the cores of the treasure land. After 2,000 years, the ancient country that has refined the most cores of a treasure land will claim it. Thus, the competition for treasure lands is not about who is stronger or weaker, but rather who can find the cores of the treasure land faster and refine them quickly. Moreover, merely refining the cores of the treasure land is not enough. One must also protect them. Once the cores of the treasure land are refined, they are not infallible and can still be re-refined by other heavenly venerates. Let me send you over. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country looked at the 12 heavenly venerates. 10 years ago, the capital of the Fierce Sun ancient country had already established a space-time transfer node outside the newly born treasure land, allowing them to teleport there at any time using the country's teleportation formation. For this competition, it's great if you succeed. If not, don't feel pressured. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country led the 12 heavenly venerates to the space-time transfer area and turned to offer a word of comfort. Buzz, the next moment. Red Flame Venerable, Lin Yuan, and the other venerates stepped into the space-time teleportation formation. Space and time shifted rapidly. Lin Yuan felt the infinite distance being stretched, and after nearly 20 breaths, the space-time fluctuations quickly ceased. We've arrived. Red Flame Venerable glanced around and stepped out of the space-time transfer area. It's much worse than the Qingfen domain, Lin Yuan also observed. Before descending into this source world, Lin Yuan had observed the entire source world through the perspective of the Myriad Realms gate. Overall, the source world is a boundless continent, with the 6 ancient countries occupying the central, most prosperous, and wealthiest regions of the continent. Those regions nurture many rare and precious treasures, and most treasure lands are also born there. As for beyond the 6 ancient countries, it is much more desolate, which is why the 6 ancient countries fight amongst themselves rather than expanding outward. There is no point. But even in desolation, some rare treasures still occasionally appear, however, a prime treasure land. Honestly, before the appearance of this prime treasure land, the heavenly venerates of the 6 ancient countries would hardly believe a prime treasure land could be nurtured in the barren, desolate regions. According to intelligence, outside the newly born prime treasure land, there is a region of time reversal. Only those who have comprehended the Tao of space-time ninth realm can pass through the time reversal region and enter the treasure land, Red Flame Venerable said in a low voice. The appearance of the treasure land attracted a large number of Great Lord-level explorers nearby, and nearly all were sent back by the time reversal region, fusion of time and space ninth realm. Although in this particular source world, comprehending the rules is relatively easier, reaching the ninth realm of space-time is still extremely difficult, generally achievable only by a heavenly venerate. And heavenly venerates, they wouldn't necessarily explore the desolate regions outside the 6 ancient countries, as the heavenly venerate level experts receive numerous benefits by aligning with an ancient country, with no need to waste time in barren areas. Once you enter the treasure land, immediately disperse and find the cores of the treasure land as quickly as possible. Once found, inform me, and I will go to refine them. Red Flame Venerable said. His realm is the highest, and he refines the treasure land cores the fastest. Even if discovered by other ancient country heavenly venerates, he has the best chance of guarding the treasure land cores. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. The other heavenly venerates nodded as well. Upon seeing this, Red Flame Venerable felt somewhat more at ease. In competing for the treasure land, cooperation is key. It's not about fighting to win or lose, but rather refining more of the treasure land's cores. Considering how the Emperor values Galaxy, he probably doesn't want him getting injured in the competition. I need to watch out for him. Red Flame Venerable glanced at Lin Yuan and thought to himself, Chapter 199, 17 Fushu Heavenly Venerate, Seeking Subscription. Chapter 199, Chapter 17, Fushu Heavenly Venerate, Seeking Subscription. As the leader of the 12 Heavenly Venerates dispatched by the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, Red Flame Venerable is certainly focused on competing for the treasure trove. He wouldn't sacrifice the opportunity to refine the treasure trove's cores just to accommodate Lin Yuan. But in choices that aren't critical, he plans to lean slightly toward Lin Yuan. Is that the newly emergent first-class treasure land? Lin Yuan looked far into the distance at the winding mountain range, where the power of time was chaotic, faintly revealing a vast world. Each first-class treasure land is located in relatively opposing spacetimes, and only when it nurtures the first batch of wonders will it connect with the outside world, which is the so-called emergence of the treasure land. The core of a first-class treasure land is probably between 100 and 200, and these cores merge with the land itself, making it very difficult to locate them quickly. Lin Yuan thought to himself, so among the 12 heavenly venerates dispatched by the major ancient countries, at least a few must excel at seeking cores. In the 12 peak venerables of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, Venerable Hengyang excels in search methods. Let's wait for a while. Once the other ancient country's heavenly venerates arrive, we can go in. Red Flame Venerable glanced at several distant spots where space-time slightly twisted, indicating the presence of ancient country heavenly venerates. After entering the treasure land, disperse as much as possible to search for the treasure land's core. Once found, immediately notify me and Guangli. Red Flame Venerable emphasized that discovering the treasure land's core isn't the end. The most crucial part is refining and guarding it, which requires strength. Venerable Guangli's special Chaos Power Path with 33 avatars, each close to the original body's strength, is the most suitable heavenly venerate to guard the treasure land's core. After speaking, Red Flame Venerable sat cross-legged, as did the other heavenly venerates. Lin Yuan focused his mind, keeping a distant watch on the new treasure land while using the remaining mental power to practice and comprehend. The 12 heavenly venerates of Deling Ancient Country also waited patiently, led by Spirit Prison Venerable, whose terrifying strength made him an extremely ancient heavenly venerate of Deling Ancient Country. At this moment, Spirit Prison Venerable's eyes were like two endless deep prisons, gazing distantly at the winding mountains. The Chaos Power Path evolved by Spirit Prison Venerable was in his eyes. Spirit Prison Venerable's eyes are two prison worlds named Spirit Prison, where even peak venerables would be suppressed for a time. Spirit Prison, how do you feel? Any confidence? Besides Spirit Prison Venerable, Lingen Venerable Sage asked. It's still too early to talk about confidence. Spirit Prison. Venerable shook his head. The venerates from Defu Ancient Country have yet to arrive. Defu Ancient Country, also one of the 6 major ancient countries, is unlike the other 5 as it was the very first ancient country that emerged in this source world, with its ancestor being the first-time life. Dafu Ancient Country is unfathomably deep, with 2 out of the 5 13-tier ancestors from the 5 major ancient countries coming from Dafu Ancient Country. Among the 6 major ancient countries in the source world, while they appear to be competing, Dafu ancient country holds the most transcendent position. Besides the Dafu ancestor, it is due to the terrifying heavenly venerati level powerhouses of this ancient country. No matter in quantity or strength, they surpass the other ancient countries. Dafu ancient country, Lingen Venerable Sage also felt the pressure. He understood Spirit Prison Venerable's meaning. If Dafu ancient country dispatches its strongest venerates, Spirit Prison Venerable naturally wouldn't have much confidence. Except for Dafu ancient country, surely for the other 4 major ancient countries, Spirit Prison you shouldn't have any problem. The other 4 major ancient countries, Spirit Prison Venerable, glanced at the locations occupied by the Fierce Sun ancient country, Xuanyin ancient country, Thunderclap ancient country, and Barbaric Wilderness countries venerates, saying nothing. Based on past performance, Spirit Prison Venerable naturally has confidence. However, in the competition for a first-class treasure land, each major ancient country typically employs some hidden weapons, making it uncertain. On the Xuanyin ancient country's side, the 12 peak venerables quietly observed the heavenly venerate level powerhouses from other ancient countries. Daling ancient country actually dispatched Spirit Prison Venerable? That's quite troublesome. Suyin Heavenly Venerate looked gravely at the location occupied by Daling ancient country. Among the top peak venerables of various ancient countries, Spirit Prison Venerable is definitely the most difficult. It's not so much about Spirit Prison Venerable's killing force, but rather his eyes, capable of trapping powerhouses at the peak venerable level. In regular times, such a method isn't much, as a peak venerable's strength can break free, it's just a delay. However, within the treasure land, the ordinary refining of the treasure land's core requires precisely that bit of time. Imagine a peak venerable painstakingly discovering a treasure land's core, just ready to refine it. But Spirit Prison Venerable traps them in the spirit prison within his eyes, and by the time they break free, the treasure land's cores has been refined. The many peak venerables of Daling ancient country also moved in for reinforcement. It would certainly be extraordinarily frustrating. Spirit Prison Venerable's 2 spirit prisons are indeed troublesome, but not unbeatable. Even if he traps them among the 70 or 80 peak venerables of the 6 great ancient countries, how many can he really capture? Surely he won't be able to withstand them all? Earthian Venerable commented. This time, among Xuanyin ancient country's 12 peak venerables, there are 4 regarded as top-tier peak venerables, including Suyin Heavenly Venerate, Earthian Venerable, and 2 others. Still need to be cautious. Suyin Heavenly Venerate remarked, no matter what, Spirit Prison Venerable is undeniably one of the most formidable among the numerous top-tier peak venerables. Chapter 1217 Fushu Heavenly Venerate, Request for Subscription, Second 20 Fushu Heavenly Venerate, Request for Subscription, Sushu Heavenly Venerate, Request for Subscription, Su Dai, Su Tu Thunderclap, Ancient Country. As one of the 6 major ancient countries, the strong ones of Thunderclap Ancient Country were fundamentally born from thunder. It is said that the Thunder Origin ancestor was the first being to come to life from thunder in this Feng Yuan world. Later, he was accepted as a disciple by the Dafu ancestor and eventually stepped into the 13th layer, founding the Thunderclap ancient country. In this treasure land competition, if possible, we will naturally seize this treasure land. If not, we will secretly help the barbaric wilderness country to take the treasure land. The leading peak venerable of Thunderclap ancient country said, the barbaric wilderness country and Thunderclap ancient country have a close relationship. Although the Thunder Origin ancestor broke away to establish the Thunderclap ancient country, the ties with the barbaric wilderness country were never severed, no problem. The other peak venerables of Thunderclap ancient country nodded. The competition for the treasure land is limited to 2,000 years. After 2,000 years, whoever has the most cores of the treasure land refined will gain the ruling rights to it. If Thunderclap ancient country ends up refining too few cores of the treasure land, not even making it into the top 3, they will secretly transfer the treasure land cores to the heavenly venerables of the barbaric wilderness country. Doing so would at least recover some loss, preventing the barbaric wilderness country from acquiring the treasure land cores for nothing. In fact, not only Thunderclap ancient country does this. Once other ancient countries realize the cores of the treasure land they refined have no chance of taking first place, they will sell them at various prices. It's just that the Thunderclap ancient country, being close to the barbaric wilderness country, would prioritize selling to them. I wonder, which heavenly venerables will the barbaric wilderness country send this time? The leading venerable of Thunderclap ancient country glanced around. Currently, the heavenly venerables of the 5 major ancient countries have all arrived. Only the barbaric wilderness country remains absent. Barbaric wilderness country. 12 tall figures stood there, with time and space slightly disintegrating around them. Among the 6 major ancient countries, the barbaric wilderness country has the most first-class treasure lands. The leading peak venerable looked around, and our barbaric wilderness country occupies the fewest first-class treasure lands with only about a dozen. A first-class treasure land produces rare resources that are highly beneficial to heavenly venerables. Occupying more first-class treasure lands might not show immediate impact, but over time, the effect is significant. Why does the barbaric wilderness country have the strongest overall strength and the most in number? Is it because of the Dafu ancestor? Among the 6 ancient countries, the ancestors seldom interfere unless something significant occurs. The ancestors of many ancient countries left behind numerous inherited secret techniques and era-affiliated remnants. Otherwise, there are not many differences. The history of the barbaric wilderness country is the most ancient, naturally giving rise to more heavenly venerables. This is indeed a reason, but not the main one. The barbaric wilderness country's strength is such because it occupies the most treasure lands, especially first-class ones. The barbaric wilderness country holds nearly a third of this source world's first-class treasure lands. Occupying so many first-class treasure lands that are immensely beneficial to heavenly venerables makes it difficult for the barbaric wilderness country not to be strong. Therefore, the leading peak venerable of the barbaric wilderness country continued, "This newly born first-class treasure land is imperative for our barbaric wilderness country. Currently, to acquire new treasure lands, a country needs to initiate full-scale warfare with other ancient countries, seizing the area where the opponent's first-class treasure land is located. In doing so, they can naturally obtain the ruling rights to the corresponding first-class treasure land. But it is extremely difficult. Full-scale warfare between ancient countries can range from small to large. If small, only a few heavenly venerable level experts will be dispatched, with minor clashes, at best involving the gain or loss of tens to hundreds of major regions. However, in a large-scale full war, it becomes terrifying, with heavenly venerables and peak venerables continuously taking action, capable of shattering the heavens and earth. Compared to such full-scale warfare, this competition for a newly born first-class treasure land is much milder. At least the time is limited to only 2,000 years, and each ancient country involves only 12 peak venerables. The key point is that in the quest for a first-class treasure land, it's not just about strength, but also about luck. With good luck, you can casually find a pile of treasure land cores. Besides luck, it also depends on financial power. For example, during the final moments of the treasure land competition, when other ancient countries see that their refined treasure land cores cannot contend for first place, they will sell off treasure land cores. At this time, as long as you can afford the price, you can completely buy them. If the barbaric wilderness country can afford the price, there's a significant chance to seize this first-class treasure land. Of course, even if it's possible to buy treasure land cores through financial power, they must strive to acquire more treasure land cores on their own to minimize costs. The barbaric wilderness country is eager for this newly born first-class treasure land, but not foolish. Just as the many peak venerables of the 5 major ancient countries were waiting patiently to enter the treasure land, a sudden fluctuation of time and space swiftly arrived, drawing all peak venerables' attention to its source. What is that? Lin Yuan also opened his eyes. At present, all the peak venerables of the 5 major ancient countries had assembled. Only the most mysterious, barbaric wilderness country was absent. Time and space spread like ripples in all directions. 12 figures emerged from the depths of space-time, led by a man in a dark robe. He stood silently, not exuding any aura, suppressing the 11 peak venerables behind him. It seemed the man in the dark robe was the center of this space-time, with other existences being mere supporting roles, dependent on the dark-robed man. So powerful. Lin Yuan was secretly shocked. The man in the dark robe gave him a feeling similar to that of the demonic Jade Tower Master. Of course, no comparison to Xuan Huang. The last time Lin Yuan saw Xuan Huang, he forcibly broke free from the time loop, equivalent to stepping half a step towards the 13th layer. The strength of an invincible great saint, Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. Whether it be the red-eyed venerable, Venerable Guangli, Venerable Heng Yang, or several other peak venerables from different ancient countries, they were only close to the invincible great saint level. But the dark-robed man was undoubtedly an invincible great saint. The invincible great saint here refers to the invincible great saint of the Chaos Void. As for this Feng Yuan world, it might not count as an invincible great saint. With feedback from multiple 13th layer ancestors, more than one invincible great saint level power has surely been born. With more than one, it's not invincible. Ha ha ha, everyone, my barbaric wilderness country is late. I hope you can forgive us. The man in the dark robe smiled slightly, speaking to the other peak venerables of the 5 major ancient countries. His voice seemed to have a strange infectiousness, causing idle great lords watching from afar to feel as though their thoughts were being distorted. The peak venerables of Fierce Sun Ancient Country, Barbaric Wilderness Country, Xuanyan Ancient Country, and other ancient countries frowned slightly. Is it Fushu Venerate? Fushu Venerate's strength surpasses the top peak venerables. Is the Barbaric Wilderness Country placing great importance on this treasure land? Wasn't it said that Fushu Venerate was preparing to break through to that level? Why is he here? One by one, the top peak venerables felt the pressure, especially the peak venerables of Thunderclap Ancient Country. They were determined to get the first-class treasure land, but facing Fushu Venerate, forces started feeling the pressure rising, especially the peak venerables of Thunderclap Ancient Country. It felt overwhelming. No need to feel pressured. Red Flame Venerables surveyed around. For this first-class treasure land, the Fierce Sun Ancient Country has made sure that I brought some of the foundation to the fore. Even if it's possible to buy treasure land cores through financial means, they will surely try to obtain as many treasure land cores as possible on their own so as to pay the least cost. Although the barbaric wilderness country is eager for this newly born first-class treasure land, they are not foolish. Buzz. Just as the many peak venerables of the 5 major ancient countries were patiently waiting to enter the treasure land, a sudden spatial fluctuation rapidly approached, drawing all the peak venerables' attention toward the source of the disturbance. What is that? Lin Yuan likewise opened his eyes. At present, the peak venerables of the 5 major ancient countries had all arrived, only the most mysterious, barbaric wilderness country remaining. Time and space rippled outward in all directions like ripples. 12 figures emerged from the depths of space-time, led by a man in a dark robe who stood silently, emitting no aura but still suppressing the 11 peak venerables standing behind him. It seemed that this man in the dark robe was standing in the void, yet paradoxically overshadowed the other peak venerables present. "Haha, everyone, it's a pleasure to meet you," said Fushu with a subtle infectious melody in his voice as he addressed the other peak venerables. All eyes turned to the man in the dark robe, who seemed to be the center of an expanding spatial ripple spreading in all directions. Even Lin Yuan opened his eyes, noting that now all the peak venerables from the 5 major ancient countries had gathered, except for the most mysterious Dafu ancient country. Just then, a distortion in space rippled outward rapidly, drawing the gaze of all the peak venerables to its origin. From the depths of space, 12 figures emerged, led by a man in a dark robe, standing quietly without emitting the slightest aura, yet overshadowing the 11 peak venerables behind him. It seemed that this man in the dark robe gave the impression of having crossed half a step beyond the 12th layer. An invincible great saint, Lin Yuan thought to himself, recognizing the man in the dark robe. Though in this Feng Yuan world, he probably wouldn't count as invincible. Ha ha ha, gentlemen. I wonder which heavenly venerables the great Dafu country will send this time to contend for the treasure territory. The leading peak venerable of Thunderclap Ancient Country had scanned the surroundings, noting that the heavenly venerables of the 5 great ancients were all present, with only Dafu Ancient Country remaining. Time and space rippled outward in waves. 12 figures emerged from the depths of time-space, with a man in a dark robe leading them, standing quietly. He didn't emanate a trace of aura, yet he seemed to suppress the 11 peak venerables behind him. Chapter 1201-18, Explosion. Subscription requested. Chapter 1201, Chapter 18, Explosion. Subscription requested. Since the 12 peak venerables of the Dafu Ancient Country have arrived, the competition for the treasure land officially begins. Almost simultaneously, the peak venerables of the 6 ancient countries all entered the treasure land together. Time reversal? Lin Yuan sensed a trace of the power of time flowing around. Those lacking in time-space comprehension will be unable to avoid the influence of this power, slipping back to a position a few breaths earlier. When this first-class treasure land was first discovered, it was by a great lord exploring nearby. However, these great lords could barely even enter, let alone obtain the rare treasures produced within. Quickly, Lin Yuan crossed the time flow area and stepped into the treasure land. Such vast space-time? Lin Yuan glanced around, pondering silently. Initially, a first-class treasure land remains connected to the source world upon its emergence, but this connection gradually fades with time, manifesting as the treasure land's space-time continuously dwindles. For example, the Heiyu Nest, this first-class treasure land emerged countless ages ago, and its space-time has shrunk significantly, so much so that it takes only 2 breaths for Jihan Venerate and Beiyin Venerable Sage to infiltrate the treasure land and reach its core. It is akin to an unripe fruit connected to the mother tree, essentially a part of it. But once the fruit matures and detaches from the mother tree, it becomes merely a fruit. The principle is similar for treasure lands. Red Lotus, Galaxy, you two search in that direction. Red Flame, Venerable immediately commanded, arranging for 10 peak venerables to disperse and search, and to notify him and Venerable Guangli immediately upon discovering the treasure land's core. Then, Red Flame Venerable and Venerable Guangli would personally proceed to refine it. Alright. Lin Yuan saw no issue with this arrangement and immediately proceeded in the direction he needed to explore. Since the treasure land's core might exist anywhere, the search could only be conducted by flying slowly, as void traversal would be too prone to oversight. As for deploying domain methods to investigate, when the treasure land just emerged while connected to the source world, even Lin Yuan's divine ability world could only lock onto a surrounding area of 100 billion li. Anything farther could lead to omissions. Swish! Lin Yuan's figure vanished, heading in the direction arranged by Red Flame Venerable. This first-class treasure land is indeed extraordinary. It feels even heavier than the Heiyu Nest. Lin Yuan thought silently, comparing as he personally entered this first-class treasure land. At the capital of the fierce sun ancient country, within an independent space. The 12 peak venerables involved in the Treasureland competition, including Red Flame Venerable and Venerable Hengyang, all left an avatar here for communication at any time. I discovered a core of the Treasureland. At this moment, Red Lotus Venerable suddenly opened his eyes and said, "So soon?" Lin Yuan looked at Red Lotus Venerable. Discovering a core shortly after entering the Treasureland could only be attributed to exceptional luck. I'll head over right away. Red Flame Venerable immediately said. At the same time, within the first-class Treasureland, Red Flame Venerable, who had been overseeing the entire situation without moving, immediately headed to Red Lotus Venerable's location. Where is the Treasureland's core? Lin Yuan investigated carefully. Oh, is that a peak venerable from Xuanyin ancient country? Suddenly, Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Far to the left front, a peak venerable from Xuanyin ancient country seemed to be on a trajectory that intersected with Lin Yuan's path. The peak venerable from Xuanyin ancient country glanced at Lin Yuan from afar, but did not linger, continuing along his exploratory path. Fierce Sun ancient country and Xuanyin ancient country are continually at war, but entering the treasure land this time is primarily for refining the core. Without a core, the two peak venerables wouldn't even clash, as that would merely please the other ancient country, venerables. With my outer world coverage compared to other peak venerables, I surely have an advantage, Lin Yuan thought, as he himself was suppressed to only investigate within 100 billion li radius. Other venerables would be even more harshly suppressed. But I shouldn't underestimate them. All are peak venerables, and some are even top-notch peak venerables. There's no knowing what methods they might have. Lin Yuan remained cautious. Another part of the treasure land. The 12 peak venerables of the Daling ancient country descended simultaneously. Leave a main battle body with me. Spirit Prison. Venerable glanced at the other 11 peak venerables. I have a secret technique that can slightly sense the Treasureland's core aura. Upon detecting it, I'll head there directly and release your main battle bodies to refine the Treasureland core, then proceed to the next core. All right? The 11 peak venerables of Daling ancient country nodded, having already devised a plan for refining the Treasureland core prior, with everything centered around Spirit Prison Venerable. Spirit Prison Venerable's chaos. Spirit Prison technique was not only effective at trapping other peak venerables, but also remotely sensing the Treasureland's core. Though this sensing has many limitations, it's far superior to slowly flying and searching. After each handing over their main battle body to Spirit Prison Venerable, the 11 venerables of Daling ancient country also searched in different directions. Even though this Treasureland contest is primarily led by Spirit Prison Venerable, they must make multiple plans, not relying solely on Spirit Prison Venerable. Spirit Prison Venerable's expression suddenly changed, gazing into a certain direction, stepping forward, and vanishing on the spot. Ha 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 ha, I discovered a Treasureland core so quickly. A peak venerable from Thunderclap ancient country gazed excitedly at the illusory heavenly pillar before him. The illusory heavenly pillar merged into the Treasureland core, only detectable when close enough. I'll start attempting to refine it now. This peak venerable from Thunderclap ancient country, after informing the other 11 peak venerables of the core's location, immediately began the refining attempt. At that moment, space-time subtly twisted. The figure of Spirit Prison Venerable appeared, overlooking the Thunderclap ancient country's peak venerable attempting to refine below. Spirit Prison? This peak venerable from Thunderclap ancient country, immediately noticing Spirit Prison Venerable, growled softly, "This Treasureland core belongs to my Thunderclap ancient country. Is that so?" Spirit Prison Venerable looked down, a sneer on his face. "Just now it was yours, now it's mine," as soon as the words fell. The left eye of the Spirit Prison Venerate rapidly began to expand, forming a prison that reached the heavens and the earth, enveloping the peak venerable of the Thunderclap ancient country within. What is this? The peak venerable of the Thunderclap ancient country struggled with all his might, but to no avail, and was quickly absorbed into the left eye of the Spirit Prison Venerate. Trapping you for a month is more than enough. Feeling the struggle within his left eye prison, the Spirit Prison Venerate casually remarked, "Trapped for a month? It must be noted that the entire time to contend for the treasured grounds totals only 2,000 years. The most critical phase is likely the first few decades. Come out." The Spirit Prison Venerate immediately released the main battle physical bodies of several peak venerables from the Daling ancient country. You begin refining now. Yes, these peak venerables felt invigorated. They too sensed that the peak venerable of the Thunderclap ancient country posed no resistance in front of the Spirit Prison Venerate and was directly suppressed by the left eye. Listen, very soon. The core of this treasured ground was refined by several peak venerables from the Daling ancient country. The Spirit Prison Venerate, constantly operating the perception secret technique, made another discovery, and his figure disappeared from where he stood. Elsewhere, Lin Yuan, who was rapidly exploring, showed a slight change in expression. What is this? The next moment, Lin Yuan appeared billions of miles away, facing an illusory sky pillar standing tall, almost fused with the surrounding space and time. Treasure Ground Core. Lin Yuan's face broke into a smile. Since Red Lotus Venerable discovered the first Treasure Ground Core, subsequently, 5 other heavenly venerates have discovered Treasure Ground Cores. The Treasure Ground Core before Lin Yuan should be the 7th core discovered by the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. Upon discovering this Treasure Ground Core, Lin Yuan immediately contacted Red Flame Venerable and Venerable Guanglei. I will refine it myself first. Red Flame Venerable and Venerable Guanglei were on their way and needed time. Lin Yuan could definitely refine part of it during this period. This would save the time needed for complete refinement. Rustling. With this thought, Lin Yuan immediately set to work. Just then, Lin Yuan's expression changed and he looked up. A figure silently appeared there, looking down at Lin Yuan. Galaxy Venerate of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country? The Spirit Prison Venerate's face revealed a smile. With the power of the Chaos Spirit Prison he developed, as long as he didn't meet Fushu Venerate of the Dafu Ancient Country, other Peak Venerables, even top Peak Venerables, could be trapped for a time. And Galaxy Venerate? Even though he was the first in the 6 grand ancient countries to transform ancestral bloodlines into a heavenly Venerate-level entity, he was far from being able to contend with him. Spirit Prison Venerate? Lin Yuan's expression was grave. The strength of the Spirit Prison Venerate was definitely on par with Red Flame Venerable and Venerable Guanglei, and in terms of being difficult to deal with, he even surpassed the former. An independent space of Fierce Sun Country. Spirit Prison Venerate has gone there? Red Flame Venerable looked at Lin Yuan, eyebrows tightly knit. Immediately withdraw from that Treasure Ground Core. Withdraw from the Treasure Ground Core? Lin Yuan looked at Red Flame Venerable. After going to great lengths to find a Treasure Ground Core, just let it be handed over to the Spirit Prison Venerate like that? If you do not withdraw, and you get trapped within the prison of the Spirit Prison Venerate, the losses to our Fierce Sun Ancient Country would only be greater, Red Flame Venerable calmly said. Even though letting go of the Treasure Ground Core made him very unwilling, if they stalled further, the loss faced by the Fierce Sun Ancient Country would be more than just this treasure core. Even Lin Yuan might be involved. Red Flame Venerable told me to retreat. Lin Yuan looked at the Spirit Prison Venerate above, secretly thinking to himself. Enter my Spirit Prison. The Spirit Prison Venerate looked down at Lin Yuan. His right eye began to spread and expand, transforming into a towering and thorough Spirit Prison, instantly enveloping Lin Yuan, then absorbing him into the right eye. Suppressing and trapping the heavenly venerates from other ancient countries would only cause greater losses to those countries, so the Spirit Prison Venerate naturally wouldn't pass up the chance. You refine quickly. After absorbing Galaxy Venerate into the right eye Spirit Prison, the Spirit Prison Venerate waved his hand, and several venerates from the Daling Ancient Country appeared. Yes. These venerates from the Daling Ancient Country looked at the Spirit Prison Venerate, their spirits unprecedentedly invigorated. In such a short time, they had snatched 2 Treasure Ground Cores from other ancient countries, and if this continues, the number of cores refined by the Daling Ancient Country would certainly not be small, however. Just as these peak venerables from the Daling Ancient Country were about to descend and refine the illusory sky pillar, they suddenly noticed the previously calm and indifferent Spirit Prison Venerate's expression drastically change, unable to control his retreating body, while his right hand instinctively covered his right eye. Spirit Prison, what's wrong? The peak venerables from the Daling Ancient Country sensed something was wrong and immediately inquired. The remaining left eye of the Spirit Prison Venerate showed incredulity as he looked at the Peak Venerables from the Daling Ancient Country. Stay away from me. Stay away? The Peak Venerables from the Daling Ancient Country glanced at each other, unsure of what had happened. However, what they didn't know was that on the surface of the Spirit Prison Venerate's right eye, tightly covered, red light began to appear. If the red light were magnified billions of times, it would be like a series of fiery suns. The red light spots, infinite and endless, instantly filled the surface of the Spirit Prison Venerate's eyeball. At this moment, the Spirit Prison Venerate's right eye, under the endless red light, seemed to have transformed into a fireball. The next moment, the Spirit Prison Venerate's right eye exploded directly. Chapter 1202-19, Which 2 Peak Heavenly Venerables are fighting? Black Myth Prize List to be announced later. Chapter 1202, Chapter 1202, Chapter 19, Which 2 Peak Heavenly Venerables are fighting? Black Myth Prize List to be announced later. The Eyes of the Spirit Prison. Venerable contain 2 deep spirit prisons, which is the Chaos Power Path evolved by the Spirit Prison Venerable. In terms of direct attack, the Spirit Prison Venerable is not particularly strong, but in suppressing and trapping enemies, among the hundreds of peak Venerables from the 6 ancient countries this time, the Spirit Prison Venerable could definitely rank in the top 3. As long as it's not a top peak Venerable, falling into the spirit prisons of his eyes, one would be trapped for at least several days to several dozen days. Facing a top peak Venerable, Spirit Prison Venerable would not easily bring this level of strong fighters into his gaze. First, he wouldn't be able to trap them for long. Second, it would require most of his focus to suppress them. Some things are not worth the cost. This is understandable, after all. Among the tens of peak venerables from the 6 ancient countries this time, there aren't many that can truly be called top peak venerables, probably only about 20 or so in total. The vast majority are still regular peak venerables. Venerable Guangli can split into 33 avatars. Each avatar is equivalent to a relatively strong peak venerable, and would still be suppressed and trapped for a period when encountering the Spirit Prison Venerable. In fact, not only would Spirit Prison Venerable not easily make a move against a certain top peak venerable, even among the top peak venerables, it's impossible for them to start a fight upon meeting, not even for the core pillar of a treasure land. Numerous strong fighters have just entered the treasure land, and there are many unclaimed core pillars. Even if top peak venerables encounter one of them would ultimately back away to seek a new core pillar. As for fighting over it, it's only when we reach the late stages of contention, when most core pillars have owners, that the top peak venerables would really open up and decide the fate. My eyes? The Spirit Prison Venerable let out a scream. His right eye exploded, equivalent to his chaos power path being damaged, which greatly affected him. Clattering sounds. In the depths of thick temporal fluctuations, Lin Yuan slowly stepped out, glancing at the Spirit Prison Venerable clutching his right eye. Within the Spirit Prison of the Spirit Prison Venerable's right eye, time and space were almost materialized. The moment Lin Yuan was deeply trapped, he deliberately unfolded the Divine Ability world. Inside him, 33,333 seeds of the fierce sun formed a great cycle, reflecting to the outer universe, transforming into 33,333 rounds of fierce suns. In a single action, he blew out the Spirit Prison of the Spirit Prison Venerable's right eye. This Spirit Prison Venerable truly lives up to his name, Lin Yuan thought inwardly. If the seeds of the fierce sun inside him hadn't formed a great cycle, then falling into the other Spirit Prison, he would have at least been suppressed for several to 10 days. Galaxy Venerate, do you possess the strength of a top peak venerable? The Spirit Prison Venerable's figure slightly trembled, quickly calming down. The right eye was blown out, but he still had the left eye. The foundation was still there, and he quickly stabilized. To be able to break the Spirit Prison in his eye so forcefully, only a top peak venerable could be capable, and one who is skilled in killing within the top peak venerables. The Spirit Prison Venerable was unwilling to bring the top peak venerables into his gaze, due to this very concern. The chaos evolution path of top peak venerables encompasses all, and if running into one with stunning killing power, it is entirely possible to crush the Spirit Prison from within. At this moment, Lin Yuan was just that. The expressions of other peak venerables from the Daling ancient country nearby slightly changed. Top peak venerable? Galaxy Venerate just stepped into the heavenly venerable realm? I concede. Lin Yuan quietly watched the Spirit Prison Venerable. Trapped in the Spirit Prison of the other's right eye, Lin Yuan had no choice but to give his all. Otherwise, being trapped inside would definitely cause greater loss. Even if you entered the heavenly venerable realm through the bloodline of the ancestor, I don't believe your strength increased this rapidly. Spirit Prison Venerable stared at Lin Yuan, a hidden whirlpool rotating deep in his left eye. For a moment, the rules of heaven and earth were changing. An abyssal prison took shape, as if the Spirit Prison in Spirit Prison Venerable's left eye was transferring outwards. Facing different levels of enemies, Spirit Prison Venerable had varying methods. Against regular peak venerables, simply trap them in the Spirit Prison of his eyes. But facing the same level top peak venerables, the approach must be more cautious, first probing with the Spirit Prison in his eyes, ensuring the opponent has no means to destroy the foundation of the Spirit Prison before considering trapping them. It seems he thinks I used external forces? Lin Yuan understood in his heart. The means he used to burst the Spirit Prison were clearly at the level of top peak venerables, but this doesn't mean Lin Yuan is a top peak venerable. Perhaps he used some external techniques? The right eye was burst. Spirit Prison Venerable suffered heavy losses. He certainly wouldn't easily let Lin Yuan go. Alright then, let me see the strength of a top peak venerable. Lin Yuan observed the changing heavens and earth around him. A top peak venerable, even in the chaos void, they'd be close to an invincible great saint. Such an opponent, Lin Yuan found somewhat intriguing. Previously bursting the Spirit Prison was entirely due to the Spirit Prison Venerable's complacency, and Lin Yuan had exploited it to his advantage. Rumble. The next moment. Two starkly different times and spaces began fiercely colliding. The Spirit Prison of Spirit Prison Venerable's left eye, and Lin Yuan's external cosmic power continuously interwoven. The terrifying power caused time and space to be annihilated in large areas. Spirit Prison has gotten truly angry. In the distance, Daling Peak Venerables who were about to refine the core pillar immediately retreated far away. The heavenly venerables of the 6 ancient countries are divided into 4 levels. From weak to strong, they are ordinary venerables, peak venerables, top peak venerables, and Fushu venerables such as the strongest peak venerable. The chaos power paths evolved by top peak venerables are far superior to ordinary venerables and peak venerables, resulting in significant differences in combat power. As for Fushu venerable, like the strongest venerable, Actually, they aren't fundamentally different from top peak venerables, as their chaos power paths are essentially on the same level. Chapter 1203-19. Which two peak venerables are battling? Black Myth Prize winners to be announced later. 2 Chapter 1203 Chapter 19. Which two peak venerables are battling? Black Myth Prize winners to be announced later. 2. The reason Fu Shu Venerate stands above the peak venerables is that he mastered a supreme legacy passed down from the ancestors. Each of the 6 ancient countries' 13th generation ancestors left relevant supreme legacies in their treasuries, which many venerates attempt to cultivate, but very few actually succeed. Cultivating and mastering are two different things. Is this the power of a peak venerable? The few peak venerables of the Daling ancient country looked at each other, their hearts inevitably uneasy. The clash between Lin Yuan and the Spirit Prison Venerate unleashed a wave of power, which alone was equivalent to the full force of these peak venerables. The Galaxy Venerate should be a peak venerable. The few Daling peak venerables silently observed, forming their judgment. The Spirit Prison Venerate suspected that Lin Yuan had used external help to explode his right eye's spirit prison, and the same speculation naturally occurred to these peak venerables. After all, Lin Yuan's rise was too rapid. Even if he carried the ancestral bloodline of a Venerate, wouldn't growth and exploration require time? However, after the clash before them, even though the Spirit Prison Venerate lost his right eye, his strength as a peak venerable remained, and he still couldn't suppress the Galaxy Venerate in the slightest. This was a straightforward battle. If not a peak venerable, then what? Rumbling? The direct clash between two peak venerables continually spread its power to all corners of the world. Is that peak venerables fighting fiercely? The peak venerable of Thunderclap Ancient Country had just refined a core pillar and looked up in a certain direction, secretly curious, just entering the treasure grounds, and there are peak venerables dueling? Apart from the Dafu Ancient Country, in the other 5 ancient countries, peak venerables are generally the limit of combat power. In the initial scramble for the treasure grounds, even if they encounter each other, they wouldn't easily fight. Is one of the peak venerables the Spirit Prison Venerate? Who is the other? The peak venerable of Thunderclap Ancient Country gazed into the distance, pondering. Never mind, whoever it is, the more fiercely they fight, the better, giving me the chance to refine more core pillars. Immediately, this peak venerable flew off in another direction, searching for new core pillars. Meanwhile, all the places within the treasure grounds sense the battle between peak venerables. Is it the Spirit Prison Venerate? Has the Spirit Prison Venerate encountered a foe so quickly? Who is the peak venerable clashing with the Spirit Prison Venerate? I've never sensed this kind of aura before. However, this power is scorching and bold. It should be a peak venerable from the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, but the 3 peak venerables sent this time by the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, Qi Yan, Hengyang, and Guangli, none seem to match. Many peak venerables, even the peak venerables, focused part of their attention on this battle. However, they continued their frantic search for each place's core pillars. Spirit Prison Eternal. The Spirit Prison Venerate's right eye was hollow, and his left eye was endlessly deep, subtly causing nearby realms to twist and rotate. This move was considered one of his killer moves, specifically prepared for other peak venerables, but now it was being used on Lin Yuan. What is this? Lin Yuan's expression was somewhat grave. The many seeds of the fierce sun within him started to glow. Around him, within the cosmos he enveloped, thousands upon thousands of fierce suns ascended, and in an instant there were 33,3333333 fierce suns suspended. This was the first time Lin Yuan fully activated the divine ability world in front of others. Previously, when trapped within the right eye spirit prison, no other powers watched. This move again? The Spirit Prison Venerate's expression was fierce. His right eye had been burst open by such a relentless force of the fierce sun. As rounds of fierce suns floated, the Spirit Prison realm released by the Spirit Prison Venerate swiftly dissolved, with 60% of its area disintegrating in no time. This technique has never been used by any peak venerables in the history of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. The Spirit Prison Venerate felt strained and found it hard to believe. At this moment, he was sure that Lin Yuan's method of bursting his right eye wasn't from an external force, but stemmed from his own strength. Spirit Prison Venerate still not running? Rounds of fierce suns hovered around Lin Yuan, and he himself transformed into an even larger fierce sun, illuminating the universe. Run? The Spirit Prison Venerate felt aggrieved, but he knew that he indeed should run. If he continued, he would have to pay a price to take his leave. Galaxy Venerate, you concealed your strength and prematurely ruined one of my spirit prisons. Otherwise, how would I have fallen behind? The Spirit Prison Venerate's remaining eye stared at Lin Yuan, still somewhat unconvinced. If the right eye spirit prison remained, even if unable to defeat the Galaxy Venerate, neither of the 2 peak venerables could do much harm to each other, rather than ending in his own retreat. 2 spirit prisons compared to 1 dictated a completely different strength for the Spirit Prison Venerate. Of course, given the terrifying strength Lin Yuan displayed now, even if the Spirit Prison Venerate's right eye were intact, it would still be difficult to overpower him. At most, it would be an equal stalemate. Get lost. Lin Yuan looked down and considered that with his current strength, forcibly keeping the spirit prison Venerate would be challenging, and even with all his cards deployed, it would take a lot of time and hope would be slim. During this span, various changes could happen, such as other peak venerables from the Daling ancient country coming to rescue him. Under such circumstances, it would lead to internal consumption between the Fierce Sun ancient country and the Daling ancient country, benefiting the other four ancient countries. Lin Yuan certainly wouldn't choose to do so. Expelling the spirit prison, Venerate sufficed. In fact, had the spirit prison Venerate not been unwilling and wanted to verify Lin Yuan's true strength, the two wouldn't have fought at all. Leave. The spirit prison Venerate felt aggrieved, but he still maintained the remaining spirit prison realm to quickly flee. Though the spirit prison realm formed by his left eye wasn't vast, it was invincible and promptly broke through Lin Yuan's cosmic suppression, fleeing. As for the few peak venerables from the Daling ancient country at the beginning, they had already retreated far away. Once they sensed things were going awry, they immediately withdrew. Seeing this, Lin Yuan did not pursue further but returned to the core pillar below and immediately began refining it. These pillars are the core of the treasure grounds. By refining the pillars, can one somewhat control the treasure grounds? As the refinement continued, Lin Yuan faintly sensed the connection between this pillar and the treasure grounds. In the capital of the Fierce Sun country, within an independent space. Embodied here were avatars of 12 peak venerables, including Red Flame Venerate and Venerable Guangli, gathered to communicate at any time. The consciousness shared between avatars and their true forms. Now, these 12 venerates dispersed throughout the newly born treasure grounds, relying on this avatar network to contact each other. Galaxy, why did the core pillar you found transmit the vibrations of a peak venerable battle? Red Flame Venerate immediately regarded Lin Yuan. The other peak venerables heard this and similarly turned their gaze. When two peak venerables fought with full force, most of the treasure grounds would perceive it. Even those who hadn't sensed it heard of it from friends. Galaxy, which peak venerable is battling the spirit prison? Venerable Guangli was equally curious. I could feel the aura and power of the peak venerable being scorching and fierce with the presence of Fierce Sun. But all 12 venerables from the Fierce Sun ancient country are here. Venerable Hengyang also watched Lin Yuan, his expression revealing some suspicion as he too eyed Lin Yuan curiously. Well, the spirit prison Venerate encountered me, and he lost his right eye spirit prison quickly. Lin Yuan spoke, his expression solemn as he explained. This statement caused immediate silence around him. Even though there were only 11 peak venerables, their hearts long sensed something. Is the Galaxy Venerate actually a peak venerable? Chapter 1204-20, Golden Mist Request for Subscription. Chapter 1204, Chapter 20, Golden Mist Request for Subscription. Galaxy, your strength, Red Flame. Red Flame Venerable looked at Lin Yuan, waves surging in his heart. Before opening his mouth to inquire, he had already speculated that it was Lin Yuan clashing with the Spirit Prison Venerable. After all, that kind of intense Fierce Sun aura couldn't be faked. It was definitely the strength of a Fierce Sun ancient country elite, and at that time in that area, only Lin Yuan came from the Fierce Sun ancient country. Though the possibility seemed incredibly implausible, is the Galaxy Venerate a top peak venerable? Yet it was the only possibility. Not long ago there was a breakthrough, Lin Yuan said. This was also the truth. If he hadn't condensed the crucial seed of the Fierce Sun, forming a great circulation of Fierce Sun within, letting his strength change qualitatively, Lin Yuan at most would be at the same level as the Red Lotus Venerable. After all, Lin Yuan's real-life level currently was merely at the Dominion realm. Under the premise of not crossing major realms, it was difficult to suddenly go from a peak venerable to a top peak venerable. Ha ha ha, good good good. Venerable Guangli laughed heartily, looking at Lin Yuan full of admiration. With you, Galaxy Venerate, now our Fierce Sun ancient country has 4 top peak venerables, and our means to compete for refining the core pillar are more. The top peak venerables of the major ancient countries surely exceed 4, but most top peak venerables, even the strongest peak venerables, are in seclusion, attempting to break through to the 13th stage. As for contending for the newly emerged treasure grounds, it's hard to attract these peak venerables. And the Fierce Sun ancient country can only deploy at any time 3 top peak venerables, namely Red Flame, Guangli, and Hengyang. Other ancient countries are similar, only the Dafu ancient country has slightly more. The Fierce Sun ancient country having an additional top peak venerable definitely enhances its foundation. Perhaps not clear in the early stages, but in the later stages, when struggling against other ancient countries, it will be greatly useful. The Galaxy Venerate being able to shatter the Spirit Prison Venerate's right eye prison, in terms of killing power, is considered strong among top peak venerables. Venerable Hengyang contemplated as he looked at Lin Yang. He had clashed with Spirit Prison Venerate, clear on the other party's methods, even if he underestimated Lin Yuan, capturing him in the right eye prison to shatter it? Still very difficult. Unless the instant killing power exceeds the limit of what the prison can bear, or else any delay would allow the Spirit Prison Venerate the opportunity to eject Lin Yuan from within. It was fortunate, Lin Yuan said. Ha ha ha. The stronger the galaxy venerate, the more favorable for us in competing for the treasure ground, Red Flame Venerable smiled. He never expected that Lin Yuan, whom the Emperor had inserted, would bring him such a surprise. The other peak venerables looked at Lin Yuan with complex expressions. Originally, Lin Yuan was on the same level as them, now he is a top peak venerable? Galaxy Venerate? Was I evenly matched with him in sparring? Red Lotus Venerable looked at Lin Yuan, his mind filled with thoughts. Not long ago, he had sparred with Lin Yuan, then still amazed at the Galaxy Venerate's strength. Yet how long had passed, now it was tough to spar with. Even defending oneself against the Galaxy Venerate was considered fortunate. That core pillar of the treasure ground is close to complete refinement. Lin Yuan looked towards Red Flame Venerable, Venerable Hengyang, and Venerable Guangli, and said, according to the initial plan, all discovered core pillars of the treasure grounds should best be refined by the top peak venerables. As for the other peak venerables, they primarily focused on guarding the core pillars of the treasure grounds. Since you, Galaxy, are also a top peak venerable, any discovered core pillar of the treasure ground can also be refined by yourself. Red Flame Venerable nodded and said, all right. Lin Yuan slightly stirred his mind. The true body located before the core pillar immediately refined the remaining section of the pillar completely. Buzz. At the moment of refinement, Lin Yuan faintly established a connection with this core pillar. Now, as long as I'm within this treasure ground range, I can instantly arrive at this core pillar's side, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Red Flame Venerable and others formulated the plan for top peak venerables to refine the core pillars based on this ability. With the strongest power as top peak venerables, them refining the core pillars enabled them to instantly arrive beside any core pillar, greatly maximizing the protection of the pillar. Of course, this instant arrival must be under stable time-space conditions. If engaged in fierce battle with other powerhouses and the surrounding time and space collapses, using the core pillar to escape or arrive would be impossible. Earlier, the Spirit Prison Venerate leading numerous peak venerables in exploring the core pillars was also for those peak venerables to refine the outer area of core pillars, leaving the deepest section for himself to refine, thus achieving the highest efficiency. Simultaneously, I can feel this treasure ground suppression on me lessened somewhat. Lin Yuan looked around. Completely refining this core pillar made him detect numerous changes. Originally, Divine Ability World could only meticulously probe within 100 billion miles range around. But now, the probing range has increased by approximately 10%. This probing is in-depth, capable of discovering the type of core pillar probing. It can be assumed that the more core pillars refined, the larger the probing range. Daling Capital. A projection of the Spirit Prison Venerate sat here. The other 11 figures looked incredulously at the Spirit Prison Venerate. Spirit Prison, you're saying it was the Galaxy Venerate from the Fierce Sun ancient country who fought with you? Not one of the Red Flame Venerable, Venerable Guangli, or Venerable Hengyang? Lingen Venerable Sage frowned deeply, originally thinking it was one from the Red Flame Venerable trio who acted. He hadn't expected it to be Galaxy Venerate. Lingen Venerable Sage never considered Galaxy Venerate noteworthy. Despite being a Venerate of the first ancestral bloodline, the growth time was too short. Yes. That Galaxy Venerate is a top peak venerable. Spirit Prison Venerate confirmed. My right eye prison was destroyed by that Galaxy Venerate, leaving my strength no longer at its peak. What should we do then? The third top-tier peak venerable asked. Spirit Prison Venerable is crucial to our quest for the treasure grounds. By trapping many peak venerables in the Spirit Prison, it weakens the ancient country's ability to search for the core galactic pillars, indirectly increasing Daling Ancient Country's chances of finding more core pillars. I plan to use that rare artifact to quickly restore my right eye, Spirit Prison. Spirit Prison Venerable pondered for a moment and said in a low voice. That rare artifact? Lingen Venerable Sage's expression slightly changed. The 12 peak venerables of Daling Ancient Country carried some heritage rare artifacts bestowed by the ancient countries before entering the treasure grounds. These heritage rare artifacts are extremely precious and must not be used unless absolutely necessary. But now? Spirit Prison Venerable's right eye was damaged, greatly reducing the efficiency of Daling Ancient Country's search for the core galactic pillars. Very well then. As long as Spirit Prison quickly recovers, using up those rare artifacts is worthwhile. Lingen Venerable Sage said cautiously, slowly, if the time to compete for the treasure grounds wasn't so tight, just 2,000 years. Spirit Prison Venerable would not have the opportunity to use that rare artifact. If his right eye Spirit Prison collapsed, it could slowly recover as time passed. The news about Galaxy Venerate being a top-tier peak venerable quickly spread among the peak venerables within the treasure grounds. It couldn't be concealed after all. There are only a dozen or 20 top-tier peak venerables, making it easy to pinpoint a specific range, and Daling Ancient Country had no intention of hiding it either. Galaxy Venerate, the first aristocrat to elevate the bloodline to the Venerate level? In the Dafu Ancient Country, Fu Shu Venerate, dressed in dark robes, fell into contemplation. He wasn't very interested in Lin Yuan reaching top-tier peak venerable strength, but valued the supreme ancestor bloodline at the Venerate level more. Even with your strength, Fu Shu, even if Galaxy grows to the limit, he might not be a match for you. Beside him, a top-tier peak venerable spoke. Fu Shu Venerate had already trained one of the highest legacies left by the ancestor to a deep level. His strength was formidable. Not saying the 6 ancient countries' history's strongest, but among the strongest few. The 6 ancient countries have been passed down through endless ages, and even within the oldest Dafu ancient country, in the Venerate level ranks, Fu Shu Venerate almost stood at the summit. Beyond that involves the power of the 13th tier. It's uncertain after all, it's the ancestral bloodline. Who knows if there might be some evolution in the future? Fu Shu Venerate smiled slightly, speaking casually. Evolution? The top-tier peak venerable from Dafu ancient country raised an eyebrow, although he didn't quite agree, he didn't refute either. Since it involved the ancestral bloodline, related to the supreme ancestors, even if the source of Galaxy Venerate's ancestral bloodline was not Dafu ancestor, but Fierce Sun ancestor. But discussing ancestors is forbidden, it's a strict rule. Alright, let's quickly search for the core galactic pillars, Fu Shu Venerate said calmly. Yes. The top-tier peak venerable from Dafu nodded. Galaxy? His strength? In the capital of Fierce Sun ancient country, the Imperial Palace. The Emperor also received this news, shocked by Lin Yuan's strength. The Emperor knew his own affairs well. He was clear that Lin Yuan, decades or even centuries ago, wasn't even a Venerate, yet now he suddenly stepped into the top-tier peak venerable realm? Fortunately, the Emperor of Fierce Sun ancient country murmured to himself, fortunate that back then he was rather good to Lin Yuan, effectively drawing him over, inside the treasure grounds. After Lin Yuan refined that core galactic pillar, he left a few avatars to guard it, while his true self continued to search in another direction. Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped, looking towards a certain direction. There was a valley from which golden mist seemed to flow faintly. Whoosh! Lin Yuan stepped forward, arriving outside the valley, gazing at the golden mist flowing within. The mist within the valley, is it the rare treasure birthed by this treasure ground? Lin Yuan pondered to himself, the aura of the golden mist faintly connected to the entire treasure ground, resembling a fruit on a tree, filled with a peculiar energy. Let me see. Lin Yuan extended his right hand, gathered a wisp of golden mist, and began to observe it closely. Every first-class treasure ground births rare treasures with different effects, like Heiyu from Heiyu Nest that enhances mental willpower, or the infinite crystal from the infinite eye that grants the infinite divine body. This mist, Lin Yuan observed intently, his expression gradually shifting. Chapter 1205, 21 Killer, Move Fierce Sun Falls, Seeking Subscription. Chapter 1205, Chapter 21, Killer Move, Fierce Sun Fall, Seeking Subscription. Lin Yuan slightly studied the golden mist and discovered its extraordinary nature. The golden mist appeared cloud-like and could be captured and confined, but Lin Yuan could not touch it. Unable to touch? Lin Yuan's gaze was curious. The divine ability world operated constantly, with layers of time and space under his control, yet he couldn't truly make contact with the golden mist. Interesting. Lin Yuan extended his right hand, ready to take all the golden mist in the valley. To ensure the golden mist wasn't damaged, Lin Yuan even moved the entire valley into his internal universe. It should be related to time. Lin Yuan looked at the golden mist and thought to himself. He could sense slight time fluctuations emanating from the golden mist, and coupled with the time reversal area outside the treasure site, it was almost certain that this newly emerged first-class treasure site was inclined towards time attributes. In fact, various ancient countries also speculated that the miraculous treasures born here would be related to time. Should I attempt a soul and mind probe? Lin Yuan pondered silently. Many of the miraculous treasures birthed from treasure sites must be absorbed and devoured through special means. For instance, the Heiyu Nest's Heiyu can only be refined with the will of the mind. As for others? There was simply no reaction. Forget it, it's too risky. After a brief contemplation, Lin Yuan abandoned this idea. The soul and mind are too important. What if this golden miraculous treasure has some side effects or harm on them? It would be courting disaster. Lin Yuan dared to refine Heiyu with his will because the Heiyu Nest had existed for countless eons, and the miraculous Heiyu it nurtured had refining methods verified by numerous heavenly veneratus, ensuring no hidden dangers. And this golden mist? Who knows what effects it might have? Lin Yuan had no need to rush. If he could acquire the golden mist within this valley, the peak venerables of other ancient countries surely could as well. Compared to the experienced peak venerables of the 6 ancient countries, Lin Yuan reckoned it better to wait for the correct method of using the golden mist to be discovered before trying it himself. Continue to search for the core pillar. Lin Yuan did not linger long in front of the valley and, after collecting all the golden mist, continued to explore in the directed path. Fierce Sun Capital, isolated space. Red Lotus Venerable opened his eyes once more. I've found another core pillar. With these words, the surrounding peak venerables all turned to look at him. Within the treasure site, searching for core pillars truly depended on luck. Red Lotus Venerable's probing skills weren't strong among the 12 peak venerables, but the number of core venerables he found ranked in the top 5, even top 3. Where is it located? You refine the outer part first. Red Flame Venerable said, While it's true that core pillars are usually left for the top-tier peak venerables to refine, if they haven't arrived yet, surely the peak venerable who found it first would start refining apart. It's here. Red Lotus Venerable immediately provided a coordinate, his expression suddenly changing. Other ancient countries' peak venerables are coming. It's the peak venerable from Dafu ancient country. Peak venerable from Dafu ancient country? Red Flame Venerable frowned, immediately asking, which peak venerable is it? If it were a top-tier peak venerable, Red Flame Venerable would suggest. Red Lotus Venerable yield that core pillar. It wasn't about fearing Dafu ancient country, but with Red Lotus Venerable's strength, he wouldn't last long before a top-tier peak venerable from Dafu ancient country. Unless Red Lotus Venerable, like Lin Yuan, hid the strength of a top-tier peak venerable, but that possibility was too low. It's Fudang Venerate. Red Lotus Venerable quickly responded. Dafu ancient country had sent 12 peak venerables, all of whom he understood well even if they hadn't crossed paths. He had also seen detailed intelligence on them. Fudang Venerate, Red Flame Venerable felt assured. Among the 12 peak venerables of Dafu ancient country, Fudang Venerate's strength was mid-level, close to the top-tier peak venerable tier, stronger than Red Lotus Venerable, but not by much. Guard the core pillar. Red Flame Venerable said. Though Dafu ancient country was powerful, it didn't mean Fierce Sun ancient country feared them. Unless it was Fushu Venerati or a few top-tier peak venerables, Fierce Sun ancient country had no reason to retreat. Involving the ownership of this first-class treasure site with a chance of winning, they had to contend. All right, Red Lotus Venerable nodded. Although Fudang Venerate was stronger, it wasn't about winning or losing against him, merely holding him off. Red Lotus Venerable was confident enough. This location, Red Flame Venerable, looked towards Lin Yuan, Galaxy, among the four of us. You are closest to this location. Next up, it's on you. Understood. As one of the only 4 top-tier peak venerables in Fierce Sun ancient country, Lin Yuan also bore the task of refining the core pillar. If other peak venerables of Fierce Sun ancient country discovered a core pillar close to him, Lin Yuan needed to make a trip. Where is Red Lotus there? Within the treasure site, Lin Yuan suddenly stopped and looked in another direction from afar. Swish. The next moment, Lin Yuan's figure vanished, and it was only moments later that space-time rippled. Normally, when searching for the core pillar, one would have to fly and search slowly. But to quickly reach a certain coordinate, naturally, one would travel directly through the void. The majestic pillar seemed illusory. Red Lotus Venerable stood before the pillar, looking solemn, with scarlet lotus flames burning around him. Red Lotus, yield this core pillar. Chapter 206-21 Killer Move Fierce Sunfall Seeking Subscription 2. Chapter 206 Chapter 21 Killer Move Fierce Sunfall Seeking Subscription 2. A cold voice echoed through the void. In the distance stood a towering figure, its skin covered in purple scales, none other than Venerate Fudang of Dafu ancient country. Among the 12 peak venerables sent by Dafu ancient country, the strongest was Fushu Venerati, one of the most powerful Venerati won the history of the 6 ancient countries, having mastered a supreme inheritance. Below Fushu Venerate were 4 top-tier peak venerables, and Venerat Fudang was at the 3rd level among them. Ha ha ha, Fudang, who do you think you are? A top-tier peak venerable or Fushu Venerate? Red Lotus Venerable mocked. At the same time, stalling for time, dealing with you is enough. Venerate Fudang's gaze was icy, and he swung his right hand, slashing towards Red Lotus Venerable from afar. Red Lotus Venerable felt a great threat, and without a trace of contempt, immediately activated a defensive killing move. Clusters of red lotus flames began to boil, rotating around him. Hiss, 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 hiss. The next moment, the protective red lotus of Red Lotus Venerable began to collapse, rapidly dissipating under a single attack from Venerate Fudang. So strong, Red Lotus Venerable felt the pressure. With just one exchange, half of his protective red lotus had already crumbled, making him doubt whether he could hold out until Lin Yuan arrived. No matter what, this core celestial pillar must be defended. Red Lotus Venerable gritted his teeth inside. The core celestial pillar was crucial to the ownership of this precious land. Perhaps the Fierce Sun ancient country needed just one more core celestial pillar to claim this treasure. Break. Venerate Fudang continued to attack, with each strike shattering a portion of Red Lotus Venerable's protective red lotus, but soon more red lotuses would coalesce. This red lotus is risking everything against me. Venerate Fudang clearly understood that Red Lotus Venerable's rapid coalescing of the dissipated protective red lotus could not come without a price. So what if you're risking everything? Venerate Fudang's eyes were filled with purple, the power of each strike rapidly increasing. Originally, one strike could collapse half of Red Lotus Venerable's protective red lotus. Now it was shattering half or even the majority. Can't hold on much longer. Red Lotus Venerable sighed inwardly. In terms of strength, he was no match for Venerate Fudang. Now, to protect the core celestial pillar behind him, it was as if he was standing as a target for Venerate Fudang's attacks. Under such circumstances, holding out until now was already remarkable. Once Venerate Fudang's strike completely obliterates my protective red lotus, it will mean the fall of my primary battle form. Red Lotus Venerable thought to himself. In a normal confrontation, he would naturally have the confidence to retreat unharmed from Venerate Fudang's hands. But now it wasn't a normal fight. Red Lotus Venerable was taking blows unilaterally, refusing to retreat. Die now. Venerate Fudang's aura burst, purple energy swirling around him, preparing to unleash a shocking strike. Just at this moment, time and space in the distance subtly warped, and a figure silently emerged. Galaxy Venerate is here? Red Lotus Venerable's heart leapt with joy. Galaxy Venerate? Venerate Fudang's heart skipped a beat. He had heard of Galaxy Venerate's reputation, who had incapacitated one of Spirit Prison Venerable's spirit prisons, possessing the strength of a top-tier peak Venerable. Even if Galaxy Venerate is here, you must still die. Venerate Fudang was truly furious. If Red Lotus Venerable hadn't fought death defyingly, he might have already taken the core celestial pillar. Lin Yuan had just arrived nearby and saw Venerate Fudang pressing Red Lotus Venerable hard. Red Lotus Venerable seemed like a lone boat on the verge of capsizing under Venerate Fudang's attack. Whoosh! The divine skills world operated, and the external universe instantly spread, turning a billion miles area into his domain in an instant. Venerate Fudang was quickly suppressed by the vast external universe, the purple world swirling around him continuously shrinking. Venerate Fudang's pupils contracted. At this moment, he completely lost control over the surrounding space-time. Galaxy Venerate's domain suppression is so powerful? Venerate Fudang was utterly panicked. Daling Ancient Country did circulate some intelligence on Lin Yuan, mentioning that this Galaxy Venerate had strong domain suppression techniques. But Venerate Fudang never imagined it would be this strong, suppressing him instantly upon arrival. Since you've arrived, Galaxy Venerate, my Dafu Ancient Country will cede this core celestial pillar. Venerate Fudang immediately shouted loudly. At this moment, he felt unprecedented pressure from Lin Yuan. Even among the top 4 peak venerables of Dafu Ancient Country, only 2 could exert such pressure on him. You must understand, the Dafu Ancient Country occupies the most first-class treasure lands, enjoying the best resources among the 6 ancient countries. In terms of strength, Dafu's power surpasses the other 5. Therefore, upon assessing the current situation, Fudang Venerate had only one thought in mind, which was to retreat immediately, swift. Before Fudang Venerate could finish his words, he was already urging the purple intent world, fleeing into the distance. Under the cosmic suppression of Lin Yuan, Fudang Venerate couldn't engage in void traversal. Trying to leave? Lin Yuan glanced afar and immediately discerned Venerate Lin Fudang's intentions. Spirit Prison could leave because killing him was too bothersome, but as for you? Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the purple intent world, and he thought to himself, perfect opportunity to test my newly comprehended killer move. In a flash, high above the external universe, rounds of fierce suns began to coalesce. These fierce suns levitated slowly, and one suddenly began to plummet towards the escaping purple intent world. As the first fierce sun fell, the second, third, and fourth followed suit. This killer move is named Fierce Sun Fall, one of the most potent moves Lin Yuan has comprehended, second only to detonating the external universe. Detonating the external universe is undoubtedly terrifying in power, but it briefly weakens Lin Yuan afterward. By contrast, Fierce Sunfall lacks such a risk. Though slightly less powerful, it excels in persistence. Boom, 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 boom. When the first fierce sun struck Fudang Venerate, this peak venerable could barely hold on. But by the time the 200th, 300th, and 400th fierce suns had struck, Fudang Venerate's surrounding purple intent world rapidly collapsed. Galaxy Venerate. Fudang Venerate suddenly turned, fixing a fierce gaze on Lin Yuan before his body and soul were completely obliterated by the 2000th, 3000th falling fierce suns. Only held until the 3000th round? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Theoretically, this killer move could unleash a total of 33,463 fierce suns. Late arrival. Having resolved Fudang Venerate, Lin Yuan gathered his relics and approached Fudang Venerate, speaking up, not late. Red Lotus Venerate appeared a bit dazed. He had struggled immensely under Fudang Venerate's attack, yet Fudang Venerate couldn't endure as long before Galaxy Venerate. Actually, it wasn't about enduring. Fudang Venerate hadn't considered endurance at all. He intended to flee right away, but couldn't. Venerate, you refine the core pillar first. Red Lotus Venerate immediately stepped aside, with the core pillar behind him. All right. Lin Yuan didn't refuse. This was the main task. Independent space. Red Flame Venerate looked at Lin Yuan in surprise. Did you kill Fudang Venerate? Fudang Venerate, close to the level of a top peak venerable, could preserve himself even against top peak venerables unless determined to fight to the finish. Comprehended a killer move somewhat restrained him. Lin Yuan explained. Simply put, the killer move, Fierce Sun Fall, restrains any Venerate below top peak venerable. Unless one can completely resist round after round of falling fierce suns, no peak Venerate can withstand 3,000–4,000 rounds. Even top peak venerables must allocate some focus to resist 3,000–4,000 rounds of falling fierce suns. Restrain? Red Flame Venerate gazed deeply at Lin Yuan. As a peak Venerate, his methods and abilities were nearly perfect, almost immune to restraint. Next, Lin Yuan continued to contest for core pillars within the treasure lands amidst clashes with powerhouses from other ancient nations. Galaxy Venerate's renown spread thoroughly. On this day, within the independent space of Fierce Sun Country's capital, Red Flame Venerate suddenly looked at the other 11 peak venerables, a smile appearing on his face. Everyone, Red Flame Venerate smiled and said, "It's been explored how to use and absorb the golden mists the treasure lands nurture." Chapter 1207-22, A Millennium Passes, subscription requested. Chapter 1207, Chapter 22, A Millennium Passes, subscription requested. How should we use the golden mist? Immediately, the eyes of the surrounding peak venerables lit up. During the time spent in this treasure land, all the peak venerables have been primarily focused on searching for the core heavenly pillar, but during this period they have more or less acquired some golden mist. This golden mist is connected with the aura of the entire treasure land, clearly a rare treasure nurtured by it. As a newly formed treasure land, the rare treasures it nurtures have never appeared in the 6 ancient countries, so naturally no one knows their effects and uses. They can only explore slowly. That golden mist. Lin Yuan was also very concerned, as his external cosmos could probe every detail within a range of over 10 billion miles, and he had collected quite a bit of the golden mist. The golden mist contains the origin power of time. Do not contact it with your soul or mind, otherwise you may be forced into a time cycle. Red Flame Venerable warned seriously. The peak venerables have perfected their realms, and with a single thought they can attempt to break through to the 13th stage, bringing about the time cycle. However, the peak venerables have always suppressed the idea of breaking through to the 13th stage, so the time cycle hasn't descended upon them. Once they contact the golden mist with the mind's will, no matter how much they suppress it, they will be forced to break through to the 13th stage. Time cycle? Red Lotus Venerable and the other peak venerables were filled with fear. Most of the peak venerables will eventually attempt to break through to the 13th stage ancestor realm, but that's the plan when they have no further progress to make. As for now, many peak venerables still intend to wait a bit longer. Entering the time cycle prematurely, listening on the side, Lin Yuan was slightly moved. Other peak venerables, when contacting the golden mist with their will, would fall into a time cycle because their realms are already perfected. But Lin Yuan, his true realm was still at the dominator stage, far from the perfect chaos realm necessary to break through to the 13th stage. If Lin Yuan contacts the golden mist with his will, it's estimated he wouldn't bring about a time cycle since his realm hasn't reached that point. Thankfully, I didn't try it back then. Lin Yuan thought to himself, even though he doesn't need to worry about entering a time cycle prematurely, who knows if there are other hidden risks besides this one. As for how to use the golden mist, so far, slowly absorbing it with the physical body is best. The golden mist will gradually transform the physical body, forming a certain time-based physique, Red Flame Venerable said. This conclusion was reached after many attempts by the Fierce Sun ancient country. They even had a venerable enter a time cycle prematurely for this reason, slowly absorbing with the physical body. To transform into a time-based physique? Many peak venerables seemed thoughtful, as this effect was similar to that of the infinite crystal. However, the infinite divine body transformed by the infinite crystal focuses on inclusiveness, capable of accommodating any other physique, whereas the physique transformed by the golden mist is yet unknown in its effects. Next, Red Flame Venerable gave a few more reminders and then remained silent. I'll wait a bit longer and refrain from absorbing the golden mist for now. After thinking about it, Lin Yuan decided not to immediately absorb the golden mist with his body. After all, the golden mist he collected remains there. He can choose to absorb it at any time. It's better to wait until other peak venerables try it and see the results to determine how to use it correctly. And according to Red Flame Venerable, the golden mist can only be slowly absorbed by the physical body. As for completely transforming into the corresponding physique, no one knows how much golden mist is needed. Chaos Void. Galaxy Chaos Continent. Since the great saint of the galaxy established the Chaos Continent, powerful figures from thousands, tens of thousands, and hundreds of thousands of void domains in the surrounding area have been arriving here one after another. This is very normal. The Chaos Great Saint's fame in the Chaos Void attracts numerous Chaos Realm venerable beings, all with different intentions. Some purely wish to witness this Chaos Great Saint, some plan to follow this Chaos Great Saint, and so on. Others see the gathering of numerous venerable beings at the Galaxy Chaos Continent, and knowing they can't attract the attention of the Great Saint of the Galaxy, plan to make good relationships with these venerable beings. That is, the Chaos Continent established by the Great Saint of the Galaxy. In a silver spaceship, a gray-haired old man looked at the distant majestic continent and said to the young men and women beside him, "The Great Saint of the Galaxy?" These young men and women also looked at the distant Galaxy Chaos Continent. Sectmaster, what is special about this Great Saint of the Galaxy? Why do you intend to move the sect here? The gray-haired old man is a Chaos Realm peak venerable, who also once opened a Chaos continent, eventually establishing an influential legacy. The gray-haired old man had followed several Chaos Great Saints, but ultimately left them all. He now plans to bring the Sex Elite to reside permanently on the Galaxy Chaos continent. The Great Saint of the Galaxy is not an ordinary Chaos Great Saint. The gray-haired old man said with a smile. In that postnatal universe, the Great Saint of the Galaxy left Blacklight Great Saint and Wild Barbarian Great Saint far behind with an overwhelming advantage. Even if not matching the Invincible Great Saints, he is not far behind. Not far behind the Invincible Great Saints? The young men and women were shocked. Even the same information leads to different conclusions when seen by different levels of strong individuals. The gray-haired old man had evidently deduced the true strength limit of the Great Saint of the Galaxy from the intelligence information. In a distant time and space, three figures stood silently. The mere presence of these three figures caused the surrounding chaos rule to retreat. That Galaxy Great Saint, being the only one to walk out alive from the Xuanhuang universe in a complete chaos realm, might obtain some opportunities left by Xuanhuang. The leading figure spoke. All three figures were invincible great saints, all incredibly ancient, aware of the existence of Xuanhuang. Xuanhuang had forcibly broken free from the time cycle, completely annihilating 5 invincible great saints, causing many hidden invincible great saints to tremble. That was Invincible Great Saints. In the history of the Chaos Void, battles between Invincible Great Saints sometimes occurred where one would fall. Yet this fall was merely the demise of the main battle body, not the end of the Invincible Great Saint itself. To completely annihilate an Invincible Great Saint, destroying all forms and erasing all means of survival, was incredibly difficult, something even Invincible Great Saints couldn't achieve. This Chaos Continent requires at least 9th Realm insights in space-time to be established. At this moment, the Invincible Great Saint on the right spoke. 9th Realm insights into space? Even if it's not an Invincible Great Saint, we cannot do anything to them. The Invincible Great Saint on the right said. An entity at the Chaos Great Saint level reaching 9th Realm insights into space-time is exceedingly rare, rarer than Invincible Great Saints. Even such a Chaos Great Saint, though not yet a match for Invincible Great Saints, could easily retreat unscathed. Indeed. The last Invincible Great Saint shook his head. The 3 Invincible Great Saints originally intended to find the Galaxy Great Saint and inquire about the happenings within the Xuanhuang universe. But now it seems, there is no need. Unable to do anything to the opponent, even if they were to inquire, they wouldn't get the truth. Forget it. Best not to make enemies. The leading Invincible Great Saint pondered carefully and made a decision in his heart. If the Galaxy Great Saint were just an ordinary Chaos Great Saint, they could naturally handle it as they wished. But now? The Galaxy Great Saint already had the confidence to oppose them, and the 3 Invincible Great Saints were unwilling to make enemies without understanding what opportunities the Galaxy Great Saint might have obtained from Xuanhuang. If they speculated wrongly and the Galaxy Great Saint had not obtained much opportunity, they would gain another enemy. Invincible Great Saints are extremely cautious when dealing with equally powerful beings, just like Great Saint Hongxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint, who waited until Xuanhuang attempted to break through the 13th level before retaliating heavily against the profound Xuanhuang lineage. Let's go. The 3 Invincible Great Saints took one last look at the distant Chaos Continent and vanished. They left? Deep within the Galaxy Chaos Continent, Lin Yuan glanced in the direction the 3 Invincible Great Saints disappeared. These Chaos Great Saints only knew that Lin Yuan's space-time insights had reached the 9th realm, but were unaware of Lin Yuan's current true combat strength, which could be considered strong even among Invincible Great Saints. With Lin Yuan's perception, he detected the approaching 3 Invincible Great Saints instantly. My current strength has been surpassed by the true form in the Origin Source world. Lin Yuan thought to himself, as the true form in the Origin Source world had formed a fierce Sun-Great cycle within, first surpassing the true form in the Chaos Void. There was no way around it. The true form in the Origin Source world had a complete 13th level time life inheritance and the integration of Chaos Void 13th level inheritance. Meanwhile, the true form in the Chaos Void couldn't form the seed of the fierce sun, leading to a lack of corresponding enhancement. Once Infinite Void is mastered to the 3rd level, the gap between the 2 true forms may be narrowed or even erased. Lin Yuan contemplated. The 13th level inheritance Infinite Void would significantly enhance both the Chaos Void and Origin Source world true forms once mastered to the 3rd level. However, the extent of enhancement would naturally be greater for the true form in the Chaos Void. After all, the Chaos Void's true form had a cosmic foundation surpassing that of the Origin Source world true form. Different starting points in the internal universe lead to different enhancements once Infinite Void is mastered to the 3rd level. Or stepping into the Chaos Realm might work. The differing foundational depths in their internal worlds result in varying enhancement upon entering the Chaos Realm. Clearly, the true form in the Chaos Void stands to gain more than the true form in the Origin Source world. I'll take it slow. There is still much for me to improve. Compared to other great saint venerables who have reached their limits, Lin Yuan was still far from his own limit. Besides mastering infinite void and stepping into the chaos realm, evolving the chaos taiji power could also greatly enhance Lin Yuan. In addition, many supreme secret techniques passed down by the ancestor of the Fierce Sun ancient country, also known as 13th level inheritance, were yet to be practiced by Lin Yuan. And so, time passed slowly. A millennium was gone in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1208, 23 Third Realm, The Heavenly Pillar, Descending from the Sky. Please subscribe. Chapter 1208, Chapter 23, Third Realm, The Heavenly Pillar. Descending from the Sky. Please subscribe. 1,000 years for a 12th layer life form is but a fleeting moment. The galactic chaos continent becomes increasingly prosperous, frequently visited even by strong beings at the level of the Chaos Great Saint seeking Lin Yuan. Occasionally, Chaos Great Saints would exchange insights, validating the chaotic paths they had evolved, something Lin Yuan valued greatly. Based on chaos as the foundation, the paths of power evolved, though varied in strength, are essentially part of the Dao. Lin Yuan's observation of other chaotic evolution paths also supplements his understanding of the Great Dao. Deep within the galactic chaos continent, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In front of him, strands of chaos chi constantly formed secret patterns, only to dissipate quickly after a brief moment. After dissipating, they would continue to condense again, repeating perpetually as if without end. Chaos rule. Lin Yuan immersed himself in circulating the chaos chi, focusing part of his mind on comprehending the chaos mystic pattern diagram. The chaos mystic pattern diagram, gathered by the ancestor of the fierce sun of the 13th layer in the Fangyuan world with great divine skills, contains the essential threads of the chaos rule. It is one of Lin Yuan's main objects of comprehension. So that's how it is. Unaware of how much time had passed, Lin Yuan silently opened his eyes, a deep gaze with brewing chaos energy, and the mystic pattern diagram composed of chaos chi before him rapidly became complete and clear. If a heavenly venerate from the fierce sun ancient country were to watch, they would find this chaos mystic pattern diagram nearly identical to the 28th chaos mystic pattern diagram. There are a total of 81 chaos mystic pattern diagrams passed down by the ancestor of the fierce sun. Those representing the chaos first realm are the first 8 diagrams. The diagrams from the 9th to the 27th represent the chaos second realm. The 28th chaos mystic pattern diagram marks the field of the chaos third realm. Now that Lin Yuan briefly replicated the 27th chaos mystic pattern diagram, it signifies that in his understanding of the chaos rule, he has fully entered the third realm. Chaos evolves all things. Lin Yuan was invigorated. After reaching the third realm of chaos comprehension, he gained a clearer understanding of the essence of all things. The basic structure of the chaos void, the process of chaos evolution, to Lin Yuan was as clear as turning over his hand to view a pattern. All things will return to chaos again. Lin Yuan's gaze was profound, looking into the vast chaos void. At this moment, Lin Yuan's realm elevated infinitely, as if seeing countless millions of cosmic eras rotate in the chaos void, and there will eventually come a day when the whole chaos void will undergo a great collapse like the innate cosmos. Everything in the chaos void will return to chaos. Not only the chaos void, but the origin world is like this as well. Lin Yuan thought to himself, though he wasn't worried, as the existence of the chaos void and the origin world are so massive, their cycles of destruction are too lengthy enough that even the lifetime of an invincible great saint is but a speck in the ocean. Chaos rule third realm. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. 1,000 years of arduous cultivation had pushed his comprehension of the chaos rule further, which wasn't beyond his expectations. The chaos mystic pattern diagram's aid in understanding the chaos rule was immense, as it was virtually a shortcut, or rather, even more convenient than a shortcut. This was also the feedback from the 13th layer ancestors of the 6 ancient countries in the Fangyuan world to their descendants and living beings. In the chaos void, invincible great saints, who are seldom born even in tens or millions of cosmic eras, are present in every era of the 6 ancient countries. For instance, the Fu Shu Venerate in the Dafu ancient country, who possesses the battle strength akin to an invincible great saint of the Chaos Void, is not alone there. It's not that the beings of the Chaos Void are inferior to those of the Origin World, but rather that the attitude of the 12th layer lives in the two-dimensional worlds towards lower-level beings is different. The 13th layer ancestors of the Origin World tend to value them greatly, even worry over them extensively, whereas the 13th layer time lives of the Chaos Void are somewhat laissez-faire. If the 13th layer time lives of the Chaos Void left many legacies and provided opportunities like possessions, it's believed that the Chaos Void would also birth invincible great saints. My power, Lin Yuan, carefully sensed for a while, reaching the Chaos Rule Third Realm. For Lin Yuan, the direct enhancement in strength isn't too significant or exaggerated, but the indirect enhancement is immeasurable. Firstly, there's the evolution of the chaotic Taiji Dao. At this moment, Lin Yuan clearly perceives that the time for the giant egg gestating within his internal universe to fully evolve the chaotic Taiji Dao is essentially within 10 years. 10 years. Lin Yuan was excited. The Chaos Taiyin Taiyang Taiji Dao has been the path he chose since the second layer, which can be said to be the final Dao fruit he has been cultivating all along. This Tao fruit did not disappoint Lin Yuan. While other great saints and great lords need only the Chaos First Realm to evolve their chaotic power paths, the chaotic Taiji Dao requires the pinnacle of the Chaos Second Realm to reach the threshold of evolution. This is already due to Lin Yuan's extraordinary insight. If it were other strong beings, they probably wouldn't start evolving until they reached a third realm comprehension of chaos. Chaos rule third realm? Only starting to evolve the chaotic power path then? For a Chaos Great Saint, this isn't a good thing. Because the Chaos Third Realm is extremely difficult to reach, and before evolving the chaotic power path, no matter how high the rule comprehension is, it is equivalent to a peak venerate. Even in the 6 ancient countries where rule comprehension is easier, generally, only the top peak venerables can achieve the third realm of chaos rule comprehension. And without evolving the chaotic power path, one isn't even a great lord, making the transition exceedingly difficult. Chapter 1209-23, Third Realm, the Heavenly Pillar, Descending from the Sky, please subscribe. 2. Chapter 1209, Chapter 23, Third Realm, the Heavenly Pillar, Descending from the Sky, please subscribe. 2. That is Lin Yuan. Although he has not followed the path of chaos rule evolution, his foundation in other aspects is so strong that it compensates for the gap in chaos rule evolution power with the other great saint venerables. The third realm of chaos rule, in addition to significantly accelerating the evolution of the chaotic Taiji Dao, it also has a profound impact in other areas, such as the time to step into the chaos realm. Currently, what restrains Lin Yuan from breaking through to the chaos realm is that all aspects have not yet reached their limit, like the breakthrough of the flesh, the universe within the soul body, and so on. And as chaos nurtures all things, the chaos rule of the third realm allows Lin Yuan to improve rapidly in all aspects. In addition, it also helps in the cultivation of the third layer of infinite void, as higher-level insights into chaos rule of the basic cosmic structure become easier and more relaxed, in the source world within the treasure land. Lin Yuan's true self did not search for the central core pillars of the treasure land. In the span of 1,000 years, 70 to 80 peak venerable level powerhouses from 6 major ancient countries continuously searched and have basically already refined the core pillars. The current ranking of core pillar refinement for each major ancient country is as follows. Dafu Ancient Country, 72 pillars. Barbaric Wilderness Country, 54 pillars. Fierce Sun Ancient Country, 52 pillars. Daling Ancient Country, 45 pillars. Thunderclap Ancient Country, 38 pillars. Xuanyin Ancient Country, 38 pillars. The ranking for refining core pillars among the ancient countries, with Dafu Ancient Country indisputably in first place. This did not come as a surprise to the numerous peak venerables, since with Fushu Venerable of Dafu Ancient Country making a move, the top peak venerables from other ancient countries would generally yield. Even though these top peak venerables carry their respective ancient countries' trump cards, they won't use them lightly. This barbaric wilderness country. Lin Yuan's expression displayed slight surprise, as the peak venerables of barbaric wilderness country were utterly desperate in competing for the core pillars, to the point that the red flame venerable had to repeatedly give up the discovered core pillars. The top peak venerables of barbaric wilderness country only retreat slightly when they encounter Fushu Venerable. But when facing the top peak venerables of other ancient countries, they have a do-or-die attitude. However, this first-class treasure land, the number of core pillars actually exceeds 300. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly solemn based on previously learned information. The usual number of core pillars for first-class treasure lands is about 100 to 200. 300? Very rare among the currently known first-class treasure lands, only 6 had core numbers surpassing 300 when they first emerged. 300 core pillars. There should also be giant core pillars completely integrated into space-time within this treasure land. Lin Yuan thought to himself, deducing this conclusion from those 6 treasure lands, each had a giant treasure land core appear at that time. A giant treasure land core far surpasses regular ones, equivalent to 10 ordinary treasure land cores. But unlike ordinary ones, a giant core completely melds with the time-space of the treasure land, impossible to detect no matter how it's searched, only appearing after all cores have been refined. The emergence of a giant core makes quite a commotion, affecting the entire treasure land. The importance of a giant core cannot be understated. It's not just equivalent to 10 ordinary cores, but it's also easier to guard. Lin Yuan thought to himself, currently, each major ancient country holds tens of treasure land core pillars, but there are only 12 peak venerables. How are 12 peak venerables supposed to defend dozens of core pillars? Although a venerable can instantly arrive beside a refined core pillar, if many of them are simultaneously attacked, which one to choose for descent? And the giant core pillar, once refined, allows guarding 10 core pillars with the difficulty of defending just one. Based on the experience from the previous 6 treasure lands, the giant core could appear anywhere in the treasure land, in the central area. Or the border area? Both are possible. Lin Yuan silently pondered, simultaneously focusing on sensing the space-time fluctuations around him. Once a giant core pillar emerges, the phenomenon it causes cannot be concealed, allowing one to reach it promptly if detected. Fierce Sun Nation capital within an isolated space. The likelihood of my fierce Sun ancient country refining the first giant core pillar is low. The Red Flame Venerable spoke calmly, so there's no need to pay much attention. His words were met with little rebuttal from the other peak venerables. Firstly, due to the vastness of space-time within the treasure land, the giant core pillar might appear anywhere. Considering travel speed, among the 70 to 80 peak venerables from the 6 major ancient countries, none can surpass Dafu ancient country's Fushu Venerable. Over 1,000 years, Fushu Venerable has demonstrated his expertise in space-time, able to traverse from one end of the treasure land to the other in a single breath. In other words, once a giant core pillar appears, Fushu Venerable can descend in just one breath. This terrifying speed is unmatched by any top peak venerable, and if Fushu Venerable is the first to refine a giant core pillar, other countries stand little chance. Our aim is the second and third giant core pillars, the Red Flame Venerable stated. Normally, a treasure land birthing more than 300 cores will have 3 giant cores. The previous 6 treasure lands each had 3 giant treasure land cores. Given Fushu Venerable's strength, claiming the first giant core is without difficulty, but attempting to take the second, that would be challenging. Should Fushu Venerable VA for the second giant core, the first one he holds would inevitably face attacks from top peak venerables of other ancient countries. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Thus far, within this treasure land, Fushu Venerable's strength remains indisputably paramount. In fact, beyond just this treasure land, throughout the history of the 6 major ancient countries, among the beings below the founders, Fushu Venerable is considered among the most powerful few. So the first giant core pillar has already been tacitly conceded to Fushu Venerable by the Red Flame Venerable. In the treasure land, Lin Yuan idly hid within a valley meditating. Since the Red Flame Venerable, leader of Fierce Sun Ancient Country's treasure land campaign, has relinquished the contention for the first giant core pillar, Lin Yuan would naturally comply. Moreover, Lin Yuan found the reasoning of the Red Flame Venerable quite sound. There's no need to stubbornly contend with Fushu Venerate. With time only halfway through and not yet at the height of competition, waiting a little longer could be wise. Time slowly drifts by. Then, one day, the space-time within the treasure land quivered slightly. A strange wave swiftly swept across all directions. This aura has the giant core pillar emerged. The presence of this strange wave immediately stirred the peak venerables, stemming from the treasure land itself rather than from the clashes of the strong. In the current state, only the emergence of a giant core pillar could cause such a disturbance. Humph. Countries like Fierce Sun, Thunderclap, and Xuanyin have abandoned the fight for the first giant core pillar. But as for my Thunderclap ancient country, we must make a try. What of Fushu Venerable's strength? A figure composed entirely of thunder flipped a hand, revealing a heart formed purely of the power of space-time. With every beat, it aroused threads of space-time force. Go. This thunder figure urged the space-time heart, tearing through layers of space-time, heading toward the place where the giant core pillar emerged. Giant core pillar? It might yet belong to my darling ancient country. Spirit Prison Venerable's gaze turned profound. At that moment, both his eyes shimmered deep within. Upon sensing the strange wave, his figure disappeared without a trace. Simultaneously, the multitude of peak venerables likewise rushed toward the location of the giant core pillar. Even if they don't plan to compete, they wish to watch from afar. After all, Fushu Venerable will surely make a move. Lin Yuan also perceived this peculiar wave. Compared to the strength of other ancient countries, his perception of the oddity is more intense and clearer, as if right before his eyes. Indeed, it was like that. The location where the giant core pillar arose was right beside him, only a few hundred meters away, almost adjacent. Chapter 1210-24, Evolution of the Chaotic Taiji Dao. Please subscribe. Chapter 1210, Chapter 24, Evolution of the Chaotic Taiji Dao. Please subscribe. This giant core pillar is right next to me? Lin Yuan looked closely at a heavenly pillar 10 times more majestic than the others, quickly manifesting from the illusion, feeling rather uneasy in his heart. The entire time-space treasure land is vast, and the giant core pillar could have appeared anywhere, yet it appeared next to Lin Yuan. Such odds are almost like finding a 13th level inheritance while walking down the street. What to do? Lin Yuan looked at the giant core pillar before him, and after just a moment's thought, made a decision. Refine it. Buzz. Lin Yuan activated his outer cosmos and immediately began refining. Fierce Sun Capital, Independent Space. Red Flame Venerable stared at Lin Yuan in disbelief. Are you saying that the giant core pillar is right next to you? Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. The other numerous peak venerables were also somewhat stunned. They were just pondering where the giant core pillar might appear, yet it turned out to be so close to Galaxy Venerate. I've already started refining it, Lin Yuan said immediately. Yes, you refine it now. I've already rushed over with full effort, Red Flame Venerable said with solemnity. He had originally given up on contending for the first giant core pillar, thinking it unnecessary to fight Fushu Venerate to the death. But that was based on the premise that Fushu Venerate was the first to reach the giant core pillar and refine it first. Forcibly taking the giant core pillar from Fushu Venerate's hands would be too costly, and in the end, whether it could actually be taken was another matter. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, Red Flame Venerable chose to give up, which was also the most rational decision. But now, the giant core pillar appeared right next to Lin Yuan. That means Lin Yuan is the first strong person to come into contact with the giant core pillar. In this situation, Red Flame Venerable hesitated almost not at all and chose to compete for this giant core pillar. No choice. This giant core pillar was practically delivered to him. If Red Flame Venerable were to give up again, it would be too timid. 3 breaths. I can use special means to reach you within 3 breaths. You just need to hold on for 2 breaths, Red Flame Venerable said solemnly. The killer weapon he brought from the Fierce Sun ancient country, once used, could completely protect this giant core treasure land. By then, if Fushu Venerate wanted to forcibly refine the giant core treasure land, a certain price would need to be paid. In this situation, as long as Fushu Venerate had some sense, he could completely choose to compete for the next giant core pillar that appeared in the world. I will try my best. Lin Yuan nodded. Fushu Venerate could arrive in 1 breath, while Red Flame Venerable could arrive in 3 breaths. That means Lin Yuan needs to block Fushu Venerate for 2 breaths. Actually, it couldn't be said to block, as long as he could stall Fushu Venerate for 2 breaths, making it impossible for him to refine the giant core pillar. That would suffice. Before the giant core pillar, Lin Yuan took only 10 breaths to successfully refine it. All at once, Lin Yuan felt a significant reduction in the suppression of this treasure land time-space over him. At the same time, with the aid of this giant core pillar, his numerous avatars could also descend instantly. Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed as he saw ripples spreading in the space-time not far away, a man in a dark robe walking out. Fushu Venerate? Lin Yuan's expression became solemn. The man in a dark robe was none other than Fushu Venerate, an existence on par with the Moyu Tower Master. How come so fast? Lin Yuan felt the pressure, for only 1/10 of a breath had passed, and Fushu Venerate was already here? There are 2 possibilities for this. One is that Fushu Venerate had concealed his strength, and his true abilities were far beyond what had been shown over the past millennium. The other is that Fushu Venerate also happened to be nearby, so his arrival speed exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. You got quite the luck. Fushu Venerate glanced at Lin Yuan, smiling as he spoke. Given his speed, Lin Yuan had not only reached the giant core pillar, but had also refined it by the time he arrived. There was only one explanation, that the giant core pillar appeared right by Lin Yuan. But unfortunately, you've encountered me. Before Fushu Venerate's words were finished, the surrounding space-time began to grow dim. An aura of all things being void descended. From the moment he arrived to when he spoke the second sentence, less than 1/10,000th of a breath had passed, and Fushu Venerate acted directly, not delaying in the slightest. What? Lin Yuan frowned. Under this dark and illusory force, his divine ability, world began to collapse and fade. Go away. Fushu Venerate struck with his right hand. Lin Yuan's face changed dramatically, his outer cosmos collapsing in an instant, and he was directly blasted away. Swoosh. Fushu Venerate took a step, standing next to the giant core pillar, then immediately began refining it. In the blink of an eye, he successfully erased Lin Yuan's imprint and smoothly refined the giant core pillar. Fushu Venerate? Lin Yuan looked sullen. From Fushu Venerate's arrival until now, only half a breath had passed. Is this the power comparable to an invincible great saint? Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Although he wasn't injured, under Fushu Venerate's assault, he couldn't resist at all and could only be passively knocked away. The 13th level inheritance Fushu Venerate cultivated must be related to time. From the brief engagement just now, Lin Yuan deduced a lot, realizing that when facing Fushu Venerate's attack, the concept of time was completely scrambled, leaving him with no intention to actively counter it. He entirely relied on passive defense from his outer cosmos. To withstand my strike without any serious injuries, you did quite well. After successfully refining the giant core pillar, Fushu Venerate glanced at Lin Yuan and said with a hint of appreciation. He was well aware of the technique he employed, which could block an enemy's perception of time in an instant, forcing them to withstand several blows unprepared. Under such circumstances, for Lin Yuan to only be knocked away with minor injuries was a testament to his formidable defense, rare even among the top peak venerables. Swish. Suddenly, not far away, slight ripples in time and space emerged. A towering figure appeared, looking at the giant core pillar with a somewhat displeased expression. Fushu Venerate, you're quite fast. The towering figure said in a deep voice, having reached there quickly himself, yet Fushu Venerate still arrived a step ahead. Your barbaric wilderness country went to great lengths to compete for this treasured land. Fushu Venerate smiled slightly. The towering figure snorted coldly and vanished. Had Fushu Venerate not refined the giant core pillar before he arrived, he would not have hesitated to contend for it. But now, with Fushu Venerate having refined the giant core venerable, there was no point in competing. Swish, swish, swish. Next, more figures appeared, gazing from afar at the giant core pillar. Fushu Venerate has refined it. As expected, who can contend with Fushu Venerate for the first giant core pillar? Sigh, let's wait for the next one. The arriving peak venerables conversed among themselves and gradually withdrew. What a pity. Red Flame Venerable shook his head slightly, then looked solemnly at Lin Yuan, but it's not without gains. At least we know that Fushu Venerate cultivates more than 1/13th tier inheritance, including one related to time. Lin Yuan had just recounted to Red Flame Venerable the scenario when Fushu Venerate took action. As Lin Yuan speculated, Red Flame Venerable also concluded that Fushu Venerate used a 13th tier inheritance related to time. Otherwise, Lin Yuan wouldn't have had no thought of resistance. It's well known. Although top peak venerables aren't Fushu Venerate's match, the gap isn't as vast as imagined. Especially Lin Yuan, whose profound foundation allows him to detonate his outer universe when necessary. He could stall long enough for Red Flame Venerable to arrive. But in reality, Fushu Venerate didn't give Lin Yuan the chance to go all out. Don't worry, we never intended to seize the first giant core treasure land anyway. Red Flame Venerate consoled Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded without saying much. In the chaos void, deep within the galaxy chaos continent, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, reflecting on the gap between himself and a powerhouse like Fushu Venerate. Compared to these peak-level individuals, wielding more than 1/13th tier method, my advantage is almost wiped out. Lin Yuan assessed himself. In terms of 13th tier methods, Lin Yuan had the Infinite Void's inheritance and the divine ability Fierce Sun opening the sky, which together equated to 2 13th tier methods, but Fushu Venerate also possessed them. Fushu Venerate had advantages that Lin Yuan didn't, such as the path of evolution through chaos power, and the advantage in terms of realm, among others. And powerhouse like Fushu Venerate wasn't the only one in Dafu Ancient Country. Even other 5 major ancient countries, like Fierce Sun Ancient Country and Xuanyin Ancient Country, had them too. However, such powerhouses had nothing else to seek and were mostly preparing to make that leap. Even if a new top-tier treasure land emerged, they couldn't be persuaded to act. Fushu Venerate came here purely because he happened to have nothing else to do. Take it slowly, I still have plenty of room for improvement. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts without any feelings of frustration. Next. Lin Yuan continued his cultivation. Infinite Void, Lin Yuan focused on cultivating the third layer of this 13th tier inheritance, feeling he was close to achieving it, which would lead to a transformation of his inner universe. Just then, dong, 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 a deep and powerful sound suddenly emerged. Lin Yuan seemed to sense something, immediately halting his cultivation of Infinite Void, and his consciousness incarnated to the highest point of his inner universe. Here, Chaos Chi floated, myriad Chaos Rule essences writhed, and a massive egg entirely composed of Chaos Chi quietly floated there. Dong dong dong, a deep sound emanated from within the egg, as if evolving to give birth to something. Is my chaotic Taiji Dao about to materialize? Lin Yuan carefully observed the giant egg. Over time, cracking sounds appeared continuously on the egg, and numerous cracks surfaced, finally releasing forces of black and white that were distinctly separate yet mutually integrated. The black and white forces continued to merge, containing the extreme powers of Tai Yin and Tai Yang. This terrifying aura naturally spread with the black and white power, instantly crushing layers of time and space, even causing large swaths of chaos chi to collapse. What is this power? The red-clad little girl resting against a jade gourd was suddenly startled awake, sensing an oppressive force that surpassed the pressure felt by any previous cultivator of the Infinite Void inheritance. Chapter 1211, 25 Invincible Great Saint, request subscription. Chapter 1211, Chapter 25 Invincible Great Saint, request subscription. The girl in red looked around, trying to capture the source of oppression, but felt the vastness of the world beyond her gaze. Infinite Void has been inherited for endless ages, experienced by successive cultivators, with some even cultivating it to the 5th layer, reaching the power to overlook the entire Chaos Void as an invincible Great Saint. The girl in red was well aware of the pressure of an invincible Great Saint, but compared to this moment, it still seemed slightly inferior. What is going on? The girl in red kept observing, her thoughts spreading, and her first thought was whether Lin Yuan had become an invincible Great Saint. But she immediately dismissed it, first because Lin Yuan wasn't even in the Chaos Realm, so how could he talk of being an invincible Great Saint? Secondly, the internal universe she sensed had not undergone more intricate microscopic restructuring. It was evident that the 3rd layer of Infinite Void was not yet accomplished. In this situation, the girl in red was curious about what means Lin Yuan used to produce a transformation that even made her feel oppressively transformed. Did he master the second 13th grade inheritance? Mastery here is not an entry point, but like Infinite Void, at least trained to the 5th layer. But this is equally as difficult as ascending to the heavens. A 13th grade inheritance is not a roadside cabbage, easily mastered. Each 13th grade inheritance has numerous preconditions. This point is evident from how many years Lin Yuan has cultivated Infinite Void, still remaining at the 2nd layer. Moreover, the girl in red faintly felt that the oppression she captured at this moment was definitely not due to the power transformation from mastering some inheritance. This pressure is related to the transformation of life's essence, or the compensation of one's Dao, like the ultimate leap of an 11th grade life into the 12th grade, or the utmost sublimation of one's Dao, etc. The giant egg composed of chaos rule veins was momentarily crumbling, and a large amount of intertwined black and white power overflowed, converging before Lin Yuan. Is this the chaotic power path that I have evolved? Lin Yuan gazed at the black and white forces before him, feeling both familiar and strange. This was an entirely new rule of power he'd never mastered, yet Lin Yuan had an illusion of having it innately. A large amount of black and white power continuously intertwined and fused. Each thread of black and white power contained the vast rule essence Lin Yuan mastered. And finally, as the chaos giant egg completely shattered, all the black and white power finally converged, forming a black and white crossed Tai Chi diagram. The white part contained endless Tai-Yang power, supremely rigid and yang. The black part was circulating with the perpetual flow of Tai-Yin power, grand and vast. The balance between Tai-Yin and Tai-Yang power formed a perfect equilibrium, fusing and differentiating at every moment. Boom-shi! Lin Yuan looked at the Tai Chi diagram before him, feeling his consciousness was roaring. In the moment the Tai Chi diagram took shape, a miniature Tai Chi diagram imprint appeared on Lin Yuan's brow. Not only this cosmic embodiment within, but the true self outside, and the primordial spirit embodiments throughout the chaos void, all gathered a Tai Chi diagram imprint at the brow. Chaos Tai Chi? Lin Yuan's gaze became unprecedentedly distant and profound. The black and white intersecting Tai Chi diagram before his eyes instantly expanded countless times, merging with his entire internal universe. Lin Yuan's internal universe was measured by trillions of light years, yet the expansion and complete coverage of the Tai Chi diagram took no more than an instant, just Lin Yuan's mere thought, and the Tai Chi diagram had already completed its fusion. Instant arrival upon thought. The moment the boundless Tai Chi diagram merged with the internal universe began to undergo some transformation. Space-time was becoming increasingly perfect, the Dao rules were rapidly being enhanced, and the size of the internal universe started to expand crazily. Why is the evolution of the chaos power path within the chaos void termed a great saint if not a venerable? Because the power of a chaos great saint far surpasses that of a chaos venerable, this supremacy is all-encompassing, deriving from the evolved chaos power path. The Chaos Great Saint, who evolves the Chaos Power Path, will be nourished by the Chaos Power Path in every aspect. Their physical body, soul, spirit, will, and internal universe will all receive a massive uplift. At this moment, although Lin Yuan is not perfectly in the Chaos realm, the chaotic Taiji Dao has been smoothly evolved, naturally bringing about a comprehensive transformation and uplift to himself. The changes in the internal universe were immediately perceived by the girl in red. This change, the heart of the girl in red was shaken. The change in the internal universe at this moment was not the kind of transformation practiced by Infinite Void. Infinite Void essentially involves the reorganization of the most microscopic parts of the internal universe. Similar to carbon turning into a diamond, the particle compositions of both remain the same. But the transformation of the internal universe at hand is the most direct degree of transformation, from 1 to 2 to 100 to 1,000 to 10,000. Everything is sublimating and transforming, as if ascending with the rising sun into the sky. Chaos Evolution Power Path. Has the Chaos Evolution Power Path been realized? At this moment, the girl in red finally speculated on key information. The means to cause the internal universe to undergo such a change are not many, especially such a dramatic transformation in a short time, only a few, such as entering the Chaos Realm or evolving a Chaos Power Path. Exactly what kind of Chaos Power Path was evolved to cause such a commotion? The girl in red took a deep breath. She was very aware of Lin Yuan's talent and aptitude, and did not doubt the new master evolving the Chaos Power Path. But now? The magnitude of the internal universe's uplift and the immense pressure she felt caused her perception to question. Chapter 12.2.12, 25 Invincible Great Saint? Request subscription. 2. Chapter 12.1.2, Chapter 25. Invincible Great Saint? Request subscription. 2. What kind of chaotic evolutionary path exhibits such power just in its nascent stage? Outside, deep within the chaos continent of the galaxy, Lin Yuan was deeply immersed in his comprehensive transformation, feeling the impact of the chaotic Taiji Dao on him like a giant pillar supporting everything. The Tai Chi diagram mark on Lin Yuan's brow slowly rotated, with an inexplicable ripple centered on him, spreading in all directions, toward heaven and earth, toward the chaos void. Is this imprinting my Dao into this chaos void? Lin Yuan considered thoughtfully. The birth of any chaos great saint would undergo this process, imprinting their Dao onto chaos. It's also a kind of anchor point, a Dao beacon. Lin Yuan did not interfere. Imprinting one's Dao into chaos connected with the chaos void, and such a connection could have some effects even if one fell into a time loop. Whether imprinting one's Dao into chaos or spreading the paths of one's evolution, the goal is to establish anchor points, Dao beacons. But to break through the time loop, it mainly falls on oneself. These methods at most provide auxiliary effects. However, for Lin Yuan, he would certainly not pass up any means to aid in breaking through the time loop, striving to elevate external conditions to the highest before addressing anything else. The chaotic Taiji Dao swiftly merged into the boundless void. At that moment, special entities in various hidden places within the chaos void seemed to sense something, gazing distantly towards the direction of the chaos continent of the galaxy. Is a chaos great saint being born, imprinting their Dao into chaos? A new path of chaotic evolutionary power is being born. But is this really a newly born path of chaotic power? How is it much more terrifying than some peerless great saints? The special entities were somewhat incredulous. As special entities, they are mostly related to the 13th realm, like the Eye of Myriad Laws, or spirits of various mysterious places, etc. Their ancientness bore witness to the rise and fall of many chaos great saints, peerless great saints, and even invincible great saints. Usually, the imprinting of one's Dao by a chaos great saint would not draw their attention. But now, as the chaotic Taiji Dao continued to diffuse and imprint, the whole chaos void was undergoing some subtle and significant changes, which shocked many special entities. It's the Galaxy Great Saint who not long ago suppressed several other Chaos Great Saints in the Xuanhuang universe. At that time, the power of the Galaxy Great Saint was only near that of a peerless Great Saint. Immediately, a special entity recognized Lin Yuan, the severed long blade. This Galaxy Great Saint must have cultivated the 13th Realm legacy representing foundational heritage, which allowed sweeping over other Chaos Great Saints without having evolved a path of chaotic power. That legacy? Truly remarkable. But reaching near peerless Great Saint without evolving a path of chaotic power, and now evolving such a formidable path of chaotic power, isn't that directly a peerless Great Saint? The special entities communicated amongst themselves. With their long-lived experiences, they showed little interest in ordinary great saints. However, an invincible great saint, only one emerges after a long cosmic era. Every invincible great saint leaves a unique imprint in the chaos void, naturally earning a high regard from these special entities. Especially an unconventional invincible great saint like Lin Yuan, just evolved a path of chaotic power, already deemed an invincible great saint. This kind of elevation and transformation might not have happened since the inception of the chaos void. This Galaxy Great Saint, as long as nothing unexpected happens, growing smoothly, can rank among the top 5 or even top 3 of all invincible great saints in the history of our Chaos Void. A special entity expressed with astonishment. The condition for the birth of an invincible great saint is to sweep across all great saints of the era, earning the respect and submission of numerous great saints. Thus, two invincible great saints theoretically would not face each other to determine victory. However, in the hearts of many special entities, they still ranked the previously born invincible great saints. But without exception, Lin Yuan's current performance, even among invincible great saints, was extraordinarily dazzling, even unfathomable. Galaxy Great Saint? Amidst numerous special entities, the Eye of Myriad Laws was filled with emotion, long convinced that Lin Yuan at the very least would become an invincible great saint, but this day came so soon, and growing smoothly in the future, ranking among the top 5 or even top 3 of all invincible great saints in the history of the Chaos Void. Don't underestimate this top 5 or top 3. The Chaos Void has nurtured countless freakish and monstrous beings over endless ages, and ranking among the top 5 or top 3 is quite extraordinary. This includes some special periods when 13th Realm Time entities took personal interest and cultivated disciples themselves, etc., deep within the chaos continent of the galaxy. After evolving a path of chaotic power, Lin Yuan's perception significantly enhanced, noticing subtle feelings of being watched the moment he imprinted his Dao into chaos. Is it those special entities? Lin Yuan did not pay much attention, regarding the Moyu Tower Master or Xuanhuang as merely being wary of those special entities. Fear? Absolutely none. For these special entities cannot actively take action. As long as you don't provoke them, there will be no issues, and even if provoked, their backing 13th Realm Time entities may not necessarily pay attention. My current strength, Lin Yuan collected his thoughts. After the intense initial transformation, his pace of improvement gradually slowed, though even this slower pace was one that ordinary Chaos Great Saints could not potentially rival. The extent of enhancement from a Chaos Great Saint evolving a path of chaotic power depends on the path itself. Most Chaos Great Saints' paths differ slightly, making their enhancements similar, but Lin Yuan? The prerequisite requirement for the evolution of the chaotic Taiji Dao-like comprehension of the second realm was already beyond reach for nearly all Chaos Great Saints. This second realm peak here solely refers to Lin Yuan, but for other beings without against heaven's understanding, one must reach the third realm. Inner Universe. Beside the Jade Gourd, a girl in red stood, feeling the changes in each instant of the space-time Great Dao, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Yuan's figure coalesced beside her, smiling as he looked at the girl in red. What kind of chaotic power path did you evolve? The girl in red couldn't resist asking. What kind of chaotic power path? Lin Yuan pondered briefly, then said, I call it Chaos Taiji. The moment he finished speaking, the girl in red saw Lin Yuan raise his right hand, with black and white interwoven breath swirling, although only at the fingertips, yet its influence radiated through layers of space-time. Chaos Taiji? This should be the strongest path of chaotic power I have seen. The girl in red added hastily after speaking, as if struck by a thought, except for the Old Master. In her words, the Old Master naturally referred to the creator of the Infinite Void, that 13th realm time entity. Certainly, I cannot compare with the great time entities. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head. The more he cultivated, the more he felt the gap with the 13th realm. Lin Yuan, comprehending the 13th realm weapon Sky Void Tripod, experiencing the retained imprints within, knew a trace of power from a 13th realm time entity could utterly destroy myriad void domains. Is there any eternal gold left? Lin Yuan looked at the girl in red and asked. Eternal gold is a special metal material used specifically to measure the strength of one's inner universe. Previously, when Lin Yuan cultivated to around the second layer of Infinite Void, he measured the level of his inner universe with this metal. There are still some. The girl in red nodded. Why do you need eternal gold? With a faint smile, Lin Yuan calmly replied, I want to know how strong I am now. Chapter 12:13:26, Lin Yuan and the Various Heavenly Venerates, please subscribe. Chapter 12:13, Chapter 26, Lin Yuan and the Various Heavenly Venerates, please subscribe. Lin Yuan, having evolved the chaotic Taiji Dao, was very sure that his strength had completely surpassed that of a transcendent great saint. Yet, whether he had reached the level of an invincible great saint remained uncertain. The gap between a transcendent great saint and an invincible great saint was vast. In those years, the Xuan Huang could easily drive the great saint Hongxiao and Jade Qilin great saint, such transcendent great saints, to a dead end, finally forcing them to reincarnate. Even among the 6 ancient countries of the origin world, the strongest venerables who were comparable to the invincible great saints, such as the Fushu Venerat, were far superior to the topmost peak venerables. Before the Fushu Venerate, Lin Yuan didn't even have the chance to fight back, only passively enduring the blows, as the power and methods mastered by the opponent were far beyond what Lin Yuan could handle. So now, Lin Yuan was very curious about his own strength. Was he close to being an invincible great saint, or had he completely stepped into the realm of the invincible great saint? Want to know how strong you are? The girl in red slightly twitched the corner of her mouth upon hearing this. If she weren't so clear about Lin Yuan's character, and knowing this inheritor of the infinite void had just undergone a transformation, she would have doubted the truth of his words. Okay. The girl in red nodded, then flipped her hand. Instantly, the jade gourd trembled slightly, and a piece of eternal essence gold, about hundreds of meters large, flew out, hovering in front of Lin Yuan. Penetrate this piece of eternal essence gold, and you probably possess the strength of the 5th layer of the infinite void, the girl in red said. The infinite void has 7 layers in total, with the 7th being a theoretical level, while the 5th layer, normally cultivating the 13th level legacy to the 5th layer, would grant one the strength to traverse the chaos void and become an invincible great saint. As for the 6th layer, few cultivators of the infinite void have reached the 6th layer. Penetrate? Lin Yuan looked at the eternal essence gold in front of him. The 2nd layer threshold of the infinite void requires leaving a trace over 10 centimeters deep on the eternal essence gold. But the 5th layer requires penetrating a piece of eternal essence gold hundreds of meters large, a significant difference indeed. Rustle. The power of the inner universe circulated, with a magnificent black and white Tai Chi diagram faintly appearing and disappearing. The 100-meter large eternal essence gold in front of Lin Yuan quickly twisted and disintegrated. Within a single breath, the entire piece of eternal essence gold was pierced through, with the remaining parts continually collapsing. Such power? The girl in red took a deep breath. She almost didn't feel any power fluctuations, yet the eternal essence gold was pierced through, indicating a complete restraint of power. This meant that Lin Yuan hadn't used his full power. Once he strikes with full force, it would be challenging to perfectly contain all the power. Your inner universe now has reached the level of the 5th layer of the infinite void. No, it's approaching the 6th layer. Your strength has fully stepped into the realm of the invincible great saint, the girl in red quickly said, while looking somewhat distressed at the pierced-through eternal essence gold. The eternal essence gold, left by the creator of the infinite void, is limited, and usually, the girl in red would only take out a meter or 2 at most. If Lin Yuan's strength weren't so terrifying, she wouldn't have brought out such a large piece. Invincible great saint? Lin Yuan steadied his mind. At the same time, thinking of the Xuan Huang and the Moyu Tower Master, when his own homeland universe was so weak, he knew of these two absolute powerhouses, and now he finally reached their level of strength. Certainly, the Xuan Huang finally forcefully broke free from the time loop, surpassing the boundary of the 12th level, no longer within the normal level range. What do you plan to do next? The girl in red retracted the Eternal Essence Gold, asked curiously. First, finish cultivating the third layer of the Infinite Void, Lin Yuan said. He had been cultivating the third layer for a long time, and evolving into the chaotic Taiji Dao had led to a profound transformation of his inner universe, greatly advancing the cultivation of this 13th level legacy. The third layer of the Infinite Void? The girl in red looked at Lin Yuan, suddenly realizing that this inheritor hadn't yet finished the third layer of the Infinite Void. Having such strength without completing the third layer, if he completes the third layer, how many layers will that compare to? The sixth layer? After chatting with the girl in red for a few more sentences, Lin Yuan began wholeheartedly cultivating the third layer of the Infinite Void. The cultivation of this 13th level legacy is essentially a micro-physical restructuring and reorganization of the inner universe, which is much easier under the control of the chaotic Taiji Dao. Plus, Lin Yuan had already cultivated halfway through the third layer of the Infinite Void. Therefore, it only took 1 or 2 years. The inner universe of Lin Yuan underwent another transformation. On the infinite micro level, the structure of the inner universe was becoming perfectly complete. The third layer is completed. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, overlooking the vast inner universe. Not to mention how stable the space-time Dao rules of this universe were, simply its diameter size, having gone through 2 transformations, first evolving into the chaotic Taiji Dao, and then completing the third layer of the Infinite Void. Lin Yuan's inner universe reached 500 trillion light-years. 500 trillion light-years, far surpassing the naturally born universe within the Chaos Void even among transcendent great saints. Having such a large inner universe is extremely rare. This is still based on the premise that Lin Yuan's inner universe isn't specialized in size or area. I suppose my current strength could be considered strong among the invincible great saints, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The Chaos Void is different from the Origin World, where the invincible great saints are solitary, not easily comparable. Continue cultivating. Lin Yuan took out the second layer weapon, the Sky Void tripod, pondering the endless rules and great Dao contained within it, while the cosmos within his flesh and soul body continued to elevate until it reached its growth limit. At that time, it would be when Lin Yuan crosses into the Chaos Realm, Fang Yuan World, in the Treasured Land. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, feeling the explosive growth of his own strength. By developing a path of chaos power, mastering the third layer of Infinite Void, his true self's inherent potential in this Fang Yuan world also experienced a significant enhancement. The space-time suppression in this treasured land can no longer restrict me. Lin Yuan observed the surrounding space-time. The newly emerged treasured land, connected to the origin source of Fang Yuan world, produces extremely strong space-time suppression, which greatly reduces the range of investigation of Heavenly Venerate level experts, and equally plummets the distance of space-time traversal. A peak venerable wishing to traverse the entire treasured land can't rely solely on their own power. It would take considerable time, and only someone like Fu Shu Venerate, the strongest venerable, could traverse the treasured land in a single breath. But now, Lin Yuan had already realized that the space-time suppression of this treasured land couldn't contain him, meaning Lin Yuan could also traverse the entire treasured land in a single breath just like Fu Shu Venerate, even more swiftly. Fu Shu Venerate? Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, looking towards a direction. That was the location where the first giant core pillar emerged, and back then Lin Yuan was just beside it, having the earliest opportunity to refine the giant core pillar. However, this opportunity was seized by the later arriving Fu Shu Venerate. At that time, Lin Yuan had no ability to resist in front of Fu Shu Venerate and was directly slapped away. In the capital of the fierce Sun ancient country, an independent space. Everyone, next we must face the strong of other ancient countries to seize the core pillars head-on. Red Flame Venerable spoke gravely. Having been in the treasured land for over 1,000 years, by now most of the unmastered core pillars have been refined by the strong of various ancient countries. To continue refining more core pillars now, one must snatch those already refined pillars from other ancient countries. Okay, no problem. Qi Yan, who do you plan to strike first? The Peak Venerables nodded. They had long been prepared, entering the treasured land 1,000 years ago. That was the warm-up. The mutual scrambles between ancient country powers were just superficial engagements. In the 500 years after the millennium, the intensity of scrambles would rapidly increase, and the last 500 years would be the period of fiercest competition, during which all Peak Venerables would exert their full effort, and the heritage weapons of various ancient countries would be unleashed. Red Flame Venerable nodded, suddenly looking at Lin Yuan, softly inquiring, Galaxy, what do you think? As one of the only 4 top Peak Venerables in this fierce Sun ancient country, Red Flame Venerable regarded Galaxy Venerate with importance. What do you think? Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback, pondered, and then said, "Could we wait a while longer?" "Wait a while longer?" Red Flame Venerable was puzzled. The other numerous peak venerables were also slightly surprised. "Why wait a while longer?" "I plan to," Lin Yuan grinned and said, "Take back that giant core pillar, giant core pillar." One by one, the peak venerables of Defu ancient country sat cross-legged. The importance of the giant core pillar was too high, even though it had been refined by Fu Shu Venerate. Others strong of Defu ancient country would also send a main battle physical body to guard at all times, to respond to any variables. Ha ha ha. In this competition for the treasured land, our Dafu ancient country occupies 72 refined core pillars, plus this set of giant core pillars, making a total of 82. Leading the second place barbaric wilderness country by nearly 30 core pillars. The many peak venerables of Dafu ancient country were relaxed, now that their country had an absolute advantage, even if the two giant core pillars that emerge later fall into the hands of a single ancient country. The number of refined core pillars occupied couldn't surpass Dafu ancient country. Moreover, the probability of the two giant core pillars falling into the hands of one ancient country is too low. Even Defu ancient country wasn't confident, let alone other ancient countries. Still relying on Fu Shu Venerate, if it weren't for Fu Shu Venerate, this giant core pillar would have probably fallen into the hands of Fierce Sun ancient country. Indeed, that Galaxy Venerat of Fierce Sun ancient country sure was lucky, with the giant core pillar descending right next to him, if not for Fu Shu Venerate's supreme strength. Tesk, what good is luck? Didn't Fu Shu Venerate still slap him away? The peak venerables of Dafu ancient country casually conversed. As one of the oldest ancient countries, they had a subtle superiority when facing same-tier experts from other ancient countries, even when facing someone like Galaxy Venerate, the first to excavate ancestral bloodline to the Venerate level. What is an ancestral bloodline at the Venerate level worth? At this moment, a young man appeared near this giant core pillar. The young man had a faint black and white Taiji diagram mark on his forehead, the black and white aura swirling, appearing openly in the sight of all the stationed peak venerables of Dafu ancient country. He just stood there quietly, without any words or actions. Yet it made many of the peak venerables of Dafu ancient country's hearts tremble, regardless of strength, whether top peak venerables or ordinary ones. All felt their minds unsettled, feeling suffocated. Chapter 12:14:27, Those Who Block the Galaxy, Body and Soul Shattered, Subscription Requested. Chapter 2014, Those Who Block the Galaxy, Body and Soul Shattered, Subscription Requested. Fierce Sun Capital, Isolated Space. Red Flame Venerable stared blankly at Lin Yuan. The eyes of the other peak venerables were similar, looking at Lin Yuan with incredulity. Take back the giant core column? Currently, that giant core column has been occupied and refined by Fu Shu Venerate, this strongest venerable of the 6 ancient nations, with a single thought he could descend. Moreover, beside the giant core column, there must be other peak venerables of the Dafu ancient nation, guarding with their main battle bodies. Even if the Fierce Sun ancient country were to throw everything against Dafu ancient country, using all ancient country weapons, the chance of taking down that giant core column is extremely low, let alone Lin Yuan going there alone. Galaxy, do not be impulsive, Red Flame Venerable immediately said. Fu Shu Venerate's strength is unfathomable. He has the ability to kill top-tier peak venerables. Previously, Lin Yuan was able to survive against Fu Shu Venerate because this strongest venerable focused most of his attention on refining the giant core pillar, not paying attention to Lin Yuan, just smacking him away without any follow-up. But now, if Lin Yuan dares to go alone to that giant core column, Fu Shu Venerate would surely not mind taking action. Strictly speaking, the Fierce Sun ancient country for the Dafu ancient country is also a threat. Being able to eliminate a top-tier peak venerable ahead of time would be very advantageous for the Dafu ancient country. I know Fu Shu Venerate is very strong. The strongest venerables of the 6 ancient nations are comparable to the invincible great saints of the Chaos Void. This level of powerhouse either possesses absolute overwhelming advantages, such as mastering the 5th layer of Infinite Void Invincible Great Saint, whose internal universe compared to the same level Great Saint is not just 1,000 times stronger, or they grasp special rule means, like Fu Shu Venerate's chaotic time techniques. Ordinary top-tier peak venerables can only passively take the hit. Rest assured, since I dare to go, I must have confidence. Lin Yuan looked at the numerous peak venerables. I've had a slight breakthrough in my power. I should not be weaker than Fu Shu Venerate. As soon as these words were spoken, Red Flame Venerable and other Fierce Sun ancient country peak venerables were shocked. Not weaker than Fu Shu Venerate? Isn't that the level of the strongest venerable? Galaxy Venerate has already reached this realm? Red Flame Venerable and other peak venerables found it hard to believe. Galaxy Venerate's ancestral bloodline excavated to the venerable level, if in an immensely distant future, when one's venerable level bloodline grows to the limit. Reaching the level of the strongest venerable is still hopeful, but how long after Lin Yuan stepped into the heavenly venerable realm? Though Red Flame Venerables found it somewhat unbelievable, looking at Lin Yuan's expressions and tone, they chose to trust. Galaxy Venerate, why don't you wait a bit longer, until I arrive? Although my power is not comparable to Fushu Venerate, I carry numerous foundation weaponry, enough to restrain and counter that Fushu Venerate. Red Flame Venerate immediately said, if Lin Yuan's strength truly isn't weaker than Fushu Venerate and their fierce Sun Ancient Country deployed fully, there really is a great chance to take down that giant core column. No need. Lin Yuan immediately refused. This time, with his breakthrough in strength, he indeed has the thought of redeeming himself and retaking the giant core column. But there's no need to bring out all the trump cards and foundation of fierce Sun Ancient Country, which are reserved for the last few hundred or even decades of the contest over treasure lands. All right. Red Flame Venerate nodded, not insisting. He believed Lin Yuan must have a plan, outside the giant core column. The air of heaven and earth felt like a quagmire, with black and white energies swirling. If viewed from millions of miles above, one would find at this moment, centered on the giant core column, a massive black and white yin-yang tai chi diagram slowly forming. Peak venerables from Dafu Ancient Country couldn't help but feel suffocated. They looked at Lin Yuan with extreme solemnity, as if facing a formidable enemy. As the instinct of the strong, they realized that the young man far away was terrifying. Just by standing there without any aura emitted, made their numerous peak venerables' hearts tremble. What kind of power is this? Galaxy Venerate, is he the Galaxy Venerate from Fierce Sun Ancient Country? Some peak venerables from Dafu Ancient Country recognized Lin Yuan. In fact, other venerables also simultaneously recognized Lin Yuan, but had no time to think deeply. Galaxy Venerate, be quick to leave. This is my Dafu Ancient Country's territory. Fu Yu Venerate said solemnly, putting most of his focus around. He felt Galaxy Venerate dared to appear here must have a certain confidence. Perhaps other top-tier peak venerables from Fierce Sun Ancient Country are ambushing nearby. That oppressive aura making their hearts shiver might be sourced from here? Is it? Lin Yuan looked distantly at that imposing giant core column, smiling and said, if you yield this pillar now, you can live. Yield the pillar? Fu Yu Venerate stared at Lin Yuan. There's always been only Dafu Ancient Country treating other ancient countries like this. Since when does Fierce Sun Ancient Country dare treat Dafu Ancient Country this way? Galaxy Venerate, let me come and meet you. At this point, Fuyun Venerable stepped out, looked at Lin Yuan with cold eyes. Fuyun Venerable is Dafu Ancient Country's top-tier peak venerable. In terms of strength, he's by no means weaker than Lin Yuan before his breakthrough. Rumble. Time and space around Fuyun Venerable transformed into clouds, rapidly enveloping toward Lin Yuan. This is also Fuyun Venerable's attack method, using clouds to erode enemies. Even top-tier peak venerables of the same class must be suppressed by these layers of clouds. Fuyu Venerate and other peak venerables merely watched coldly, not taking action themselves. Chapter 12.15.27 Those Who Block the Galaxy, Body and Soul Shattered, subscription requested. 2 Chapter 12.15, Chapter 27 Those Who Block the Galaxy, Body and Soul Shattered, subscription requested. 2. In the eyes of the peak venerable of the Dafu Ancient Country, the fact that the Galaxy Venerate dared to appear here certainly means he has confidence and backup, most likely from other peak venerables of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. To deal with the Galaxy Venerate, Fuyun Venerate is enough. The attention of Fuyu Venerate and the other peak venerables should be on the other peak venerables of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country lurking around. Is it Qi Yan and the others who have used the ultimate weapon? Fuyu Venerate wondered to himself, becoming more cautious. Under normal circumstances, the ultimate weapon of a great ancient country would surely be kept for last. Firstly, the real killer move should be used at a critical moment. Secondly, the ultimate weapon is incredibly precious, and using it means having less of it. The ultimate weapon is reserved for the end, used based on the final situation. If there is hope to seize the treasured land, naturally the ultimate weapon can be used. If there is no hope to seize the treasured land, naturally there is no need to continue the investment and effort. But who knows what the Fierce Sun Ancient Country is thinking? In case they plan to use the ultimate weapon now, Fuyu Venerate must consider this extreme scenario. Galaxy Venerate, I've long wanted to see you, Fuyun Venerate, manipulated a large mass of clouds, intending to crush towards Lin Yuan. This move is a killer move specifically for strong opponents of the same level, first suppressing with clouds, then eroding. However, Fuyun Venerate suddenly found his vision empty, only a terrifying convergence and collision of the black and white yin-yang colors engulfing him, their ominous aura making him feel despair. No, Fuyun Venerate did not have time to react before his physical body, soul, mind, and will swiftly collapsed and perished. Whoosh. Lin Yuan raised his hand and collected the weapon Fuyun Venerate left behind. Silence. The fall of Fuyun Venerate plunged all the peak venerables of the Dafu Ancient Country into complete silence. Even though the fallen body of Fuyun Venerate was just a main battle body and not his complete death, it still sent chills down the spines of the other peak venerables. After collecting Fu Yun Venerate's weapon, Lin Yuan glanced at the last position where he stood. Facing me, you still dare to be distracted? Exactly. Lin Yuan could clearly feel that even though Fu Yun Venerate attacked him, he still had a small part of his attention focused on the surroundings. Not only did Fu Yu Venerate believe the fierce Sun Ancient Country's peak venerables were ambushing nearby, but Fu Yun Venerate also thought so, which naturally meant he wasn't fully focused on Lin Yuan. Of course, even though Fu Yun Venerate was distracted, he was still a top peak venerable. However, being instantly killed by Lin Yuan was still somewhat unbelievable. Is my chaotic Taiji Dao so powerful, even at just the first level? Lin Yuan pondered to himself. Facing the numerous peak venerables of the Dafu ancient country, naturally he did not dare hold back, directly using the Chaos Taiji power. This power? Fu Yu Venerate's heart trembled. The path of chaos power he evolved was very special and could slightly seize the cause of Fu Yun Venerate's death, a continually intertwining, colliding force of black and white, yin and yang, ultimately shattering everything of Fu Yun Venerate. Do not get distracted, attack the Galaxy Venerate with all your might. Fu Yu Venerate immediately commanded the other peak venerables. At this moment, he vaguely realized that the Galaxy Venerate dared to appear here, perhaps not due to external support, but his own strength. Fu Yun, a top peak venerable, instantly fell to the Galaxy Venerate. How strong is this Galaxy Venerate? The peak venerables of the Dafu ancient country felt uneasy, but none of them thought of fleeing. The giant core heavenly pillar was right behind them, who dared to flee. And the fact that the Galaxy Venerate could kill Fu Yun Venerate doesn't mean he could do the same to them, especially since the numerous peak venerables were already highly prepared for this. How has this Galaxy Venerate's strength increased so much? Among the peak venerables of the Dafu ancient country, Fu Dang Venerate also stared intently at Lin Yuan, looking shocked. Upon first entering the treasured land, Fu Dang Venerate once tried to seize the core heavenly pillar discovered by Red Lotus Venerable. Then Lin Yuan arrived and completely took down one of his main battle bodies. At that time, Lin Yuan's oppression on Fu Dang Venerate was significant but not as insurmountable as now. Form the battle formation? Just as Fu Yu Venerate's words fell, the remaining 10 peak venerables of the Dafu ancient country connected faintly, wisps of chaos chi swirling, incorporating the power of all the peak venerables into a grand cycle. The application of chaos rule? Lin Yuan scrutinized the scene. Back in the battlefield between the Qingfen domain and the Purple Dream domain, Lin Yuan had discovered that the war machines of various ancient countries could completely fuse the power of thousands or even tens of thousands of different strong warriors into one. The fundamental reason was that the chaos rule governed all forces. And at this moment, the power of 10 peak venerables, including 5 top peak venerables, was completely integrated into a grand cycle, surging forward and crushing everything. This was done by leveraging the Chaos Rule, even surpassing the essence of the Chaos Third Realm. After all, wanting to fully integrate the power of 10 peak venerables was not something easily accomplished. Galaxy Venerate, take this strike of mine. Fu Dang Venerate felt an unprecedented strength as his aura merged with the other 4 peak venerables, becoming even stronger than ordinary top peak venerables. Together with the other 4 top peak venerables forming a cycle, he felt that nothing in the world could block him. Only strength. Lin Yuan silently observed Fu Dang Venerate. At the same time, he raised his hand and pointed a finger. Strands of black and white yin-yang taiji power extending from his fingertip towards Fu Dang Venerate. Boom. An invisible space-time barrier suddenly formed on Fu Dang Venerate's body surface, a protection from the other 9 venerables' power. Yet Lin Yuan's finger tore through everything, the universe turning into 2 colors, black and white, filled with yin-yang taiji. In an instant, the black and white yin-yang taiji power pierced through the space-time barrier, obliterating Fu Dang Venerate's body and soul instantly. Not only that, the remaining black and white yin-yang taiji power continued to extend towards the other 9 peak venerables along the invisible connections. Not good. Fu Yu Venerate's expression changed drastically, immediately severing the connection with the other peak venerables. The 4 top peak venerables also severed the connection promptly, but the remaining 4 peak venerables reacted a bit slower, touched by the black and white yin-yang taiji power, causing their bodies and souls to start collapsing and disappearing. In a short time. In just a few breaths. Originally 11 peak venerables of the Dafu ancient country fell, 6 of them, leaving only 5. Galaxy Venerate, what exactly is your strength now? Fu Yu Venerate felt a chill, staring straight at Lin Yuan, seemingly with some speculation, yet unwilling to voice it. Those who block me shall die. Lin Yuan didn't bother to speak further, striding towards the massive core celestial pillar. Fu Yu Venerate and other top peak venerables exchanged looks, their auras once again merging together. Stop him. Fu Yu Venerate gritted his teeth, his inner aura beginning to boil, clearly using various desperate combat techniques. The other 4 top peak venerables did the same, for the massive core celestial pillar behind them was claimed and refined by the Dafu ancient country, crucial not just for being a pillar, but also representing dignity and respect. If outsiders still occupied and plundered it under the guard of their numerous peak venerables, it would be a massive blow to the exceptionally proud Dafu venerables. Boom boom boom. 5 top peak venerables of the Dafu ancient country launched an all-out attack on Lin Yuan. At this moment, the 5 top peak venerables appeared frenzied, using all sorts of desperate measures, causing the heavenly path to retreat quickly, vanishing, while the surrounding space-time turned into a black hole with rules not existing. Lin Yuan frowned slightly, halting his steps. Under the desperate measures of the top peak venerables, he couldn't completely ignore them, especially when these 5 top peak venerables used terrifying methods stemming from the ancient Dafu ancient country. After a breath, one top peak venerable was shattered by Lin Yuan with a slap. Half a breath later, another top peak venerable was crushed under Lin Yuan's foot in just 3 to 4 breaths. All 5 top peak venerables were annihilated one by Lin Yuan, and at this moment, Lin Yuan had just arrived in front of the massive core celestial pillar. Before this, those who block the galaxy shall lose both body and soul. Chapter 12:16-28, Lin Yuan and Fushu Heavenly Venerate seeking subscription. Chapter 12:16, Chapter 28, Lin Yuan and Fushu Heavenly Venerate seeking subscription. A giant core pillar? Lin Yuan looked at the towering pillar before him, his heart stirring with slight ripples. The last time he was here, this giant core pillar had just been born. At that time, he was both joyful and anxious, worried about being unable to protect the giant core pillar. The truth was indeed so, even though he took no more than a tenth of a breath to refine the giant core pillar. But afterwards, Fushu Venerate arrived, seizing it with just a slap. And now, Lin Yuan once again stood before this giant core pillar. Unlike last time, this time Lin Yuan felt no anxiety or worry. Fushu Venerate. Lin Yuan quietly looked at the giant core pillar for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Haven't you seen enough? Wow. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure clothed in dark robes materialized. It was indeed Fushu Venerate. Lin Yuan glanced at Fushu Venerate without any surprise. In fact, at the moment when Fuyun Venerable died, Lin Yuan already sensed Fushu Venerate's presence. From that moment, this strongest Venerate had been keenly observing him. Later, many peak venerable fell to Lin Yuan, yet Fushu Venerate did not make a move. Why did the last 5 top peak venerable, including Fuyun Venerable, fight to the death without retreating? One reason was the dignity and face of Dafu ancient country. The other was likely Fushu Venerate's secret command. Remarkable. Fushu Venerate looked at Lin Yuan seriously, his tone slightly in awe. He indeed arrived early but didn't engage. The reason being, he wanted to see Lin Yuan's power and techniques. As for the 11 Dafu ancient country peak venerable that fell, only their main combat forms perished, not complete obliteration. If using these 11 main combat forms as the price to probe Lin Yuan's true capabilities is worthwhile for Fushu Venerate, your power seems to arise from the chaotic power path you've developed? A path that surpasses the 13th tier legacy? Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Fushu Venerate wasn't without gains, speaking rather unsteadily right now. Normally, his status as the strongest Venerate is due to mastering one or several 13th tier secret techniques. As for the chaotic power path developed, it's not primary, unable to compare to 13th tier power. But Lin Yuan reversed this, or rather, did not entirely reverse. Fushu Venerate also noticed Lin Yuan cultivated a certain 13th tier secret technique, but the enhancement it provided was not superior to the chaotic power path he developed. In the exploration of 13th tier secret techniques, I am not as good as you. Lin Yuan smiled at Fushu Venerate. Fushu Venerate, hearing this, remained silent. This giant core pillar was refined by me first. Fushu Venerate, you've had it for quite a while. Shouldn't it be returned? Lin Yuan continued. This time, his purpose here was to reclaim the giant core pillar. Of course, if Fushu Venerate's power is too overwhelming, beyond Lin Yuan's capacity to handle, it is not necessary to retrieve it. Return it? Fushu Venerate remained silent. If other top peak venerable said this to him, Fushu Venerate would not pay attention. However, Lin Yuan, though he wasn't certain precisely how strong Lin Yuan was, he knew for sure Lin Yuan was at the strongest Venerate level. Even in facing Lin Yuan, Fushu Venerate felt a sense of pressure. Returning it is possible. Fushu Venerate stared at Lin Yuan, speaking up. As long as you, Galaxy Venerate, can take one of my strikes, Fushu Venerate said. He didn't wish to fight Lin Yuan to the death over a giant core pillar. With the contested treasure land far from concluded, exhausting one's cards would leave nothing to face the latent lethal weaponry of other ancient countries, hence limiting it to one move. Okay. Though he wished to engage Fushu Venerate, he knew now wasn't the right time. Given his cultivation speed, he could probably enhance his power further before the contest's end, sweeping through this treasure land more assuredly. As for now, Lin Yuan came to see if he could reclaim the giant core pillar, though not necessary to pursue if unsuccessful. At the same time, Throughout the Treasure Land, various peak venerables similarly sensed the time-space fluctuations emanating from the giant core pillar held by Dafu ancient country. What's happening? Why has fighting broken out there? Venerable from various ancient countries gazed distantly towards the giant core pillar's location, perceiving a vast annihilation and collapse of time-space, with even the rules of the Grand Path transforming, deterring close approach. This is the power exerted only when the peak venerables go on a killing spree. Who is it who dares to make a move on the giant core cosmic pillar at this time? The peak venerables were puzzled. That giant core cosmic pillar has already been refined by Fushu Venerate, who can appear instantly. To make a move on the giant core cosmic pillar is equivalent to making a move on Fushu Venerate. This is not something any ancient country could accomplish. Even in the later stages of the battle for the Treasure Land, when all the ancient countries deployed their weapons, they planned to unite against a Fu ancient country, hoping to capture the Treasure Land. But now? The peak venerables were somewhat bewildered, not knowing which ancient country was taking action. That galaxy Venerate, compared to the puzzled Thunderclap ancient country, Xuanyin ancient country, and barbaric wilderness country's powerful beings, the 11 venerables of Defu ancient country watched the direction of the giant core cosmic pillar with lingering fears. Their main bodies were completely crushed by Galaxy Venerate, the strength gap like a natural divide making the 11 peak venerables of Defu ancient country still unable to recover. Fu Yu, that Galaxy Venerate, Fu Yun Venerable looked at Fu Yu Venerate. He was the first peak Venerate. Although he didn't see much of Lin Yuan's actions, just that moment before death made Fu Yun Venerable speculate. Galaxy Venerate should have crossed into the strongest venerable level. Fu Yu Venerate nodded after a moment of silence. The so-called strongest venerate is the level where Fu Shu Venerate resides, which is the strongest level historically reached by venerables from all the ancient countries. The other peak venerables had no objections to Fu Yu Venerate's words. If not a strongest venerate, how could they so easily crush the 11 peak venerables? If not a strongest venerate, how could it be that Fu Shu Venerate, who had arrived long ago, was unwilling to make a move? If not a strongest venerate, how could they boldly invade Defu ancient country to claim the refined giant core cosmic pillar? Strongest venerate, Fu Yun Venerable took a deep breath. Even in Dafu ancient country, strongest venerates are extremely rare, with only a few in each era. The vast majority of venerables cannot even reach the peak venerable level, let alone the strongest venerate. Galaxy Venerate, is it because of the ancestral bloodline at the venerate level? Fu Dang Venerate quietly thought, and hearing Fu Yu Venerate say Lin Yuan crossed into the strongest venerate level, his resentment completely dissipated. Now, I just hope Fu Shu can fend off the Galaxy Venerate. Fu Yu Venerate sighed, looking towards the direction of the giant core cosmic pillar. The other peak venerables did the same. Did Galaxy Venerate really go to the giant core cosmic pillar? In another part of the Treasure Land, the peak venerables of Fierce Sun ancient country also looked towards the source of spatial fluctuations. Originally in the independent space of the Fierce Sun capital, when they heard Lin Yuan wanted to reclaim the giant core cosmic pillar, although they chose to believe this young Galaxy Venerate, they still had doubts. After all, it was too incredible. A slight breakthrough? Not weaker than Fu Shu Venerate? What a joke. Fu Shu Venerate is the strongest Venerate. Can a breakthrough to strongest Venerate be that easy? Still, a slight breakthrough? However, when they felt the battle fluctuations transmitted from the giant core cosmic pillar, they completely confirmed Lin Yuan's words could be true. Galaxy Venerate? Has he become the strongest Venerate? Red Lotus? Venerable still found it hard to believe. Before entering the Treasure Land, Galaxy Venerate once sparred with him, showing peak venerable prowess. Yet, in just a short 1,000 years within the Treasure Land, has he crossed into the strongest venerable directly? In front of the giant core cosmic pillar. Fu Shu Venerate's gaze was deep, and all directions suddenly became illusionary, as if reality transformed into something ethereal. Suppress. Fu Shu Venerate's expression turned solemn. He exerted his full power, raising his right hand to press against Lin Yuan. As his right hand moved, heaven and earth, even the rules turned illusionary, ceasing to exist. Lin Yuan observed closely, the power of yin-yang taiji swirling around his body, faintly forming a tai chi diagram, slowly rotating. As the right hand pressed down, the tai chi diagram remained motionless. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. He vaguely felt changes in time perception. Is it the means that affect the power of time? Lin Yuan thought to himself. When Fu Shu Venerate once slapped him away, he experienced this scene, having no chance to resist. But for me now, Lin Yuan's expression was calm. This technique affecting beings' perception of time is very terrifying, intangible, and formless. Sometimes it's unknown when one is hit. But it's not without a solution. If time is likened to a stream, then beings are like floating creatures on the stream, drifting with the flow, at its mercy. But if a being is an immensely heavy stone sunk at the stream's bottom, they naturally can ignore the stream's pace, unaffected by its flow. The current Lin Yuan, with his vast internal cosmos and unfathomable foundation, is equivalent to that stone sunk at the bottom. Fu Shu Venerate's technique affecting time perception cannot shake him. Swoosh. Fushu Venerate withdrew his right hand, taking a deep look at Lin Yuan before turning to leave. Though he did not unleash his full techniques, that previous move was indeed his full force, yet it still did not affect Lin Yuan in any way. Fushu Venerate realized he could hardly deal with Lin Yuan, unless he employed the foundational weaponry given by Dafu ancient country. But what he could employ, Lin Yuan could also employ. If both sides use them, it equates to not using them. Fushu Venerate did not wish to engage in such mutual destruction. Left? Lin Yuan watched Fushu Venerate turn and leave without much thought, directly beginning to refine the giant core cosmic pillar before him, and in an instant, the giant core cosmic pillar was refined smoothly by Lin Yuan once more. Chapter 1217-29, Inconceivable Prestige, Request Subscription. Chapter 1217, Chapter 27, Inconceivable Prestige, Request Subscription. After refining the giant core pillar, Lin Yuan felt a slight sense of mastery over the sacred land in his heart again. Whether it was an ordinary core pillar or a giant core pillar, they were essentially the key nodes of the sacred land. Theoretically speaking, refining all such nodes would equate to controlling the entire sacred land. The Heiyu Nest's core has only 63 locations, whereas this sacred land's core exceeds 300, with 3 giant ones, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Without a doubt, this newly birthed sacred land is absolutely one of the most top tier among all the first-class sacred lands controlled by the 6 ancient countries today. Among the same tier of sacred lands, there are only 6, 3 of which are controlled by the Dafu ancient country. The use of this golden mist is definitely not simple. Lin Yuan thought of the rare treasures nurtured by this sacred land. So far, the fierce Sun ancient country's research on the golden mist still remains at the stage of slowly absorbing it with the fleshly body physique. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in front of the giant core pillar. He began to review the brief encounter with the Fushu Venerate. The Fushu Venerate deliberately withdrew, conceding this giant core sacred land, fearing mutual destruction with me, allowing other ancient countries to benefit. Lin Yuan understood the Fushu Venerate's intentions very well. With the core pillars already refined and occupied by the Fushu ancient country, this giant core pillar wasn't a necessity. Even if the fierce Sun ancient country obtained this giant core pillar, in terms of the number of refined core pillars, it still couldn't compare to the Dafu ancient country. The Fushu Venerate believed the Dafu ancient country still held an absolute advantage, hence there wasn't a need to go all out against Lin Yuan. Just that I and the Fushu Venerate, Lin Yuan fell into a brief reflection. The strike from the Fushu Venerate was entirely blocked by his Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji diagram. But this doesn't necessarily mean Lin Yuan is stronger than the Fushu Venerate. It merely indicates that in a conventional maneuver, the Fushu Venerate couldn't do anything to Lin Yuan. The Fushu Venerate should have mastered 2 13th level inheritances, quite a terrifying power. Lin Yuan thought to himself, I've cultivated Infinite Void and the divine skill Fierce Sun Opening Heaven. The fusion of the two also equates to 2 13th level inheritance methods. Moreover, the Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji Dao that I've evolved also counts as a 13th level method even. Stronger than ordinary 13th level methods after all, it's my great Dao perfectly aligned with myself. Lin Yuan analyzed in his heart. The cultivation threshold for 13th level inheritance is extremely high. Mastering 2 13th level inheritances is exceedingly rare. The infinite voids that Lin Yuan cultivates, despite going smoothly, owes to Lin Yuan's extraordinary intellect. For other powerful beings, just surviving the trials in the Jade Gourd state would be tough. Even if they barely get through it, most would linger on the threshold. In the treasury of the Fierce Sun ancient country, there's a 13th level inheritance named Fierce Sun Heart. To master this inheritance, one of the thresholds is to constantly maintain the Fierce Sun mindset. Under this mindset, the cultivator's rationality is completely replaced by Fierce Sun, simply put, virtually devoid of rationality, impulsive, easy to anger, and so on. However, once Fierce Sun Heart is mastered, one's heart will transform towards the heart of a 13th level time life. Even if it's only a 10,000th, 100,000th of the true 13th level life's heart power, it's enough to sweep all heavenly venerates. In terms of combat power augmentation, this kind of inheritance transforming towards 13th level absolutely surpasses other 13th level inheritances. But Lin Yuan holds it in reverence and stays away from it. This kind of 13th level inheritance, even if Lin Yuan fully meets the requirements, he wouldn't attempt to cultivate, losing most rationality. The future troubles are too great. The gap between me and the Fushu Venerate is mainly at the life level. Ultimately, I am just a Dominator realm life. Lin Yuan thought to himself, but didn't really mind. With his current stage, as long as he crosses into the Chaos stage, he would directly be perfect in the Chaos realm, after all, having already evolved the Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji Dao. My greatest advantage isn't the universe within, it's not Infinite Void, nor is it Fierce Sun Opening Heaven, but the road I've evolved. Lin Yuan's gaze was slightly fervent. Just the first level of the Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji Dao already gives his strength such an increase. What if he cultivates to the second level or even the third level? Compared to this potential chaos yin-yang taiji Dao, perhaps only cultivating infinite voids to level 7 can compare. But infinite void reaching level 7 is ultimately just a theory. Even the creator had no assurance. Lin Yuan considered himself falling short of a true time life. Compared with it, the third level of the chaos yin-yang taiji Dao still seems more reliable. Just as Lin Yuan was assessing his own strength, a commotion directly erupted among the peak venerables throughout the sacred land. Compared to the semi-illusory state core pillars, the aura of the giant core pillar radiates in all directions, utterly impossible to contain. Even a heavenly venerate with just a little sensation can feel the majestic aura of the giant core pillar. Previously, the giant core pillar was occupied by the Da-Fu ancient country, refined by the Fu-Shu venerate, feeling it wouldn't make a difference. But now, the slight change in the aura emitted by the giant core pillar sparked a thought in the minds of all peak venerables. The giant core pillar has changed owners. Wasn't that giant core pillar refined by the Fu-Shu venerate? How could it change hands? Who exactly is it? Among the remaining 5 ancient countries' peak venerables deployed this time, is there another powerhouse no weaker than the Fu-Shu venerate? Chapter 1208-29, Inconceivable Prestige, Seeking Subscription, 12/28, Chapter 12/18, Inconceivable Prestige, Seeking Subscription. 2. To force Fu-Shu venerate to relinquish the gigantic core pillar, how is this possible? The hearts of several peak venerables were shaken. The original battle fluctuations over by the gigantic core pillar had already left them astounded. Now even the gigantic core pillar has changed hands. Given the importance of the gigantic core pillar, Fu-Shu venerate couldn't possibly have not descended. Since he descended and it still changes hands, it means Fu-Shu venerate voluntarily gave way. It is Galaxy venerate. That gigantic core pillar has been refined by Galaxy venerate. Galaxy Venerate? Isn't he just newly entered into the heavenly venerable realm? Galaxy Venerate took the gigantic core pillar from Fu-Shu Venerate. The many peak venerables were a bit dumbfounded. They had anticipated that other ancient countries might deliberately hide a powerful one, but didn't expect this powerful one to be Galaxy Venerate. The uniqueness of Galaxy Venerate is singular across the 6 ancient countries. He is the first royal clan member to elevate the ancestors' bloodline to the heavenly venerate level, but time has been too short. For royals, tapping into the bloodline power makes it indeed easier to ascend in strength, but only relatively easier, not a leap to the top. Is this the ancestral bloodline at the heavenly venerate level? Many peak venerables' thoughts were diffused, already planning to study the ancestral bloodline thoroughly after this Treasureland's power struggle concludes. Before Lin Yuan, truly powerful peak venerables somewhat looked down on bloodline power and its limitations. But now, the numerous peak venerables had no more stereotypes about the ancestral bloodline. The mysterious and ancient capital of Da-Fu Nation. This is the first city of this source world and also the birthplace of the first Da-Fu ancestor, holding great significance not only for Da-Fu ancient country, but also for the other 5 ancient countries. It's the wellspring of everything. Even if among the 5 ancestors, 3 were not born in Da-Fu ancient country, but to become ancestors is deeply tied to the Da-Fu ancestor. After all, the path of cultivation and the cultivation system of this world originated from the Da-Fu ancestor. In the deepest part of the capital, several figures gathered here. Nearby, scenes are flashing past, showing Lin Yuan punching through the 11 peak venerables of the Da-Fu ancient country and finally taking on a strike from Fu-Shu venerate. Fu-Shu venerate was also among them, quietly observing the passing images, occasionally lost in thought. Tieski, this Galaxy venerate. His methods are remarkable. The path of chaos power he evolved is very unusual. Indeed, I can see he should have cultivated a 13th level legacy, but to withstand Fu-Shu's full-force strike, relied mainly on his self-evolved path of chaos power. Such a strong path of chaos power, very rare. Each figure spoke in turn, evaluating Galaxy Venerate. A 13th level legacy, plus the heavenly venerate level of ancestral bloodline power, along with an extraordinary path of chaos evolution, this Galaxy Venerate still has considerable room for growth. Indeed, if another 13th level legacy is mastered, we estimate we would not be his match without joining forces. The figures exchanged words, highly praising Lin Yuan. The path of chaos power evolved by this Galaxy Venerate seems not yet to have reached the 3rd tier, lacking that sense of perfection. At this moment, a previously silent voice suddenly spoke. Not yet reached the 3rd tier in the evolution of the path of chaos power? Hearing this, the expressions of the other figures slightly shifted. The evolutionary paths of chaos power are divided into 3 levels, with significant differences, particularly between the 2nd tier and the 3rd tier, representing the gap from an ordinary heavenly venerate to a peak venerable and even a top peak venerable. Fu-Shu, you fought him, is it so? A figure looked toward Fu-Shu venerate and inquired. The images passing by are, after all, just images. Even if sourced from Fu-Shu venerate's memory, they aren't comparable to personally being present. Yes, Fu-Shu venerate remained silent for a while, then nodded. The third tier of the Chaos evolutionary path is the realm of perfection. Achieving this level of an evolutionary path would give a sense of having reached the ultimate, unprogressible limit. And in this regard, Fushu Venerate had not felt that from the Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji diagram evolved by Galaxy Venerate. Could it be that in this era, our 6 ancient countries will see the birth of a mighty figure who surpasses the strongest venerable? One figure couldn't help but say. Since the founding of the 6 ancient countries, the strongest venerable has always been the pinnacle of the heavenly venerate level. Yet with the current power exhibited by Galaxy Venerate, it's highly possible to break this limit. Don't say such things. The stronger the Chaos evolutionary power path is, the more challenging it is to reach perfection. Another figure spoke without much worry. Besides, even if Galaxy Venerate truly reaches that step, what impact does he have on us? Not reaching the ancestral level, could he threaten our Dafu ancient country? And if he does reach the ancestral level, then it's a matter for the ancestors to consider, unrelated to us. With these words pronounced, the other figures pondered for a moment and immediately nodded in agreement. Ancestral level, Don't know if any of us have a hope to step into it. The figure's thoughts spread out. As for the heavenly venerat, the loftiest desire is to break the cycle of time, stepping into the 13th tier ancestral realm. However, it's extremely difficult. Since Dafu ancestor founded Dafu ancient country, only 5 ancestors have been born in endless eons. The figures present are the strongest venerables of Dafu ancient country, having incarnated as ancestors more than once, and the more they incarnate, the more they perceive the disparity between the ancestors and themselves. This disparity is not merely a level of power, but a higher tier of distance. That Galaxy Venerate, no matter how strong, whether he can ultimately become an ancestor is still uncertain. His likelihood isn't much higher than ours. A figure spoke. Fushu, do you have confidence in this Treasureland's power struggle? A few figures chatted casually for a while, then looked toward Fushu Venerate. Initially, Dafu ancient country dispatched Fushu Venerate, the strongest Venerate, to contend for that treasure land, and it was as close to victory as possible. They just didn't expect Galaxy Venerat to appear. Conventional methods can't deal with that Galaxy Venerate, but in a real life and death showdown, the current Galaxy Venerate may not necessarily be my match. Perhaps in the future, Galaxy Venerate's power will surpass his, but now? The reason Fushu Venerate voluntarily yielded the gigantic core pillar was not out of fear of Galaxy Venerate, but to avoid letting other ancient countries reap the benefits, and with almost 1,000 years until the power struggle for Treasureland begins, Dafu ancient country still holds advantages, etc. It was not out of fear of that Galaxy Venerate. That's good. What a pity, had I known such a formidable Galaxy Venerate would emerge in this Treasureland power struggle, I would have participated. The figures conversed mutually at their level. Dueling with peers of the same level is also a delight. Inside the Treasureland, outside the gigantic core pillar, the 11 peak venerables of the fierce sun ancient country arrived there. Galaxy Venerate, can Galaxy Venerate really reclaim this gigantic pillar? Up till now, Venerable Guangli still found it hard to believe. As a top peak venerable, he deeply understood Fushu Venerate's might. Even for him, it would require the fierce ancient country's foundational killing artifact to contend with him. If Fushu Venerate also wielded the foundational killing artifact, then joint forces from other ancient countries would be needed to counter him. This is a scene inevitably appearing in the later stages of the Treasureland's power struggle, given Dafu ancient country's might. Galaxy Venerate's power is too strong. Venerable Hengyang remarked with emotion. Recalling when the entry quota for the Treasureland was being determined, he was slightly displeased with the Emperor of the fierce sun ancient country forcing in this royal member. All right. At this point, Red Flame Venerable finally spoke. Galaxy is letting us in. The other peak venerables nodded. At present, the leading Venerate of the fierce sun ancient country had quietly shifted from Red Flame Venerable to Galaxy Venerate. There was no other choice. In all 6 ancient countries, strength reigns supreme, a stern rule. Galaxy Venerate has been acknowledged as having the power of the strongest Venerate. If he's not the leader, who is? If Red Flame Venerable leads, so does Galaxy Venerat. Moreover, Galaxy Venerate seizing the gigantic core pillar holds immense significance for this Treasureland power struggle. It alleviated the pressure on the fierce sun ancient country in taking more core pillars in the subsequent stages. The strength is present, the merit follows. If Galaxy Venerate isn't the leading Venerate, who is? Chapter 12:19:30, The Su Yin Heavenly Venerate Steel. Seeking subscription, Chapter 12:19, Chapter 30, The Su Yin Heavenly Venerate Steel, seeking subscription, very soon. A group of heavenly venerates saw Lin Yuan sitting cross-legged beneath the giant core pillar. Galaxy, Qi Yan, Venerable immediately shouted, I have seen the Galaxy Venerate. The tone of Red Lotus Venerable and other typical peak venerables inevitably carried respect. There are gaps even among heavenly venerates, especially with the strongest venerable, who is the pinnacle of the heavenly venerate tier, a realm that most heavenly venerates cannot even approach. To become the strongest venerable, one must first be a top-tier peak venerable, which automatically excludes 99% of heavenly venerates. Additionally, one must master a level 13 legacy, not just dabble in it. But how easy is it to master a 13-tier legacy? It involves 13-tier power and numerous threshold conditions, not to mention various risks and hidden dangers. Encountering 13-tier power prematurely is both a blessing and a curse. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, looking at Qiyan Venerable and the others with a smile. This giant core pillar could be considered lost and regained. Qiyan Venerable looked at the towering giant core pillar with a smile on his face. The fierce sun ancient country now occupies and refines 52 core pillars. Adding this giant core pillar, it becomes 62. Although it still does not match the Dafu ancient country's 72 pillars, it surpasses the barbaric wilderness country, ranking second among the 6 ancient countries. With Galaxy Venerate, the fierce sun ancient country's chances of winning this treasured land have greatly increased, Qiyan Venerable said with emotional tones. If Lin Yuan had not suddenly emerged, the fierce sun ancient country would certainly have had to ally with other ancient countries to counter Dafu. Regardless of win or loss, intense skirmishes would have followed. But now, leveraging Lin Yuan's strength, the fierce sun ancient country has risen to the same level as Dafu, overlooking the struggles of the other 4 ancient countries. Whether we can ultimately secure this treasured land, I'm not sure, Lin Yuan replied. At least for now, his strength cannot crush all peak venerables within the treasured land. If Dafu and the other 5 ancient countries joined forces, Fushu Venerate and many top-tier peak venerables could still pose a threat to Lin Yuan. Actually, having Galaxy Venerate here makes securing this land less important, Qiyan Venerable said. The emergence of a strongest venerable in the fierce sun ancient country? The implications are profound, at least until this strongest venerable surpasses the 13th tier, which boosts the fierce sun ancient country's confidence against any ancient country besides Dafu. Still, securing it would be better, Lin Yuan said. Succeeding in capturing this treasured land would net a large number of rare treasures produced here, along with abundant merits bestowed by the ancient countries. Lin Yuan greatly desires the various legacies and rare treasures in the treasury of the fierce sun ancient country, differing from other heavenly veneratso who have accumulated considerable merits over the ages. Lin Yuan is still quite young. Even with formidable strength, he has not acquired much merit. Therefore, Lin Yuan intends to seize this treasured land as best as he can, for the merits gained are substantial, and the time involved is far shorter than in a comprehensive war. Right, it's definitely better to secure it. Qiyan Venerable grinned. Who wouldn't want to seize the treasured land? Though the true purpose of the Golden Mist is unclear, it surely must be beneficial. A certain location within the treasured land. 12 peak venerables from the Xuanyin ancient country gathered. In this treasure land competition, our Xuanyin ancient country only holds 38 core pillars, ranking 6th. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate looked at the other 11 peak venerables of the Xuanyin ancient country, shook his head, and said, and now, a strongest venerable like Galaxy Venerate has emerged. The remaining 11 peak venerables remain silent. Currently, the hope for Xuanyin ancient country to secure this treasured land is incredibly slim, almost non-existent. Ancient countries in the top 3 or even 4 have opportunities to contend, but 6th place? Unless Xuanyin ancient country hides a beast like Galaxy Venerate, there is simply no hope. Alas, Earth Yin Venerable sighed. This treasure land contains over 300 core pillars, truly among the most top tier of all prime treasure lands currently. Unfortunately, Xuanyin ancient country did not place enough emphasis, sending in peak venerables with insufficient strength, otherwise they wouldn't have only secured 38 core pillars. So, I intend to trade away these 38 core pillars. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate shared his thoughts. Having ascertained that there is no hope in capturing the treasured land, they would try to minimize losses and maximize profits. Though Xuanyin ancient country holds 38 core pillars, ranking 6th, any of the top 5 ancient countries acquiring these claimed Cortex pillars would rapidly ascend in rank, potentially taking first place. Su Yin, whom do you intend to trade with? Earth Yin Venerable asked, unsurprised by Su Yin Heavenly Venerate's decision. The core pillars within the treasured land hold optimal value in such exchanges. Without trading, once the competition concludes, they'd still have to withdraw, gaining nothing. Dafu ancient country and fierce sun. Ancient country then. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate contemplated for a moment and then spoke. Currently, Dafu and Fierce Sun have the best chance of securing this treasured land, thanks to having a strongest venerable level presence to preside. They desire to acquire Xuanyin's occupied core pillars most ardently, preventing opponents from getting them even if they themselves cannot. Earth Yin Venerable nodded. Demand a substantial price. Earth Yin Venerable said, naturally. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate smiled, in front of a core pillar of heaven. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate silently gathered his figure and said to the many Dafu venerables guarding the place, I want to see Fu Shu Venerate. See Fu Shu Venerate? Fu Yu Venerate looked at Su Yin Heavenly Venerate and started to contact Fu Shu Venerate. After a while, Su Yin Heavenly Venerate met Fu Shu Venerate. Su Yin? Fu Shu Venerate glanced at Su Yin Heavenly Venerate and casually said, "What do you want to see me for?" "I intend to trade with you, Fu Shu Venerate, for the 38 core pillars that my Xuanyin ancient country has occupied and refined," Su Yin Heavenly Venerate said with a smile. "Trade?" Fu Shu Venerate looked at Su Yin Heavenly Venerate, "Giving up so quickly?" "With you, Fu Shu here, my Xuanyin ancient country has no hope of seizing this treasure land," Su Yin Heavenly Venerate said. "What do you want?" Fu Shu Venerate went straight to the point. Although the Defu ancient country still held the advantage, with the 38 core pillars from the Xuanyin ancient country, the success would be more guaranteed. 50%. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate looked at Fu Shu Venerate. "Once your Dafu ancient country seizes this treasure land, in 1 trillion years, my Xuanyin ancient country wants 50% of the precious items produced from this treasure land." 50% of the production over 1 trillion years? Fu Shu Venerate sneered. "Your Xuanyin ancient country has quite the appetite, wanting 50% just for 38 core pillars? It's only 50% over 1 trillion years, not too much," Su Yin Heavenly Venerate said. "At their level, ordinary treasures hold little meaning. Only the treasures produced in this newly emerged treasure land can attract attention. The Xuanyin ancient country did not have the confidence to seize the treasure land itself, hence this proposal. 50% is too much, only 10%, and that is 10% of the treasure production within 1,000,000 years." Fu Shu Venerate said, "That's too little." Su Yin Heavenly Venerate immediately shook his head. "Or you could propose other conditions," Fu Shu Venerate said. "Our Dafu ancient country occupies so many treasure lands. Perhaps for another treasure land, we could consider giving you 50% of the treasure production over 1 trillion years." "Only this treasure land?" Su Yin Heavenly Venerate frowned. 1 trillion years cannot change. 50% of the treasure production can be lowered a bit. 20% is my bottom line. 20%? Fu Shu Venerate looked at Su Yin Heavenly Venerate, falling into thought. Meanwhile, a manifestation of Su Yin Heavenly Venerate also descended before the giant core pillar, Galaxy Venerate. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate also met Lin Yuan, smiling as he spoke. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate. Lin Yuan looked at Su Yin Heavenly Venerate. "I've come this time to make a transaction with your fierce sun ancient country." Su Yin Heavenly Venerate said, "My Xuanyin ancient country has refined 38 core pillars in total. I wonder how much are these 38 core pillars worth?" Though his other manifestation was negotiating with Fu Shu Venerate, such a transaction would definitely go to the highest bidder, seeing which side can offer the highest price. What conditions? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately said, 80%. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate looked at Lin Yuan. "If the fierce sun ancient country captures this treasure land, 80% of the treasures produced within 10 trillion years from this treasure land will belong to my Xuanyin ancient country. In addition, your fierce sun ancient country must gift my Xuanyin ancient country 2 first-class treasure lands. Given that fierce sun ancient country currently ranks far behind Dafu ancient country in terms of refined core pillars, Su Yin Heavenly Venerate naturally had more room to set prices. Compared to Dafu ancient country, fierce sun ancient country definitely yearns more to obtain the 38 core pillars of Xuanyin ancient country. Too much." Lin Yuan frowned at Su Yin Heavenly Venerate, "not to mention the 2 first-class treasure lands. 80% of the treasures produced in 10 trillion years? Isn't that saying that within 10 trillion years, Lin Yuan won't gain much of the treasures produced by this treasure land? Perhaps for fierce sun ancient country, this condition is acceptable. After all, 10 trillion years isn't unreasonably long. But for Lin Yuan? How long has it been since embarking on the path of evolution until now? 10 trillion years? In such a long time, even if Lin Yuan doesn't step into the 13th tier, he would be trapped in a time cycle, and by then, even more treasures of the land would mean nothing to him. Not too much." Su Yin Heavenly Venerate smiled at Lin Yuan. "The Dafu ancient country has already agreed to my conditions. Galaxy Venerate, you should know, once my Xuanyin ancient country's 38 core pillars fall into Dafu ancient country's hands, your fierce sun ancient country's hope of capturing this treasure land will be significantly reduced. With the relationship between the Thunderclap ancient country and Defu ancient country, ultimately the core pillars of the Thunderclap ancient country will certainly fall into Defu ancient country's hands as well. You have to think it through." Su Yin Heavenly Venerate looked at Lin Yuan with an expression of, "I am considering for you. Are you threatening me?" Lin Yuan squinted his eyes slightly. "There is no threat. Everything is purely voluntary." Su Yin Heavenly Venerate's face displayed a smile. Chapter 1220-31, Lin Yuan's Future Timeline. Please subscribe. Chapter 1220, Chapter 31, Lin Yuan's Future Timeline. Please subscribe, freewie and welcome. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate smiled as he looked at Lin Yuan. In terms of strength, he was naturally inferior to the strongest venerable who had suddenly emerged before him. But he was far from being afraid. What about the strongest venerable? Wasn't there one in the Xuanyin ancient country? And with the Xuanyin ancestor present, was this galaxy venerate really bold enough to invade the Xuanyin ancient country? Now that there's finally a chance to ruthlessly profit, Su Yin Heavenly Venerate naturally would not pass it up. The conditions he proposed to Lin Yuan were much higher than those offered to the Dafu ancient country. After all, the latter currently had the most refined core pillars, and even without his Xuanyin ancient country's refined core pillar, they still had a great chance to seize this treasure land. Therefore, Xuanyin Venerable didn't dare to demand too much from the Dafu ancient country because the other side still had options. But the fierce Sun ancient country? Without the core pillars occupied by the Xuanyin ancient country, even if the strength of the Galaxy Venerate was formidable enough to match Fushu Venerate, it would be meaningless, as the combined refined core pillars held by the Dafu ancient country, Thunderclap ancient country, plus the Xuanyin ancient country exceeded more than half of the total number. Too much, Lin Yuan said. Not too much. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate was unwavering. At most, I can offer you 50% of the output. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yuan looked at Su Yin Heavenly Venerate. Galaxy Venerate, this is the bottom line of my Xuanyin ancient country. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate, confident of his current importance, smiled as he spoke. I'll think about it. Lin Yuan didn't reject outright, leaving some room for maneuver. Alright, Su Yin Heavenly Venerate didn't want to push Lin Yuan too hard, knowing that if there were alternatives, dealing with the fierce Sun ancient country would be more beneficial to him. However, more than half of the time to fight over the treasure land has already passed, and I hope the Galaxy Venerate will make a decision soon. The conditions offered by the Dafu ancient country are not low. With that, Su Yin Heavenly Venerate's avatar directly dissipated. After Su Yin Heavenly Venerate disappeared, Red Flame Venerable emerged. Su Yin, this guy is simply taking advantage of the situation. Red Flame Venerable frowned, not to mention the 80% of the rare treasures produced over 10 trillion years by this treasure land, as well as 2 prime treasure lands. How many prime treasure lands does the fierce Sun ancient country hold altogether, and to give away 2 just for 30-odd core pillars? No choice. Lin Yuan was equally dissatisfied at heart, but knew that in this situation, offending the Xuanyin ancient country completely would only push them toward the Dafu ancient country. Currently, with Lin Yuan's strength, even if he could surpass Fushu Venerate with full effort, it wouldn't be a crushing victory, especially with other ancient countries watching intently, such as the barbaric wilderness country and the Daling ancient country, which, although they didn't have the strongest venerable stationed within, the hidden killing implements brought out from the ancient country could contend against a strongest venerable to some extent. Galaxy, what do you plan to do? Red Flame Venerable looked at Lin Yuan, who, despite being angry at Su Yin Heavenly Venerate's exploitation, could only rationally agree to his terms. At least that way, there's a chance to compete with the Dafu ancient country for this treasure land. Stall, Lin Yuan said. Stall? Red Flame Venerable immediately understood Lin Yuan's intent. See how the situation develops before making the final decision. After all, it involved not just this treasure land, but also 2 other prime treasure lands belonging to the fierce Sun ancient country. Even if the Xuanyin ancient country didn't specify which 2 prime treasure lands, even the least of prime treasure lands produced treasures of immense value. In fact, Red Flame Venerable was thinking too little. Lin Yuan's idea of stalling was not just to see how the subsequent situation unfolded, but more importantly, to see if he could achieve another breakthrough in the next 1,000 years. Currently, there are only 3 breakthroughs that Lin Yuan valued. One is completing the 3rd level of Infinite Void Cultivation. The second is reaching the 2nd level of the Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji Dao. The third is stepping into the Chaos Realm. Any of these breakthroughs could lead to a qualitative surge in Lin Yuan's strength. Su Yin, how's the deal going? On the Xuanyin ancient country's side, Earth Yin Venerable asked Su Yin Heavenly Venerate. The other side, with the Dafu ancient country, is fine. But the fierce Sun ancient country, Galaxy Venerate, said he'd think about it. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate replied, "That's normal, I would consider it too." Earth Yin Venerable wasn't surprised. The conditions for the deals with both major ancient countries were clear to them, and while they could make concessions to the Dafu ancient country, for the fierce Sun ancient country, no concessions would be made. Because the Xuanyin ancient country was convinced that they had the fierce Sun ancient country and the Galaxy Venerate in their grip. But no matter how much they consider, as long as the fierce Sun ancient country still desires this treasure land, they will have to agree to us. Earth Yin Venerable smiled. Indeed. In fact, the sudden emergence of the Galaxy Venerate is a good thing for our Xuanyin ancient country. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate also smiled. If there was no Galaxy Venerate, the Dafu ancient country would dominate, and even with other ancient countries joining forces, the Dafu ancient country's hope of securing this treasure land was still high. In such a situation, the Xuanyin ancient country wouldn't be able to command a high price. Other than the Dafu ancient country, other ancient countries simply wouldn't buy. But now with the Galaxy Venerate, it instilled a sense of crisis in the Dafu ancient country, prompting them to readily agree to Su Yin Heavenly Venerate's demand. With Galaxy Venerate and Fushu Venerate in contention like clams and snipes, regardless of who lost or won, the Xuanyin ancient country would emerge the beneficiary in the end. In the Chaos Void, deep within the Galaxy Chaos continent, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, with a palm-sized small cauldron floating before him. Chapter 12:21:31, Lin Yuan's Future Timeline. Please subscribe. Second 21, Chapter 31, Lin Yuan's Future Timeline. Please subscribe. 2. It is precisely the 13-tier weapon, the Sky Void Tripod. The rules of the Great Dao contained within the cauldron operate, and Lin Yuan has different insights each time he comprehends them. A 13-tier weapon, Lin Yuan watched the slowly rotating and floating Sky Void Tripod. Even in the 6 great ancient countries of the origin world, to exchange for a 13-tier weapon, 1,000 billion merits would be needed, and the exchanged 13-tier weapons can only be comprehended for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, they must be returned. This tripod, Lin Yuan observed the floating small tripod, vaguely looking toward the deepest parts, realizing that the foundation of this 13-tier weapon was not the myriad rules, but the subtle timelines within. Timelines? Lin Yuan's heart trembled slightly, vaguely realizing that perhaps he had truly come into contact with the domain of 13-tier time-life entities. The future, Lin Yuan, by observing the timelines of this small tripod, vaguely saw blurred images. Under a desolate starry sky, a young man raised his hand, his gaze indifferent, urging the Sky Void Tripod, blasting it towards an unknown special place. Under the terrifying might of the Sky Void Tripod, that special place crumbled inch by inch, the soul of the special place laughing madly, saying, "The great time-life entity will avenge me," and then totally obliterated. After destroying a special place, the young man's expression changed slightly, looking in a certain direction. Most regions in the image were very blurry, and Lin Yuan could only confirm that the young man seemed to have sensed something. Finally, the young man voluntarily destroyed his physical body and soul, even abandoning the Sky Void Tripod, disappearing completely into the void. The image ended. Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. Without a doubt, the image should depict the future. As for the young man in the image urging the Sky Void Tripod, it was indeed Lin Yuan. But why his future self would, at all costs, urge the Sky Void Tripod and completely destroy a special place, Lin Yuan did not understand. The special places in the Chaos Void are basically related to 13-tier time-life entities. Completely destroying a special place would surely provoke the time-life entity behind it. In the final moments of the image, the young man voluntarily obliterated his physical body and soul, presumably due to the arrival of a time-life entity. Lin Yuan was unsure how many years it would be in the future for him in the image, but based on his growth speed, even in just a few thousand years, his strength should be at the pinnacle below the 13 tiers, where so-called invincible great saints, strongest venerables, should pose no threat in front of him thousands of years later. Even under such circumstances, choosing to voluntarily obliterate everything could only be due to a time-life entity's threat. Lin Yuan knew himself well. Obliterating his physical body, soul, mind, and will in the Chaos Void didn't mean complete death to him. It was just losing a way out, while the self in the origin world was living just fine. With my character, I shouldn't be so impulsive, not only forcefully urging the Sky Void Tripod, but also completely destroying a special place related to 13-tier time-life entities. Lin Yuan thought to himself, urging the Sky Void Tripod would attract the gaze of this 13-tier weapon's owner, and destroying a special place was tantamount to thoroughly offending a 13-tier time-life entity. The costs and consequences were not something Lin Yuan could bear unless he had already become a time-life entity, but at that time voluntarily obliterating all his physical body and soul meant Lin Yuan was not yet a match for the 13 tiers. Could it be due to some great feud, Lin Yuan thought in his heart, human civilization tribe? According to Lin Yuan's speculation, he wandered alone without many friends. The only possible great feud could be with the human civilization tribe. His future self, at the risk of abandoning all foundations in the Chaos Void, aimed to completely destroy that special place, evidently showing irreconcilable hatred between the two. Perhaps it was not just hatred, but the soul of that special place had learned one of his secrets, prompting his future self to take action? Various possibilities appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. Unfortunately, I'm not yet a time-life entity. Even though I could view a fragment of future imagery, it's hard to infer specific information. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. The information revealed in the current image was too limited. Most of the regions were extremely blurry, and even the special place he destroyed was incredibly vague, only faintly perceiving the gaze of other special places in the distant background. If one were truly a time-life entity, they could carefully view all details of this future timeline, understanding the reason and outcome, ultimately thinking of a response, or choosing whether to follow this timeline or not. 13-tier time-life entities have the ability to choose their future. For example, upon seeing a future timeline they are dissatisfied with, they can completely terminate the trajectory of that timeline from a certain node. Conflicts between 13-tier time-life entities mainly depend on how many timeline trajectories they can view. The more powerful the 13-tier time-life entity, the more and farther future timelines they can see, thus having greater advantages in same-tier conflicts. For example, at certain future key nodes, sudden clashes between two 13-tier life forms occur without any signs, without any grudges. It is estimated that the future each time life entity desired came into conflict, fighting to correct and redirecting the future toward their desired direction. Lin Yuan wanted to continue watching future timelines through the Sky Void tripod, but suddenly felt a certain pain in his soul, immediately stopping his observation. Future timelines belonged to the realm of the 13 tiers, and Lin Yuan, using the Sky Void tripod, barely touched upon them but with severe limitations, being unable to watch continuously. Forget it. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts. The past is set, the future is undefined. Every moment can produce countless futures, and even a 13-tier time-life entity cannot view all future timelines. Perhaps the future image Lin Yuan just saw would never occur? It was only an infinitesimal possible trajectory? No matter what, moving forward, it's best to remain as low profile as possible and refrain from associating with those special places. Lin Yuan thought to himself, although even if abandoning everything in the Chaos Void wouldn't cause an irreversible impact, it would still be a great loss. Best not to let go if possible. In Lin Yuan's planned trajectory, before stepping into the 13 tiers, no significant commotion would be stirred. Origin world, within the precious land. As time passed, the spirit prison venerable of the Daling ancient country also approached Lin Yuan, wanting to trade the 45 precious lands his country occupied and refined with the fierce Sun ancient country. Compared to the Xuanyan ancient country, the demands from the Daling ancient country were even more excessive, demanding a direct transfer of the 10 trillion year ownership of this precious land. This meant that even if the fierce Sun ancient country ultimately seized this precious land, within 10 trillion years, it would have no relation to the fierce Sun ancient country, and all its unique treasures would belong to the Daling ancient country. Galaxy Venerate, my Daling ancient country occupies and refines 45 core pillars. Once you acquire them, you will surpass the Dafu ancient country in one leap, said the Spirit Prison Venerable. So far, the most likely candidates to seize this precious land were the Dafu ancient country and the fierce Sun ancient country, followed by the barbaric wilderness country. As for the remaining 3 great ancient countries, they basically have no hope. I'll consider it. Lin Yuan did not directly reject. All right, the Spirit Prison Venerable nodded. If Lin Yuan agreed immediately, he would instead feel uneasy, after the Spirit Prison Venerable left. Red Flame Venerable looked at Lin Yuan and said, both the Xuanyan ancient country and the Daling ancient country have approached us, but the Thunderclap ancient country has never come. Estimating they have wholly leaned towards the Dafu ancient country. Red Flame Venerable's expression was heavy. The Thunderclap ancient country occupies and refines 38 core pillars, all aligning with the Dafu ancient country, equivalent to the latter's core pillar count surpassing 100. Never mind. Let's wait and see. Lin Yuan's tone was calm. Time continued to pass. On this very day, a peculiar wave swept through various parts of the precious land. The peak venerables of the great ancient countries together looked towards the source of the wave. The second giant core pillar emerged. Chapter 1222-32, Breakthrough, Chaos Realm, Seeking Subscription, Chapter 1222, Chapter 32, Breakthrough, Chaos Realm, Seeking Subscription. Gigantic Core Heaven Pillar? It's the second gigantic core heaven pillar. The many supreme heaven lords immediately began to rush towards the source of the strange fluctuations with all their might. When the first gigantic core heaven pillar emerged, everyone was reluctant to fight to the death with the Dafu ancient country, since there were still 2 more gigantic core heaven pillars yet to emerge. They could afford to wait a little longer. But for the second gigantic core heaven pillar, no supreme heaven lord was willing to give it up easily. Even though the first gigantic core heaven pillar ended up in the hands of the Galaxy Venerate, Fushu Heaven Lord would certainly make a move to seize the second gigantic core heaven pillar again. Some top supreme heaven lords also planned to try their hand at a fight. Even the Xuanyan ancient country, which had long given up the struggle, didn't mind making a move. If this gigantic core heaven pillar fell into their hands, they could completely offer the fierce Sun ancient country and the Dafu ancient country a higher price. This gigantic core heaven pillar is definitely ours, the barbaric wilderness countries. A towering figure tore through time and space, rushing quickly. Galaxy, the second gigantic core heaven pillar has emerged. The Red Flame Venerate looked at Lin Yuan and quickly spoke. Lin Yuan nodded. I'll go have a look. As the words fell, Lin Yuan's figure disappeared from where he was, in almost a fraction of a breath. Around the newly emerged towering heaven pillar, several figures suddenly appeared. First, Fushu Heaven Lord, followed by Lin Yuan, and lastly, a towering figure. Not the first to arrive? Lin Yuan glanced at Fushu Heaven Lord. The location where this gigantic core heaven pillar emerged was a good half a treasure land's distance from the first gigantic core heaven pillar, so his speed in arriving still lagged slightly behind Fushu Heaven Lord. The other was closer to this gigantic core heaven pillar. Galaxy Venerate, you've already obtained one gigantic core heaven pillar. Still planning to seize another? Fushu Heaven Lord smiled at Lin Yuan. The towering figure nearby also watched the two strongest venerables from afar. I'll give it a try, Lin Yuan said casually. If he could secure this gigantic core heaven pillar, it would certainly be better. Man-kun, I suggest you head to the first gigantic core heaven pillar and wait there. Fushu Heaven Lord suddenly turned his head, looking at the towering figure beside him. This towering figure was the leading top Supreme Heaven Lord of the barbaric wilderness country. At this moment, his aura was strong and penetrated through time and space, faintly showing signs of confronting the two strongest venerables, evidently having activated the ancient country's foundational war tool. Head to the first gigantic core heaven pillar and wait there? Man-kun Venerable's expression changed slightly, looking at Lin Yuan next to him. The implication of Fushu Heaven Lord was easy to understand. Once Fushu Heaven Lord and Galaxy Venerate started fighting, he could fully take advantage of Galaxy Venerate being restrained by Fushu Heaven Lord to seize the first gigantic core heaven pillar. Lin Yuan glanced at Fushu Heaven Lord. At the same time, he faintly felt the aura of several top Supreme Heaven Lords nearing the gigantic core heaven pillar he had refined. Once he was restrained here, the gigantic core heaven pillar he refined would be in danger. Why did Red Flame Venerate voluntarily give up and let Fushu Heaven Lord take the first gigantic core heaven pillar? It was because Fushu Heaven Lord, who already occupied one gigantic core heaven pillar, basically had no ability to continue occupying the second one. Fushu Heaven Lord could indeed send out avatars, but the strength of these avatars was far inferior to his true body's main power and likewise couldn't hold on. As for carrying multiple main battle avatars inside, not to mention how difficult it is to cultivate a main battle avatar, even bringing in 2 or 3 main battle avatars would struggle to face such a situation. Main battle avatars, avatars alike, and even the true body all share one conscious mind. In this scenario, the strength maintained by the mind's will at the same time is limited. If one side occupies too much mental focus, the other side's strength will inevitably be weakened. Actually, with Lin Yuan's power and reserves, he could completely guard 2 gigantic core heaven pillars. That would involve recondensing the Tai-Yin and Tai-Yang 2 primordial spirits within the treasure land, merging them into the Taiji primordial spirit. The Taiji primordial spirit differs from avatars and main battle avatars in that it doesn't occupy Lin Yuan's additional mental focus, meaning both the Taiji primordial spirit and his true body could exert maximum combat power simultaneously. However, the Taiji primordial spirit was Lin Yuan's trump card. Even if it allowed him to occupy the second gigantic core heaven pillar, it wouldn't enable him to refine more core heaven pillars than the Dafu ancient country. Deploying the Taiji primordial spirit prematurely would alert the supreme heaven lords of the major ancient countries, hindering Lin Yuan's following strategies and maneuvers. The impact would be minimal. Furthermore, even with the deployment of the Taiji primordial spirit, once the third gigantic core heaven pillar emerged, it still wouldn't prevent Fushu heaven pillar from occupying and refining it. According to Lin Yuan's plan, if, by the struggle for the treasure land's end, he hasn't broken through yet, he would then form the Taiji primordial spirit, occupy and refine more core heaven pillars in the shortest time possible. His true body and Taiji primordial spirit roughly equate to the combat power of 2 strongest venerables. Striking at the last moment when Fushu Heaven Lord has no time to react or respond, it's highly possible he could seize the treasure land in the end. If he still fails to seize the treasure land, only then would Lin Yuan consider the terms of the Xuanyin ancient country and Deling ancient country, securing the treasure land first before proceeding. This is also why Lin Yuan didn't directly reject the offerings from the Xuanyin ancient country and Deling ancient country. Good idea. Lin Yuan looked at Fushu Heaven Lord, shook his head slightly, and said, "But you disgust me, so I've decided to let this treasure land go to the barbaric wilderness country. Galaxy Venerate, you?" Fushu Venerate's expression slightly changed. In the next moment, the Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji diagram expanded infinitely, enveloping Fushu Venerate within it. Ha ha ha, thank you, Galaxy Venerate. Man-kun Venerable was overjoyed, knowing that Galaxy Venerate intended to hold off Fushu Venerate, giving him time to refine this gigantic core heavenly pillar. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Without any hindrance, Man-kun Venerable instantly refined the gigantic core heavenly pillar. At this time, Lin Yuan also retracted the Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji diagram, glancing at Fushu Venerate, whose expression was gloomy. Since this gigantic core heavenly pillar now has an owner, I'll take my leave first. Lin Yuan's figure disappeared and returned to the vicinity of the gigantic core heavenly pillar he had refined. At this moment, many top-tier peak venerables were approaching, with Red Flame Venerable and Venerable Guangli on high alert. Only when Lin Yuan reappeared did the peak venerables of the fierce sun ancient country breathe a sigh of relief. Galaxy, you did the right thing. Red Flame Venerable also received the latest intelligence about the second gigantic core heavenly pillar. Although Fushu Venerate posed a deadly threat to Lin Yuan had choices. He took the initiative to hold off Fushu Venerate, benefiting Thunder Venerate, thereby venting some frustration. Ha ha ha, Galaxy Venerate, no matter who this treasure land belongs to, I'll treat you to a drink when we return. At this moment, Lin Yuan received a message from Monkun Venerable. Alright, Lin Yuan nodded. Can you hold off Fushu Venerate? No problem. Monkun Venerable patted his chest with confidence. In front of the second gigantic core heavenly pillar, Fushu Venerate stared at Monkun Venerable standing beside the heavenly pillar. Fushu, if you attack me with all your might, aren't you afraid that Dafu Ancient Country's other refined core heavenly pillars will be seized? In front of Monkun Venerable, an oscillating heart appeared, with surging power spreading out, guarding the space-time around the gigantic core heavenly pillar. Humph! Fushu Venerate pondered for a long time and finally turned to leave. If he were to exert his full strength here, the Galaxy Venerate of the fierce sun ancient country would most likely seize the opportunity to plunder the core heavenly pillars refined by the Dafu ancient country. The core heavenly pillars occupied by Dafu ancient country already surpass those of the fierce sun ancient country, usually under his own guard, leaving no opportunity for Galaxy Venerate. But if he were detained here, Galaxy Venerate certainly wouldn't stand idly by. Thus, even if he could repel the already refined gigantic core heavenly pillar holder Monkun Venerable, some of the previously refined core heavenly pillars would certainly fall into the hands of Galaxy Venerate. In such a losing deal, no matter how angry Fushu Venerate was, he wouldn't choose to engage. Watching Fushu Venerate leave, Monkun Venerable felt a slight relief in his heart. Monkun. A smile appeared on the faces of other peak venerables from the barbaric wilderness country as they approached. This time, capturing this gigantic core heavenly pillar is all thanks to Galaxy Venerate, Monkun Venerable said truthfully. If it weren't for Galaxy Venerate holding off Fushu Venerate and battling this strongest venerable, Monkun Venerable had no assurance of success. Galaxy Venerate could have chosen to retreat to the gigantic core heavenly pillar he had refined, but instead, he chose to delay Fushu Venerate, which Monkun Venerable was deeply grateful for. If this time our barbaric wilderness country had no hope of capturing this treasure land, I would trade all core heavenly pillars to Galaxy Venerate. Monkun Venerable thought to himself, purely because Galaxy Venerate helped him this time and he bore a grudge against Dafu Ancient Country, quickly. The news of the second gigantic core heavenly pillar being refined by Monkun Venerable of the Thunderclap Ancient Country swiftly spread among the many peak venerables in the treasure land. Monkun Venerable refined the second gigantic core heavenly pillar. Haha, I know the inside story. Galaxy Venerate deliberately held off Fushu Venerate to allow Monkun Venerable to refine it. Isn't Galaxy Venerate afraid of completely offending the Dafu Ancient Country? What does it matter if they get offended? With Galaxy Venerate's strength, they're not afraid of Dafu Ancient Country. That's true, after all, being the strongest venerable, the peak venerables conversed among themselves, and many top-tier peak venerables intended to vie for the gigantic core heavenly pillar, but it was already settled before they could arrive. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 600 years went by. During this time, the third gigantic core heavenly pillar emerged, and Fushu Venerate left in anger, successfully capturing the final gigantic core heavenly pillar. Thus, the three gigantic core heavenly pillars within this treasure land were respectively owned by the fierce sun ancient country, the barbaric wilderness country, and the Dafu ancient country. And with the emergence of the three gigantic core heavenly pillars, the atmosphere between the 6 ancient countries within the treasure land began to grow subtle. The closer it got to the final stage of the treasure land's contention, the more tense it became, with the most intense battles potentially erupting at any moment. Meanwhile, in the Chaos Void on the Galaxy Chaos continent, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, comprehending the Dao of Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji. Suddenly, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, sensing his aura gradually becoming perfected and at its limit. I have grown to the extreme of the Dominator realm in every aspect. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful, then gently exhaled. It's time to step into the Chaos realm. Chapter 12, 23, 33, The Fate of Shadow Demon, and 9 Phoenix Request for Subscription. Chapter 12, 23, Chapter 33, The Fate of Shadow Demon, and 9 Phoenix Request for Subscription. Given Lin Yuan's profound foundation, crossing from the Dominator realm to the Chaos realm presents no difficulty whatsoever. The reason for waiting until now is merely to allow himself to grow to the limit in all aspects, thus gaining more when crossing into the Chaos realm. Break through directly. Lin Yuan did not hesitate, and at the moment he reached the peak of perfection, he began the leap and enhancement of his life's essence. Boom! Lin Yuan's mind and will began to roar, as if breaking through some bottleneck shackle. His physical body began to improve frantically. His soul's will also began to surge rapidly. The universe within his body likewise began to evolve swiftly. Everything was being enhanced by a wide margin. Before this, Lin Yuan's several breakthroughs, such as mastering the third layer of infinite void and evolving the path of chaos power, only enhanced him in certain aspects or focused on a particular facet. But now, Lin Yuan was experiencing an all-encompassing enhancement. This enhancement was not just from Dominator Realm to Chaos Realm, but directly from Dominator Realm to the pinnacle of Chaos Realm. Lin Yuan had already evolved the path of chaos power. Crossing into the Chaos Realm directly reached the pinnacle level, without any need for further refinement or cultivation. Swoosh! The universe within his body was boundless. When Lin Yuan chose to break through to the Chaos Realm, the universe within him once again expanded, with the principles of time and space becoming increasingly perfect, approaching the Chaos Void. The jade gourd trembled, and a red-clad girl stood nearby, observing the changes in the universe within his body from afar. Finally crossed into the Chaos Realm. The red-clad girl let out a deep sigh of relief. If Lin Yuan did not cross into the Chaos Realm soon, she might have started to doubt her understanding. Which Dominator Realm powerhouse can bore such a large piece of eternal adamantite and possess the combat power of an invincible great saint directly? The red-clad girl could be said to have watched Lin Yuan grow from the early stages of the 12th layer to his current level, being quite clear about his growth speed and combat power at each level of his realm. Does a Dominator Realm already possess invincible Great Saint combat power? How strong will it be upon reaching the Chaos Realm? Even the knowledgeable red-clad girl couldn't help but look forward to it. In the Chaos Void, invincible Great Saints, although rarely matched against each other, indeed belong to different levels of strength. The red-clad girl was unclear about other invincible Great Saints. But as for the inheritor of Infinite Void, normally, mastering the 5th layer of Infinite Void equates to possessing invincible Great Saint combat power. And mastering the 6th layer of Infinite Void is still an invincible Great Saint, but certainly much stronger than those at the 5th layer. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the strongest invincible Great Saint of the Infinite Void lineage, right? The red-clad girl thought silently, feeling that Lin Yuan's internal universe had already reached a level comparable to the 6th layer of Infinite Void. While Lin Yuan's cultivation in Infinite Void remains at the 3rd layer, there are still the 4th and 5th layers ahead. There is indeed plenty of room for improvement. Those not fully formed special places? The red-clad girl gazed at certain special location nodes in the internal universe, which were precisely Lin Yuan's evolutions from the fundamental elements of special places, creating smaller special places. At this moment, as the internal universe grew, these smaller special places were also swiftly transforming. The time beings stand high above, they specifically opened these special places, and occasionally cast their gaze down, not out of boredom, the red-clad girl thought silently. From the height of time beings, they wouldn't care about matters below the 13th layer. Even the legacies they created wouldn't be overemphasized, but many special places, however, are particularly cared for. The red-clad girl was certain that if any special place faced complete destruction, it would almost certainly draw the attention of the time being behind it, possibly even their direct arrival. Deep within the galaxy chaos continent, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. This breakthrough was vastly more calm compared to the earlier path-breaking entry into the Dominator Realm, causing hardly any spectacular energy fluctuations. The transformation of his life's essence and all forms of enhancement were completed in silence. Is this the Chaos Realm? Lin Yuan opened his eyes, observing the chaos void within his field of vision once more changed, comprehending the essence of time and space, and the essence of the operation of the Grand Path, all understood fully. The elevation of the essence of life rendered Lin Yuan's vision anew, as if ascending from a small hill to a 10,000-meter peak, overlooking all mountains below. Chaos Void, Lin Yuan gazed upon the world nurturing innumerable lives, even to peerless great saints. The Chaos Void is vast and boundless, so immense it's unimaginable, impossible to traverse entirely in a lifetime. Yet at this moment, Lin Yuan vaguely sensed that the Chaos Void has boundaries, though the specific boundaries were not yet clear. They certainly exist. So vast. It was the first time Lin Yuan so clearly felt the Chaos Void. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on some nodes of the Chaos Void that vaguely contained another world. Those nodes must be the special places. Lin Yuan's expression was thoughtful. The 13th layer beings specifically opened these special places, occasionally casting their gaze down, because these special places compensate for the hidden flaws of the Chaos Void. At Lin Yuan's current realm, though still far from being comparable to the 13th layer time beings, he could discern many essences, and vaguely understand some uses of those special places. Even as vast as the Chaos Void, it is not truly perfect and still contains some flaws. Chapter 1224-33, The Fate of Shadow Demon and 9 Phoenix Request for Subscription. 2. Chapter 1224, Chapter 33, The Fate of Shadow Demon and 9 Phoenix Request for Subscription. 2. Of course, these shortcomings are not fatal, but they do exist. A million cosmic eras, tens of millions of cosmic era could not influence the operation of the Chaos Void, but when the timeline is lengthened by billions of times, little by little, the influence will gradually increase, eventually even pushing the entire Chaos Void into the Great Destruction. Therefore, in order to maintain the eternal operation of the Chaos Void, the 13th level temporal beings stepped in to create some special locations, suppressing them at those key nodes to eliminate potential dangers. This act benefits not only the Chaos Void, but also the 13th level temporal beings, as it elevates certain aspects of their foundation. No wonder in the future timeline that I viewed using the Sky Void tripod, the moment a special location was completely destroyed, a temporal being immediately descended, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In fact, normal strong individuals, even invincible great saints, cannot shake those special locations. Beings below the 13th level cannot destroy them even if they wish to. However, Lin Yuan, with his terrifying power, coupled with the activation of the 13th level weapon Sky Void tripod, the released power was unimaginable, and that special location was completely destroyed in an instant. But from this perspective, the 13th level is not invincible either, at least the future timelines they see are not comprehensive. If they truly saw through all timelines, then I wouldn't have had the opportunity to destroy that special location. Lin Yuan thought silently in his heart. Every moment, countless timelines emerge. The 13th level temporal beings can only view part of these timelines. Perhaps the 13th level temporal being behind that special location did not see the timeline in which Lin Yuan destroyed it. My inner universe is modeled after the Chaos Void. The hidden flaws and defects of the Chaos Void should also exist in my inner universe. Integrating the root objects and establishing a smaller special location would indeed greatly benefit the inner universe. Lin Yuan's thoughts spread out. The red-dressed girl told him to integrate the root objects, which was indeed not wrong. Let's go out for a walk. After carefully feeling the changes within himself, Lin Yuan slowly stood up. Buzz. In an instant, Lin Yuan left the Galaxy Chaos continent, appearing thousands of void domains, tens of thousands of void domains away. With another step forward, he left behind another few thousand, tens of thousands of void domains. Even for a Chaos Great Saint, crossing a single void domain would take quite some time, several years, decades, centuries. Crossing thousands, tens of thousands of void domains? The time needed is estimated to be measured in 10,000 years or 100,000 years. The speed of a peerless great saint is a bit faster, but at most they can only shorten the time by a few times. But Lin Yuan, with each step, crosses thousands, tens of thousands of void domains, his speed unbelievably fast. After taking 3 or 4 steps in succession, Lin Yuan suddenly stopped and looked in a certain direction. At that location, Lin Yuan sensed 2 origins of causality related to himself. 9 Phoenix, if you want to die, can you not drag me down with you? Amidst the fierce collision of black and red power, the Shadow Demon Great Saint angrily looked at the 9 Phoenix Great Saint who was entangling him. Ever since the Galactic Great Saint of the Xuanhuang universe killed their main combat bodies, the Shadow Demon Great Saint realized that the Galactic Great Saint was very displeased with him. To be precise, he was displeased with both him and 9 Phoenix. Otherwise, why not accept the conditions they proposed and directly kill them? Although he didn't know the reason, angering a powerhouse like the Galactic Great Saint made the Shadow Demon Great Saint very apprehensive. However, at this moment, the 9 Phoenix Great Saint recklessly continued to entangle him, even actively releasing his aura. From that moment on, the Shadow Demon Great Saint realized that the 9 Phoenix Great Saint was courting death, trying to actively draw the attention of the Galactic Great Saint and thus provoke pursuit. Because of this, the Shadow Demon Great Saint chose to flee far from the nearby void domain of the Shuang universe. Over the years, the Shadow Demon Great Saint used some temporal vortexes in the Chaos Void to temporarily cross large tracts of the void domain and is now nearly 10,000 void domains away from the Xuanhuang universe. Only after reaching this point did he feel a sense of security in his heart. At such a great distance of nearly 10,000 void domains, even a Chaos Great Saint or a Peerless Great Saint would need to spend considerable time to traverse it. 9 Phoenix, I know you want to draw the Galactic Great Saint, but it's obvious the Galactic Great Saint hasn't come after us, said the Shadow Demon Great Saint. Whether the Galactic Great Saint chases or not, I will continue to entangle you, the 9 Phoenix Great Saint said with determination. Previously, outside that Xuanhuang universe, he saw the hope of stepping into the 13th level. The 9 Phoenix Great Saint chose to cease hostilities with the Shadow Demon Great Saint. After all, once he steps into the 13th level, his brothers, sisters, and many clansmen could be resurrected. Killing the Shadow Demon Great Saint cannot resurrect his clansmen, but stepping into the 13th level can. After weighing the options, the 9 Phoenix Great Saint devoted himself to the Xuanhuang universe. It's pointless. The Shadow Demon Great Saint coldly looked at the Nine Phoenix Great Saint. I am a great saint, and you are a great saint too. What can you achieve by entangling me? Even if as strong as the Galactic Great Saint, at best, he can only kill my main combat body. It's impossible to completely kill me. Every Chaos Great Saint secretly arranges countless contingencies. Completely killing a Chaos Great Saint is something even ordinary, invincible Great Saints cannot achieve. The reason the Shadow Demon Great Saint was so apprehensive after sensing the hostility of the Galactic Great Saint was purely out of fear of becoming an outcast. It's true, the Galactic Great Saint cannot kill him, but can make life extremely difficult for the Shadow Demon Great Saint. Chapter 1225-33, The Fate of Shadow Demon and Nine Phoenix, Request for Subscription, 3. Chapter 1225, Chapter 33, The Fate of Shadow Demon and Nine Phoenix, Request for Subscription, 3. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint heard this and did not respond. Instead, continued to entangle with the Shadow Demon Great Saint. Fool. The Shadow Demon Great Saint was both angry and helpless, thousands of void domains away. Lin Yuan gazed deeply, watching the entanglement between the Shadow Demon Great Saint and the Nine Phoenix Great Saint from afar. I didn't expect to encounter them here, Lin Yuan's thoughts spread. After leaving the Xuanhuang universe, Lin Yuan felt the Nine Phoenix Great Saint and the Shadow Demon Great Saint entangle in a fierce battle once more, without any reservations. At that time, Lin Yuan indeed had the idea of pursuing them, but ultimately he gave it up. One reason was that Lin Yuan gained enormously from his journey to the Xuanhuang universe, obtaining the Sky Void Tripod, a 13th tier weapon, and did not want to complicate matters. Secondly, even if he pursued and killed the Shadow Demon Great Saint and the Nine Phoenix Great Saint, they wouldn't truly die. They could resurrect through life-saving means, rendering it meaningless. So at that time, Lin Yuan didn't pay much attention to it. But now, after stepping into the Chaos Realm, Lin Yuan's strength still did not surpass the Xuanhuang, who had half-stepped out of the 12th tier. But the Nine Phoenix Great Saint and the Shadow Demon Great Saint were not peerless Great Saints, merely newly ascended Great Saints. Since Xuanhuang could completely slay peerless Great Saints, Lin Yuan could also try to thoroughly kill the newly ascended Great Saints like the Nine Phoenix Great Saint and the Shadow Demon Great Saint. Alright, let's settle this cause and effect. Lin Yuan took a step forward and disappeared from where he was, a clash of black and red aura. The originally pursuer and pursued, Nine Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint, suddenly felt the surrounding space-time shift and an unbearable pressure collapsing upon them. Who is it? The Shadow Demon Great Saint was filled with dread. Such pressure had already surpassed that of the Galaxy Great Saint. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint also had a face full of vigilance. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air, quietly watching the two Chaos Great Saints. Galaxy Great Saint? The Shadow Demon Great Saint was speechless. He hadn't felt any connection to the Galaxy Great Saint. Galaxy Great Saint? Compared to the Shadow Demon Great Saint, the Nine Phoenix Great Saint was not so fearful. At least in the hands of the Galaxy Great Saint, neither the Shadow Demon nor she could escape. Galaxy Great Saint, I don't know when I offended you. I'm willing to make amends, paying any price to do so. The Shadow Demon Great Saint immediately said, though the loss of this physical body didn't count as true death, continuously staying like this wasn't a solution. To be enemies with such a powerful being as the Galaxy Great Saint made the Shadow Demon Great Saint feel unable to move forward. Make amends? Lin Yuan glanced at the Shadow Demon Great Saint and smiled slightly. No need. The next moment, the Shadow Demon Great Saint started to feel his vision blur. What? The Shadow Demon Great Saint's scalp prickled. In this instant, he sensed everything related to his cause and effect beginning to extinguish, including life-saving means and the like. Am I truly going to die? This thought suddenly floated up in the Shadow Demon Great Saint's mind, and immediately he began to struggle, trying to break free a strand of his spiritual consciousness for reincarnation. But next, the entirety of the Shadow Demon Great Saint's mind and consciousness completely collapsed. Everything related to his physical and spiritual form disappeared without a trace. Completely dead? Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Just now, he had exerted himself fully, instantly locking on to everything related to the Shadow Demon Great Saint's cause and effect, and obliterated it all at once. Shadow Demon. Beside him, the Nine Phoenix Great Saint was in a daze, unsurprised by the Shadow Demon Great Saint's fall. With the strength the Galaxy Great Saint showed in the Xuanhuang universe, it was quite normal to kill both of them, ordinary Great Saints as they were. But what shocked the Nine Phoenix Great Saint was that after the Shadow Demon Great Saint's death, there was indeed no source of cause and effect. Considering the enmity and cause between her and the Shadow Demon Great Saint, as long as the Shadow Demon Great Saint was alive, she should have been able to sense his cause and effect source. Cause and effect could be concealed, could be blurred, but as long as it existed, it could be felt. The Nine Phoenix Saint truly felt the cause and effect connection to the Shadow Demon Great Saint sever and vanish, leaving not a single trace. There were only two possibilities for this scene. One was that the Shadow Demon Great Saint had truly perished. The second was that the Shadow Demon Great Saint had abandoned everything to reincarnate. Galaxy Great Saint, the Shadow Demon the Nine Phoenix Great Saint, showed no fear, instead looking directly at Lin Yuan, already completely dead. Lin Yuan looked at the Nine Phoenix Great Saint, similarly locking onto all things related to her cause and effect, needing only a thought to extinguish her entirely. Dead, dead, ha 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 ha, dead and well, dead and well. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint suddenly burst into hysterical laughter. The scene she dreamed of witnessing had indeed happened now. Thank you, Galaxy Great Saint. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint's demeanor gradually calmed, with a trace of tranquility and liberation. Now, I won't need the Galaxy Great Saint to take action. As the words fell, the Nine Phoenix Great Saint burned completely. Their body, soul, and mind began to blaze. Not only her true self, but also everything related to her cause and effect life-saving means began to burn. Ah, brother, ah, sister, I'm coming to join you. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint, enveloped in infinitely vital flames, walked towards complete annihilation. Chapter 1226-34. It's simple, just sweep through. Please subscribe. Chapter 1226, Chapter 34. It's simple, just sweep through. Please subscribe. Self-destruction by choice? Lin Yuan gazed down at the gradually dispersing chaos flame, his thoughts stirring like ripples. For a chaos great saint to willingly annihilate themselves, it's incredibly difficult. Could their Dao heart be so unyielding, having reached chaos realm perfection? Such a powerful figure can be killed, can be suppressed, but for them to willingly self-annihilate is almost impossible. Back then, Xuanhuang perished due to the backlash from forcibly breaking free of the time loop, but the Nine Phoenix Great Saint? He willingly walked towards annihilation right in front of Lin Yuan. This was indeed because of Lin Yuan's strength, but even if not an opponent, no Chaos Great Saint would willingly walk towards self-annihilation. For example, Lin Yuan, even when faced with a supreme being of time, would surely resist and struggle if there was no way out, rather than surrender. In the timeline scene seen by the Skyvoid tripod, Lin Yuan, after completely destroying that special place, willingly annihilated his physical and spiritual body because he still had a fallback in the source world. It was not true death. Yet the Nine Phoenix Great Saint, Lin Yuan, could clearly sense that the burning of the Nine Phoenix Great Saint was thorough, leaving nothing related to their own karma to save themselves. As for reincarnation, Lin Yuan also didn't sense any trace of spiritual will merging into the rules of the Chaos Void for reincarnation. This means that the Nine Phoenix Great Saint was heading toward complete death and extinction. The karma has ended. Lin Yuan looked at the quickly dispersing chaos flame, feeling the lack of any trace of karma from the two Chaos Great Saints, and thought silently. From the early destruction of the homeland universe to the difficult integration of human civilization into the Chaos Void, it all stemmed from these two Chaos Great Saints. Now that the other has completely fallen, the grievances and karma between the two are settled. The chaos flame dissipated. A crystalline, translucent crimson crystal stone appeared there. Lin Yuan glanced at it, extended his right hand, and took the crimson translucent crystal stone in his hand. The crystal contains threads of chaos flame. Though not much, it is extremely pure. Is this the condensation of the Nine Phoenix Great Saint's lifetime Dao fruit? Lin Yuan looked at the crystal stone. No matter what kind of being, whether below the 12th level or seeking to dominate chaos, as long as they merge with this crystal, they can quickly tread the path of chaos power evolution that the Nine Phoenix Great Saint followed. Simply put, this crystal stone can quickly create a Chaos Great Saint. Such a treasure, even Lin Yuan had only heard of it, never seen it before. Even invincible great saints like Xuanhuang and the Moyu Tower Master had never seen it, because it's extremely difficult. It requires a fully perfected Chaos Realm at full strength to willingly give up everything, abandon the 13th level attempt, give up reincarnation, etc., to have the hope of condensing it, and to make a Chaos Great Saint do this is almost impossible. Moreover, the most critical point is, even if this Chaos Great Saint is willing to do so, they may not be able to finally condense such a Dao fruit. If one's Dao can continue, then it is not a complete demise. Lin Yuan looked at the crimson crystal stone in his hand, put it into his inner universe, and then turned to return to the Galaxy Chaos Continent, Source World, within a treasured land. As the true self of the Chaos Void entered the Chaos Realm, the true self in this Source World naturally also stepped into the Chaos Realm. This space-time? Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, feeling the vast power within him. After stepping into the Chaos Realm, the essence of life transformed and leaped forward. Lin Yuan once again felt the suppression of the treasured land's space-time on him becoming almost negligible. The primordial lands of the source world, Lin Yuan's gaze was deep, vaguely seeing further into the space-time through this treasured land. The essence of the treasured land is that it falls off from the source world. If the source world is compared to a towering tree, then the treasured land is like the fruit on the tree. The fallen fruit, already disconnected from the towering tree, refers to places like the Heiyu Nest and other treasured lands. But at present, this treasured land has just emerged, maintaining a state of being both detached and not detached from the source world. With Lin Yuan's current realm, through this half-disconnected link, he could perceive some of the essence of the towering tree that is the source world itself. Buzz it, at this moment. An incarnation of Su Yin Heavenly Venerate from the Xuanyin ancient country descended. Galaxy Venerate, have you made up your mind yet? Su Yin Heavenly Venerate was somewhat impatient. Ever since 600 years ago, when he planned to use the core sky pillar occupied by his own ancient country to trade with Galaxy Venerate while taking the opportunity to gain substantial benefits, this Galaxy Venerate had been considering, claiming that such a major matter was not for him to decide. At first, Su Yin Heavenly Venerate understood, as his demands were indeed excessive, no different from taking advantage of a crisis and making outrageous demands. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate knew he was making outrageous demands, and Galaxy Venerate and even the Fierce Sun ancient country knew he was too, but given the situation within the treasured land, even if Galaxy Venerate and Fierce Sun ancient country were unwilling, if they wanted to obtain this treasured land, they could only let them make outrageous demands. However, 600 years have passed. Galaxy Venerate kept saying he's considering. A straightforward transaction was dragged on for 600 years by Galaxy Venerate. This completely exhausted Su Yin Heavenly Venerate's patience. If not for the conditions he proposed to the Fierce Sun ancient country far surpassing those proposed to the Dafu ancient country, making the benefits of trading with Galaxy Venerate more attractive from a perspective, Su Yin Heavenly Venerate would have already turned to complete the transaction with the Dafu ancient country. Consider what? Lin Yuan glanced at Su Yin Heavenly Venerate. Consider what? Su Yin Heavenly Venerate was somewhat astonished. It's been 600 years, and the Galaxy Venerate is still considering something? Could it be that these 600 years were for nothing? Galaxy Venerate, my patience is limited. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate suppressed the anger in his heart. Even though the Galaxy Venerate is the strongest venerable, Su Yin represents not himself but the Xuanyin ancient country. The Galaxy Venerate's playful response made Su Yin extremely angry, feeling deceived. How dare you speak to me with such attitude? Lin Yuan looked at Su Yin Heavenly Venerate. Bang! With a wave of Lin Yuan's hand, a ripple of time and space crushed Su Yin's avatar. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate's avatar shattered instantly. Galaxy Venerate, you? Soon, Su Yin regathered himself. Given his strength, forming another avatar was nothing. However, the newly formed Su Yin Heavenly Venerate stared at Lin Yuan in shock and disbelief. If this were outside the treasure land, speaking to the strongest venerable like this would indeed warrant punishment. But this is inside the treasure land, and the Fierce Sun ancient country needs something from the Xuanyin ancient country. In this situation, why would the Galaxy Venerate dare to act so recklessly against his avatar? Could it be they've really given up competing for this treasure land? But that shouldn't be the case. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate knew well that although his demands were excessive, in the long run, it would be beneficial for the Fierce Sun ancient country, much better than letting Dafu ancient country acquire this treasure land. What I want, I don't need to obtain through transactions. Lin Yuan glanced at Su Yin Heavenly Venerate, then said impatiently, "Get lost already." Bang. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate's avatar exploded again. This time, Su Yin Heavenly Venerate did not reappear. All right. On the Xuanyin ancient country's side, Su Yin Heavenly Venerate's eyes were grim. The Galaxy Venerate's actions and words made him realize that their transaction had basically fallen through. Although Su Yin didn't know why the Galaxy Venerate acted this way, the most important thing now was to quickly complete the transaction with Dafu ancient country. If it drags on and Dafu ancient country learns of this, they might assume the Fierce Sun ancient country has perhaps abandoned the fight for this treasure land, and the conditions he proposed might be cut by more than half. Galaxy Venerate, Fierce Sun ancient country. Su Yin Heavenly Venerate took a deep breath and immediately sent a consciousness to the giant core sky pillar occupied by Dafu ancient country. Soon after driving away Su Yin Heavenly Venerate, Spirit Prison, venerable from the Daling ancient country, also descended. Galaxy Venerate, have you considered? Spirit Prison Venerable was also here to urge the transaction. The treasure land competition was nearing its end, so he naturally wanted to complete the transaction quickly. No need to consider. Lin Yuan looked at Spirit Prison Venerable and said directly, "If you want to trade with Dafu, just go ahead." You? Spirit Prison Venerable was stunned, not understanding why the Galaxy Venerate said such a thing. It's obvious to anyone that if Daling Ancient Country completes the trade with Dafu Ancient Country, Dafu will have a crushing advantage in core sky pillar refinement. The Fierce Sun Ancient Country would have no hope left. In such a situation, any sensible Galaxy Venerate would try to make a deal with Daling Ancient Country, wouldn't they? Scram. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and Spirit Prison Venerable's avatar immediately disintegrated. Galaxy, what are you doing? Red Flame Venerable came out, puzzled about why Lin Yuan had shattered Su Yin Heavenly Venerate's avatar, and then Spirit Prison Venerable's avatar again. This left Red Flame Venerable somewhat bewildered. There's no need to trade with them. Lin Yuan looked at Red Flame Venerable, shaking his head as he said, "These ancient country venerables only know how to make demands. Aside from other demands, the ask to claim 80 to 100% of the rare treasures produced over the past quadrillion years before fully occupying the treasure land was unacceptable to Lin Yuan. The demands are indeed excessive." Red Flame Venerable was silent for a while. The Xuanyin Ancient Country and Daling Ancient Country had made excessive demands, which was obvious even to the other Fierce Sun Ancient Country venerables, but they had no choice but to agree if they wanted the treasure land. Red Flame Venerable was about to speak when suddenly his face changed. Dafu Ancient Country has already completed transactions with Xuanyin Ancient Country and Daling Ancient Country. Now, it's all over. Red Flame Venerable sighed. The transaction among the three ancient countries wasn't a secret. In fact, Fushu Venerate had actively spread the news. These three ancient countries possess nearly 180 core sky pillars, more than half of the total core sky pillar number, plus Thunderclap Ancient Country's core sky pillars. Red Flame Venerable was worried, even showing signs of despair. How can the Fierce Sun Ancient Country compete with the Fu Ancient Country for this treasure land? Up to this point, Red Flame Venerable saw no hope. Even if the Barbaric Wilderness Country allied with the Fierce Sun Ancient Country to control the core sky pillars, they were far outmatched by the opposition. It's simple. Lin Yuan glanced at Red-Eyed Venerable and said blandly, "Just push through." Play stop with the insults, please. There's an event in the comments section, with prizes being fan titles and Kidian coins. Just reply to participate. Everyone join in. Finally, please vote for this roundee. Chapter 1227-35, The Invincible Lin Yuan, please subscribe. Chapter 1227, Chapter 35, The Invincible Lin Yuan, please subscribe. Lin Yuan's gaze was distant, his tone calm, but his words startled the Red Flame Venerable. Just push through? What does that mean? Push through? Who to push through? Who to push through? Someone like Fushu Venerate, the strongest venerable? Lin Yuan's strength was indeed unfathomable, at the same level as the strongest venerable of the 6 ancient countries. But Fushu Venerate was also the strongest venerable. Even if there was a gap between them, it wasn't large, so how could he push through? Besides Fushu Venerate, Xuanyin Ancient Country, Daling Ancient Country, Thunderclap Ancient Country, and other top-peak venerables, wielding Ancient Country's powerful relics, could explode with battle power not much weaker than the strongest venerable. With so many obstacles, how could the Galaxy Venerat push through them? The Red Flame Venerable couldn't comprehend it. In his view, the strongest venerable was already the strongest below the ancestor, wanting to push through such a strong being. Perhaps only the high-up ancestor could. But Lin Yuan clearly hadn't reached the ancestor realm. The Red Flame Venerable looked at Lin Yuan, his expression filled with uncertainty. If these words hadn't come from Lin Yuan, he wouldn't have thought so much, because he simply wouldn't believe it. Lin Yuan did not explain further, just waved a hand, and a map of the treasure ground appeared before them. This newly born treasure ground was vast and expansive, with a deep breadth of space-time. But after 1 or 2,000 years of exploration by the peak venerables of the 6 ancient countries, a precise map was basically drawn. The map was dotted with over 300 points of light. Among them, 3 points were larger than the others. The ordinary points of light were the core pillars within the treasure ground. The larger points of light were the giant core pillars. The Red Flame Venerable also saw the map of the treasure ground conjured by Lin Yuan, although each core pillar's precise space-time location coordinates were marked. Due to the special nature of the core pillars, the Heavenly Venerate refining the pillar could instantly appear beside it. This made ambushes meaningless. Any disturbance would cause the top peak venerable occupying the core pillar to descend instantly. Moreover, a certain ancient country's top peak venerable would usually hold the country's powerful relic, capable of exploding with battle power close to the strongest venerable in crucial moments. The Man-Kun Venerable from the Barbaric Wilderness Country refined the second giant core pillar, and though Fushu Venerate was furious, he could only retreat. This was partly due to Lin Yuan's threat and Fushu Venerate's uncertainty about breaking through Man-Kun Venerable's defense quickly. The ancient country's powerful relics were terrifying, originating from the ancestor. When top peak venerables exerted their full strength, their capabilities would surge, making the strongest venerable wary. Let's start here. Lin Yuan looked at the map of the treasure ground for a while, finally choosing a core pillar in a corner. Starting here to push through could radiate to the entire treasure ground in the shortest time. Come with me. Lin Yuan glanced at the Red Flame Venerable. Yes, the Red Flame Venerable's face was puzzled. He vaguely sensed what Lin Yuan intended to do, found it hard to believe, but still nodded in response. Whoosh! Space-time twisted, in just a fleeting moment. Lin Yuan brought the Red Flame Venerable to the core pillar in the corner. Such speed of space-time traversal, the Red Flame Venerable was shocked in his heart. From the giant core pillar to here, although it wasn't half the treasure ground apart, it was at least a tenth of the treasure ground's distance. Even a strongest venerable like Fushu Venerate would need at least a fraction of a breath to traverse such a distance out of thin air. Yet Lin Yuan only took an instant, and he brought him along? Galaxy Venerate? Before the core pillar, a figure materialized, cautiously watching Lin Yuan. This core pillar was occupied by the Thunderclap Ancient Country, and the one descending now was the top peak venerable of Thunderclap Ancient Country, named Lisa Venerate. Galaxy Venerate, my Thunderclap Ancient Country has already completed a transaction with Fushu Venerate. You're too late. Lisa Venerate stared at Lin Yuan and immediately said this. He thought Lin Yuan had come to negotiate for the core pillar they occupied and refined. No matter. Lin Yuan looked at Lisa Venerate, casually took a step forward. Rumble, a vast power of space-time crushed forward, the second giant core pillar. 12 peak venerables of the barbaric wilderness country gathered here. Has Defu Ancient Country reached a deal with Xuanyin Ancient Country and Deling Ancient Country? The top peak venerable, Mankun Venerable of the barbaric wilderness country, immediately felt troubled. These three ancient countries stood together, plus the Thunderclap Ancient Country, which always followed the lead of Dafu Ancient Country. Now Dafu's control of core pillars exceeded 2/3 of all the core pillars in the entire treasure ground. Galaxy Venerate did not reach an agreement with Daling Ancient Country and Xuanyin Ancient Country. Another top peak venerable from the barbaric wilderness country said, not to mention Thunderclap Ancient Country, which was tacitly said to stand by Dafu Ancient Country. But Daling Ancient Country and Xuanyin Ancient Country, it was entirely possible to negotiate. As long as the price was high enough, it was believed they could be swayed. Thus, they would qualify to compete with Dafu Ancient Country. Perhaps they demanded too much? The third top peak venerable spoke, even without knowing the specifics of the negotiations between Daling Xuanyin and Galaxy Venerate. But anyone could guess these two ancient countries would make exorbitant demands. It's a pity these two ancient countries don't even entertain the thought of discussing with my Thunderclap Ancient Country. The second speaking top peak venerable expressed some helplessness. Whether it's Daling Ancient Country or Xuanyin Ancient Country, the entire time they considered Dafu Ancient Country and Fierce Sun Ancient Country. As for Thunderclap Ancient Country, Chapter 1228-35, The Invincible Lin Yuan, please subscribe. 2. Chapter 1228, Chapter 35, The Invincible Lin Yuan, please subscribe. 2. It was never considered at all. After all, trading with the Thunderclap Ancient Country carries too much risk. Even if the two ancient countries handed over all refined core pillars to the Thunderclap Ancient Country, it's uncertain whether the latter can seize this treasure land. If in the end it is still taken by the Dafu or Fierce Sun faction, then wouldn't the investment of the Daling Ancient Country and Xuanyin Ancient Country be in vain? Alright, no need to speak of this anymore. Just then, Mankun Venerable spoke, sweeping his gaze over the peak venerables present. At this point, our barbarian wilderness country can only stand with the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. Even if we can't seize the treasure land ourselves, we must do everything we can to help Fierce Sun Ancient Country seize it. With Dafu Ancient Country taking along Xuanyin Ancient Country, Daling Ancient Country, and Thunderclap Ancient Country forming an overwhelming advantage, if Barbarian Wilderness Country were to turn to Dafu Ancient Country now, it would be merely icing on the cake. The Dafu Ancient Country wouldn't have to pay much for it either. Therefore, Barbarian Wilderness Country has only one choice, that is, to stand with the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. Currently, although Dafu Ancient Country holds an absolute advantage, but the real decisive battle has yet to come. Fierce Sun Ancient Country and Barbarian Wilderness Country might still have a chance. The remaining 11 peak venerables, upon hearing these words, showed a solemn demeanor and nodded slightly. Indeed, Barbarian Wilderness Country now has only the path of aligning with Fierce Sun Ancient Country. Embodiments of the peak venerables from Dafu Ancient Country, Xuanyin Ancient Country, Daling Ancient Country, and Thunderclap Ancient Country gathered. Ha 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 everyone, although we now occupy the refined core pillars, far exceeding the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, we cannot become complacent. Fu Shu Venerate smiled slightly, looking at the peak venerables below. Normally, such contests for newly emerged treasure lands erupt into decisive battles in the last century. The so-called decisive battle involves the strongest powers from various ancient countries striking with full force, without any reservations. Of course, even in the final decisive battle, Fu Shu Venerate is fully confident that a head start leads to continued advantage. What's more, how much more than a head start does Dafu Ancient Country currently hold? Fu Shu Venerate only needs to keep the Galaxy Venerate occupied, and nothing significant can occur in Fierce Sun Ancient Country. Then let me prematurely congratulate Fu Shu brother, Su Yin Heavenly Venerate of Xuanyin Ancient Country was about to speak. Suddenly, among the peak venerables of Thunderclap Ancient Country below, Lisa Venerable's expression slightly changed. Fushu, Lisa Venerable immediately spoke. That Galaxy Venerate suddenly appeared near one of the core pillars I was refining. Oh? Upon hearing this, Fushu Venerate's expression became slightly grave. First, ask Galaxy Venerate what he intends to do. This behavior by Galaxy Venerate led Fushu Venerate to easily associate it with the decisive battle. However, Fushu Venerate still harbored doubts. Normal contests for treasure lands in decisive battles revolve around colossal core pillars. Even if there are no colossal core pillars, they focus on core pillars at the central position. Only thus can one advance or retreat freely. But according to Lisa Venerable, the position where Galaxy Venerate appeared was on the edge of the treasure land. Alright, Lisa Venerable nodded but then immediately showed a dazed expression. What's wrong? Fushu Venerate noticed and immediately inquired. He vaguely sensed something amiss from Lisa Venerable's demeanor. Fushu Venerate, the main battle body I stationed at that core pillar has fallen. Lisa Venerable gathered his thoughts promptly and spoke up. Fallen? Fushu Venerate was also a bit stunned. So quickly? Bear in mind, Lisa Venerable is a top-tier peak venerable of the Thunderclap ancient country, a life form born from boundless thunder. Such a strong being, with great survival skills, even Fushu Venerate, to completely annihilate, would have to do so gradually. What about the Thunderclap ancient country's backing weapon? Fushu Venerate immediately inquired. Didn't have time to use it. Lisa Venerable swallowed hard, unable to help but continue. That Galaxy Venerate, Lisa Venerable's tone hinted at fear. Didn't have time to use it. Fushu Venerate fell into silence. With the mental will of a top-tier peak venerable, an ancient country's backing weapon can be activated with a single thought. As for not having time to use it, it meant there was no reaction from start to finish. How is this possible? Top-tier peak venerable, without even having a chance to react, just perished? Fushu Venerate's mind was shaken, hard to calm. Even the strongest venerable also holds the ancient country's foundational weapon, and top peak venerables have enough reaction time. As for not even having a chance to react like now, Fushu Venerate's heart was in shock, and the other peak venerables present were equally unsettled. Lisa Venerable's encounter was too bizarre. How could a dignified top peak venerable not even have the ability to react? This is too absurd. Could it be that the Galaxy Venerate has reached the primordial ancestor level? Fushu Venerate. At this moment, the Lingan Venerable Sage of the Daling ancient country suddenly spoke. That Galaxy Venerate appeared next to the core pillar I guard. You must be careful, Fushu Venerate was startled, immediately reminding. Although the distance between the two core pillars was rapidly crossed by Galaxy Venerate, Fushu Venerate had no time to think about it. Lingan Venerable Sage nodded, but the next moment his face turned pale. What happened? Fushu Venerate realized something was wrong, immediately asked. Fallen, the main combat body has fallen. Lingan Venerable Sage's voice trembled slightly. With Lisa Venerable's prior misfortune, he thought he was being very cautious. The foundational weapon from the ancient country was ready to activate at any moment, just waiting to see if the Galaxy Venerate wanted something to say. Yet he still died quietly, almost instantly, as the Galaxy Venerate glanced at him, without a trace of resistance. Lisa, Galaxy Venerate Lingan Venerable Sage, immediately looked at Lisa Venerable. Don't look at me, I also died very suddenly. Lisa Venerable shook his head, still somewhat bewildered and not yet able to comprehend. Fushu Venerate, Galaxy Venerate, reached my place. The Earth Yin Venerable of Xuanyin ancient country immediately said, Don't hesitate, directly activate the foundational weapon bestowed by your Xuanyin ancient country. Fushu Venerate immediately said, Lisa Venerate immediately said, Lisa Venerable and Lingan Venerable Sage's deaths made him tremble in fear. Buzz. A slight ripple transmitted but was immediately suppressed, like a small flame just ignited, quickly extinguished. You? Fushu Venerate stared at the Earthian Venerable. Dead. Earthian Venerable shook his head, simultaneously said, I have already activated the foundational weapon, but the Galaxy Venerate is too strong. The weapon couldn't withstand it, directly shattered. Foundational weapon couldn't withstand? Fushu Venerate again fell silent. The foundational weapons of the various ancient countries, although far inferior to primordial ancestor-level weapons, were crafted casually by the ancestors themselves. Even the strongest venerable would need to exhaust effort to break through a foundational weapons barrier. Fushu Venerate. Fushu Venerate, the Galaxy Venerate, reached Fushu Venerate. As Fushu Venerate's mind was chaotic, below, various top peak venerables of different ancient countries spoke with frightened tones, all falling to the Galaxy Venerate, not even having a moment to react. Even with the previous top peak venerables' warnings, there was no change whatsoever. In just 3 or 4 breaths, 103 core pillars were seized and refined by the Galaxy Venerate. 103 core pillars spread across nearly half a treasure land, yet lost in just 3 or 4 breaths. These 103 core pillars, Fushu Venerate's heart was shaken, faintly realizing something. A detailed map of the treasure land immediately appeared before him. Over 300 light spots distributed across the map, with a certain corner as the source. Large areas of light spots turned red, signifying they were seized and refined by Galaxy Venerate. The Galaxy Venerate is sweeping across, starting from the corner and pushing through all the pillars in the treasure land. Fushu Venerate suddenly reacted, whispering in disbelief. At that moment, Fushu Venerate's mind shook, feeling as if catastrophe was imminent. He looked towards the heights. Unbeknownst to him, a young man stood there with hands behind his back, overlooking Fushu Venerate and the group of peak venerables, eyes squinted, smiling. Your turn. Chapter 1229-36. Ownership of the Treasure Land. Subscription request. Chapter 1229, Chapter 36. Ownership of the Treasure Land. Subscription request. Red Flame Venerable followed behind Lin Yuan, also overlooking the many peak venerables below. However, Red Flame Venerable's gaze was slightly dazed. Along the way, only he saw how Galaxy Venerate truly swept away the numerous top-tier peak venerables. That unstoppable crushing momentum almost made Red Flame Venerable think he was dreaming. Especially when many top-tier peak venerables directly activated ultimate killing weapons, the terrifying power burst forth. But in front of Lin Yuan, they still seemed like thin paper easily pierced through. It made Red Flame Venerable's heart tremble. Galaxy, Red Flame Venerable, looked at the young man standing in front of him, his expression slightly dazed, finally understanding the meaning of sweeping away. Galaxy Venerate? In front of the third giant core pillar, including Fushu Venerate, all the peak venerables looked up, like a mayfly seeing the blue sky. In just 3 or 4 breaths, 103 core pillars were seized, and on the field, at least one main battle physique of top-tier peak venerables fell into Galaxy Venerate's hands. Knowing the despair and impotence faced when confronting Galaxy Venerate, especially the later fallen top-tier peak venerables, they did not have the lack of defense the earlier fallen ones did. These top-tier peak venerables were very cautious, directly activating ultimate killing weapons, but still got crushed and shattered. Galaxy Venerate, what do you intend to do? Fushu Venerate took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and asked. Even at this moment, regardless of how unbelievable, he couldn't reveal it, otherwise the morale of the many peak venerables on his side might collapse directly. What do you intend to do? Lin Yuan looked at Fushu Venerate, shook his head, and said, surrender all core pillars. Compared to other top-tier peak venerables, Fushu Venerate was harder to deal with. Lin Yuan was currently locking onto the location of his true form. Don't be fooled by Fushu Venerate standing there. In fact, his true form was merged into layers of space-time, and hidden with the power of Dafu Ancient Country's ultimate killing weapon, making Lin Yuan have to work hard to lock onto it. The foundational killing weapon made by ancestors when placed in the hands of top-tier peak venerables shows a completely different power spectrum compared to when in the hands of the strongest venerable, like Fushu Venerate. Especially the ultimate killing weapon activated by Fushu Venerate was not an ordinary foundational killing weapon. Surrender all core pillars? Fushu Venerate's face looked ugly. That's impossible. Surrendering all core pillars equaled giving up the contention for this treasure land. For Fushu Venerate, that was an unacceptable result. If it's impossible, then go die, Lin Yuan said in a serene tone. Before the words were finished, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed towards Fushu Venerate. Rumblings. Invisible and majestic power of space-time swept through. Fushu Venerate's expression changed dramatically, immediately sensing that his true form hidden in the depths of space-time must have been discovered and locked onto by Galaxy Venerate. This Galaxy Venerate can so easily lock onto my true form? Fushu Venerate was incredulous. He used the power of the ancient country's ultimate killing weapon to hide his true form's location. Even the strongest venerables of the same level couldn't lock it, equivalent to being innately undefeated. The strength displayed by Galaxy Venerate obviously surpasses the strongest venerables. Fushu Venerate wasn't planning to use this move to counter Galaxy Venerate, but at least to hold on a bit longer. But how long had passed? Less than 5 breaths and his true form was found? Block. Fushu Venerate's aura suddenly exploded. A surge of inexplicable energy ascended, all coming from the Dafu Ancient Country's ultimate killing weapon, attempting to counter Lin Yuan's grab. But, unfortunately, the barriers formed by various inexplicable energies shattered easily under Lin Yuan's grab, but at least it sustained Fushu Venerate for a bit of breathing room. As the strongest venerable, he ultimately exceeded the many top-tier peak venerables, not collapsing at the first touch before Lin Yuan. If you don't take action now, this treasure land will fall into Galaxy Venerate's hands. Fushu Venerate immediately transmitted to Suyin Heavenly Venerate, Spirit Prison Venerable, and other top-tier peak venerables. Before this, several ancient countries had completed transactions, fully binding together. If Dafu Ancient Country gains this treasure land, Xuanyin Ancient Country and Daling Ancient Country could still salvage a bit. But if Fierce Sun Ancient Country gains this treasure land, not to mention salvage, Xuanyin Ancient Country and Daling Ancient Country might not even make it out alive. Fushu, don't worry, our true forms are on their way. Spirit Prison Venerable, Suyin Heavenly Venerate, and other leading venerables from various ancient countries spoke solemnly. Although they were quite regretful at the moment, knowing Galaxy Venerate was so strong, they surely wouldn't have proposed such excessive demands, but since things had already happened, they had no choice, only to join Fushu Venerate in a desperate battle. Combining the forces of the leading top-tier peak venerables from Dafu, Xuanyin, Daling, and Thunder 4 ancient countries holding ultimate killing weapons to confront Galaxy Venerate. Rumblings. In the distance. Spirit Prison Venerable, Suyin Heavenly Venerate, and other leading venerables activated ultimate killing weapons, attacking towards Lin Yuan from afar. Terrifying power burst forth, annihilating large portions of space-time. All leading venerables attacked with full force, holding nothing back. The space-time around Lin Yuan twisted, and all the attacks were like stones falling into the sea. He cast a glance at the leading peak venerable figures in the distance. No use at all? Spirit Prison Venerable, Suyin Heavenly Venerate, and the other leading venerables' hearts trembled. With Fushu Venerate desperately holding off the Galaxy Venerate, they seized the chance to launch a surprise attack. However, they couldn't even stir a ripple, let alone shake the Galaxy Venerate. This left the leading venerables in utter despair. Previously, when Lin Yuan killed the main battle body guarding them and seized the core pillar, they witnessed the terrifying attack power of the Galaxy Venerate. Not a single top-peak venerable could withstand the Galaxy Venerate even for a moment. Even activating their fundamental killing weapons for defense was useless. And now, the leading venerables were aware of the Galaxy Venerate's almost undefeatable defensive power. Their strike with full power utilizing their fundamental killing weapon was effortlessly blocked by the Galaxy Venerate. It was blocked, not dodged. The difference between the two is significant. If it was dodged, the leading venerables would feel a bit better since it would at least indicate that their attack had some effect, prompting the Galaxy Venerate to dodge. But directly blocking it, it meant the Galaxy Venerate didn't care about their attacks at all. Galaxy Venerate. Fu Shu Venerate also saw this scene, his eyes vaguely swirling with golden power, and the power of time began to completely disorder around him. This was his strongest killing move, using a certain secret technique to combine two Tier 13 methods. Although it was far from true fusion, its power exceeded that of a single Tier 13 secret technique. Fu Shu Venerate had never used this move since creating it, saving it as his final trump card. Time. After activating the killing move, pure strands of temporal power appeared in front of Fu Shu Venerate. This power originated from the treasure vault of the Dafu ancient country, specially refined by the Dafu ancestor. Any time-related killing move, when bolstered by these strands of temporal origin source, would have its power dramatically increased. This is my strongest method. Fu Shu Venerate looked towards Lin Yuan as the disordered temporal power was spreading towards him. Setting aside the combined Tier 13 methods, just the strands of temporal origin source alone cost Fu Shu Venerate an enormous amount of effort. If this treasured land wasn't so precious, and not related to time, aligning with Fu Shu Venerate's path, he wouldn't even consider using those temporal origin sources. This temporal power? Lin Yuan also sensed the disordered time. For ordinary top-peak venerables, under the influence of this ever-spreading disordered time, they would likely succumb immediately, perceiving a moment where 1,000 years passed outside. Even the strongest venerable would be greatly affected, possibly losing this body unexpectedly. After all, this killing move wasn't just Fu Shu Venerate's power, but also borrowed the temporal origin source that only the ancestor could refine. But Lin Yuan. The disorderly time swept over Lin Yuan like a torrent crashing against a giant stone weighing tens of thousands of tons, unable to move him a bit. Want to affect me with time? If the ancestor stepped in, maybe. Lin Yuan gently shook his head. His foundational strength was immeasurably deep and heavy, precisely countering these time-related techniques. Time is like a flowing river, and a being's foundational strength is akin to the weight within this river. A stone too heavy can naturally ignore the river's impact. Still no use? Fu Shu Venerate looked at the still-standing Galaxy Venerate and turned to flee without hesitation. Having even his strongest move fail to affect the Galaxy Venerate in the slightest, Fu Shu Venerate knew the situation had been lost, with no hope of seizing the treasured land. At this moment, Fu Shu Venerate wanted to exit the treasured land peacefully. Failing to seize the land might cost him even his main battle body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, other leading venerables and many top peak venerables, as well as ordinary peak venerables, began to escape. Since you all attacked me, you can stay here. Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted, and his form suddenly turned into a blazing fierce sun as an invisible power of twisted space-time spread to cover all directions. Fu Shu Venerate had not fled far before he was impeded by this twisting power, soon being obliterated by Lin Yuan's attack. The other leading venerables, top peak venerables, and ordinary venerables had the same change in expression. Space-time quickly twisted, leaving them unable even to traverse the void. Ah, Galaxy Venerate, I give up on seizing the land. Let us go. Many peak venerables sought mercy, knowing that although losing their main battle body didn't mean true death, cultivating a main battle body was no easy task, especially considering this main battle body carried numerous weapons and 1,000 years' worth of gains from this treasured land. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yuan did not hold back. He harbored no goodwill towards the Daling ancient country, the Xuanyan ancient country, and other ancient countries, remembering their extortionate behavior. Soon, the many peak venerables quickly perished. Red Flame venerables stared blankly at the scene. Top peak venerables comparable to him crumbled like dust before Lin Yuan, easily erased. What is that? The many peak venerables of the fierce sun ancient country only just reacted, sensing the disappearing auras of the peak venerables, their hearts filled with shock. Mancun Venerable of the barbaric wilderness country was about to find the Galaxy Venerate to discuss how to deal with the Dafu ancient country, but witnessing this scene, his mind was in a daze. Is this the Galaxy Venerate? Chapter 1230-37 Invincible Venerable Galaxies, please subscribe. Chapter 1230, Chapter 37 Invincible Venerable Galaxies, please subscribe. Lin Yuan stood in the void, resembling an eternal fierce sun shining, and as the divine ability world operated, one peak venerable after another was extinguished and fell. In no time, the surrounding heavens and earth were completely clear, leaving only numerous weapons, treasures, and rare items floating around. Before stepping into the Chaos Realm, my strength was on the same tier as the strongest venerables, like Fushu Venerate, perhaps only slightly stronger. But after entering the Chaos Realm, the essence of my life transformed. The so-called strongest venerable? Simply no match for me. Lin Yuan thought to himself that if not for the fact that time and space operated independently within the treasure ground, long-term activation of Divine Ability World would conflict with the time flow inside it, thus affecting the future nurturing of rare treasures within the treasure ground. Lin Yuan did not need to refine each core heavenly pillar. He could directly envelop the entire treasure ground with his external universe. It was only when Fushu Venerate and the numerous peak venerables scattered and fled that Lin Yuan temporarily suppressed them with his external universe. Due to the short time of Divine Ability World's activation and Lin Yuan's carefulness, it had no impact on the treasure ground. Phew! Lin Yuan slightly moved his mind, retracted his external universe, and also collected the spoils left by the numerous peak venerables. This time, having demonstrated strength beyond the 6 ancient countries' understanding, Lin Yuan was already prepared with explanations, attributing it to the ancestor bloodline at the Venerate level. As the first in this source world to excavate the ancestor bloodline to the heavenly Venerate level, besides Lin Yuan, no other Venerate knew the effect of excavating the ancestor bloodline to this level. Isn't everything for Lin Yuan to decide? As for when the second heavenly Venerate level ancestor bloodline will be born, who knows how many millennia that will take. By that time, even if Lin Yuan hasn't reached the 13th tier, he would be deep in a time loop, unaffected by the outside world. In fact, even without using the heavenly Venerate level ancestor bloodline as an excuse, no one dared to question Lin Yuan. The 6 ancient countries upheld strength supremacy, and with the power Lin Yuan displayed, without the ancestor's intervention he was invincible, so those strongest venerables would not dare appear before him. The ancestors remain above all. Lin Yuan's strength surpasses the strongest venerables. But to the 13th tier ancestor, he is just a larger ant, not worthy of much attention. Currently, everything Lin Yuan possesses, except for the Myriad Realms Gate, would not draw attention from the ancestors. 13th tier inheritance? It originates from the ancestors. 13th tier weapons? The ancestors also possess them. Whiz. Lin Yuan briefly examined the spoils left by the peak venerables and then stepped forward, appearing before the Red Flame Venerate. Galaxy Venerate. Red Flame Venerate was shocked, barely suppressing his emotions, looking at Lin Yuan with a respectful and humble attitude. I never imagined that your strength, Galaxy Venerate, would be so powerful, sweeping Fushu Venerate and numerous top peak venerables with your own might. When the Emperor mentioned you, I had my doubts, but now it seems I was foolish. Red Flame Venerate felt a bit ashamed thinking about how he once disdained Galaxy Venerate, and a sense of fear welled up within him. It's nothing. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. Red Flame Venerate really had no personal agenda. His doubts about Lin Yuan's strength were for the sake of the fierce Sun ancient country after all. Competing for a precious treasure ground, the participating Venerate's strength must be up to par. If any participating Venerate became a liability, leading to the failure of acquiring the treasure ground, it would be detrimental to the entire ancient country. After Lin Yuan sparred with Red Lotus Venerate to prove his strength, Red Flame Venerate didn't have more to say. At this moment, Red Flame Venerate glanced up, suddenly seeing over a dozen figures appearing in the distance, which were the 12 peak venerables from the barbaric wilderness country. Upon sensing the battle here more accurately, the one-sided crushing by Galaxy Venerate, the peak venerables from the barbaric wilderness country had no choice but to come over, though it was hard to believe. If they didn't come, would they wait for Galaxy Venerate to come to them? Galaxy Venerate. Man Kun Venerate was shocked. Through sensing the aura, he knew Fushu Venerate and many top peak venerables were swept by Galaxy Venerate. It was an absolute sweep. As strong as Fushu Venerate was, he was utterly crushed in front of Galaxy Venerate. Man Kun Venerate, although he didn't like Fushu Venerate, had to admit the latter's strength. Man Kun. Lin Yuan likewise glanced at Man Kun Venerate. The core heavenly pillars occupied by the barbaric wilderness country were mostly concentrated in the upper region of the treasure ground. When Lin Yuan started pushing from the corner, he hadn't encountered any core heavenly pillars occupied and refined by the barbaric wilderness country. Galaxy Venerate, our barbaric wilderness country, is willing to hand over all the core heavenly pillars, Man Kun Venerate immediately stated. Having seen the end that befell the other ancient countries' peak venerables, with their main combat bodies falling one after another, under such circumstances, handing over the core heavenly pillars honestly was the right choice. At least they could preserve their main combat bodies. And also the gains of the past 1,000 or 2,000 years in this treasure ground, those golden mists were collected significantly by the absolute venerables of barbaric wilderness country. All right, you can leave now. Lin Yuan nodded, not making it difficult for Man Kun Venerate. Against peak venerables from Xuanyin country, Daling country, and other countries, he left no room for leniency because they were hostile toward fierce Sun ancient country, even demanding sky-high prices for dozens of core heavenly pillars. Thank you, Galaxy Venerate. Mankun Venerate was slightly relieved. At least in this treasure ground contest, the absolute venerables of barbaric wilderness country had some gains and weren't at a loss. Compared to Fushu Venerate, Suyin Heavenly Venerate, and Spirit Prison Venerate, etc., Barbaric Wilderness Country fared relatively better. Chapter 1231, 37 Invincible Venerable Galaxies, please subscribe. Chapter 1231, Chapter 37, Invincible Venerable Galaxy. Please subscribe. Second, the other 11 peak venerables of the Barbaric Wilderness Country glanced at each other, wondering why they felt a sense of relief. In the past, during new sacred land contests, the many peak venerables from the barbaric wilderness country participated, but ultimately faced failure, leaving them with emotions of dissatisfaction. However now, including Mankun Venerable, the 12 peak venerables actually felt fortunate. Luckily, Mankun Venerable arrived quickly and communicated well with Galaxy Venerate, thus preserving them. Otherwise, the fate of the peak venerables from the 4 ancient countries, including Dafu ancient country, would be theirs. The contest for the Sacred Land, where death and downfall are quite normal, even if Galaxy Venerate hadn't spared them, there would be no issue. With permission from Galaxy Venerate, the 12 peak venerables of the barbaric wilderness country quickly departed towards the Sacred Land's entrance. In the distance, the 10 peak venerables of fierce Sun ancient country stared at Lin Yuan, feeling somewhat hesitant to approach. The victory came too easily and unbelievably. Just a moment ago, they felt despair, believing that even if fierce Sun ancient country stood with barbaric wilderness country, the chance of capturing the Sacred Land was slim against the alliance of Dafu ancient country, Xuanyin ancient country, Daling ancient country, and Thunderclap ancient country. The next moment, all the peak venerables from the 4 ancient countries led by Dafu ancient country were effortlessly pushed aside by Galaxy Venerati, showcasing an overwhelming power that shook the hearts of the 10 peak venerables from fierce Sun ancient country immensely. Galaxy Venerati once sparred with me for so long, Red Lotus Venerable silently sighed. Before entering the Sacred Land, he had sparred with Galaxy Venerate, ending in a draw. Now it seems evident that Galaxy Venerate was merely toying with him. Fushu Venerate, such a strongest venerable, was powerless against Galaxy Venerate. What level of strength does Galaxy Venerate possess now? Is he still the strongest venerable? Venerable Guangli and Venerable Hengyang, 2 top-tier peak venerables, were thinking further. Ever since the birth of Dafu ancient country, the strongest venerable has been the greatest power beneath the ancestor, the utmost limit for venerates. And now, Galaxy Venerate has clearly broken this rule. Calling him the strongest venerable no longer seems appropriate. If Galaxy Venerate is the strongest venerable, what are the other strongest venerables? Deep within the metropolis of Dafu, many ancient existences were startled. Many who had vanished long ago, believed by the outside world to be striving for the ancestor realm, suddenly opened their eyes, sending forth a sliver of consciousness. That Galaxy Venerate? Fushu Venerate stood among them, with successive scenes flashing by not far away, depicting the spectacle of Galaxy Venerate beginning his overwhelming push from the core pillar in the corner of the Sacred Land, until finally transforming into Fierce Sun, annihilating Fushu Venerate along with numerous peak venerables. Fushu, did you lose with your strength? You actually lost? One by one, the ancient strongest venerables spoke up. A strongest venerable only signifies standing at the pinnacle of venerate strength, but it doesn't mean one can't lose. Yet losing like Fushu Venerate was too trivial, wasn't it? To lose utterly to Galaxy Venerate? Even after using the ancient country's deepest weapon, still losing? Just look. Fushu Venerate's mind was calm, nearly icy. If he had lost to other strongest venerables, he would surely be reflecting and replaying, pondering what he could do better next time. But losing to Galaxy Venerate? During the brief exchange, Fushu Venerate felt nothing but despair. His clash with Galaxy Venerate was like an ant trying to shake the sky, with no need to replay it. Even if he tried 10,000 times, 100,000 times, Fushu Venerate would still lose. After speaking, Fushu Venerate fell silent. Many ancient strongest venerables of Dafu ancient country also began watching the continuous scenes. In truth, most of the ancient strongest venerables started observing the scenes as soon as they arrived. The ones asking questions were doing so incidentally, very quickly. Some ancient strongest venerables finished watching all the scenes. These ancient strongest venerables had varied auras, with different paths of chaos power development and diverse 13-tier secret technique inheritances. Yet after watching the scenes, nearly all the ancient strongest venerables fell into silence. Even though they weren't directly on the battlefield, merely seeing the scenes from afar, these ancient strongest venerables felt an unparalleled sense of oppression from Galaxy Venerate. This Galaxy Venerate, his physical body is immensely strong, his fundamental base unfathomably deep, and his chaos power development path equally terrifying. Is this the ancestor bloodline at the Venerate level? Impossible. Though the ancestor bloodline at the Venerate level hasn't appeared before, it can't be this strong. Indeed, even if the ancestor bloodline at the venerate level is strong, it would at most count as a 13-tier secret technique, equivalent to the level of a strongest venerable. Galaxy Venerate's strength clearly exceeds mere ancestor bloodline support. After a silence, the ancient strongest venerables began conversing. Using the insight at the strongest venerables level, they somewhat understood the essence of the bloodline. While the ancestor bloodline is powerful, it's merely pure power, whereas Galaxy Venerate's comprehension of cosmic rules and evolution of chaos power far surpassed simple ancestor bloodlines. Debating this now is meaningless. Just then, one of the strongest venerables from Defu Ancient Country spoke. Galaxy Venerate's strength already fully surpasses ours. Even if we, old-timers, shamelessly teamed up against Galaxy Venerate, we would likely be suppressed. With these words, the many ancient strongest venerables exchanged glances. Although this conclusion was uncomfortable, it was undeniable. Galaxy Venerate's strength nearly exceeded the Venerate level's boundary. How exactly did Galaxy Venerate cultivate? We believed we'd already trained everything to its utmost, unable to advance anymore. How does Galaxy Venerate surpass us so considerably? An ancient strongest venerable spoke with wonder, pondering why figures like Fushu Venerate are known as strongest venerables, because they've reached all aspects limits, physical body and flesh, rule comprehension, chaos evolution path, mind and willpower, all approaching the extreme. But Galaxy Venerate? If not certain that he remains under the ancestor realm, they might think Lin Yuan has already entered the ancestor domain. In the coming long years, before Galaxy Venerate seeks the ancestor realm, our Dafu Ancient Country should minimize conflicts with Fierce Sun Ancient Country. Agreed. Prohibit any high-intensity warfare if necessary, ask ancestors to intercede, but absolutely avoid Galaxy Venerate intervening. The ancient strongest venerables exchanged glances, knowing that if they clashed with Fierce Sun Ancient Country with Galaxy Venerate presiding, it would be self-humiliation. Let's endure. Considering Galaxy Venerate's profound accumulation, he should soon strive for ancestor levels, easing our burden greatly. The numerous ancient strongest venerables sighed. For Dafu Ancient Country's strength, they've never felt this constrained before, but there's no choice. They're weaker than Galaxy Venerate. Even if these strongest venerables brought Ancient Country's deep weapon, they couldn't rival Galaxy Venerate. But now, what level exactly is Galaxy Venerate? Still the strongest venerable? An ancient strongest venerable couldn't help but ask, for if Galaxy is still the strongest venerable, then they would all need to take a step back. Who dares to call themselves strongest venerables alongside Galaxy Venerate? Galaxy Venerate should now be called. The previously silent Fushu Venerate suddenly spoke, his expression vaguely showing complexity. Invincible Venerate? Invincible Venerate? Once these 4 words were said, all strongest venerables present felt it exceedingly appropriate. If Galaxy Venerate isn't invincible, who is? The numerous strongest venerables glanced at each other, acknowledging this designation. Galaxy Venerate is the first invincible Venerate since the founding of the 6 ancient countries, and likely the last. Chapter 1232-38, Controlling the Treasureland, subscription requested. Chapter 1232, Chapter 38, Controlling the Treasureland, subscription requested. Capital of Fierce Sun Country, Lin Yuan's true form had gone to the newly emerged treasure ground, while the Taiyin Primordial Spirit and Taiyang Divine Spirit guarded the other 2 first-class treasure grounds, thus leaving only a manifestation in the capital's royal residence, though by Lin Yuan's power, even a manifestation was equivalent to a peak venerable. Galaxy. Did you sweep through Fushu Venerate and other top-tier deities in the treasure ground? Is this true? A message arrived, coming from the Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. Even though the Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country had already received confirmed intelligence and even watched video footage, he still found it hard to believe, so he personally came to inquire. Indeed, my power has just had a breakthrough. Lin Yuan did not conceal it. He was the core of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country's royal family, inherently standing with the ancient country. His increasing power only strengthened the country's foundation. As for arousing envy, with Lin Yuan's current strength, he could completely ignore these. Good, good, good. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country was delighted. Galaxy Venerate displaying such overwhelming strength against the strongest venerable indicated that it was far more than just about the battle for a treasure ground. It would also profoundly impact the long-term dynamics among the 6 ancient countries in the future. With Lin Yuan being in existence far surpassing the strongest venerable, which of the other 5 ancient countries, including Dafu Ancient Country, would dare to engage in high-intensity warfare with the Fierce Sun Ancient Country? If they dare not enter warfare, they can only make concessions and retreat. Galaxy Venerate, you have truly surprised me. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country looked at Lin Yuan with great emotion. He did not ask much about why Lin Yuan possessed such power. Every strong person had their secrets, an aspect the ancient country never interfered with. Lin Yuan smiled slightly, saying nothing. Are you aware of what the strongest venerables from Dafu Ancient Country are calling you? The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country couldn't help but say, "What?" Lin Yuan was quite curious. In the treasure ground, he showed no mercy to the peak venerables of Dafu ancient country, even slaying Fu Shu Venerate, one of the strongest venerables. Invincible venerable. The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country clicked his tongue. Even the proud, strongest venerables of Dafu ancient country used such a title for Lin Yuan, indicating their total abandonment of any thought of contention. Invincible venerable. What does invincible mean? It means absolute dominance and sweeping through all. Invincible venerable? Lin Yuan understood in his heart. In Chaos Void, there is talk of an invincible great saint, where a certain supreme great saint would overwhelm all other supreme great saints, convincing them entirely, thus claiming the title of Invincible Great Saint. But among the 6 ancient countries, the so-called Invincible Great Saint equated to the strongest venerable of the 6 ancient countries. An invincible great saint in Chaos Void might be invincible, but within the 6 ancient countries, naturally, they cannot be considered invincible, for there remain opponents, with each ancestral heritage nurturing heirs who stand shoulder to shoulder with invincible great saints as the strongest venerables. And now, Lin Yuan's strength made the strongest venerables of the 6 ancient countries despair, calling him Invincible Venerable with good reason. Galaxy, you've redefined what constitutes the limits of a venerable. The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country stated, noting that besides Dafu ancient country, the other 4 ancient countries likewise intensely debated Galaxy venerate. Venerable limits? Lin Yuan mused. Actually, I am far from reaching the limit. Currently, in terms of realm, Lin Yuan has indeed achieved perfection in Chaos Realm, but in other techniques he still has substantial room for enhancement. For example, the inheritance of Infinite Void, now Lin Yuan, remains at the 3rd level. Though aspiring for the 7th level is improbable, he has considerable confidence in reaching the 6th level, and from the 3rd level to the 6th level, there lies the 4th and 5th levels. Besides, the evolved chaotic Taiji Dao currently also stands at the 1st tier, according to the many venerables of the 6 ancient countries in their comprehension of the path of chaotic evolution. The upper limit should be the 3rd tier. Lastly, Lin Yuan can also cultivate numerous 13th tier inheritances in the treasure trove of the fierce sun ancient country to enhance his strength. 13th tier inheritance requires plenty of merit, yet through this treasure ground contention, Lin Yuan predicts having earned massive ancient country merits. Cultivating 13th tier inheritance is good, enhancing the path of chaotic evolution is better, all to prepare for achieving the 13th tier. Lin Yuan knew clearly where his targets lay. Secret techniques are branches. Realm is fundamental. Cultivating 13th tier inheritance is also for experiencing 13th tier power. To better break through the cycle of time, W Galaxy, what's the situation in the treasure ground? Inquired the emperor of the fierce sun ancient country. All is under control. Lin Yuan nodded. The many peak venerables from Dafu ancient country and the other 4 ancient countries either died or fled, didn't dare remain in the treasure ground. What Lin Yuan needed to do next was to sequentially refine all the core pillars, and when the 2,000-year treasure ground competition concluded, formally determine the rightful owner of the treasure ground. Red Flame Venerable mentioned the situation in the treasure ground to me. If it weren't for you, Galaxy, our fierce sun ancient country's chance of seizing this treasure ground would be slim, and even if successful, Chuanyin and Daling would harshly exploit us. The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country sighed deeply. In this treasure ground struggle, Galaxy, your contributions were immense. Without you, the situation wouldn't be as it is now. I think simply rewarding you for your merits is no longer sufficient to illustrate your importance, Lin Yuan. The emperor of the fierce sun ancient country looked at Lin Yuan and said, "So, I have decided, once the ownership of the precious land is determined, it will be guarded by you, Galaxy. During your guardianship, all the treasures produced within the precious land will belong to you alone, without needing to be turned over to the ancient country. As long as you remain, Galaxy, this precious land is yours. Regardless of whether I am on the throne or which emperor succeeds me, this fact cannot change." Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Does the precious land completely belong to him? It's important to know that, let alone that this precious land is a top-tier one among first-class lands, even the most ordinary of the precious lands under the fierce sun. Under the fierce sun ancient country's control, require the guardians to hand over 80 to 90% of the rare treasures produced to the ancient country. This is a rule set by the ancient country. No one can defy it. But now, the emperor of the fierce sun ancient country is almost half giving this precious land to him? This is too valuable. Lin Yuan shook his head. The value of a first-class precious land is equivalent to a money tree, and he is being easily given it? Although Lin Yuan almost single-handedly took over this precious land, he knew very well that all of this was leveraged by the power of the fierce sun ancient country. Without the fierce sun ancient country, those peak venerables from other ancient countries wouldn't be fighting him equally. If pushed to the limit, they could easily seek their ancestors. It is precisely because of the presence of the fierce sun ancient country that the struggle is limited to below the ancestors, not reaching the level of needing the ancestors. Had those peak venerables of the Dafu ancient country been forced to seek their ancestors, it would be a disgrace to the ancestors. Galaxy, you are underestimating your influence too much. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country said with a smile, with you here, it's not just about one precious land. In the future, which of the other 5 major ancient countries would dare to compete with our Fierce Sun ancient country? Your presence, Galaxy, will win countless benefits for our Fierce Sun ancient country. What is one precious land? Lin Yuan looked at the Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country and thought, of course, one shouldn't refuse a benefit given freely. Furthermore, his deterrent power is indeed significant, so he nodded and said, all right, I'll accept it. The rare treasures nurtured by this first-class precious land involve the domain of time. Researching it may prove highly useful to him. Moreover, even if it is not needed, as the sole controller of this precious land, Lin Yuan effectively monopolizes these rare treasures and can sell them at will. Ha ha ha, as for the merits of capturing this precious land, we can discuss them once the competition is completely over. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country said with a cheerful smile. The final distribution of merit involves not only Lin Yuan, but also the participation of other peak venerables from the Fierce Sun ancient country. Although these peak venerables are far less significant than Lin Yuan, since they participated, they will receive some merits, however small. Good. Lin Yuan nodded. Now, less than 200 years remain until the 2,000-year limit for the precious land contest. However, if in the future you, Galaxy, make a breakthrough in the realm of the ancestors, this precious land can be guarded by your descendants. But it will then be treated as a normal precious land, and 80% of the rare treasures produced must be handed over to the ancient country. The Emperor of the Fierce Sun ancient country seemed to suddenly remember something and immediately added, naturally. Lin Yuan nodded. Turning over the rare treasures produced by the precious land to the ancient country not only involves sharing benefits but also gaining protection. Lin Yuan's power is absolutely invincible. Even if he monopolizes all the rare treasures produced by the precious land, there will be no issues. When Lin Yuan breaks through to the 13th rank and his descendants guard the precious land, they won't have Lin Yuan's power, and monopolizing all the precious land's treasures isn't a good thing. Giving 80% of the rare treasures to the ancient country is equivalent to binding the ancient country to himself, making it safer. At least with an 80% share of the treasures, the Fierce Sun ancient country will definitely make every effort to ensure this precious land isn't disturbed by other ancient countries. Within the precious land, Lin Yuan continued to chat casually with Red Flame Venerable and other peak venerables of the Fierce Sun ancient country for a while, then proceeded to refine more of the core pillars within the precious land. Since beginning the aggressive takeover, Lin Yuan had only refined over 100 core pillars, with more than half of the core pillars yet to be refined. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As each core pillar was refined by Lin Yuan, a profoundly mysterious sense of control surged into his mind. Refining the core pillars of the precious land allows for a certain degree of control over it. Theoretically, refining all core pillars is equivalent to refining this precious land. However, from the moment this newly born precious land emerged until now, many core pillars had been refined by the peak venerables of the 6 major ancient countries, and it had never been unified in refinement. Soon, all of the 3 gigantic core pillars, along with over 300 ordinary core pillars, were completely refined by Lin Yuan. In a split second, Lin Yuan's mind soared to unprecedented heights, descending into the deepest part of the precious land, a place that former peak venerables had never reached and could only be accessed by refining all the core pillars. What is this? Lin Yuan looked around, his pupils slightly contracting. Chapter 1233-39, Another Wonderful Use of the Treasure Land. Please subscribe. Chapter 1233, Chapter 39, Another Wonderful Use of the Treasure Land. Please subscribe. After refining all the core pillars and fully mastering the treasure land, Lin Yuan's spirit soared infinitely, arriving at the connection between the treasure land and the source world. The relationship between the treasure land and the source world is akin to fruit and the mother tree. A newly emerged treasure land is equivalent to fruit about to fall from the mother tree, about to disconnect yet not completely severed. Thus, through such a treasure land following the unbroken link, one can observe the vast origin source of the source world. Only newly emerged treasure lands can do this. Those that have existed for countless ages, even first-class treasure lands, have no relation to the mother tree anymore. The Haiyu Nest and Greenwave Cliff guarded by Lin Yuan are such, essentially, completely independent. Origin source of the source world. Lin Yuan looked into the distance, where there was an irregular crack connected to the deepest part of the source world. Only after fully refining and mastering every newly born treasure land can one have the opportunity to comprehend the origin source of the source world. Every time a treasure land emerges, the peak venerables of the great ancient countries compete for participation slots, not just because the yields within the treasure land belong entirely to them. This is also one of the reasons. How vast is the operation of the origin source of the source world? It's a fluctuation that even the ancestors of the great ancient countries could not fully replicate, offering an unprecedented accumulation for the peak venerables. Lin Yuan's gaze was fixed on the irregular crack, faintly looking into its depths. In an instant, a wave of shock surged in Lin Yuan's heart, gaining a concrete understanding of the operation of the origin source of the source world. In Lin Yuan's sight, the origin source of the source world was a towering giant tree, each leaf gently swaying, containing countless waves of Dao rule information, with countless leaves echoing and intertwining, together forming this vast world. The giant trees is so vast and profound that words cannot describe it. Lin Yuan's strength is considered that of an invincible venerable in the history of the 6 great ancient countries, yet in front of the giant tree he is still like dust. Lin Yuan even had a feeling that, compared to the giant tree, even the high ancestors are still small and insignificant. Just by watching for a moment, a flood of insights and thoughts poured into Lin Yuan's heart. Your Against Heaven's understanding allows you to view unknown origin source manifestations, enhancing your comprehension of Dao rules. Origin source of the source world. Is this the origin source of the source world? Lin Yuan took a deep breath, watching the minutiae within the irregular crack with near obsession. As Lin Yuan watched more deeply, the image of the origin source of the source world continued to change. Initially, the origin source of the source world appeared as a boundless giant tree, its branches and leaves forming a vast world. After Lin Yuan gained some insight, the origin source of the source world turned into a winding mountain range, endless and spanning time and space. Upon closer inspection, it transformed into a long river flowing through the ancient past and future, eternal and indestructible. Finally, when Lin Yuan reached a certain understanding, it again became an endless giant tree. The image of the origin source of the source world Lin Yuan saw depended on his own thoughts. The origin source of the source world has no concrete form, or one could say it has infinite forms. Exquisite, so exquisite, Lin Yuan murmured to himself. When treasure lands emerged in the past, the peak venerables of the great ancient countries had also observed the origin source of the source world as he did after securing a treasure land. However, these peak venerables were far inferior to Lin Yuan in terms of understanding. Even watching the same scene, what they knew and felt differed greatly. It's like when an apple falls on someone's head, some can grasp the basic rules of operation, while others just feel the pain. Lin Yuan's Against Heaven's understanding, after witnessing the true operation of the origin source of the source world, the insights gained are incomparable to other peak venerables. This is truly the greatest opportunity I gained from contending for this treasure land. Lin Yuan gleamed with vitality. The treasure land itself and the produced wonders are basically just external forces, however. Observing the operation of the origin source enhances Lin Yuan's personal insight. Immersed in comprehending the operation of the origin source, Lin Yuan also noticed that the irregular crack connecting to the deepest part of the source world was slowly shrinking. The connection between the treasure land and the source world is weakening, Lin Yuan realized. Based on past experiences and the speed at which the crack is shrinking, I can comprehend for roughly 10,000 years. Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. 10,000 years is but a moment for any peak venerable, as they can nap for over 10,000 years. But Lin Yuan was already very satisfied. Not every peak venerable has such an opportunity. This has nothing to do with power. Even with enormous strength, if such a level of treasure land doesn't emerge, one still cannot comprehend. Within a few thousand years of arriving in this source world, Lin Yuan witnessed the emergence of a treasure land and happened to be able to contest for it on behalf of the Fierce Sun ancient country, which was extremely fortunate. I felt that the comprehension of the spatio-temporal fusion rule is accelerating, reaching the 9th realm's peak within a millennium, and within 10,000 years, it's possible to surpass the 9th realm limit. While watching the crack, Lin Yuan thought quickly in his mind. Reaching the peak of the 9th realm of the spatio-temporal fusion rule is an accomplishment typically attainable by only the invincible great saints. Lin Yuan's combat strength far surpasses that of the invincible great saints, but that's through leveraging things like the chaotic Teaching the Dao and the universe within him. In purely spatio-temporal fusion comprehension, he is still at the initial stage of the 9th realm of time-space fusion. This is mainly because it's only been a few hundred years since Lin Yuan entered the 9th realm of comprehending the spatio-temporal fusion rule, and most of his time and effort were invested in understanding the chaotic Teaching the Dao. Chapter 1234-39, Another Wonderful Use of the Treasure Land, please subscribe. 2. Chapter 1234, Chapter 39, Another Wonderful Use of the Treasure Land, please subscribe. 2. Thus, progress in the spatio-temporal fusion rule has been somewhat slow. Of course, this relative slowness is in comparison to Lin Yuan's advancements in other areas. For supreme great saints and pinnacle peak venerables, Lin Yuan's progression in understanding the spatio-temporal fusion rule remains truly unmatched. Surpassing the 9th realm of time and space, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel expectant. So far, whether in the Chaos Void or in the Feng Yuan world, the limit of understanding the spatio-temporal fusion rule below the 13th tier is the pinnacle of the 9th realm. The only exception is His Majesty the Xuanhuang. However, His Majesty the Xuanhuang was able to take a step further in understanding the spatio-temporal fusion rule, relying on his own accumulation, as well as the 13th tier weapon, the Skyvoid tripod, that he acquired. In fact, before obtaining the Skyvoid tripod, His Majesty the Xuanhuang was already at the pinnacle comprehension of the 9th realm of time and space. The operation of the great rules within the Skyvoid tripod merely played a supporting role. The key still lies with the Xuanhuang himself. Surpassing the 9th realm in spatio-temporal fusion rule comprehension will have profound effects on my chaos rule. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. As time arises from chaos, enhancing time and space is, to some extent, also enhancing chaos. At Lin Yuan's current level, the cultivation systems perfectly complement each other, and enhancing any aspect will benefit the others, within the treasured land. While comprehending the source of the Fengyuan world, Lin Yuan dispatched an avatar to begin collecting the golden mist from various places. The golden mist is a rare treasure produced by this treasured land, dispersed in hidden areas. Even after being scoured and searched by the pinnacle peak venerables of various ancient countries for a millennia or two, there remains a significant portion yet undiscovered. However, after refining all the core heavenly pillars, Lin Yuan achieved total mastery over the treasured land, making the golden mist hidden in secret spots apparent, like looking at the lines on his palm. These weapons and treasures, with a wave of his right hand, Lin Yuan brought forth a large number of spoils, left behind by the fallen pinnacle peak venerables of various ancient countries. Since they were competing for the treasured land, the pinnacle peak venerables did not carry many treasures, but their sheer number made up for it. Counting all the main combat bodies, over 100 pinnacle peak venerables fell into Lin Yuan's hands. The 6 ancient countries vying for the treasured land only had 70 or 80 pinnacle peak venerables in total, but each had at least a few main combat bodies. With over 100 main combat bodies, even if they only carried weapons, 1 to 200 pinnacle venerable level armaments constitutes a considerable fortune. It's a pity these pinnacle peak venerables belong to the high echelons of various ancient countries and do not allow themselves to be captured alive, so no ransom can be exchanged. Lin Yuan shook his head privately. Given the chance, he would prefer not to kill these pinnacle peak venerables' main combat bodies. It would be better to keep them for ransom. However, having cultivated to the pinnacle venerable level, pride is essential. They would rather lose a main combat body and die in battle than bear the shame of defeat and capture. Especially Fushu Venerate, as the strongest venerable, there is no precedent in the history of the 6 ancient countries for the strongest venerable being captured alive. Golden Mist, among the vast spoils, the Golden Mist is naturally present since it is a rare treasure produced by the treasured land. Any pinnacle peak venerable has acquired some. Putting away the Golden Mist, Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the last part of his spoils. This was also what Lin Yuan valued the most, the foundational weapons of the various ancient countries. Before entering the treasured land, the top pinnacle peak venerables were bestowed with foundational weapons by the various ancient countries. These foundational weapons originated from the ancestors. Although far inferior to the 13th tier weapons, they require a very low activation threshold. The foundational weapons of the Dafu ancient country, Lin Yuan, looked slightly solemn as he examined part of them. The foundational weapons of the Dafu ancient country mainly stem from Fushu Venerate, who was the hope of the Dafu ancient country in competing for this treasured land, and carried the most potent foundational weapons. Dafu ancestor Lin Yuan gazed at a wooden sword, extremely simple in appearance, yet containing an extreme sharpness. Once activated, even Lin Yuan must avoid its edge. Was this wooden sword carved by the Dafu ancestor? Lin Yuan speculated internally. He could not pinpoint the origin of the sharp aura within the wooden sword, nor its nature, and felt it best not to collide with it. The foundational weapons of the Dafu ancient country can only be activated by its strong warriors. There's no use even if I have them. Lin Yuan sighed. The foundational weapons of various ancient countries carry the breath of the corresponding ancestor. Except for descendants of that ancestor, other warriors cannot activate them even if they obtain them. Keep them to exchange for other treasures. Lin Yuan thought for a while. Even if these foundational weapons are useless to him, the corresponding ancient countries will certainly want to redeem them. Having their foundational weapons fall into external hands is a disgrace to the ancient countries. Lin Yuan can definitely take the opportunity to demand some excessive conditions, 200 years until the end of the competition for the treasured land. According to the rules of each emergence of the treasured land, in this time frame, pinnacle peak venerables of various ancient countries are usually on the brink, ready for a grand showdown at any moment. But presently, the treasured land stands empty. Only 11 pinnacle peak venerables of the fierce sun ancient country wander about. The pinnacle peak venerables of the other 5 ancient countries have all withdrawn. Red Lotus Venerable observed for a while and spoke. The power of the Galaxy Venerate is terrifying. He truly deserves to be called the Invincible Venerable. Qi Yang, Heavenly Venerate's tone was filled with awe. He was the previous guardian of the Heiyu nest, the first among many Pinnacle Peak venerables to have encountered Lin Yuan, and because of this, his shock was even greater. Who would have thought that the young core royal back then would grow to this extent now? Qiyang Heavenly Venerate felt quite fortunate that he did not trouble the Galaxy Venerate back then, otherwise, what now? Though being from the same fierce sun ancient country, the Galaxy Venerate might not openly attack him. Making a strong person like that unhappy would surely make life difficult. Indeed, the Invincible Venerable. Other Pinnacle Venerables were equally amazed. Invincible Venerable is not a realm, but a title for the Galaxy Venerate, meaning unmatched among Venerables. This title has never appeared since the inception of the Dafu Ancient Country and the subsequent establishment of the 5 ancient countries. Historically, the 6 ancient countries have indeed seen immensely powerful strongest Venerables, but they could never truly be called invincible. The word invincible not only conveys extreme pressure but also embodies the despair other strongest Venerables feel towards the Galaxy Venerate, Chaos Void. Deep within the Galaxy Chaos continent, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, a small palm-sized cauldron floating before him. The true self in the Fangyuan world was comprehending the operation of its origin, while the true self in the Chaos Void was comprehending the operation of the great rules within the Sky Void tripod. Though Lin Yuan could not comprehend the operation of the Chaos Void origin, a 13th tier time life certainly could realize it. The Great Rules operation within the 13th tier weapon, the Sky Void tripod, undoubtedly borrowed from the Chaos Void origins operation. Comprehending the Sky Void tripod, even if not as efficacious as directly comprehending the operation of the Chaos Void origin, was comparably beneficial. Fangyuan World, Chaos Void. Lin Yuan meticulously studied the Sky Void tripod while cross-referencing with the operation of the Fangyuan World's origin, enlightenment sparking constantly in his mind. The essence of time and space at different dimensions. Lin Yuan scrutinized the Sky Void tripod carefully, juxtaposing it with the operation of the origin of the Fangyuan World, and was inspired constantly. Beyond time comprehension, I am also advancing at an unprecedented pace in other rules, aided by the operation of the Fangyuan World's origin, complemented by Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding. The achieved effect far exceeds 1 + 1 is greater than 2. This is a qualitative change. Days passed by. Chapter 1235-40, The Struggle Concludes. End of this volume, please subscribe. Chapter 1235, Chapter 40, The Struggle Concludes. End of this volume, please subscribe. Outside the capital of Fierce Sun Ancient Country, a woman wearing a jade green dress appeared. It's been a long time since I've been here. The woman in the jade green dress looked at the vast city in the distance and smiled slightly. Her name was Fu Ying Venerable, one of the oldest venerables of the Dafu Ancient Country, and she came to the capital of Fierce Sun to negotiate with Lin Yuan on behalf of the Dafu Ancient Country. The Galaxy Venerate, the first core royal to excavate the ancestors' bloodline to the venerable level. Fu Ying Venerable's mind flashed with intelligence about the Galaxy Venerate. Before coming, she had repeatedly watched images related to the Galaxy Venerate, especially the battle in the Treasured Land where he repelled many peak venerables single-handedly. When negotiating with the Galaxy Venerate, one must lower their posture, Fu Ying Venerable reminded herself inwardly. As the strongest venerable in the Dafu Ancient Country, facing strong peer-level opponents from other ancient countries always carried a sense of superiority. This pride comes from being the first descendant of this world's ancestors, and as the strongest venerable in the Dafu Ancient Country, her power indeed surpasses that of the other ancient country's strongest venerables. But when facing the Galaxy Venerate, Fu Ying Venerable was not foolish. Naturally, she dared not bear any arrogance. The moment Fu Ying Venerable, the strongest venerable of the Dafu Ancient Country, entered the capital, deep within the palace, the Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country was aware. The capital of Fierce Sun Ancient Country is a mystical artifact, refined by the ancestor of Fierce Sun, and all beings entering the capital are monitored, especially the strongest venerables of various ancient countries. Fu Ying Venerable, merely an avatar, no threat, must be going to find the Galaxy One. The Emperor of Fierce Sun glanced over but did not interfere. In the past 100 or 200 years, strong figures from the 5 ancient countries often sought out the Galaxy Venerate, attempting to negotiate and trade. As for the content of the negotiations and trades, naturally it was to redeem their own hidden killing artifacts, which can be used but must never fall into external hands. Tsk, the attitudes of these strongest venerables. A smile appeared on the Emperor's face. How arrogant the strongest venerables of the ancient countries used to be. Even facing an emperor of an ancient country like him, they never showed much respect. But now, inside the Galaxy Royal Mansion, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked outside the mansion, where a woman wearing a jade green dress was smiling and standing. Fu Ying Venerable? Lin Yuan's mind stirred and drew her in. As the strongest venerable of the Dafu Ancient Country, Lin Yuan naturally would not ignore. The most crucial point is that Fu Ying Venerable's visit must be to bring him treasures. I've long heard of the Galaxy Venerate. Fu Ying Venerable smiled warmly, carefully sizing up Lin Yuan. She knew the Galaxy Venerate in front of her was merely an avatar, but even from the avatar, one could gauge the hidden details and perceive certain information. This Galaxy Venerate, even his conjured avatar, feels so real, it actually brings me a sense of threat. Fu Ying Venerable's heart trembled. What brings Fu Ying Venerable here? Lin Yuan and Fu Ying Venerable sat opposite each other, asking casually. Lin Yuan had some guesses about Fu Ying Venerable's intentions, yet he still asked more. The Galaxy Venerate was magnificent in the treasured land. Even Fu Shu fell. Fu Ying Venerable sighed. I suppose some of the hidden killing artifacts from my Dafu ancient country have fallen into your hands. There are indeed some, not only from your Dafu ancient country. Lin Yuan looked at Fu Ying Venerable. Fu Ying Venerable sighed inwardly, aware that this time she might have to bleed heavily. Lin Yuan mentioning other ancient countries implied that strong figures from other ancient countries had already come. Hence, with the conditions set by these ancient countries as a reference, retrieving the hidden killing artifacts from her own ancient country likely won't be easy. Then I'll be direct. Without intending to beat around the bush, Fu Ying Venerable looked at Lin Yuan. The hidden killing artifacts of my Dafu ancient country cannot be allowed to spread outside. Name your price. What will it take to return those artifacts? To exchange for those hidden killing artifacts, Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. Those hidden killing artifacts are useless to you. No one but my Dafu ancient country's experts can activate them. Fu Ying Venerable couldn't help but remind him, I indeed can't activate them. Lin Yuan nodded. But I can collect them. After all, there probably aren't that many hidden killing artifacts of the Dafu floating outside. These words brought about. Fu Ying Venerable's expression shifted slightly. This is precisely what she feared most. Galaxy Venerate, name your conditions, Fu Ying Venerable said helplessly. Lin Yuan looked at her with a smile. I want 100 caddies of Dragon Abyss blood. When Fu Ying Venerable heard this, her expression turned ugly. Dragon Abyss blood produced by Dragon Abyss Valley? Yes, I want 100 caddies, Lin Yuan said. Dragon Abyss Valley, a first-class treasured land controlled by the Dafu ancient country, is said to be the burial place of the first life upon this world's inception, with its blood spilling over Dragon Abyss. Life within Dragon Abyss Valley inherently carries some Dragon Abyss blood. The efficacy of Dragon Abyss blood is vast, almost encompassing all aspects. It can nurture the body and nourish the soul, truly a supreme rare treasure among the 6 ancient countries. However, creatures with Dragon Abyss blood in their veins can only survive and thrive within Dragon Abyss Valley. Once they leave, the Dragon Abyss blood within disappears and deteriorates. This results in a very scarce output of Dragon Abyss blood. No one knows how many creatures in Dragon Abyss Valley it takes to purify just a drop of Dragon Essence blood. Even for me, I only receive 1 drop of Dragon Abyss blood every billion years, and you demand 100 caddies? Fu Ying Venerable couldn't help but exclaim. As the strongest Venerable, enjoying many privileges in the Dafu ancient country, many special resources are directly allocated, including Dragon Abyss blood. But the amount of Dragon Abyss blood allocated to Fu Ying Venerable is too small, merely a drop. One must realize, Dragon Abyss blood is not heavy, weight akin to ordinary blood. A single drop of Dragon Abyss blood is too light. Your great Dafu ancient country's foundational weapon, how could it be comparable to Dragon Abyss blood? Lin Yuan said. Can it be slightly less? Fu Ying Venerable communicated with other strongest Venerables of Dafu ancient country before saying, 100 pounds of Dragon Abyss blood is useful to me, cannot be less. Lin Yuan shook his head. Fu Ying Venerable fell silent. Lin Yuan did not rush him, knowing he was likely communicating with other strongest Venerables of Dafu ancient country. With Dragon Abyss blood being a top-grade treasure controlled by Dafu ancient country, its produced Dragon Abyss blood rarely circulates to the other 5 ancient countries. Typically consumed domestically, Lin Yuan only proposed such terms upon hearing of its preciousness. 100 pounds of Dragon Abyss blood is fine, but I have another condition. After a long time, Fu Ying Venerable looked at Lin Yuan and said, he really agreed. Lin Yuan rejoiced internally and immediately said, please speak. Besides the foundational weapon, other treasures, weapons, and unique items of the peak Venerables of my Dafu ancient country, as well as those golden mists, must be returned to me. Fu Ying Venerable said, you want those golden mists back? Lin Yuan was aware of Fu Ying Venerable's objective. Those weapons combined aren't worth a drop of Dragon Abyss blood. Fu Ying Venerable specifically wants them back, most likely for the golden mists. As a newly birthed precious treasure from the land, the golden mists hold high value, even if their specific effects and uses have not been thoroughly explored. No problem. Lin Yuan did not hesitate much and agreed directly. Now that he controls the entire treasure land, the golden mists are endless and abundant. Moreover, Lin Yuan intends to let some golden mists circulate out. Thus he might leverage the strength of other ancient countries to discover the use of the golden mists. This action can also elevate the value of the golden mists and increase many Venerables' desire for them. Then the deal is reached. Fu Ying Venerable nodded. I will wait outside the treasure land for Galaxy Venerate to appear, bringing 100 pounds of Dragon Abyss blood. Lin Yuan's true self is still within the treasure land. To complete the transaction, he has to wait for the contest to end, for Lin Yuan to emerge, as only then can the foundational weapon be retrieved. Lin Yuan continues to comprehend the origin world source within an irregular fissure. The time during which this source is exposed is limited, only 10,000 years. Lin Yuan naturally cherishes it. Has the contest for the treasure land concluded? Lin Yuan seemed to sense something, split off an avatar and left. At the treasure land's exit, Red Flame Venerable, Guangli Venerable, and a group of Peak Venerables from Fierce Sun Ancient Country had long been waiting. 2,000 years have passed. Now the contest for the treasure land has ended. As for its ownership, naturally, without suspense. Galaxy Venerate. Galaxy Venerate. Upon seeing Lin Yuan appear, the Peak Venerables immediately greeted him. Let's go out. Lin Yuan nodded, simultaneously stepping out of the treasure land. The 11 Peak Venerables of Fierce Sun Ancient Country also followed suit and stepped out. Outside the treasure land, all along, a group of Venerables awaited, all from various ancient countries. These Venerables from other ancient countries saw Lin Yuan emerge, promptly came forward one after another, holding the promised unique treasures, exchanging for the foundational weapons and other spoils Lin Yuan seized from various ancient countries. Very quickly, the transaction was completed. These Venerables also subsequently retreated. Galaxy Venerate, this treasure land now falls under your possession, though nominally belonging to Fierce Sun Ancient Country. At this moment, a figure flew over, smiling at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded. He had discussed the matter regarding the treasure land with the Emperor long ago. Galaxy Venerate, then we shall return for now. Red Flame Venerable and a group of Peak Venerables from Fierce Sun Ancient Country looked at Lin Yuan and said, now the treasure land is guarded by Lin Yuan. Naturally, these Peak Venerables have to return to the capital and report. All right, if anything comes up, you can find me in the capital. Lin Yuan nodded. He left an avatar in the capital, but his true self remains guarding within this treasure land, at least for 10,000 years, to closely observe the origin world source operation. During this period, he won't leave very quickly. Red Flame Venerable and numerous Peak Venerables left one by one. Lin Yuan watched them go from afar, his thoughts turning. I wonder how much merit will be awarded to me for this contest over the treasure land. Lin Yuan was quite envious of the many legacies within Fierce Sun Ancient Country's treasury, especially the opportunity to merge with the ancestor. Such a chance to embody a 13th stage entity, observing life's nuances from a temporal perspective, how precious could it be? Continue to comprehend. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts, his avatar directly dispersing, and his consciousness once again submerged into the observation of the origin world source operation.